time has come for Overwatch to step out onto the Esports World Cup stage, and it is going to be beautiful. So let's take a closer look at our contenders and their road to Riyadh. 16 teams from around the globe entered the competition for the hefty prize pool of $1 million. And it all began in Asia, where 4 teams punched their tickets. Most notably, the 2 tournament favorites, Crazy Raccoon and Team Falcons. Fnatic and Zeta Division are also fielding fearsome rosters that stand a real chance at delivering a slate of top placements to Korean Overwatch fans. Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon deserve an extra special mention though. The Asian Finals was just the first chapter in their rivalry. The incredibly competitive OWCS Major Finals in Dallas was the second. With 2 title matches in the history books, these juggernauts stand at 1-1. Perhaps now is the time for Sir Majed and his crew to avenge their loss in Dallas and seize the throne. But where 2 dogs strive for a bone, a third runs away with it. A third or a fourth to be exact. I'm talking here about none other than Space Station Gaming and ENCE. Both teams that not only love playing against each other, but also left Dallas with confirmed spots at the Esports World Cup and decisive victories over their North American counterparts. Let's not forget that thanks to Crazy Raccoon lifting the trophy in Dallas, one more team from their region could start packing their bags for Esports World Cup, and that lucky squad is Bleed Esports. Later on, makers booked their ticket straight from the land down under with a dominant, even uncontested sweep of the Oceanic qualifier. In the EMEA region, Space Station Gaming and ENCE had already claimed the top 2 spots via OWCS qualification, so many European squads battled it out in the Faceit League for the remaining EMEA qualifier spots.
Down, Space Station Gaming are going to wipe the floor with ENCE.
The teams to rise above the fray were Game & Gladiators, Twisted Minds, and virtus.pro, who clinched their spot in Riyadh by the skin of their teeth.
Strike 2! Wait, Crocs just went demon mode on the ride.
North America was also something to behold, with Toronto Defiant steamrolling the competition, M80 following in second, and Nightmare putting together a miracle run to secure the last spot in the NA region. In South America, Rock couldn't contain their happiness after an incredibly close qualifier finals to earn the chance to represent their region on the global stage. And to top it all off, the dark horse of the tournament, LGD, received their direct invitation and will represent China in their one opportunity to take global glory this year. And there you have it. 16 teams vying to be immortalized in the annals of esports history. Only one can be crowned champion of the Esports World Cup.
Hello everybody, welcome to the Esports World Cup 2024 Roundtable for Overwatch 2. I'm Matt Mr. X, joined here by Avril and Jake. How you guys doing?
I'm just happy to be here, man. I'm excited. Let's get this going.
What about you, Avril?
Excited, man. We got the best teams here, so huge event.
We do have a lot of teams here. We'll start with the best region, North America. Jake, give us a little bit of recap of like what's gone on in the Overwatch scene for NA thus far.
Yeah, I think anyone who hasn't been watching North American Overwatch right now, there's not actually a whole lot you've missed. I think Toronto Defiant is just sweeping everybody. They are #1 with a bullet. There are some contenders in the form of M80 and Nightmare that are going to be here and maybe try to shake things up. But Toronto, I mean, they've looked untouchable in North America right now.
Yeah, they've been awesome in North America. Probably the biggest story is that they changed to Toronto Ultra, so they go from black and red to purple now. That's probably the biggest story out of NA because they've been great. Not able to get it done though in Dallas. For international competition.
I mean, I think it's fair to say that that was an underperformance for them. They feel like that's not good enough for them as a team. They have higher aspirations. And so here in Riyadh is this kind of time to prove it.
Yeah, this event for them, and I'm sure probably you feel as well, is like if you can't perform on the international stage, like it doesn't really matter if you just, beat the doors off of everybody in NA. Like this is what the team is made to do.
And the expectations for Toronto are still really high because you look at the other 2 NA teams, M80 and Nightmare, they're going to be, they'll try to be competitive, but really it's about Toronto Ultra. They are the team that holds the flag for North America to try and have some sort of output versus the other international teams. Step 1, they got to beat the Europeans because they failed to do that last time. Yeah,
the Europeans are good. I want to move on to the best region though, as we think potentially APAC. Avril, I know you love everything Korean Overwatch. Give us a recap of everything that's gone on for that region so far this year.
Yeah, for sure. You said best regions like in APAC, that's got to be OS, right? So OS is bringing the best team in. No, you meant Korea. So Korea is bringing 4 teams in, so that's pretty huge. Dallas, we had 2 Korean teams, and they already showed how good the top 2 in Korea really is. Those same 2 teams, Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, are back here. They dropped 0 maps to either NA or EU in Dallas, so that's a pretty big achievement. Also, I think a little bit expected, maybe especially now you look at hindsight. But you got 2 more Korean teams. You got Fnatic and Zeta Division as well, also very strong. Bolstered teams with a couple of added additions to the roster to make them even stronger. All super teams, all probably vying for a top 4 spot.
And what do you think, Jake, about how the Korean teams come to this event? How do you think the ones outside of Falcons and Crazy Raccoon will perform?
I think that's the biggest question mark. That's where teams like Toronto Ultra, Space Station Gaming are probably going to look most competitive and have the biggest chance to upset. But honestly, I think I wouldn't be completely shocked to see a Korean top 4. I mean, the Korean Overwatch is historically incredibly competitive, best in the world. And so, honestly, I expect those teams to do super well. But I do think there is a drop-off after Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. Yeah. Those 2 teams are just absurdly dominant. Zeta Division and Fnatic, competitive, very strong, but not at that next level.
Well, you mentioned EU, and I think we can kind of jump there. Yeah. Space Station's been really strong. Yes. Same with ENCE, all season long. I think both those teams have a fair shot against just about anybody here, right?
Especially the weaker teams from Korea. I honestly think, Ray, if you look at Dallas, Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, these are the tournament favorites, and it's pretty clear to me that they are, right? I think if they were to lose to anyone but one another, it would be considered a huge upset of the tournament. I mean, it's not just that they won, right? We knew, okay, they'd be strong teams, but back in Dallas, they didn't drop a map. I mean, absolute overperformance against teams that were really trying to be competitive. And honestly, these are also 2 of the most flexible teams in the tournament. You bring in something like hero bans, I could see a team like Space Station taking a bigger hit from that than some of the other squads.
Well, before we get to the hero bans, because that's a completely different topic, really interesting. We'll talk about that in a second. There is like a little bit of an outlier here too, because we have LGD, right? We haven't seen any of these players from China competing in Dallas or WCS all year. What can we expect, do you think, Avril?
I mean, they have had to do a lot of practice in short time, so they got Rush onto the roster. Rush, you'll all remember from Dallas Field back in the championship days, and they brought the squad back. They brought the 5-man squad from the Overwatch World Cup, Team China. We also talk about Hungary Spark in the Overwatch League. That same squad, their power level, very well known. We know what they're capable of achieving. The question will be, how prepared are they for this event? Because they are far less practiced than the other teams. They've had far less time to prepare, and they have, in some cases, quite limited hero pools, but what they are good at, they're extremely good at. So their placement could be extremely high, or they could underperform quite heavily this tournament. What do you think?
I think they are definitely the wild card of the tournament. Like the team that genuinely could go super far, but could also be eliminated early. We just don't know. I think with the format change, with the lack of practice, lack of prep against other teams, I think that's really something that the fans are going to have to just wait to sink their teeth into.
Yeah, they could struggle to get out of groups. They could be top 2. I mean, there's really like such a crazy variance with LGD because the players are so talented. We just haven't seen them in so long. Hero bans. So this is the first time we've done this in an event for Overwatch. It's something a lot of people have wanted for a really long time. I know Jake's written up tons of tweets that probably like 4 people have read about them. How do you think it'll actually play out? I'm a bit curious. I'm also like a bit scared because it's the complete unknown.
I think it's great. I think the version of hero bans we have is probably like the best version that I've seen. It even surprised me because we talked a lot about how many should you be able to ban. Do you want to have a protect system in there as well? All the ins and outs of the banning has been discussed to death, as I'm sure Jake and I, we both talked about this for a long time. But the version that we have now, where essentially you have a system where you can ban a hero and the other team can't ban that same hero, but whatever hero you ban, that category, that role, can't then be banned by the other team. So if you ban a D.Va, for example, the other team can't ban another tank. So you actually get to protect a hero within your role and eliminate a hero at the same time. So it's very strategic in that kind of way. So I think it's going to play out great. And the ban only lasts for 1 map, so you can't reban the same hero multiple times. So it's not going to just completely remove a hero from the entire series. And if you're Gushui, you want to play Winston, you'll get to play Winston at some point because you can only ban it 1 time.
How do you think it'll play out?
I think this is really going to benefit the most flexible teams in the tournament, the teams with maybe whether it's a bigger roster or a smaller roster, just those individual players who can handle everything, who can handle every different style that you could possibly play in Overwatch, those teams are going to look incredibly strong because anyone who relies on one clear theme. I mean, I look at teams like Space Station, like thinking, LGD, right? LGD, monstrous dive team. I mean, the team from China in the World Cup just put up incredible performances. Talked about Gushue on the Winston. But those teams that's like their core style, their foundational style. Their Space Station loves to play Rush, and LGD, they love to play Dive. Even though you can't ban any one hero over and over again throughout the series, there's a lot of heroes they're relying on in that composition, and I think it really does make it very hard to be a one-trick pony team, especially at this level of the competition. I mean, I'm looking at Falcons and Crazy Raccoon. They can play anything. Like, I don't know what you ban against them.
What do you guys think will be the most banned hero this week?
Lucio.
That's what I was thinking too. I was like, if there's a character that you take out of Overwatch and the game changes completely, it's Lucio. I mean, he enables so many different things outside of Lucio. Do you have another one?
I think the support category in general, because you have Lucio, you have Bap in there as well. I think Ana and Brig, all these types of heroes that enable specific compositions. You're not just going to see bans towards that, but I think you might even see some potential throwaway bans just to protect the category. So, you might want to protect the Lucio. So if you're Space Station, get a ban in the support category early. You might want to just ban away something like a Life Weaver or an Ana, just something ridiculous. And then, that way you protect the Lucio from being banned altogether.
Yeah, that seems like it could be a strategy that teams go for. Like,
I don't think you're going to throw away your ban. Like, I don't think people will ban Life Weaver.
Yeah, you want to throw away.
You could just ban Ana if you wanted to.
You'll ban something
something relevant,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
But I think you make a good point. I think support is going to be the most contested ban category, just because support really, as much as people talk about the tanks in Overwatch and you see that as defining the game, in the end, the support utility is what really differentiates different comps. Like, to play Dive without Ana's Biotic Grenade at the professional level is kind of a questionable idea. Like, maybe it will work, but I'm not convinced. It'll be a unique style. It's a hero we really want to see in that type of a comp. So maybe you'll see a Lucio carry version, but that really does change things. And so honestly, I think we'll see a ton of support bans. But then as we get deeper into a series, teams have already banned support enough times. They're running out of relevant heroes to ban. Yeah. I think we could see some tanks starting to get banned. Yeah, right? we could see more impact there.
Well, you can only ban, one team can ban the support, the other team has to ban a different role. So at the end of the day, I think you're going to see support being a contested category, meaning that whoever bans first is likely to look at that category as number one, that role. And then you're going to start looking at the other roles like damage and tank. And probably DPS, in my opinion, will be the least touch role.
I don't think it would even get banned once.
It's not the most impactful role to target for a ban. I think it'll be support's number one priority, then tanks.
Yeah, that seems like a throwaway. The DPS, I think, like tanks and supports are just so impactful overall. Like you were saying, just like where they kind of hold all of the kind of utility. So I want to get to predictions. We're running out of time. I'll start with you, Avril. How do you think this will go? Who do you think will take it? Give me your grand finals matchup.
It's going to be Crazy Raccoons Falcons again. Jack's going to agree in a second with me anyway. So yeah, it's those two teams are by and far the best teams here. They have the highest level of talent, the highest level of flexibility, and that's just been proven across all the events that we've had. We've seen them in Dallas, we've seen them in the Asia main event, the finals of the LAN as well. Those two teams just clear every other team. But to expand further on, just to make it more interesting, I do think Fnatic and Zeta Division are most likely top four. LGD has a very strong wildcard shot at making that top four as well if they come in really, really strong.
Yeah, I think, I agree with you. I think Falcons and Crazy Raccoon are just the strongest teams of the tournament. With their performance at Dallas, it's hard to predict against them, not dropping a single map to teams from other regions. I mean, that's pretty compelling. However, I do think this is an event where I really want to see a great performance out of the Toronto Ultra. I want to see Space Station potentially making a run if they can find their way around the hero ban system, maybe using it to their advantage, protecting some of their own styles. However, I just think overall for the whole tournament, I do agree the Korean teams are probably going to be dominant, but I'm hoping to see some of these other competitors from other regions really make deep runs and potentially even upset some of these powerhouses.
Mm-hmm. I think Crazy Raccoon will win. Mm-hmm. I think LGD is going to go far. I think those players,
I want to see it, right?
Those players have so much to play for because they don't really have anything else throughout the entire year, right? So this is their one moment, one opportunity in international competition. They've always performed well. And I think, Damage Dealer, an uncontested category, potentially in bans, right? I think the tanks will definitely hurt them a little bit. But the fact that they can have, two tremendous damage dealers with high, just hero pools and be able to just run crazy, I like a wild card as well. I like a little bit of a gamble, so I think I would go with like an LGD, make a deep run, but still lose to Crazy Raccoon. Thank you guys so much for joining me here today. That's been the Overwatch 2 roundtable here at EWC 2024. We'll see you next time.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Esports World Cup. It is time for some Overwatch. It's myself, Julian, and Xavier at the B stream today, and we are looking at probably the biggest tournament outside of Overwatch League ever. Are you ready for the World Cup, for the first ever edition of the EWC Overwatch?
Yeah, I'm really excited, Julian. I think it's been a long time since we've seen interregional competition on this scale. We've got pretty much every region of the world represented in one form or the other. All the best teams from all these regions competing for probably the biggest shot at a prize pool this size they're going to have this year. So I think it's super exciting for all the teams, super exciting for everyone involved, and we're going to see a lot of good Overwatch over the next few days.
Absolutely, a chance to compete for a prize pool that is absolutely massive and something very, very special. Obviously, everyone can qualify, but qualify is one thing, playing is the other. So let's take a look at how the format for the Esports World Cup works.
The stage is set and our contenders are ready to fight for fame and glory, to be immortalized as Overwatch's finest. So let's take a look at how it's going to go down. The tournament is divided into two phases, group stage and playoffs. In the first stage, teams are divided into 4 groups and the matches are played in a single round-robin format. All matches are best of 5 and top 3 teams advance to the playoffs, going to the round of 12 or straight to the round of 8 depending on their placement. Last teams are eliminated. In the playoffs, all matches are best of 7, and it is a classic single elimination bracket, do or die. However, to make things more spicy, round of 8 and round of 12 matches will be using a drafting system. In the round of 12, seed 2 of each group selects their opponent from the pool of teams that finished seed 3. And in round of 8, the winner of each group selects their opponent from the pool of teams that survived the round of 12. And now, it's time for the creme de la creme of our tournament format, hero bans. Each map, both teams will have the option to ban a hero. While 1 or 2 hero bans might seem insignificant, at this level of competition, it will dramatically reshape the game and force every team to continuously innovate throughout the tournament. We'll have to see how it all plays out match by match, but personally, I can't wait to get started.
So the stage is set, 16 teams, 4 groups, each one 4 teams. Xavier, how does this single elimination bracket on the playoffs affect teams? Is it really that do or die, or is a best of 4 or first to 4 series enough to, worst case, make adjustments in a series?
I think you have to feel if you're going to get to play that many games, you should get the best team coming out on top. We can take a look at the prize pool now, which is obviously that $1 million we mentioned, going to be split here. The nice thing about this prize pool actually is every time if you get out of groups, your money doubles. You win a game from then on, your money doubles, and especially in that second to first jump, actually massive. So a lot of money on the line here and a lot for all the teams to play for.
Absolutely, a bag of cash to claim. 5 days of competition up ahead. Today and tomorrow we'll have the group stage, and then Friday till Saturday, top 12, run down the playoffs. Let's take a look at the 4 groups, at the 16 teams that qualified for this event. And obviously, there are a couple of big names on here. Crazy Raccoon, Falcons Esports, probably the 2 teams that most people will want to see at the top. However, we want to point out smaller teams that made it from the smaller regions into the tournament. Of course, Rock Esports in Group A, coming from South America, picking up the roster of Loaded, or Makers in Group B, who came from Oceania. Xavier, how do you think the chances for those teams are in a tournament of this size with enemies of this caliber?
I think it's really tough. I think one thing that's been talked a lot in the build-up to this event is the idea of sort of the gaps between regions. We talked about it a lot in Dallas, between the gap between Korea and the West. As we take a look at Group A here, we can see some of that as well, because Crazy Raccoon, Toronto, and Gaming Gladiators all going to be in this group. But I think the region gap between teams, we'll get a bit of an example of it in this group. I think for these weaker regions especially, without the same practice opponents or the ability to play against these top teams, they can get left behind a little bit here. So that's a big worry for Rock and a lot of these other teams here.
Absolutely, definitely a tough group, with Crazy Raccoon coming in as the major winner from Dallas. Toronto Ultra, obviously the prodigy of North America. However, their performance in the last major, well, let's just say some expected a little more from them. We'll see how that boot camp in Korea maybe improves their performance for the World Cup now. And then Gaming Gladiators coming from Europe, obviously also a team that has made a massive jump recently. There's so many matches that we're looking forward to see today. However, obviously, I gotta say there's one that I'm specifically looking forward to because it's the clash between North America and EU. It's the match of the day at 18 AST, which is going to be ENCE against M80. Definitely, probably one of the closer matches that we'll have in this B stream today. Do you think that M80, despite maybe not having the preparation that other teams had for this tournament, will have a chance to make a proper run in this World Cup?
I think this will be a really tight game. I think both teams have had issues with their practice. M80 mainly more from their own choices not to practice as much, and ENCE from being sort of left behind a little bit in that scrim bubble as everyone went to Korea to boot camp. They both had a lot of issues. They both have talented players on paper. So I think that game might be a little bit closer than some people expect, but you have to feel that with the preparation of the work ENCE did, they should still be favourites. But either way, a super interesting game between North America and EMEA, and also a super important game in determining who gets out of that group in what order.
Absolutely, definitely a match of the day that we can look forward to. Let's take a look at the schedule for the B stream for today, as we'll have a total amount of 6 games coming your way on this Wednesday afternoon till evening. We'll kick action off with Crazy Raccoon against Rock Esports, Falcons against Makers, ENCE against M80, Space Station facing up against Nightmare, and then ENCE again back against Bleed, and Fnatic against Nightmare to finish the day. Definitely a lot of talent in those matchups. We'll have the match of the day, ENCE against M80. Other than that, probably with 2 Korean teams starting us off, we'll have a very good idea of what kind of competitive level we can expect from this tournament. How do you think overall teams like Bleed or Fnatic, who kind of weren't really on the international radar as they didn't participate on the major, will do compared to the big names like Crazy Raccoon, Falcons Esports, Space Station, ENCE, which we have seen in the major a couple of times now?
I think it's really interesting. For the teams that maybe sit in the Bleed category or the Rock category, where any smaller region teams, I think they're going to have a really hard time. And I think ultimately for a lot of them, we'll probably see them go out quite early in groups unless there's a big upset. You can, of course, if you want to predict, if you think you know who's going to win this first game, Crazy Raccoon versus Rock Esports, you can get your prediction in at stcplay.gg. I think, Julian, I might know which way the crowd are going to go on this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that obviously Crazy Raccoon is the crowd favorite here. However, South America finally back on the map of Overwatch, and we are looking forward to see how strong the community in that region is, and maybe we'll see a first upset here in the predictions already. So make sure to go to stcplay.gg to put in your predictions right now. But as we get closer to our first matchup, let's take a look at the teams that are participating in our opening game. It's Crazy Raccoon starting us off. Obviously, so much talent on this roster. Shu Krorong, probably one of the strongest backlines that the game has ever seen. Is there that one star player on this team that we have to look out for specifically?
There's always a lot of talk about Jumping because he won the MVP in the Dallas Major, and there's talk about Lip because he's just good all the time. But I think really the key player here is going to be Heesang. I think because there's so much talent across the roster, Heesang is sometimes left a little bit as everyone forgets about him, but I think he's been outstanding in every game, every major campaign they've had so far. So I think if Heesang is at his best, that'll put them in a very good position to try and claim another title here.
Absolutely, very handsome roster as well, right? Very, yeah, I don't want to say quiet, but it's not like they're bragging, right? It's super cool. They just are here to play the game. They enjoy the competition. Super humble team, and we've seen them in Dallas. They've looked magnificent in the major, and we're really looking forward to see what they can do on the big stage now. As we mentioned, $1 million are on the line, so it will definitely be super interesting as we are getting word that it's probably not going to be Yannon playing the first matchup. It's going to be Max subbing in, so we'll have a change or a different player on the tank role coming up into this first match. Compared to Yanbin, obviously, Max, we haven't seen him too often in the last few weeks. We haven't seen him play too often in general. Is this now because they are playing against the roster of Loaded, which is now obviously Rock Esports? And maybe it is, but let's actually take a look at their roster, as they are obviously the opponent, the team that made it out from South America. Nitro, Lucas, Sloth, Kai, and Niall are going to be the starting 5 for them, and it's always going to be super interesting how those teams obviously can perform at an international event, especially the regions like Oceania, South America, usually tend to fall a bit short of the performance the major regions can bring. Obviously still super interesting to see how far they can make it.
I think, yeah, it's a big challenge, and I think if you're talking to the teams like Bleed Rock, they're well aware of the difference between them and a lot of the elite teams, so they know the challenge in front of them. I think for these type of regions coming in and these smaller teams, it's all about, well, how close can we get? Can we take a map? Can we take fights? How can this battle go? And I think that'll be the aims for, I think, Rock, and I think Bleed fall into this category, probably Makers as well, a little bit more into this. Let's just see how close we can get to these top teams, learn what we can, and just try and give a good account of our show, a good account of ourselves for the region.
Absolutely. As we talk about a potential performance gap between the major region and the smaller regions, we have something that might help us out here, which is hero bans that I definitely want to talk about with you. Let's take a look at the first map though, which is going to be Busan, as this will be our starting map picked by Crazy Raccoon. Is there something special we can maybe expect from Busan?
I'm not sure in particular. I mean, obviously, Busan Sanctuary is like the de facto ball map for a lot of teams, and obviously, if you saw the Dallas Major, you'll see Jumbin really has that sort of niche pick in his back pocket. It caused teams at every level huge problems, and I'm sure it'll cause Rock a few problems on its open map too.
Absolutely. Let's take a first peek at the stage of the Esports World Cup. Players are obviously offline at the venue as we take a quick look over as they are getting ready. They're getting set up. Overall, we have a total amount of 3 venues that are hosting the Esports World Cup, all of them obviously in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and the players are getting ready more and more as we now go over to the side of Crazy Raccoon. It's going to be super interesting to see how, especially teams that haven't played on LAN before, can deal with this kind of pressure.
Yeah, we see Moon suited and booted at the back there, talking to his team, getting everything ready. And it should just be business as usual for Crazy Raccoon. So I don't think he's going to be busting out the wisest of words or the biggest speeches yet. But this should be a really nice way to start your tournament. A game that should be straightforward, work out any issues, get through it with no obstacle, really.
Absolutely. Probably really a big advantage here, as you can get used to the new environment, right? Get used to the LAN feeling, because you don't have it too often, especially with only about 3 offline events a year. You definitely are not unhappy with having a matchup that is fairly easy maybe for Crazy Raccoon as a starter for this very important big tournament. We mentioned probably the biggest one this year, and therefore obviously one where teams have given a massive focus on. But yeah, you can already tell Rock Esports, they're happy to be here, right? They enjoy the stage, they enjoy the trip away from South America to the MENA region, just getting that esports feeling, playing against the big guns of Overwatch. This will be an opportunity for a lifetime for so many of those players. The prize pool's massive. There's an additional $50,000 for the VIP or the MVP of this tournament. So definitely a quite big bag of cash to grab here as teams are now getting ready for the first matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I think if I'm Crazy Raccoon, all I want to do here is just get used to playing on the stage, get used to the environment, make sure everything clicks. There shouldn't be any need for any complicated changes or adaptations. I think one thing that's always true is the better your practice, the better your performance will be. And part of better practice, particularly within esports, where you normally practice against other teams, is you need good teams to play against. That's why we've seen so many teams boot camp in South Korea before in this big event. But Rock Esports obviously not one of those teams. And not only that, with all the teams leaving the region, their pool of scrims actually got a lot weaker. So kind of the worst of both worlds for Rock Esports. So it will certainly be a big challenge for them to try and overcome here. I think it will really just be about put on a show they can be happy with. You know, give it a fair crack.
Absolutely, just properly represent the South American region. And I said it before, but we're so happy to have that region back, right? After contenders stopped operating in South America, and I think it was like 2020. The region has been fairly quiet, and now they're back at the big stage, qualified over the Faceit League Master Division in that region. First spot took it, and it actually was a fairly close matchup against NTC all the way to map 7. In the end, it was a 4-3 in favor of, at that time, Loaded, now Rock Esports, who picked up that roster to give them an even more enjoyable experience at the World Cup. Definitely still a very competitive region. The question, obviously, is going to be how competitive can they be compared to other regions. Now, let's talk about the big X factor of this event, hero bans, as we have something new for you that we have not seen too often, at least not in this version, in the Overwatch ecosystem. For Busan, those two bans that we see are going to be Roadhog and Lucio. As we saw earlier, Lucio probably one of the heroes that is going to be banned most, as it's one that can be an absolute difference maker for your composition, of course. The Roadhog pick here, what's your thought on this?
I don't know. They saw jump in Lock Hog at the Dallas Major Finals, and they were like, "That is not happening to us. I will not have that happen to us in our first map today." So they've taken an opportunity out of their hands. The Lucio pick probably feels like a more tactical one. There's sort of two main ways you can go about bans, right? And it's mainly an idea of aggression or an idea of defense. Do you want to sabotage the enemy team, take a hero away from them, or do you want to try and protect the comp? Because remember, if you ban a hero and you ban first, the other team can't ban a hero from the same role. So for example, if you ban Lucio, it means all of your supports are safe, right? So you can sort of ban to protect your comp, as opposed to a sabotage the other one. So I think we'll probably see a lot of Lucio bans, like you were saying, for that kind of purpose. Taken away from some of these brawl-favoured teams. Don't let them Lucio on the maps that are good for it. And I think especially when you look at some of the stages we're going to play here on Busan, you look at Busan Downtown, you look at Busan Sanctuary, without Lucio on those maps, it's so hard to deal with dives. So I think Crazy Raccoon have probably got the better of the ban so far.
Absolutely, you have to obviously consider that if as soon as you ban a hero, right, you cannot re-ban it again. I mean, technically the enemy team can, but as soon as the series goes the long way, you'll start to realize that you have to be very careful what you ban in the first few games, because obviously you'll not be able to come back to those bans at a later stage of the series. So you have to be very careful, very considerate, and maybe even have a long-term plan laid out for this to make sure that you still have useful options as soon as you go into maybe a 6th, maybe even a 7th map of those matches later on in the playoffs. Obviously now here we are talking about best of 5s and therefore a maximum of 5 matches, which we'll probably see a couple of times during this group phase. Close matches like M80 against ENCE, maybe 1 or 2 of those will go the distance. However, as we are getting closer and closer to this first matchup, Commander X, do you think that we'll see more than 3 maps in this first matchup?
As it's really hard. I think it really can't be understated, the player gap, just in terms of quality between these two rosters. Obviously, this is first seed against last seed, right? So if there was going to be a one-sided game, it would be this game. So I think it's really hard to close it. And I think we'll see this maybe in a few series as well. Like I think Makers and Bleed might find themselves in a few of these matchups as well when they're playing against the top seeds of their group. That's a really big mismatch, and there's sort of a couple of ways you can upset in these scenarios. You either need a big underperformance or you need something kind of crazy to happen, you know? What you would normally say is if you're the underdog team in these scenarios, what is good for you is chaos. You thrive in chaos, make it uncomfortable for the other team, especially in a LAN environment, try and throw them off. Unfortunately for Crazy Raccoon, they've quite often been that team in a lot of their matches where they play, you almost call it like a free-flowing style of Overwatch, a very aggressive style. So, I mean, maybe it's a bad strategy against Crazy Raccoon in particular, but tough either way, I think, for them.
Absolutely, and like if Crazy Raccoon was in a medium good phase, right, of course, maybe there's a chance that you'll take a map of them. But Crazy Raccoon, currently, they are in their absolute prime. They looked very good in the Dallas Major. They have been looking very persuasive in their own region as well. And especially since after Overwatch League, everyone was like, okay, Falcons Esports, they picked up a team pretty quickly. They will be the dominant force in post-Owl times. However, Crazy Raccoon just took and stepped up to that opportunity and somehow, well, claimed that title for themselves and are now in an absolute prime position to add another title to their shelf, which would be the Esports World Cup, obviously. A massive prize pool, a prestige, the biggest tournament of the year for sure. Therefore, not only money, but also obviously fame on the line here. The first one is always the most interesting one, right? Of course, you can win World Cup next year, maybe, right? But you'll never be the first World Cup winner, and therefore, this tournament, very, very important. Definitely a big step in Overwatch history.
Is that Danny in the back? What's he doing? Cheating? Looking at Crazy Raccoon's comps? Get out of here, Danny. Trying to take a look at their comps, trying to keep an eye on the opposition. Obviously, we'll get that match later in the week. Toronto Ultra against the Crazy Raccoon. Probably the headline game from this group once we get to it. But I think one thing that's really important for Crazy Raccoon here is, even though they're expected to win, is what do they play? What's worth noting is there's been a patch change since the Dallas Major, obviously with the hero bans as well. One thing hero bans almost guarantee for certain is we're going to get more comp variety. And because of that, your team needs to be a little bit more robust, or at least to have more plan Bs or Cs or Ds or however many plans you need. So there's two big questions in terms of what is the meta for this tournament and what is Crazy Raccoon's look at it. We see Max coming in for the first map. Is this a, oh, we want to give Max for time because he obviously plays less than Jump for the most part? Or is this, actually we think it's more of an off-tank meta and Max will be our main man for a lot of this tournament?
We are going in, ladies and gentlemen. It is time to kick us off. Esports World Cup 2024 Overwatch. Let's get into it. Crazy Raccoon on the right, Rocky Sports on the left as we start off into our first match, into our first map. This is going to be a big step in Overwatch history. We see the Widowmaker on Lip already trying to take a couple of first peeks. Makes the first shot. But definitely something that Rock has to be aware of, as we see the Ashe on their side as well, to try to contest this Widowmaker, at least to a certain extent.
So we see essentially a double flex composition coming out from both teams, so it'll be quite slow, quite pokey. Obviously with the Brig on the side of Rock, they do win the front line in theory. Crazy Raccoon want to play for angles, they want to play to get Shu and Lip into these positions. That's exactly what you see Max doing here. Just giving a bit of space, trying to bait him into Lip's sightlines, and there it is, Julian.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably just the DPS stuff that we will probably see from Crazy Raccoon quite often in this matchup. First picks going their way, and now obviously the opportunity to just collab on that backline. Carney falling as well as the Brigitte, and therefore first fight going the way of Crazy Raccoon as expected, as you can already see 25% up on their account already, and also he's saying already at 80% off that first pulse bomb.
Yeah, coming up to that one nice and quick. They'll have the walls to drop into this as well, and I think it's really difficult for Rock because clearly they've got a scary one on Brig, presumably because predominantly a main support player doesn't have some of those flex supports in their pool. We can see Crazy Raccoon actually putting Shu on the Alari for more impactful role and having Chiron flex over here. So this is some of the flexibility. We'll talk about this a lot through the week in terms of the Korean teams and their flexibility and how much that helps them in this hero ban world. And we see a little early version of it here.
He's saying he's got the pulse bomb ready. He's looking for that opportunity. Can do it here, but doesn't stick it quite well. Only gets the Immortality Field leap. While that is absolutely going crazy. He has 3 picks on his account. Max finishing the last opponent. Probably already going into a last fight territory here for Rock Esports as they're trying to get a glimpse of that spot on this first round. Slot now also close to his pulse bomb. He's saying on the other side already a third to on his account already for the second one, so definitely also a difference here. They're just waiting for that peak here. Now trying to take on the right side, gets the pick against Nitro. Already 1 man up in this last fight. Shu gets the trace as well. Overtime triggered button, probably not really doing something. Nobody can contest this point. Crazy Raccoon are getting into this. However, Froki did get a pick on Shu. It's technically after the point closed, but will count it as a win.
It was a bit of a shame, really, because they had the Flux, they had the Rally coming back. If there was a fight that Rock were going to be able to win, they had the ults to win that fight. Rally, especially, such a powerful ult in these slower compositions. If you can get that Brig to connect. Obviously, the Brig has 2 bashes now when she uses Rally, so she can really close the distance, but the round kind of ended before it, maybe as we expected here. I think if you're Rock now, I don't know. I don't know if we can count that one, Julian. It was after the round. I'm not counting it. I think there's scope here for Rock to get kills, but we need to see it. I don't know how old you are, Julian. I mean, I think it's fair to say you probably look younger than me. But Nitro on Rock's side is 31 years old. I'm 33 myself, so as a member of the 30 plus club, I'm rooting for Nitro to get some kills here to show these young Korean players.
Lip.
It's not just a young man's game.
Absolutely, it's a game everyone can play. Lip already with the kill on the Tracer has swapped over to the Soldier. Definitely a lot of variety that we're already seeing on the composition of Crazy Raccoon. Max now on the Bull, Goron on the Moira. And also obviously something where you have to consider maybe not giving away too much to potentially stronger opponents as well. So definitely some variety that we'll see from Crazy Raccoon here to make sure they can keep 1 or 2 maybe stronger compositions for stronger enemies at a later stage of this tournament. Point is already ticking in their favor as Lip is on 60% of his tactical visor already. Korong finding the pick on the Tracer again. The DPS of Rock have not really been able to find that full value for their team yet. And you can already see here that aggressive style that Crazy Raccoon has been known for, that they've shown during the Major in Dallas as well. Definitely something that we will see from them a couple of times in this matchup.
Mecha Base is a really interesting stage for this kind of thing, because in theory, Crazy Raccoon's comp should be really hard on this map, but it's only hard to retake with. If you have control of a point and you have these big open spaces, you can do exactly what they're doing here and bait Rock in. So we're going to get a Diva swap now from Canny, just to try and keep that backline alive as Max comes in with the lines there.
And they have been able to split up the team very good here. The Mines in the center, kind of they're taking this a 2-sided fight now. As Lip has his visor ready, but probably doesn't even need it still. He uses it either way. The Matrix will deny most of it, however, as he's still trying to find a pick here. Brigitte ultimate also thrown in that fight, and we see a first kill coming in from the side of Rocket Slot, taking down Goron, getting another one, actually winning the Tracer duel against Heesang. Maybe even enough to contest this point for a little longer as Kanyan Diva is falling dangerously low. Max with almost 1000 HP. Definitely not an opponent of fight you want to take alone. Rock Esports slowly but surely getting back to that point. Now also using the high noon. No kills from that. That was Koron. Just goes nuts on the Moira ultimate. And Crazy Raccoon is getting closer and closer to finishing this first map in their favor.
It's a shame, really. They did so many things actually right in that fight. The nature of these matchups is Crazy Raccoon are a dive comp and Rock are an anti-dive comp. So Rock need to do a certain amount of surviving, weathering the storm. And they did that. They came out for choke, they survived the mines, they survived the nano engage, they survived the visor. Thumbs up, everything's going well. Sloth even gets a couple of picks, not too bad at all. But then they just sort of bled out, they get drawn back. Obviously the nature of a Bull, Moira, Tracer comp is you can touch the point for ages. They're not able to get those kills. Eventually they come back in with Churong's Cole and they take the first round in, well, 200-0 essentially.
Absolutely no percentages on the point yet. However, first kills coming in for the Rock Esports roster here against Crazy Raccoon, probably the best team that we have in the Overwatch universe right now. At least they are the ones who currently are holding the only major title after the Overwatch League time. And now, obviously, as that era has concluded, and now it's the World Cup, it is definitely a big stage that you have to get used to first. And Rock Esports, as you mentioned, have already shown some very good first approaches. And now, as we get into that rhythm of getting into the next map, right, you have to reset the hero bans. You have to obviously talk about map picks as well, as we are working with the same format that we have been using at the Dallas Major, which means that obviously the loser from the previous map can now choose the map type as well as the map itself. How can this be used to an advantage here? And is it actually an advantage against a team like Crazy Raccoon that probably is fairly confident on most of those maps?
So in this particular matchup, it's probably going to make no difference. But across the weekend, I think it's huge advantage to losers pick. You get to pick the mode, you get to pick the map, you get to pick the ban order. These are three huge things that can all influence the series. So you combine them all together, and there's a lot of ways for you to manipulate it in your favor. And I think especially one thing that's really important with the ban part of it specifically is because you get to ban first, you can essentially ban to protect your hero as well as sabotaging them. So you can maybe ban away an Ana. You think against Crazy Raccoon, that's what we're going to see a lot. Teams are going to ban Ana. So one, Shu, who's the best round in the world, can't play his best hero. But also it means their dive's a little bit harder. But not only do you take dive away from them, if you're a Brawl team, you probably protect Lucio. So Rock here could in theory do something like that. And take a strength away from the opposition and protect one of their own as well. So huge advantage here. I don't know if it's enough to upset a Crazy Raccoon type team if you're Rock, but it's a huge one.
Absolutely, and folks, keep in mind now that Rock Esports has banned the Lucio and Crazy Raccoon has banned the Rotok. Those two heroes are technically out of their ban pool. Still, the enemy can ban them as well. So technically, we could see the Lucio ban again. However, it won't be from the side of Rock. As we will continue with map 2 in a couple of minutes, we'll throw it into a quick break and be right back for the second map. Stay tuned and stay here.
This world is slowing down. How can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning.
The first map is done. There's so much pressure falling off your shoulders here, right? You're done. You're in the element of playing offline. You're on stage. You're ready. And you obviously are now starting to get into some kind of flow. At least hopefully, as Crazy Raccoon have shown absolutely no mercy on Busan. Now it's going to be the map pick of Rock Esports. Is there anything that maybe either Rock Esports is very good at or Crazy Raccoon is maybe not so good at that could favor a certain map here for a ban of Rock Esports?
If you want the truth, Julian, no. No, there's I think one of the hardest things, and and to be fair, it's not just going to be Rock who experiences against Crazy Raccoon. I think if we think about all the teams at the event, I think Crazy Raccoon and Falcons are not just in a tier of their own as we saw at the Dallas Major over other regions. I think they're probably actually even in a tier of their own within Korea as well. So I think these are the two teams that are going to be really hard to beat, and I think we're going to see Rock struggle today, and we're going to see a bunch of teams struggle across this entire week, with how do you ban against a team that can basically play everything. If there's one weakness, it's maybe that lip. If you can get them off hit scan, force them onto Tracer, Echo, something like this. If they don't have another DPS player, you can force them into a more tricky position. But it's small. It's a small one.
Absolutely. Still, obviously, any advantages you can try to get here, go for it, because it might be your only opportunity to take this monster of Crazy Raccoon down. As we will go to Midtown, so a hybrid map chosen by Rock Esports. Any heroes that now maybe fall in favor of a hero ban, or any heroes that we cannot forget as we take a look what the teams decided?
Yeah, the expectation is here they want to play dive. Oh, they want to make dive hard for Crazy Raccoon. Midtown probably the hardest hybrid to dive on. We see Rock banning Echo as well, which kind of lends itself into that as well. Forces them maybe to play more of a hit scan. We get a Mercy ban on the other side, which maybe if I'm trying to peer inside Moon's mind right now, I think that first round we saw on Busan, I'd wager that was pretty close to their real comp. I think what we're going to see now is a little bit more variety, a little bit more, let's not show our real bans, let's not give out any unnecessary information in this series, we're going to win anyway. So I think Crazy Raccoon, we saw them beforehand, we saw them on the stage, they seem to be in good spirits, pretty calm, pretty collected. Rock as well also seemed, you know, they know the nature of this matchup, they were having a good time as well, Smiles on their side. So I think really what I'm looking at, Julian, is Sloth got 2 in the previous map. All you can ask for is incremental improvement, right? Can you do better than last time? And that's what we're looking here for Rock.
I mean, and if you consider it, right? If you consider maybe they get 4 picks, right? This would already be an increase. Like it's 200% of the kills, right? So big numbers to achieve with fairly small kills. So definitely something they can work with. But Crazy Raccoon, yeah, as you mentioned, probably don't want to show every detail of the compositions they have prepared for strong enemies like Falcons or SSG maybe. So maybe we can expect a little more variety from them here, as we'll have the team of Crazy Raccoon on the right attacking first. Obviously, we see the Symmetra teleport just to save a couple of meters at the beginning. And we see Max on the Zarya actually here.
Yeah, we'll see if that sticks. I imagine once he sees that Canny is on Sigma and it's a Sigma Bat Brig, they might just go for some kind of similar mirror. Or maybe they're just going to play this anyway. So heroes on your screen right now probably mean a couple of things. There's Zarya and there is Venture. Venture has a very strong engage where they can burrow underneath. You combine that with Bubbles and this Venture can be an absolute nightmare to dislodge. And we've seen that here as Heesang comes in.
First picks coming in already, and we see Scary One getting the pick on Heesang. And this actually makes it a 4v4. Lip on the other side here, with the Cassidy already starting to take percentages on the objective. As now, obviously, Rock has to contest this some way. Kani gets the pick on Max, actually. Therefore, this might actually be an opportunity for them to keep Crazy Raccoon away a bit longer. Froakie gets the kill on Shu as well. A lot of frags falling into the favor of Rock Esports on this first fight. But he's staying on the Genji, getting to Krorong a third one. In the end, this will probably still be a capture for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, they're making a bit of a meal of killing Canny at the end. And Canny's actually going to try and flux out of this one. Bubble to save Chorong, and Canny is just running with this one to the high ground. Where is he going, Julian? Surely he can't get out of this one.
He most certainly will not, although it's still a very dangerous enemy. Of course, Krorong gets the melee kill on the Sigma. And therefore, that card is starting to roll. About 5 minutes on the timing. Obviously, quite a lot of slot gets the kill on Krorong.
Yeah, I actually respect it a lot from Canny. My whole team dies, I kill a couple of people, and I have Flux. I'm going to clutch it. Tried it, didn't work out. Zarya coming in handy, and now we're going to see a lot of these powerful ults coming up for Crazy Raccoon, which means there's loads of wacky combos you can see. You can see a Captive Sun into a Dragon Blade. Lots of difficult things for Rock to try and survive. So this rally and the lamp going to be super important to try and weather this storm.
And you can tell he's looking for that blade, looking for the right time. He has the windows pulled. He's now going in with the Dragon Blade on the high ground. However, though, there's also the Immortality Field coming in as well as the window, and therefore no value at all for the big Heesang, but Shu gets the kill on Kani. No tank for Rocky Esports, and that way or another they will fall apart while Nitro still gets the kill with Genji, but it's not really doing anything too much for the team.
Used for rally in that one as well, so now we're going to have to push back out. A difficult retake under any circumstances, but into a Grav and a Captive Sun and a High Noon. Probably see that Grav combined with one of them here, and this should be the end of second point for Rock.
They are just slicing through the MS here. The Grav also technically ready for Maxi, as we see the Larry ultimate getting Nitro in the end, and everyone up there on the scoreboard. Team kill once again for Crazy Raccoon. Again, 4 minutes 40 time bank is in their favor, as we see a couple of swaps coming in on the side of Rock Esports. However, in the end, the time bank probably too massive to make something super surprising happen here. It's now about just trying to take as much time off that team as possible.
Yeah, this mid-town third point is actually, we see this quite a lot where teams can have a decent run through first and second, but once they get to third with this big open sight line, it can become an absolute nightmare. I am a little bit surprised to see Sloth actually swap off the Widow at this point, because this is one of the best points for that Widow. Now over onto the Tracer, in theory can apply a little bit more pressure to the backline here, but it's a High Noon to kick it off, Julian.
And it's generating a lot of space actually here for Crazy Raccoon. Not really getting any kills from it. Now the counter High Noon coming in, but no kills from it. Kani, however, gets the kill on Lip, therefore 1 DPS less on that team of Crazy Raccoon for this fight. Maybe something they can capitalize from. However, Crazy Raccoon kiting their way out of this one onto the high ground, saving their lives, but obviously losing a couple of seconds of the time. And Kurong finding slot in the duel here. Lucio takes down the Tracer. Not something you see every day, though, in this matchup. Something that we might experience more often.
Conceded a lot of space, and now the beat push over the top. Heesang's going to have a blade to finish this one as well. The payload is moving. Flux is good, actually. Needs to try and find a kill out of this one. Desperate for a kill, can he? Looking for it. Needs to try and eat his Captive Sun as well, but Shu's just going to hold it. And payload's moving this entire time. Oh, they're just trapped in spawn, Julian. Nowhere to go.
Max getting a total of 3 kills in that last fight to finish the attacker round of Crazy Raccoon. A timing of 3 minutes 23 is definitely something that you can work with in case of a second go. But also, you have to give it to Rock Esports, as they are definitely making the best from their situation here. A lot of kills coming in on Midtown in their favor. Not giving up that easily. Good performance from them, good showing on this defensive round. Let's see what they have in store for their attack.
Yeah, I think I'm pretty happy with it. Nitro helped me out in the 30+ club. We've now got a frag at the Esports World Cup, so everything seems to be trending up for those of you in the audience who are also above 30. It's not over yet. But this map might be, though, for Rock Esports. It's going to be a really tough way back, I think. We're going to see Crazy Raccoon playing. It's hard to say how much of this is real and how much of this is. We're probably going to win the series anyway. Let's play what we want. Yeah. So when we're looking at attack, I think the idea of a Lucio and a Lari backline, fake news. We're not going to see that in one of these more high stakes games. But the Zarya Venture, there's been word on the street that has been happening in scrims. There is a play style to it. You can play very aggressive, obviously, with the bubbles and double flex DPS. Play a very hard engage type style. This version, though, the Alari Kiri, again, I'm not believing the backline, not buying it. But something like a Mei Farah Sigma, like a sort of slower double poke comp, maybe if she was on BAP instead. That's the sort of comp I maybe could see existing in a real world.
Yeah, and definitely like the Farah from Heesang here. Something that can be very useful on this map here, as we see the first picks coming in for Crazy Raccoon. Max able to get the enemy Sigma out of the equation, as Heesang is fairly uncontested up there in the air. Nitro not really too much he can do on that Cassidy at the moment, as he's more busy trying to save his own life, which hasn't really been working out too well for him so far. Back to the spawn, back to the drawing board for Rock Esports.
This was one of the heroes that I think Heesang really separated himself from a lot of the competition with the Dallas Major. Obviously, with flex DPS players, we always think about their Tracer, we always think about players like Proper and this. But I think Heesang is competitive on all heroes he plays, and Farah was one where he was absolutely standout here. And while Farah was nerfed a little bit in the last patch, I think she's still viable. Not as viable as she was, but if they can get Heesang into a spot where he can play this hero and it's effective, it's a huge advantage for Crazy Raccoon, not just in this series, but in the tournament.
Absolutely, and especially because Heesang is so flexible under the hero. He doesn't really need too much attention from his backline here, as it's basically only Nitro who's really in some kind of position to maybe contest this Pharah here, but even for him it's been super hard as he's more busy trying to stay with his team and keep the team alive here. Heesang pretty uncontested over this whole defensive round so far. Close to his ultimate as well, the wall denying a lot of vision here. We see the Gravitic Flux coming in from Max. No direct kills, but the Lamp doing a lot of work here for Rock, but as you can see again, Heesang so uncontested from a second angle, can make so much damage happen for his team here. It's super hard for Rock Esports to find any kind of way into this.
Really struggling to finish this kill. Come on, Shoemate, you can do it. There we go. He got it in the end, but you see why the Pharah is used on Midtown still here. Like I said, I don't think we're seeing the meta as much, but on maps like this, where you can see Heesang doing that exact movement where he goes over top into an immediate flank, it's really hard to contest, really hard to mark, and gets into a really dangerous position. But Julian, ults are coming online for Rock Esports now, some of the major ones here, so this is their big chance.
Absolutely, the opportunity to keep the Pharah contested over Nitros. Cassidy ultimate, of course. We see Shu just totally uncontested coming in from the background. He just goes in there and takes the first kill. So many frags coming in for Crazy Raccoon. No chance at all. The only good thing that Rock can take off this fight is they did not waste any ultimates on it, because this one just collapsed in itself.
I was actually a level of disrespect here, so we're going to have to rely on this clutch barrage hiding spot for Heesang. Do they know? Have they checked their corners? Yeah!
The Lamp,
sort of.
The Lamp is doing so much work here for Rock Esports. Froki, second time that his Lamp saves the day at least for another half an hour, because in the end the kills keep coming in for Crazy Raccoon. 40 seconds still on the bank for Rock Esports. 5 ultimates on board though. They are ready for an explosion never seen before. The question is, what can they make of it?
Yeah, they have to make it count. They also have to work a touch in here without a trace or anything, so they kind of have to go right now. And there is a Flux for them to deal with as well. They can rally and lamp through that. They're going to start with Window actually here. Heesang still above, Flux over top, Rally as well. They're dropping everything. They've killed Shu. They've got a bit of space on the map. They've got plenty of time to touch now as well, and everything looks okay now, Julian.
Definitely the opportunity they've been looking for now. You see the High Noon creating so much space. They get a tick on their accounts, not died in the process though. 2 ticks, overtime triggered, of course. Now the question, can they finish the job? Yes. So Blizzard is coming in. It's getting more and more dangerous now. Carney falling first, but there's a kill coming in. Max is down. Shu gets 2. Their revenge is here. And Crazy Raccoon will take Midtown without dropping a first point.
I don't know what happened there to Sloth and his Mayo, because it felt like they did the hard bit, which was eventually lose enough fights, now you have a massive ult advantage, come with a massive ult advantage, get an open pick walking in, get all the space, get themselves a point, but it seemed like Sloth went off on a bit of his own adventure, gets caught, throws over Mayo, doesn't find value. So then, when they actually come for the recontest here, I think Crazy Raccoon did a good job of scattering once they realised they lost the fight, right? So they can recontest, but then they don't have the ults really. They don't have the Mayult to match Lips, so Lips able to freeze Canny out of the Flux, and it all just falls apart from there. So, yeah. I mean, it's the result we expected, right? Crazy Raccoon able to get away with most of what they want to do.
Absolutely, and I mean, to be fair, the Pharah from Heesang, there's not really been anyone on the server who was at least to some degree able to contest this in this defensive round from them. The Cassidy technically works as a counter, but it's SA against Korea, right? There's still there's not even a ping difference now, but it's still like a gap, right? There's still a certain skill gap that we definitely have to recognize in this matchup. Therefore, he's saying fairly uncontested on the Pharah, but we have to give it to Froki, for example. The Lambs worked really well. They've denied a couple of ultimates from the side of Crazy Raccoon. Definitely something they can take into analysis here and maybe work on even improving a little bit more for the matchups that are still coming their way in this Group A.
I think one thing I want to try and do with this series is maybe going to true in the next match we watch as well, is figure out what is real and what is not real. And when I look at some of Crazy Raccoon's ult usage there, I see them dropping 3 ults into essentially a one fight already. So that hopefully isn't real. But what they do afterwards is they go and hold forward and they hide Heatsend with a barrage. A very classic strategy to do if you have no ults or very few ults versus a lot of ults. I think that's real. I think one thing we've seen Crazy Raccoon do throughout their tenure, and maybe it's increased over time as well, is take more aggressive fights, hold in spawn, be willing to do these things. It sometimes bites them in the arse, but a lot of the time it gets a lot of value, it puts a lot of pressure out. So I think there are snippets here of that Crazy Raccoon playstyle, as I believe we might be getting a sub for this next map as well, but I don't think that will change the playstyle or the result all that much either.
Not too much probably indeed. Rock is probably going to run into a still very strong Crazy Raccoon, of course, on map 3, which is going to be picked by them once again. Might be the last one, probably will be the last one in this matchup, as Crazy Raccoon obviously will look to close this one fairly quick. As you mentioned, they don't want to give away too many comms for those, let's say, smaller regions at the very beginning of this tournament. Everybody, stay tuned as we will go into map 3 after this short break. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back for a game of Is This Real or Is This Not Real? It is do or die for Rock Esports in their first group stage match, and the enemy is not a pleasant one. Crazy Raccoon have been looking more than dominant on those first 2 maps of this best of 5 at the Esports World Cup. Commander X is still with me here on the B stream. Do we see any light at the end of the tunnel for Rock Esports?
Well, I guess it's probably lunchtime soon, so there's like a little bit of a silver lining there for them. Yeah, I don't know. We talked about it a little bit before. There's a huge gap in regions in Overwatch, and I think especially ones like the OCE region, the Pacific region, and the South American region are going to suffer from that big disadvantage, and that's some of what we're seeing here. This is obviously Rock Esports, the 6th seed team, versus Crazy Raccoon, the 1st seed team. So it's not surprising that we get a very one-sided affair. And we are going to get a change in here as well. We are going to get Jumbin coming in for Max, the Dallas Major MVP. And we can take a look at the bans here as well. Now, it will be affecting Jumbin, and it will be a Diva ban from Crazy Raccoon and an Ana ban from Rock Esports. So we talked about that Ana ban here because it can take dive away. And we are on New Junk City as well, which is maybe not the most dive-friendly map anyway. So potentially a bit of mismanagement from Rock here. We've seen this throughout the tournament here, Julian, where you've not just got to consider what heroes you want to ban. It's not as simple as, don't these guys like to dive? Let's not let them dive. It's like, you need to factor in the map as well. Make sure it's a map where you actually play it. So the information, the read you have on the other team, and all of this is super important here. So Rock have maybe missed a bit of a chance here to by banning Ana on a map they wouldn't play it anyway. We'll see what they do instead, and initially we're going to see a Junker Queen mirror, Julian.
And I mean, why not, right? Why not? We see the almost, oh, okay, now complete mirror. Lip is on the venture, so is a slot. Definitely some good usage of the new heroes that came into the game recently. Junker Queen on both sides. He's saying on the Genji, however. Definitely an opportunity to be a difference maker here.
And ooh, opening knife comes in, and that's the backline dismantled already. Can he change one? But it's not going to change the result of this first fight, and it will be Crazy Raccoon again. Now, Julian, we've been playing a game so far called Real or Not Real. What do you think?
I'd say real. Why not? I think the comp technically is one that could work. I'm not sure whether it works against like the very, very good opponents like maybe Falcons Esports or SSG, but definitely one that I would consider as a comp that Crazy Raccoon might pull out again during this tournament. Probably not one they will focus on too much though.
Yeah, I think you're right. Maybe this is going to be a gold stream exclusive here for all the real ones in chat, but. This comp has been played by teams in scrims in this week and in the Korea bootcamp. We've seen a variety of teams have been running these Junker Queen comps. It's quite effective into a lot of things. It's effective when you want to play aggressive. It's effective on maps like this where Lucio is good. It's also very effective into Mauga for the Mauga teams that are still out and about here. So I think even though you can maybe look at this series and wonder what isn't real as we have been, this is legitimate, I think. I think this will not be the first time we see Crazy Raccoon and other teams at this event on this type of composition.
80% on the side of Crazy Raccoon already. As you know, guys, flash points move a bit quicker than control points do. Therefore, it's basically best of 5 in a map as we see Slots taking kill of Purang again, who's died a couple of times now on this map. Shu getting the kill on the enemy Venture, Hanbin as well, taking down Nitro here. Fairly uncontested first point for Crazy Raccoon.
The nature of this type of mirror as well is because it's so aggressive and so volatile, is it really favors essentially just high mechanics, right? Players who can win duels, basically can hit shots quickly in short amount of times, and obviously, as you would expect, a lot of the Korean players, a lot of the players on Crazy Raccoon fall into that category. I think one interesting play that we saw a little bit of there is Lip, right? We talked about a weakness of Crazy Raccoon, and maybe it is if you can get Lip off hit scan. And in these compositions, you don't really want to play hit scan. So how well Lip can do on the Venture is going to be key here. But
it seems to be working fairly well. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, seems good.
Seems good for him. Genji ultimate coming out as well. Heesang taking down 2 in the process. Kurong finishing the job on the enemy Venture. Nitro barely making it out alive, but definitely still a very one-sided matchup, as expected, you have to say, in a matchup like this. First seed against 16th seed on paper as well as on the server. This has been one-sided from the beginning on. However, Rock Esports are still trying to leave their mark here. Kurong getting the first kill in this fight. Lip following shortly after, getting 2 on the Venture already, and have been making so much damage on this Junkie Queen. The value is coming in for sure as Lip takes a 3rd one on his profile. And been getting Nitro out of the equation. The Slot gets the Venture duel revenge in the end. But those ticks, they're happening so quickly. Another 100% in the books as we go on the potential last point of Rock Esports in this series. Do or die indeed.
It was a shame really, because on paper it was basically a mirrored ult situation. Rampage and Beat available for both, but they went a little bit before Scary One had it, so by the time they tried to drop the Beat, actually ends up being an Ajax, and that just not just loses them the fight, but really puts them quite far behind in the ult economy. So as we move on to this final, potentially final point here, we're going to get the Doom swap from Jumpin as well. Lurking behind them here, just trying to find a way to go in. They're going to try and hit from a few different doors, it seems.
Now the ultimate's coming out on both sides as we see kills coming in, and Rock actually taking 2 in their favor. Slot gets a 3rd one, Scary One a 4th in the books, and this actually is the first team fight ever for Rock Esports on the big stage here, taking this control over. What a play from them, what a play.
Brazil is back. They've left it maybe to the latest hour. They now need to reverse sweep the map, reverse sweep the series, but one fight went at a time. If they get one there, Tectonic Shock now to start it from Lip. It's an early pick onto Nitro. They're going to keep going. Sloth tries to double down the aggression, but slightly missed time from the rest of the Rock players. So now they've just got to trade as best they can, and they'll be on the retake side in this next one. They do have a Rampage to come back with.
Rampage to work with. Gary One getting closer to the Lucio ultimate as well. However, Sound Barrier also available for Kurong on the side of Crazy Raccoon. We see the first kills coming in before the fight even starts. Helmet just takes the team on his own. 2 down, 3 to go. Trying to look for a 3rd one here. Now it's time to knock on those spawn doors for Crazy Raccoon.
Push them all the way back here. Still have the Rampage coming back. Is hit approaching last fight territory if they can't find a way through. They force for recall out early, and the Beat will save everyone on Crazy Raccoon from this Rampage. So they will survive and they will stay in the spawn. They need to battle their way out here. They need to touch the point, Julian. It's desperation time for Rock.
Not too much they can do at the moment though. Sound Barrier pulled as well, getting a first pick. His Slot takes down the enemy Lucio. Can they capitalize from it? It looks like it. Kani gets the pick on Shu. No backline available for Crazy Raccoon, but he's saying he doesn't need it. Gets the kill on Slot. Will it be enough though, as the point has already flipped in favor of Rock Esports? Pulls the Genji ultimate as a result of it. Looks a bit wasted here, but maybe he's just going for a swap as well. I don't know if that was worth it. Is that another question of real or not real?
Well, unfortunately, I think that was a real attempt from Heesang to try and clutch the fight, but he didn't get very close at all. And now a Kitsune rush on point will be mirrored. Sloth has the Tectonic Shock over the top. Coming back in here, should be able to clean this one up. This is a find for kills. There's the Suzu Force, but they get taken down. Crucial kill from Heesang, but it's not over yet.
The stick is good for Nitro. Gets the kill, and Lip overtime is triggered. It's going to be the last duel for them. Rock falling one by one. Overtime is taken down, and Crazy Raccoon have taken the first win at the Esports World Cup against Rock Esports from South America. W celebrations at the players' desks and celebrations in the chat as well.
Crazy Raccoon will be hoping it's the first of many, probably the easiest one they're going to get all tournament, but you gotta win them all. They'll come over here, handshakes between the teams. I imagine Rock probably at the start of the year didn't have themselves playing against a team of this caliber. So a great experience, I think, for all the Rock players and the Rock staff. And they'll go on in this tournament. First group game in the bag. Crazy Raccoon off to a winning start.
Definitely were able to meet the expectations. Anything else obviously would have been a fair surprise to many as they take their first victory in this Group A, as obviously a duel from first against 16s was expected to be one-sided. They stood up to that expectation. Quick 3-0 for them in the books. However, journey of Rock Esports obviously isn't over yet. There's still 2 games to go for them. In that Group A as well, we have Toronto Ultra and Gaming Gladiators. Probably a bit easier than Crazy Raccoon, of course, for Rock Esports. However, still definitely quite the opponents that they will be facing up against at a later stage of this Group Day 1 and 2. As obviously we are now 1 match down. That still means 5 to go. Therefore, quite a long day up ahead. It's going to be Falcons Esports against Makers next in our B stream right here. So definitely stay tuned for that. But as we now are able to look at the highlights from that first event that we had, from the first matchup that we had, any player that you would say definitely proved to be a difference maker here in this first matchup?
And it was kind of hard. It was all one-way traffic. It certainly seemed like I think it's worth highlighting. Sloth definitely seemed like the best player or the best performer on Rock individually, at least. Give or take that dodgy mail on Midtown. I think in general was actually pretty competitive. Got the most kills. On the side of Crazy Raccoon, I mean, they all look good, right? They all did the thing. Maybe Chirong died more times than he might do against an opponent he's taken a little bit more seriously, but I think they all look good. I think when we saw a brief glimpse of Shu Anna, he hit every nade. When we saw Hisang on Farah, he hit every rocket. It really just seems like they haven't skipped a beat. Even Lip looked pretty reasonable on the Venture, and I think we'll maybe see it as the meta develops more throughout this tournament, but the expectation, I think, from a lot of teams, hit scan is really hard right now, so Lip's ability on that Venture is going to be crucial to both his and Crazy Raccoon's success at this point.
Definitely a factor that will come into play more importantly later at this tournament. However, definitely gotta give it to the players of Rock Esports. It's not every day that you get to play on a stage this big, on a LAN event this big with so much money on the line. And they've been making a very good performance in this first matchup against probably undoubtedly the best team in the world right now, Crazy Raccoon. First 2 maps were fairly one-sided on that on the new Junk City map. However, obviously a couple of fights won by Rock Esports, definitely a showing that they will want to look back and that they will want to take back to the drawing board and see how they can improve even more from those few moments of success they had here.
You saw it on the Rock cams at the end. We were on the players as as Crazy Raccoon pop off. Sloth celebrating their kills, their fight wins. But I think as well, if you look at the reaction from the Rock players at the end of the game, it was all smiles. They knew the task ahead of them today was a pretty big one, and that they would probably fall short. But they enjoyed themselves. They had a good time, and I think especially, like we said, for the smaller region teams, that's what it's about. It's about the experience. It's about representing your region. Nobody expects them to win the tournament. Nobody expects them to even maybe get out of groups or let alone take many maps off the best team in the world. But it's about representing and doing their best. And I think they put a decent show.
Definitely, what a good start to our broadcast on this Wednesday afternoon. As we mentioned, 1 down, 5 to go. Let's take a look at what we are expecting after this first matchup that just happened now. We're going to go into a matchup between Falcons Esports and Makers, who, as an Italian org, recently picked up the roster of the greatest showman from Oceania. So this will be second seed against seed number 15, the only team to come from the Oceanian region. Maker obviously still has a couple of interesting figures on that roster, which we'll definitely talk about after the break that we are just about to go into. It's going to be, again, probably a matchup that is going to be a bit one-sided, maybe not as much as we have seen it from Crazy Raccoon against the team from South America. However, definitely one that you guys want to be looking forward to, and therefore, as we throw it into a break now, make sure to be back in time, because Falcons Esports Against Makers is about to come up.
go. It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
Impressive stuff that we've seen from Crazy Raccoon as they are sending Rock Esports back to the drawing board in a, well, merciless, quite indeed, as they banned it in the second map as well, but in a merciless duel over 3 cards, 3-0 for Crazy Raccoon. As we now go into the second matchup of the day, it's going to be in Group B, which is the second of the 4 groups that we have in this 16-team tournament. Xavier is still with me as we are now going into Falcons Esports seed number 2 against Makers from Oceania. Got picked up by an Italian organization. Can we expect any closer matchups in this second matchup?
On paper, yes. I think it has to be said. When we look at the rosters, we'll see it in more detail. But actually, compared to Rock that we just saw, I think there'll be a lot more familiar faces to people in this Makers team. They have ex-Overwatch League players, they have some promising players from a Korea region as well. And as we take a look at Group B here, we can look and see the sort of task ahead of them, right? Because I think, much like Crazy Raccoon of the group we just saw, it's fair to say Falcons are the favourites in this group as well.
Absolutely, and this group probably the one with the biggest X factor in it. You've got Twisted Minds, who have been starting this year off super strong. Then obviously we don't want to talk about the Dallas Major, but in general their performance fell a bit short the closer we got to EWC. And we've got Wu Feng in there as well, the Chinese invite, where nobody really knows what to expect of them. We've not seen them too often. Big question mark behind those two teams. Makers as 15th seed in general, 4th in this Group B. Difficult task ahead, not only against Falcons Esports, against Team Falcons, but obviously also against the other 2 teams. Team Falcons, as we are talking about them, Xavier, probably the team that everyone expected to be at the very top after the Overwatch League concluded last year. Everyone was like, hey, Falcons, this is their time now to dominate the world of Overwatch. And somehow, Crazy Raccoon just came up and took their spot in Dallas and even earlier in this ecosystem. It's going to be super interesting. We'll have a closer look at them in just a second. Before we do that, though, we definitely want to know what you guys out there think about this second matchup. Let's make sure to get your predictions in as well at stcplay.gg. Give us your opinion on this matchup number 2. Commander, what is your prediction for this?
Well, in many ways, it's going to be a battle in the server, but with the hero ban system, we talked about coaching influence, so it's maybe a showdown of coaches as well. We get Hunter versus Krusty, a real showdown for the ages here. So everyone factor that into your predictions as well when voting at stcplay.gg. But it has to be Falcons, right? I think we talk about them being favourites for the group, but I think really we need to talk about Falcons as one of the favourites for the tournament. When we talk about all the different region strengths, we often talk about Korea at the top. I think the top are Crazy Raccoon, the team we just saw, and Falcon, the team we're about to see. I think they are in a tier of their own. Maybe Zeta Division are the closest on paper, but now we'll have to wait and see if that comes to fruition. But I think they are overwhelming favourites for this game, overwhelming favourites for their group, and really, their eyes are on the prize. They want to beat Crazy Raccoon, because like you were saying, at the start of the year, this was meant to be the super team that ends all super teams. And they're not even the best team in their region right now.
Yeah, definitely looking for that revenge against Crazy Raccoon. Obviously looking for that quite big bag. And as we talk about Team Falcons in general in this World Cup, obviously there's the clubs competition as well, which is giving the majority of this $60 million prize pool. And Falcons Esports currently are in the lead for that as well. So another W in Overwatch would definitely boost their ranking up even more. Let's take a look at the roster from Team Falcons. There are so many big names in this roster. There's no question of who stands out most, because there's superstar next to superstar here. Commander X, is this maybe on paper the best roster that we have?
Well, maybe not anymore now. Crazy Raccoon kind of proved their worth. I think they're sort of blow for blow, but they have to be up there. Shout out to Hanbin as well for doing the kind of Mr. Burns pose as well. Didn't expect that one out of him, but he'll certainly be trying to mastermind a few things here and there. I think it's going to be an interesting one, because you're right into the sense now, on paper, they can play any comp. They have Imagine if they need to play double flex support. They have literally 2 of the best flex DPS players in the world if they need that. They have Smurf to cover all the main tank heroes, Hanbin to cover all the off-tank heroes. They even have a lot of overlap in the heroes they're great at. So they've got so much flexibility. The only thing that's worth saying is their flexibility is when you take their entire roster into account. Some teams, like maybe Toronto Ultra, Crazy Raccoon, we just saw have their flexibility built in. They can swap to any comp from any comp in the server. This team, if they put in, say, Magid Infielder, well, it's a double flex map. Then we can't swap our supports really to Lucio if we need to. So there is a little bit more pressure, I think, on Falcons and their coaching staff to get it right with the roster selection for the map and for the plan they have for that.
Absolutely. On the other side of that arena, it is the Maker team. Coming from Oceania, the greatest Sherman, there are some names in this roster that we are fairly familiar with from old Overwatch League times. And on the other side, there's a lot of young talent in this roster as well. Has now an opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity maybe even, to prove themselves on the big stage.
Hunk really getting that shot in with his trophy as quickly as he can, because I don't know how long they're going to be holding on to that one for. So get your photos while you can if you're on Makers right now. And I think, yeah, there's names people recognise here. There's Punk, obviously probably comes in maybe as the star player, at least on paper, or that Overwatch League experience. In theory, a very good tank to have in a hero ban system. He can play a bit of everything. I think the player I want to talk about specifically is Top Dragon. I think he's the true star of this team. If anyone is going to push them over the edge or clutch them out maps or win them these difficult situations, it's Top Dragon. If you've not seen him play before, standout flex DPS player, incredible Genji, great Tracer, and I think really one to watch for the future, even if this tournament with this team is maybe not one we're going to see him have a particularly deep run in. Oh, I think we've lost Julian, but we'll get him back. We'll find him. If not, we'll be able to. I can run it by myself here. It's okay. So Julian will fix his tech problems. He'll be back with us. We can talk a little bit more about this team because I imagine people are familiar with the Falcons roster. Seen all of these people before, haven't we? Seen them in big matches, seen them in major competitions. But with this team from the OCE, I imagine people didn't see it. They had a pretty clean run through their qualifiers. As we can take a look at them lining up on stage now. And the Makers team, they are in good spirits. One thing you did miss just off camera is we just had a little selfie between Unter and Krusty. Getting all buddy-buddy before this big match, but as soon as they lock into the server, it'll be back to enemies until the end of the series. So we talked about Top Dragon, we talked about Punk. They also have Nguyen as well, who is a local hit scan from the region. I think quite a high talent player. Again, maybe has a lot of the problems, a lot of the hit scans will, in terms of if it gets forced to a double flex DPS meta, we might be in trouble for him. But they do have Color Hex on the bench. Color Hex, people might remember from Overwatch League on Boston. Not the greatest Overwatch League season you've ever heard, but still an Overwatch League player. A player with great flexibility, can come in and support, can come in and DPS, and could be used if they run into a spot of bother.
Absolutely, and I think it's also a question of what kind of flexibility can this roster bring in general, right? It's a big question mark. Technically, a lot of those players were OWL capable in the past. Color Hex in Boston, for example, Puck as well. The question is, how have they developed since then, and especially against the teams from the Korean region? What can we expect of them in general? As same as South America, as one of the small regions, Oceania obviously as well is still falling behind in stats a bit against those big regions like Korea or EMEA. So definitely a big question mark. It will be a question that will be decided on the server. However, as we're getting closer and closer to going into this second matchup of the day, again, we've got the hero bans, right? We've got the map pick system. Again, we will be starting with Busan, however, as this is the map that every team starts in for the first group stage matchup. So definitely the one that we will be looking forward to see now.
Yeah, I guess a small detail worth noting for these group stage matches, because there's not as much a higher seed, the opening map has been predetermined. The higher seed from the original seedings will still get to pick who bans first or second. So now it'll be Falcons in this case, picking if they want to ban first or second. But I think a pretty reasonable map to play on. I think, again, we talk about Falcons and their flexibility. They can play anything, right? They can put everyone in to get to wherever they want. So even potential, they could do like some magic map here, potentially. Get some double flex going on Sanctuary. But, I mean, realistically, it's probably just going to be Chiu and Fielder, the classic duo. Tried and tested at all levels. And test themselves here against OCE's best.
The task ahead is definitely not an easy one either way. I don't think it matters who of those 7 players on the roster of Falcons Esports actually will be the ones facing up against Makers on the server. They have proven themselves to be one of the best, maybe even, at least on paper, with the experience they bring into this competition, tournament and game. Probably one of the names to definitely look out for is Hanbin indeed. With the recent meta, he's kind of been a secondary tank for Team Falcons in the past, simply because Smurf, well, the Marga meta just benefited him a little bit more, so it will be interesting to see how Hanbin fits into the style. But with a roster with this experience, right, I don't think that communication or getting into the flow is something that will take them too long to get back in the rhythm.
It's interesting because for the longest time, people were very, very set in how good Hanbin was, how he was the best at most of the heroes he ended up playing for his teams, especially on that classic Dallas Fuel roster. Actually ended up being one of the best in the world at. We think about his Junker Queen, Zarya's another good example, of course, D.Va. But really, since this Falcons team has been formed, it has not been an off-tank meta. The same reason we talked about Max and Crazy Raccoon not really playing that much is because it's not been a meta for off-tank players. We've not seen that much Sigma, we've not seen that much D.Va. The word on the street, the inside track from scrims is that D.Va is definitely a bit more of a mainstay than she once was. A bit less Mauga, a bit less Ram, a bit less of a lot of these other heroes that Smurf has normally been the primary tank player for. So a real chance to see maybe Hanbin and Max come into this roster, and actually not just come into this roster as a, you know, as we've maybe seen them as bit part players, but actually the main person on one of their carry heroes here. So I would expect we see a lot of D.Va out of Hanbin, maybe some Sigma too. and maybe even a Junker Queen if it comes to it.
Absolutely, still a lot of flexibility on that roster for sure. Let's take a look at the other side of that matchup. Makers bringing in players like Noyust or even like Opener, who have proven themselves to be some very, very good additions to those, well, I don't want to say older players, but definitely more experienced players like Puck or Color Hex that have been the base of that roster so far. In Oceania, in the Face It League Master Division, they were pretty flawless, not really any too big issues they had on their way towards EWC here. The World Cup has been the goal from the very beginning on. They reached that goal now. The question now obviously is though, how far can they go? Team Falcons in this Group B for sure the strongest roster. We've got Wufeng and Twisted Minds in there as well. Do you think against teams like Twisted Minds or Wufeng, is there an existing chance for Makers to actually maybe make it out of group stage?
It's hard, because on paper their roster really isn't that bad at all. We talk about previous Overwatch League players, you've got Overwatch League experience, you combine it with young talent like someone like Top Dragon and New as well on the DPS line, and it starts to sound like the ingredients for a good roster. I think ultimately though, they are aware, much as we talked about Rock, about the sort of, I don't really call it, their place in the food chain of these other teams. They know they're not going to be able to take a lot of maps off the big teams, so I think they've come in with that same attitude again of, let's come, have a good time, give it a good crack, and see how we get on. As we can take a look at the first bans on this Busan map here coming in from both teams.
And we do see the Genji ban coming in from Makers. That definitely obviously going into the direction of proper, one of the best Genjis that we've seen in the game so far. On the other side, Doomfist, the pick of choice for Team Falcons. Obviously they weren't able to ban another DPS hero, therefore had to go for tank or support. Doomfist, is this just a question of banning something, or is it more actually a proper background to it?
I think it's a hide ban, if you will, by which I mean what you want to do. If you're really confident against a team, what you can do is, we will just win them whatever the bans are, right? So let's not overthink it. What you also do is you deny information. We talk about this ban system and how it's really tricky to get it right, and you need a good read on your opposition. What are they going to play on each map? What are they going to ban on each map? What are their tendencies? This information is at a premium, so if you can get away with hiding it in a series because you've got a bit of a mismatch in terms of roster quality, then you should do exactly that. And I think that's what this Doomfist ban is here from the Falcons. I think they're not particularly scared of Punk's Doomfist, if you ask me. I reckon they think they can handle the Punk Fist. But they're just banning it because they have to ban and they want to hide their real intentions.
And it makes sense for them, right? Because obviously, or at least hopefully, Makers is not their strongest opponent in this tournament. So they will definitely be facing heavier and harder challenges as they go and make their way into playoffs. Therefore, not giving something away is definitely a proper strat here. As they're now handing in their mobile devices to make sure no tweeting allowed during matchups. And obviously, as you can already see...
Pay attention, please.
Right, yeah, they're just having a good time, you know?
Punk's having a good time. I think it'd be fair to say there's a lot of talk, and we'll talk about in some of the more, I guess, like hotly contested series about practice schedule, preparation. Were you able to boot camp to Korea or not? And it's fair to say, even though they are on the right side of the world in terms of being an OCE, they didn't really boot camp. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Punk might have been on holiday until right before this. So the only thing Punk has really been working on is his tan. And he looks great, to be fair, but I don't know if the tan will get him through in this Falcon series.
Yeah, absolutely. It's also a question of, obviously, how realistic do you see your own chances as well, right? A team like Makers probably has very limited chances to make it out of group stage. Not to speak of something like top 8, and therefore enjoy the time, right? Take it as a W to put on your resume. However, spending 2 weeks in a Korean bootcamp maybe is a bit too much for a team that is not expected to go far. Maybe they go in the miracle round, make it into top 12, maybe even with a lucky draw, make it maybe a step further, but in the end, they are probably not one of the favorites in this World Cup tournament. Therefore, take it chill, take it easy, enjoy the stay, and make the best of it, I guess.
Exactly, yeah. Have a good time. We saw that a bit in the Rock series, right? Take it as you come. One thing that's particularly true is with this new ban system, it's changed the way teams practice. They have to factor the bans into their practice schedule as well. So you'll see teams banning heroes in their scrims. But what this also means is practice gets really diluted and confusing, right? Because you're going to be playing against teams who aren't going to be the teams you're going to play against in your match. They're going to be banning heroes that the team you're playing in your match might not ban. So it all gets very convoluted and confusing, and I think practice in this form really shifts towards bigger picture stuff. Can we learn Overwatch? What do we do against certain comps? Can we be ready for any situation against any comp? You can't prepare specifics in the same way you used to. It's at least a lot harder to unless you're very convinced of the read you have. And I think as a result of makers not really having the same level of practice, it's also a system that's really easy to fall down in. I guarantee you, Julian, we will see one coach or two mess it up in terms of the bans they pick or the heroes they put through and end up putting their teams in a difficult situation as we get Punk making sure the referee's keeping an eye on his clock here, making sure this delay isn't going on too long from the Falcons.
You gotta
maybe hunting for a default here.
Yeah, you gotta know the rule book, right? You gotta know what's going on over there. It's like, what are they doing over there? And yeah, definitely seems to be a little technical issue on the side of Falcons, but a lot of referees around the scene already looking to get that fixed as soon as possible. And yeah, I mean, obviously, you gotta take your chances, but on the other side, hero bans always is, to a certain extent, also gamble, as you mentioned, and therefore, it can go horribly wrong if you stress it out too much. So there will definitely be matchups and maps where coaches had something different in mind than what actually then in the end happens on the server, and therefore definitely an element of surprise, but also something that's maybe is something that we want to see in Overwatch more often. Hero bans are probably one of the hottest topics in our game overall. It's always been, do we want it, do we not want it? The community, the pro players are very split on this topic. It brings a massive variety into the games, right? It enables more comps, more different matters as well. However, on the other side, it also takes a little bit away from the raw gameplay as well, right? So players, coaches, nobody really knows what they want. So I really like seeing it here at the World Cup. Big stage to test it on, of course, but definitely one where the biggest teams can, under competitive setups in the competitive environment, test if this is something that maybe you want to see more often in the future.
It's interesting as well, you mentioned about pressure and time, and as we get a bit of a look at our coaches, the men behind the decisions, and even though the bans right now are happening off screen, what you actually have with the ban system is you have 60 seconds. So if you're the team that picks map, you will pick the map, and then you'll pick which order you want the bans in. Do you want to ban first or do you want to ban second? As we've spoken about, I think more teams will be banning first rather than second. But then once you make that choice, whoever bans first has 60 seconds, 6-0, so a minute. That's not a lot of time. That is not a lot of time at all to figure out the map, the play, what's their play, what are they trying to do? And obviously one thing you can do as well, and this is when we get really mind gaming, maybe we'll see this a little bit more from some of the more, what do you call them, the coaches more interested in the mental game. Maybe Chris TF will be pulling this one out for SSG. If you're the team who banned first, you have 60 seconds to ban, right? But if you're the team that banned second, you essentially have 2 minutes, right? Because you have that first 60 seconds from the first team as well. But not if you lock in your ban immediately if you're the first team. If you ban after 5 seconds, all of a sudden they've had 5 seconds. And then they've only got a minute to decide. So pressure, time, the time crunch is going to be massive for the coaches and the teams in terms of getting these decisions. And when you ramp up the pressure, when you ramp up the time, people are going to make mistakes. And lots on the line here, and important teams avoid that.
I can already see 1 or 2 teams coming in and suddenly feeling the pressure, maybe something they didn't literally prepare for. And do you think that we have an opportunity to see a couple of panic picks as well in those situations?
Yeah, I think it will just be, a lot of it will be prep in terms of how good a read you have. We talked about the meta coming into this as well, so you sort of need to know, one, what is the meta? Maybe more importantly, what does your opponent think the meta is, right? Because it's fair to say, in this last week or so, the meta's moved around quite a bit, and I think we've seen it on some of our series already. We've seen Junker Queen, we've seen Sigma, in some of the other series, we've seen Orisa, we've seen Mauga still. Everything is still in play. I think if you were to ask me what heroes I saw in scrims this last week during the Korea bootcamp, every single tank hero was played. Every single tank hero, which is that's literally as varied as it can get. So a huge amount of emphasis should be put on knowing what your other team wants to do, knowing what they're capable of. Otherwise, trying to figure that all out in 60 seconds, it's just impossible.
It is going to be a juicy one as we finally get into a Team Falcons against Makers. Let's go to Busan as we see Hanbin on the Diva here, same as his enemy. Punk is also picking the Mecha here. Very interesting matchup for sure as we are now finally ready to go. Let's head right into it.
Yeah, so full mirror matchup in the DPS and the tank, but we've got Anna Brig versus Kiri Lucio. So Makers have a backline that can get more value in theory as long as they can live, but living is the challenge as we see Punk taking this first aggression in there, just clearing out the Mega side, and Stalker's pretty deep in, protects his backline and forces him back, and the nade doesn't connect, so they can top up Punk and have another crack at this here, Makers.
Very good performance, very good showing in this first matchup. We're able to put a lot of pressure on Stalker here as well as point. Almost fully contested here by Makers. Just fell a little short of actually capping it in the end, as Makers will not be able to contest this, so point definitely flips the side of Team Falcons for now. However, a lot of pressure coming in, and Opener actually finding the first break of this matchup. Stalker is down, advantage on the side of Makers as they start off strong in this matchup. Aki also finding the pick against Fielder. Makers flipping this, winning the first fight against Team Falcons. What a surprise!
As we said all along, OCE the strongest region at this event. No doubt in my mind that they would be beating Falcons today. Not surprised at all, but what a start, hey? They're going to have this nano early for the next fight as well. Only a pulse bomb coming back. The support ults from Falcons are scary, but they don't have them yet. So let's see this nano. There he goes, and it's a tracer gap. We talked about Top Dragon's potential and slamming it into Stalker right there.
He is the top dragon for sure. Makers 30% on their watch already, and they are making kill after kill here. Stalker on the Tracer, not really able to find any value yet, while we see more and more ultimates coming online for both teams here. Lots of shiny circles on the ultimate bars. Let's go right into it. We see the Katsuni rush coming in from Team Falcons, trying to make their way to the point. The stick is there, but it's not making any damage. Punk just eats the Stalker pulse bomb for sure and takes the kill on Gio as well. This is so impressive. Makers are off to such a good start here.
Bob comes back out, doesn't land on point though, so it'll be easy enough for Makers to dodge, and they're trying to double down for kills. Stalker and Fielder do get some light trades, but I think they'll be okay on the balance here. They need to help Punk. They're trying to swing. Punk has a bomb to try and remake. Will be dropping that one. Dynamite comes in. Proper and Stalker will finish that one off, and they will just about get the retake here, Falcons. But again, looking good for Makers. One good retake, and they are well on their way. I think the important thing to remember here is Falcons use both their support ults in that. So Aki has Nano to come back with here. Can just use that one defensively on Nu or Opener, I reckon. Or even on Punk. So a great chance of a retake here. All eyes on that Nano.
Nano definitely going to be a big game changer here. Hanbin technically has the Diva ultimate ready as well. So second life available there. Punk already falling dangerously low. Loses the mech in the process. This will delay the operations by quite a lot now, as they can now collapse on this Makers roster in this tiny room. Definitely difficult, but Opener gets the frag on field. This might be a turning point for them.
The doors are open. It looked risky to do it with Baby Diva, but it all works out. They managed to survive. Punk is still low. They still need to deal with Hanbin. Bomb comes out. Can they get Aki out of there? Just about. And they stop the Baby Diva, and Makers are making this work. Stalker has a pulse bomb, the last threat, but Punk is bottom also far, but he's to catch that one! Stalker, can they stagger back in here?
The stick is good, but it's not good enough as Nu gets the kill on Stalker in the end. Makers are able to flip this point around. Only 20% left for Team Falcons to contest this once again. No ultimates online yet, but proper Geo Field. They're all getting very close to it. Opener has the rally ready.
Massive as well. Only a rally and a bob to deal with it as well from Makers, so just need to try and maybe disengage the first one, but a pick onto proper, a hit scan gap! And now they're going to start this rally. They're going to hold on to point. They don't quite have it yet. Chio goes down before B. Builder drops the Kitsune rush, but it's desperation, Julian. There's nothing left. Their players down. They need a miracle now, Falcons.
At the Bob as well to contest this point even more. I don't see any light here for Team Falcons. Somehow, someway, Makers make it work at the very beginning of this matchup. Overtime is ticking down more and more, but there's nobody to contest. The Bob is standing so close, but not on the point. And somehow, some way, Makers actually go in with a very, very decent showing into downtown here at Busan.
Wow. Wow. What a result, what a start. I think you have to say, if you were going to pick heroes, that would be good for Makers to play. You would say, I want to put Punk on Diva, I want to put Top Dragon on Tracer, I want to get New on a hit scanner, a very nice map for it. And it certainly works out well. And interesting, we see the Ana Brig, and that typically, I think, as we go through this weekend, the more Diva mirrors we'll see, maybe we'll see less Ana Brig and more Kiri Lucio because they're a little bit more survivable. But Aki and Opener didn't actually seem to have any problems here, and there we go, the pop-off as well. Happy with that. You can see they're pumped. But we go into Mecha Base now in a very different matchup on our screens.
You see the Ram on both sides here, indeed. Proper on the Reaper, Stalker on the Mei. Lots of new heroes coming into this matchup. Not unusual though for Mecha Base, as this is going to be more of a brawly thing now. Stalker gets the first pick against the enemy Ash there for advantage on the side of Team Falcons, as they now can collapse onto that roster, trying to make meters. Reaper TP into the enemy backline, trying to make more and more damage here. A lot of pressure on the Lucio. Opener falls under it in the end. Falcons right now instantly stepping up the game here, taking this a bit more serious than they might thought they get away with in the first part of this matchup. Falcons looking very stable on this comp in the beginning here.
Early Cold as well, pops straight away at the choke, and they're going to make it back-to-back there. We'll clean up Punk here shortly on point. And we see two pretty similar compositions. The key difference is Falcon's comp is full of heroes that are hard to kill. Moira's very survivable, Reaper very survivable. Meanwhile, Makers, you look at Nu, you look at Aki, the Ashe and the Bat killable. If Makers can get Aki and Nu space, they can carry the game for them. But getting them space, retaking this difficult corner, really tricky.
That's a wild pulse bomb. High expectations. That one doesn't quite stick it to the enemy. Would have been cool though if it had worked in the end. Stalker gets the kill and open, therefore backline already highly damaged. The other side of Makers. Punk gets the kill on the enemy tank, but it will not be enough as Proper takes two, and Stalker takes down the enemy Ram in the process as well. Funny enough though, only 30% point process on the account of Falcons already. The point cap in the beginning took very, very long for them. There were ultimates used even before a team had capped that point, so still lots of time to get this done for Makers, as we are looking for this Reaper ultimate right here. Stalker gets the first pick, though maybe they don't even need it in this fight.
Why was Opener there? How did he end up getting first picks in that situation? I mean, when he really threw the choke, and that's the worst possible pick, because Opener had beat as well. So it's just going to be a full reset, and it's going to be the same situation again, and the ult advantage is just creeped even further into Falcon's favour. Start this one with Cold, drop a Blossom in, match beat if you need to. Even a Remark drop to finish it in. All the ingredients for Falcons to win here.
Proper is just looking for the proper opportunity, and he gets it right here. A lot of damage coming in, not enough to make the kills right away though in the process. However, the kills now definitely are coming in. Baptiste is down, Punk as well. And now there's not too much time left for Makers to touch this point here at Mecha Base. It's going to be difficult to even get the touch. Maybe Top Dragon gets the frag onto Tio, though the stick is good, but the trade comes in right away. Proper takes the Tracer down. This is the last fight potentially for them on Mecha Base. They need to win this right now.
But Cole's such a good weapon against these heroes as well, even with a swap onto Cass from Nu, which is a bit tankier, but Cole is just so good, no way to do it, no way to deal with it except just walking away from it. And they don't really have that chance because they have to touch points, so the perfect ult to finish it with Falcons, and they regain a bit of dominance here, and it's interesting to see that they want to play this version of the comp. We talked a little bit in the previous series about what's real, what's not real, but so far I think everything we've seen from Falcons is real. And this seems to be their preferred version of the comp, a very much a durable, fast-paced version.
It definitely looks like they were like, oh, so they're not too bad. So let's maybe step up the game a little bit here, and they definitely took Mecha Base a bit more serious here. compared to downtown. Maybe also takes a couple of minutes to get used to the new environment, play on stage, play under not your own setup. Always takes a couple of minutes to get warm in there. However, now as we're going to Sanctuary, this could be the point where Makers maybe show us a first big upset of this tournament here. Team Falcons definitely will have something against that though.
Diva mirror again, this time Kiri Lucio from Makers on a more open map. Who was going to throw the Ana in? Proper is on the Ashe. So in theory, vulnerable targets here. Punk's got to keep his eagle eyes out for that nade. If anyone gets naded, it's fair we can all throw stuff at Punk because it will be his fault. But slow and steady early on here. Both Ashes just trying to take pop shots and no big moves so far.
Looking for that right angle, Proper under a lot of pressure to the Tracer from Top Dragon, but he denies it right away. The headshot onto the Tracer, no chance. Top Dragon taken down early here in this flank move. The Dynamite not connecting either. But the pressure is very, very high right now. Makers are having to pull back here. So trying to hold up to this. Dynamite goes in once again. The Divas making so much pressure hand, but taking a very good job at this. The kills are still not there yet, and they're taking this pressure the other way. Now Stalker gets the frag, but Stalker also falls under open here. Trades coming in from both sides, and somehow, some way, Hanbin still is able to survive as the mini Diva here.
Well, they're doubling down. They have mech advantage, so they're going to push. They're going to beat for it. They're going to kill the baby Diva. They're trying to make it work. They don't have control of point just yet. They need to push it back. And it's interesting so far, Julian. We've seen very start of that fight, Makers make the first move, get punished for their aggression. Then the same happens to Punk, and now a Nano back in from Stalker, and Proper finds opener.
Stalker on the Nano, the very dangerous Tracer right now, but the Pulse Bomb once again from top lane connects to Fielder. Ana taken down on the backline of Falcons. Maybe an advantage they can capitalize from now. The ultimates coming in on both sides now as well. Hanbin technically has the remake available as well if he needs it. Stalker has the Pulse Bomb here as well, but the pressure is so high right now. Makers are really trying to get this flip in any cost it might take. They're so close to it now. The percentages are going onto their bank account. There's so much damage coming in once again. Hanbin doesn't get the remake quite here. Therefore, advantage once again on the side of Makers.
Just for a second though, now the earlier Bob comes out from Proper. New can match, but they've lost the mech, they lose opener, they don't have control of the points, so they're going to go into the last fight situation here. And really, I think the difference maker for Falcons right now is they are keeping Proper alive. Top Dragon has made aggressive plays twice, and both times he has been denied. And if you can keep that Ashe up, you can keep that Ana up, they get a huge influence in the fight. But now Bob and Bomb coming back for Makers.
In general, no ultimates available on the other side. Bob gets thrown on the point very early. However, doesn't really find too much value here as we see Stalker once again on the flank. Punk gets the mech down though. This is the opening they were looking for. Even Fielder is taken down in the process as well. Flip comes in once again. Makers are back on the bright side. And it did only use one ultimate for it.
Yeah, it didn't even have to use Bomb. Now they got a Kitsune Rush coming back as well. Fielder will have that Nano, but it's not really match up that great. I expect Makers want to be aggressive with this Kitsune Rush when they get it here. And a Pulse Bomb. You can see Top Dragon already lurking, and they might even go in the spawn here. Touch
Falcon spawn doors. This would be definitely one to put on your resume. As Top Dragon once again clips this. This is looking very good for them. The Pulse Bomb also connects, doesn't quite get the kill though. Fielder taken down so early. Once again, Top Dragon is making so much work on this Tracer. Truly rewarding how good this is working out for Makers.
Good discipline as well. You see after they get that pick, they're looking forward, but the call obviously comes in from Top Dragon. That Stalker has no recall. They all turn, they deal with that. Makers making a fight of this one. Both support ops going to be up for both teams, and this is a big one here. Have to win it if you're Makers.
Another boost coming onto the Diva now for Falcons. So much damage. Obviously, so much healing coming as well. Hanbin gets the first pick on the Ashe. Advantage on their side now. Can they use it though? He's falling dangerously low here, trying to stay alive, but the mech is gone. The mech is not there for him anymore. The anti on Punk also demax him though on the other side, but the bomb will give him the opportunity to re-back. Proper takes down the enemy backline on his own. Open the Pulse Bomb is going to be very dangerous for him now. He has to be super careful. Stalker is looking for that opportunity. Might not even need it.
From Proper might seal it. Yeah, it's back and forth, but that Aki kill just before the beat came through from opener is probably going to be the pivotal one. Falcons regain control. Any touches, Top Dragon's going to go for it. Has to recall for it soon. Hasn't recalled yet. Decent few touches here. They can maybe make this into a dogfight. Bob and Pulse soon for Makers.
Ooh, but Top Dragon gets taken down from Stalker over time. Ticking down and down and down. Hanman trying to stay alive to get the remake. He gets it in the end. He also gets 2 kills from the bomb itself. What happened there? This is definitely going to seal the deal for Falcons on Busan.
Close one in the end, and it's no surprise, I think, that the Diva Mirror is what favours Makers. It's a bit of a surprise because obviously you could really make the argument that should favour Hanbin quite a bit as well, but a nervy start from Falcons, not the convincing victory we saw from Crazy Raccoon earlier, and this team is not going to be a pushover, so it'll be interesting to see how they approach this next map, as we see the admins here coming to get the map pick, the mode pick, and the ban order pick from Unter, the Makers head coach.
And definitely a lot of experience in the coach. Valiant, Atlanta, Gladiators, a lot of big teams on his resume. Now, obviously working for Luminosity, did not quite make it in North America, but did qualify with Makers over Oceania, as we are taking a look at the last highlights of this first map. But definitely, Makers are putting up quite the fight here, and we cannot wait to see more from this as we now go into a quick break, and we are making sure that we return just in time for match or map number 2 as Makers. I am very sure, Xaver, they are not done here yet. This is going to be super interesting. I'm very much looking forward to it. Do you think that we can expect something like a very surprising upset pick? Maybe something that even Falcons is not prepared for? And if so, is there something like that?
I don't know, really. I think actually what I want if I'm Makers is, let's keep playing the Diva Mirror. I know we just lost it technically, but boy, it was close. 1 round apiece each, right? So I think you try and force them back to that Diva Mirror here. You can see the coaches coming in, the consortium. Falcons have a pretty healthy bank of coaches behind them there. So there's going to be a lot of discussion to figure out these bans and make sure we get it right. But yeah, I think stick to the Diva Mirror if you can, if you're Makers.
Yeah, Punk definitely looked very strong on it. However, on the other side, though, obviously, Falcons, they now know that, right? Technically, they could ban the Diva in their hero ban for map 2. On the other side, obviously, since technically now Makers have the opportunity to ban first, they could also ban a different tank hero to make sure that the Diva is protected. That and more is definitely something that we will find out after a quick break, but definitely stay tuned for that. We will be right back. definitely quite the fight that Makers put up there against Team Falcons. Not one that many expected to be this close, maybe even. And Punk on the D.Va has been looking very, very good in that matchup against Hanbin. But now we're going into map number 2, and Falcons definitely, technically at least, are aware of that strong D.Va in the enemy line. So hero bans, map bans, it's all going to be very, very interesting now.
A really big question for Falcons as well, because as much as you might look at it and say, well, maybe it's obvious, hey, D.Va's pretty strong, can we ban away from D.Va? We also need to factor in what the actual meta is on the map that Makers want to take it to, right? Because will they even get a chance? Would D.Va even be a viable one for them there anyway? And you also got to remember that Makers get to pick the mode of the map, which we can take a look at now, as well as the order of the bans. So a lot of influence in the Makers' hands as we go into this next one.
Yeah, and it seems to be Midtown once again, following the example that Crazy Raccoons also had there. Very interesting, obviously. Midtown, at some points, a very long map, right? In the matchup earlier, we talked about the Widowmaker technically being very, very strong in that third segment of this map. So maybe an opportunity that we want to look at. No substitutions coming in from both sides. So yeah, now obviously, right, you have the map. You now go into hero bans. Technically, after hero bans that obviously happened before the break already, teams could decide to make substitutions. They don't. Therefore, we already know it's going to be something that both teams feel fairly comfortable with. However, still, it is something that is slightly surprising because Makers indeed decide to ban the Widowmaker.
Yeah, so it's going to be a Widowmaker ban and a Baptiste ban on the other side of Falcons. So obviously Widowmaker is a very strong hero on Midtown, and it's certainly fair to say that Proper's pretty decent at Widow, so don't let him play it. I know, obviously, if you think back to Unter normally coaching Luminosity, previously in North America, they are a team that always run Widow on Midtown to crack first point. So Unter knows the strengths of this hero on this particular map, takes that option away from Falcons. Meanwhile, Falcons take Baptiste away, which in a weird way maybe makes it feel like Falcons are expecting maybe a Bap Brig mirror, but want to ruin that by taking the Brig away, or taking the Bap away, rather, sorry. So you'd either have to play a scuffed version with like a Kiri Brig or like an Ilari Kiri. So it'd be interesting to see what they choose to approach here, but it certainly seems like they're trying to shift away from that. But D.Va still seems on the cards, honestly.
Yeah, but that's a super interesting thing about hero bans, right? Anything can happen. It kind of forces teams out of their comfort zone, and it shows which teams actually have a very good flexibility and which ones are more like set to their own composition only, and therefore definitely this will for sure end up in one or two very complicated, very scuffed, weird compositions. However, on the other side, that's also what we enjoy seeing, right? We enjoy seeing teams being forced out of their comfort zone, trying to adapt to an environment they only got word of a couple of minutes ago, and therefore this adds another layer of skill that is required by teams to prove themselves as the best teams in the world in this World Cup.
Exactly. It's a new level of strategic depth and influence to come in before the series. You got to deal with it. There's a few things that can happen, right? You can maybe ban your hero, you have an idea of what you want to do in mind, and the other team bans a hero, and maybe it doesn't affect it at all, right? Like maybe they just wanted to play D.Va the whole time here. It's just some D.Va, Kiri, Lucio type stuff here on Makers. So the Baptiste ban means nothing to him and just easy sailing. But we can also see it. We saw a little bit while we were on break now. When it went over to the Falcons to decide their ban, they had the whole gang out here. Junkbuck was there, 9K was there, discussion was being had. The whole team was involved trying to solve what to expect and what to play instead. So we'll have to wait and see what they came up with here and why they thought the Baptiste ban was something they should be scared of here.
Absolutely, and I mean, the Baptiste obviously one of the support characters that we see more often in the current meta. However, there's alternatives in my opinion, right? There's a couple of options that you can pull in order to work around those bans, especially in the support category. And with the hero pool that Overwatch is now offering, with so many heroes on all those three roles, there's ways to work around this. However, definitely it's not your comfort sometimes, right? And especially players that are very strong on that specific hero, when you only have a two-man backline, for example, such as it is the case for a couple of teams. For example, of course, a team like M80 only have 2 people in their backline, right? There's no opportunity to be like, hey, we have somebody who's good in Baptiste. Oh, let's just make that swap right, get somebody else in who can play the Kirikou more comfortable, for example. So this definitely forces teams into new situations, but for sure, those teams are ready for it. Well, at least hopefully they are, because for sure this will not allow any space for errors here on this big, very, very big stage. $1 million on the line as teams Falcons and Makers are getting ready for Midtown.
Yeah, Punk's starting a little bit of yapping in match chat as well. Not seen all that much of it, which if anything is a little bit uncharacteristic for, well, Australians in general, and maybe particularly Australians led by Hunter. So no response from Falcons, sticking to business, and it's going to be an Anna Brig mirror. Ash is on the field, Diva's mirrored again, but a Tracer versus Pharah. We saw peace hang on the Pharah hit earlier as well. We know how dangerous it can be going top and over this train.
Soccer definitely can make a lot of work on his own here, but gets contested very early as Punk gets the sleep dart in his face. Gets out just in time, however. Stays alive. Needs a lot of feeling though from opener and actually just to get back on full HP. Now we can see this characteristic for Pharah, right? Just dive behind. The anti-nade is perfect and so much damage. There's no way for healing here. Stalker, despite getting contested by the Diva quite a lot, they're able to make it work, and the damage is just so much for him there. Gets out alive. This Pharah is going to be super difficult to contest, especially now that there is no immortality field available.
You see the extra factor it provides as well for Punk. Obviously Punk, we talked in the previous series, got to be aware of nades, got to make sure you eat those, but also now the Pharah's playing above you, you've got to eat a lot of that damage, so suddenly Punk's attention is being forced in the direction. That's how the nade gets through, and that's the thing that really causes them the problem. So we're going to try and rotate through Ali, it looks like here, or maybe not, swing it back main. Just trying to poke and fill their way in, maybe bait out some aggression from Stalker they can punish.
Looking for this opportunity here, rotating all the way around towards the fire station. Now the nano boost coming in as well. There's a lot of damage coming in. The bomb gets thrown into that mass as well. However, the position of it is quite unfortunate. Just at the very end of that fire truck, not really too many angles that this bomb can make any work from. The bomb is forced for the Falcons team to get that remag. Top Dragon finds a kill on Shio, but the trade comes in right away. Fielder with the anti-nade gets the Ash down out of the equation. Top Dragon, however, he just keeps going together with Punk to making kill after kill in proper Fielder. Both taken down. Soccer follows it up in the end. And if Hanbin can clutch this one alone here, it looks like Makers are actually able to cap this point.
Really nicely done. We saw him take a few attempts at getting through this left-hand side of the map. Eventually they do get through. They deal with Hanbin. They even catch him trying to cross, and they force the remake. So a bit of a mistake from Hanbin there. Actually slows them down massively. Gives all the space to Makers, and then the chase from Punk and Top Dragon, you have to give them credit for that and really sealing that fight and ending it, because Falcons have kited to all sorts of different corners. And now we get a May swap from Stalker, which on paper, people might be looking at their screen wondering, why the hell am I seeing Anna Brig and May on the server at the same time? But May has been buffed, and she matches up so well into Diva, it's unbelievable. So don't be surprised if we see a lot of May this week.
Yeah, absolutely. With the new patch, the May actually fits into that comp quite well. As Punk once again has to use Bomb to just get that remake. Proper throwing the dynamite, gets the frag on the enemy Ash. Deadly weapon right here. Field that wins the Ana duel as well. Makers have already made quite some process here until that first corner, but now obviously this is a choke point that is very interesting to play against, especially now that you lost lead of the payload, lost possession of that, and have to go into that retake despite being an attacker team. Top Dragon in the backline, trying to make something happen. Doesn't quite work out for him yet though.
Part of the reason they banned Bat Brig is because the hold on this point is so obnoxious with Bat Brig. You can hold it forever. But what they've actually opted into is a Diva and a Brig mirror, which is actually really easy to hold this part of the map as well. So it doesn't really get any easier for Makers here. They're going to rotate underneath. No, they're going top actually. They want to go into Hanbin. They force the Matrix to make come through. Opened up, Nano in response, big nade hits as well. How much value can Hanbin get? Because he needs a lot of it. I think they've got enough trades over the course of this to stabilize afterwards here, but they're making it a dogfight. Hanbin's going to try and bomb. Optimistic.
But that bomb, it gave so much value to Makers. Hanbin totally denied any kind of damage on the 2 remaining players from Makers. They were able to make this work just as the 2 of them, and as we see the brick going down, the top dragon hits another pulse bomb right into the face of the enemy Brigitte. Only 3.5 meters to go to the second point. Makers are doing the best they can in this attack round. Tropper's trying to find the shots. It doesn't quite connect yet. It's so close to the second catch point. As we see Punk throwing the bomb into the mix as well. Will it find any value? It will not. And now, sooner or later, it will be Falcon stabilizing from the respawns. Are too strong here. As we see them trying to make the last frags here. Makers will have to go back to spawn here and take another attempt at capping this point.
I have to give a lot of credit to Makers. They're making the initial moves in a lot of these fights, which gave them that opening advantage. Then they tried to finish it with Rally, but not quite in time. The Pulse Bomb was good from Top Dragon, and honestly, Top Dragon really starts to look like the main man, the talent everyone thought he might be here. But they're down to a minute left, and Stalker was able to importantly hold on to this Mail. So a Nano and Mail to get through. This is a really tough fight for Makers. They need a little bit of magic from Top Dragon or New or something.
May obviously with the wall also able to deny a very, very fast push his way. Stalker has to be careful though not to get overrun. They're trying to push the payload with Top Dragon on the trace as well. Again, getting fairly close to the second touch point, but we see the anti-nade and the nano combination coming in once again, and it's so strong for Team Falcon's hand, but finds the first one and just denying so much time. 20 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be a last fight. It's going to be a happy one for Makers.
They've got the Nano, they've nearly got the Rally, they've even dropped it onto him, but it's going to be a Punk Nano. He's got to try and make it work, he's got to avoid this Mail. So much for Punk to do. Later Rally comes back in now from Chio. Opener doesn't quite have his one yet. So they're having to hold on, they're pushing Hanbin back, but they're just holding the line. Now they've saved this Mail all this time, they can just drop it on point. Hanbin will be sleeping, Stalker drops the Mail. Punk is going to have to tag this one, doesn't get Bombo, can't remech. Now they're on the back foot, but Punk will go down. Opener has dropped the Rally, but they need kills and they need them quickly here. Top Dragon will get the packs, but now Opener falls down and the ults were just not quite there in time for Makers. If Punk has that bomb, maybe that fight looks different, Julian, but it wasn't to be.
Commander, they were so close to capping that second checkpoint. It looked so good. Even the fight before that one where they had around 1.5 minutes left on the clock, but it wasn't meant to be in this attacking round. Team Falcons able to stabilize just inches before losing this second cap point. And now it's their turn to go into the attack round. The goal is set, but honestly, Makers, they can be happy with this attack against probably one of the strongest teams in this tournament. Falcons are more and more obviously getting into the rhythm of this matchup here, and the longer it takes, the stronger they will become.
Well, we talked about how tough that hold can be on Midtown second to break, and it goes both ways. We see a familiar matchup again, and obviously we're going to have the same type of all the issues that Makers run into, Falcons will run into. So far from over yet, but it will require a good first point, and it will require a good second point as well. Obviously, I think there's a lot of bright spots for Makers. I think the backline looks really fine. Maybe if you had to pick a weak spot going into this tournament for Makers, you would look at that backline and ask a few question marks. The gap right now, though, maybe actually feels like it's in the hit scan department. Obviously, Proper is no slouch on hit scan, but a few crucial picks are a little bit quicker to bob, and it just seems to be giving them the edge right now. New, a promising player, a player not a lot of people would have seen before, but needs to try and find a little bit more for his team right now to help him in this hole.
It looks like Proper either just wants to take it to P or actually sticks onto Symmetra here. This would be super interesting. It's definitely something new coming out from Team Falcons right here. It's P to take the rotation all the way back. I like where this is going.
Yeah, immediately skip all of those problems we saw Makers have in slow rotates. They skip all of this. They're going to wall off Punk, start forcing point. They are playing through objective. They just need to avoid this nade from Aki. In it comes. Ooh, caught by Hanbin. Good catch. Meanwhile, Punk's going to get punished by Fielder's nade. And it's a classic. Well, you could say nade gap, but really it's just Hanbin reading the situation slightly better. And it's going to be an easy first point for Falcons.
And Proper, he's just making that symmetrical work all the way. Gets 4 final blows into his bank, and this symmetrical play, the typical Falcons move, when you ask me, definitely works super well. However, now obviously the question, can you pull through with this, or do you want to go somewhere else? Proper decides to go to the Ash. You also see this obviously massive timing, 5 minutes 20 on the clock. So much time to work with here for Falcons.
Swap's coming in as well. Falcon's going to go to... That sim stuff was purely for first point. Now it's just Diva and Lucio. Kind of spammy DPS, and Punk did make that swap onto Winston. Maybe, I don't think Punk wants to necessarily play Winston into this comp in front of us now, but he swapped before Falcon swapped. So I think they might have outwitted old Punk a little bit there, but Nu, we asked for a little bit more and he's going to get an opening pick. Maybe an opening 2 picks. There we go.
We sure ain't say no to that. Definitely a great showing from him on the Ash as well. Aki gets the anti-bait kill against Lucio. This is going wild for Falcons now, but they have so much time to work with. No need to fall into chaos now. Definitely good opportunity for Makers to charge ultimates and get those banks up.
Nano exchange coming in next. Opener does have the rally to help his backline, but again it's Punk who goes first. Boop is good by Chiovo, so Punk is going to be stunted and left with not a whole lot to shoot at. Falcons will get to do one thing at a time. Clearness, Winston then go with their own Nano, and here comes Hambit.
Comes in again. The Nano Diva has been the weapon of choice for Falcons on this map so far. In this case though, the sleep is super valuable, gets a lot of damage in, and we see Punk with the jump kill getting fielded down. Nu also taking down Proper here. Sooner or later, Makers are finding stability in this defense here, and it's actually right on that choke point.
Good Overwatch. We see the disengage initially come out from Falcons. They push back, but Makers are ready. Perfect sleep from Aki gets them out of that Nano Diva's sort of kill zone. Then their pushback is aggressive with that Bob as well. They get all the kills. Now a Junker Queen swap from Hambin. Now, if anyone remembers when it was Junker Queen meta once upon a time in 2022, Hambin was one of the most dangerous here. So Punk has to play well now. Cannot get caught by these knives or he will get punished.
He absolutely will. Winston has the ultimate ready, but Proper finds the kill against the end. This could be the opener Falcons have been looking for. Pressure is live. Pressure's hard. Stalker finds the Tracer dual win against Top Dragon. Makers are falling one after the other. It's all about delaying a little bit more here. Proper gets the last 2. And the payload is on the move once again for Falcons as we're getting closer and closer to that golden shiny rectangle they want to reach. 2 minutes 40 are still on the clock. Stalker has the ultimate ready, but they pull out the Lucio ultimate first just to make even more pressure on those shoulders of Makers, and it seems to work out for them, but only to a certain degree as opener gets the killer Lucio.
Yeah, Punk unfortunately just confirming to himself and the world that he is not indeed Korean with that Primal. It looked good at the start but couldn't finish the job, but he's done it! He's split them up enough and Makers will still get the cleanup, so the Primal does its job even if it wasn't the most aesthetically pleasing.
Proper finds the kill on the Ash. It doesn't look like they want to really take this fight though. Open Top Dragon, finish up the 2 enemy DPS. 2 minutes! 2 minutes is all it takes for Makers. It's going to be tough though. Junker Queen ultimate online. Okay, he has got the Nano Booster. What can he make with this? Couple of options to throw it on.
It's the Rampage that will be a really hard one to deal with. They might just need to nano aggressively and try and trade kills, because Rampage will kill almost no matter what as long as it hits. They can maybe even start with Kitsune Rush as well. Really tough fight. They're going to start forcing it now. Rampage is available. All eyes on Hambin to try and get this one up. They're just shooting a Winston for now, but they've lost Fielder.
Fielder dead in the process. Stalker takes down the enemy Ash on his side though. Hambin following up with the kill on Punk. This could be the final blow that they were looking for. Junker Queen ultimate gets thrown in the mix as well. Stalker Proper, they're all making the kills they needed. And Top Dragon won't be able to contest this in time anymore. It is going to be Team Falcons taking Midtown and therefore going towards that point.
Close again. Just seemed like a little bit of a miscommunication at the end there. We saw Hambin try and focus all of the attention onto Punk. That forced for Nano. And then all of a sudden, Punk tried to be aggressive with the nano. But what was happening during that is the rest of Makers were trying to peel back. They were trying to deal with the threats behind. But because they were dealing with threats behind, Punk kept going forward and he found himself fighting a Junker Queen on a Kitsune rush, which obviously means that Junker Queen can do so much damage. Punk gets caught and it all falls apart from there. Another case of close but no cigar here for Falcons. Sorry, for Makers.
Absolutely, and you still see Stalker on that Pharah. Did not quite find the value that, for example, Crazy Raccoon did find on the same hero earlier this afternoon. However, still obviously in the end it's the result that counts. This one went into the favor of Team Falcons on Midtown indeed. Therefore, they are now going to match point. Next map could be the final one for Makers in this duel. Once again, however, the map pick, as soon as the mode pick is done, of course, falls into their favor once again. And if you think about it, right, I read it in the Twitch chat a couple of minutes ago. Imagine if that team would actually scrim.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to argue with the idea that practice will make you better at the game. They certainly have the potential in terms of their player base, but not invested in it for this tournament.
And I mean, honestly, with $1 million prize put on the line, why would you, right? Why would you? There's more to come, hopefully, in the Overwatch universe. Who needs that anyways? I mean, yeah, definitely something that maybe they should consider for next time. It's just that even without practice, if they are this dangerous to Falcons already, and think about the fact that they have Twisted Minds as well as Wufang in that group as well, I gotta be honest with you, I see an opportunity right here.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly seems really promising. We'll have to wait and see exactly how strong the other teams look. Twisted Minds may be the one you would have to highlight as a potential upset. As much as we've seen some really high peaks from Twisted Minds, we've seen quite some low troughs as well. So if those two things can intersect, you never know what can happen. But decision-making time for the Makers right now. Where do they want to go? What do they want to pick? We can see a lot of the coaches discussing already as the maps and the bans come in. It seems like if I'm Makers, I have to just keep playing this Diva Mirror. I know they've lost on it twice, but I think it's really winnable in terms of the direction you want to go. I'm not sure hero-wise exactly where you'd want to go. Maybe you could go to Escort, you could even take it to a Dorado or something. If you really wanted to throw a curveball, you could go Circuit Royale and just play the Brawl Mirror, but that obviously didn't go that great on Mecha base. So I think we want to stick to the Diva. Maybe that means maybe even a Flashpoint pick isn't out of the question here for Makers.
I mean, there's definitely so many options, right? Especially that combination of not only being able to pick the map, but also being able to pick the map mode itself. It gives you so many options to work with, right? So if you then combine that with the opportunity to ban a hero first, or even if it's not about banning a hero, but locking in that category, it is so valuable for Makers, and it could actually be the difference maker. They might need to at least get some kind of reverse sweep going here, as they are now with their backs against the wall. It is match point for Falcons, so definitely a situation that you want to fear, especially against a team like Falcons. However, we will go into a quick break as we have a couple of substitutions coming in, and therefore see you soon, but see you for sure, because this next map is going to be a banger.
I mean, it's the first time playing in front of like home crowd, so it feels like insane. Because playing in front of like home crowd gives you like insane advantage, which is good.
I think for Surmazed, this is definitely a huge opportunity to play in front of the home crowd. And for Team Falcons overall, to be representing Saudi Arabia, to already be performing so well in the Esports World Cup, and to be one of the favorites in the Overwatch tournament, I think it just looks incredibly good for Falcons.
Team Falcons has a great chance to go all the way. I mean, I think right now they're one of the top 2 teams in the world there with Crazy Raccoon. So I think they have a fantastic chance. I think obviously playing here in front of like a little bit of a hometown crowd will definitely help them, potentially propel them to top 2. But they do have to kind of get over that hump of Crazy Raccoons, right? They kind of keep always finishing second. This one they have to win.
I think there's absolutely going to be a rivalry there. Those 2 teams have clashed. They've been together in the championships. They're always each other's final opponent. And so I think there's mutual respect. They both understand that they're both incredibly strong teams, but the individuals on each of those teams aren't going to settle for less than a world championship. I mean, a second place is going to be a failure to either of those teams, and only one of them is going to take that championship.
I mean, they're an insane team. They have good players, all of them. They beat us twice. 3 times actually, I think. Hopefully we can win it this time.
I think it's clear that Team Falcons and Crazy Raccoon are fighting for the world dominance right now. They're really, so far, there's been no one else in the whole world that have really pushed them to the limit. In Dallas, they didn't drop a map to teams from other regions. And so they really, I think, put their mark on Overwatch right now as some of the best teams to ever play the game.
I feel like I need to win more and more till I retire. 1 tournament is not enough. If there's no EWC, I'm retiring because there's no Overwatch League, so why would I play?
I think Falcons play such a strong overall game. I really look at that backline though, the supports. I think the supports, especially with the way the bans are going to go probably this weekend, are going to be asked to do a lot of different things, and I think they have a fantastic support line, right? So I think that'll definitely propel them forward.
Honestly, I think Falcons have a great shot at seizing the championship here in Riyadh, and I think it would be so meaningful to them to get revenge for their loss in Dallas to Crazy Raccoon. But I don't think it's going to be easy. I mean, the individual players on Crazy Raccoon are so incredibly good. You can't rate them off, right? We saw that in the past when these 2 teams clashed.
I want to thank the fans and all the people who supported us like throughout the year. Hopefully we can win this time because it's the biggest tournament in the year.
It is time for a match point. Team Falcons are up 2-0 in the series against Makers, and once again it is time for the loser team to pick the next map, segment. Commander X, as the trusted analyst on my side, they have picked Dorado, which is obviously one of the OG maps of Overwatch in itself. Any specifics, anything, what do we need to look out for? How do you even play Dorado?
So I think really when you look at the map pool, this is one of the most favoured maps in the map pool, which is why it's interesting that the Makers have lent this way, because obviously while they have Punk available who can play Winston, we saw a little bit of it in that previous map. Obviously Smurf is available for Falcons to sub in if they so choose, which means a Winston mirror could be maybe not optimal here for Makers at all. So as we look at the bans here, it's worth saying that Makers actually got to ban first, and they chose to ban Echo, which does disrupt. It disrupts on Dorado, right? Echo's a super strong hero, really important when you're playing the dive. Certainly frees up Nu to be a little bit more available. But because they banned DPS, essentially banned aggressively here, Makers, they left the tank ban open, so we're able to take D.Va away from Punk, which means it will be a Winston mirror. And we do see that familiar face of Smurf in the lineup as well. So expecting a Winston mirror, presumably hit scan with no Echo. And I don't know if Makers have actually dropped the ball here. If you end up in a Winston mirror with no Diva available on Prado against Smurf and the Falcons, I'm not sure. Maybe they put Punk in a tricky position with this one.
I'm going to be brutally honest with you here, Commander. I don't like this, right? I don't like that Makers gave up this opportunity to protect the Diva, because Diva has been the one thing that they've really been almost as equally good as Falcons were, and they gave that opportunity away with a skill difference on paper that is this big between the 2nd and 15th seed, giving up one of the few advantages, or at least chances, that you might have in a matchup like this. I think it's foolish. I think this could maybe be a big disadvantage that they already have put in on themselves even before the map starts here. The Echo, obviously a trusted pick for Falcons indeed, that you now have denied, but in my opinion, having the Diva for sure would have been a way bigger value here.
It's interesting as well, because they also could have sort of got one for both and banned for Winston, taken it away from Smurf, forced for Diva, but it's actually going to be Smurf starting on Wrecking Ball here and Punk starting on Winston. So Ball is something we thought we could see more, especially in a hero ban system, especially after Jumbin really wowed the world with that Dallas Major performance. See how Smurf stacks up here as we get, outside of that, a pretty standard dive matchup.
And obviously the ball gives you a lot of flexibility when it comes to moving on the map, and it seems to work fairly well for him as he gets that first pick already. On the other side, obviously a lot of frags coming in, or the first frags coming in on the side of Makers as well. Punk falling dangerously low. He somehow stays alive though, but not for long. A Stalker gets the kill on the Pharah, and he will have to contest this flying rocket launcher in the hands of Falcons. Very, very difficult and very challenging situation to be in here.
Interesting, it's a very good first point for Pharah because of all the rules and stuff, but one thing that Falcons have maybe keyed onto is the fact that, hey, unbanned Echo, one of the best heroes at dealing with Pharah in these difficult rooftop places to clear, is an Echo. So with no Echo, this empowers for Pharah, and we're going to see Stalker go for it again. 1 rocket, 2 rocket. See you later, Aki. And they're in control of this fight, and Opener is deep here. They are in trouble. There is no way he's getting out of this situation, surely.
Oh, he's brought his team in trouble indeed. Stalker needs to be careful not to overaggress. The kill is easily theirs though. Smurf finishes the job here. 2.5 minutes on the time bank are left here. Stalker sacrifices his own life in order to trade Top Dragon for it. It's a good trade indeed, and he'll take it happily, especially since they don't really have anything to fear at the moment. Punk, however, doing a lot of damage on that high ground, trying to push back the support line from Falcons. Smurf, however, gets the kill on the Ashe, and therefore already, again, a disadvantage. Mines on the payload as well. This is denying so much moving space for Makers.
All about Fielder with that one. Hits the sleep on the Nano Winston, hits the nade on the Ashe. Can't really ask for more, and now a barrage and proper clean it up, and they don't get it going, and I don't think they're going to be getting their backline out here. Have to maybe ask questions of exactly how much value Smurf is getting. Normally Ball is a hard tank to kill if you have for a backline. But if you ran a Brig, it should be relatively survivable as well. It maybe feels like Smurf's getting a little bit too much individual value, considering he's not really got a traditional dive DPS alongside him. But it's very tricky on this low ground. And running out of time, but maybe a Primal Rage is the key here for Makers. One number 9.
It for sure could be, however, if they keep losing 1 or 2 players before the fight even starts, it's going to be a difficult task. Top Dragon, however, gets the stick onto field, therefore pulls bomb kill in his favor. This is a 4 against 4 now. What can they make of a Stalker in the small room? Gets taken down by the Tracer after finding a kill though. And now it is going to be about what can Top Dragon bring into this fight. New finds the kill against the enemy. Vegeta, maybe a couple of meters to add to their bank here, but not for long. Proper is there to save the day for Falcons together with Smurf. They deny any more meters to go onto the count of Makers.
Such a good fight from Top Dragon, really, but again, it's for picks that hurt them. Falcons are able to trade it out, they're able to stabilize. Smurf doesn't die, just keeps rolling around, they can't get rid of him. So while they progress the cart a little bit, it's still a long way to go, 30 seconds left. But they've got to deal with a Nano, and they've got to deal with Mines on this backline here.
Especially under the archway, those mines can be so crucial to deny anyone who's coming in late for a fight here. The Nanofera is so dangerous as well. Stalker finds the kill against Ake right away. Advantage already existing in this last fight for Falcons. This could for sure be a full hold here. Smurf proper burst finding important picks for Makers. It looks like this one is going heavily into the favor of Team Falcons.
Really tough at the end there. Struggled to deal with Smurf, struggled to deal with Stalker, struggled to deal with grenades. I mean, Dorado's a hard map to attack. That was probably true when Dorado first came out, and it's true today as well. Stalker really got to run riot, I think, on this one, very uncontested. Maybe, and this is what you'll see a lot in the bans, in many ways it's actually a pretty good illustration, is they ban Echo because they want to force a hit scan matchup, right? And that's what they kind of get. Proper and New are both on hit scan. But what they don't realise, or maybe what they don't factor in, is that what you do is you inadvertently open something else up. And I think we'll see this a lot through this tournament in terms of, it's not just about the ban, it's about the 4 other things that ban affects or something, you know? So there's a lot of different things to factor in that maybe we see them mismanage a little bit here.
Very difficult task ahead for Makers here. They have to full hold Team Falcons on Dorado, and it's definitely going to be a challenge. So many options for Team Falcons here as well. They could indeed, for example, play the Sombra here together with the Genji. This could be crucial. I don't think that they'll pull out the Bastion, but for good measure, why not?
I imagine we will get more of a dive mirror. It certainly went well from there. They might even play, if they do commit to the Genji here or something, it does mean obviously they have like quite a clear win condition. Once you stop a team on, like you full hold them like this, only 70 meters, you can really consider those sort of things. You can maybe just win through a good ult fight, but will be more standard in the end. Cass instead of Ashe is the choice for Proper. A little bit tougher to walk around on this low ground, as we saw from Nu's experience on his own attack. So no surprises there from Proper, will help him a little bit. And the nade is somehow, it hits opener, but he survives.
Just barely makes it out of there. Punk now on the ball himself. Fine, I'll do it myself. Definitely the mindset that seems to be the one here. But they're so far already under that archway. Now this is obviously the choke point that you want to defend. Just make sure they don't get too far into market yet. Akai already very low here. Needs to make sure to stay alive in this fight is going to be absolutely crucial. Stalker, so much damage coming in, but doesn't quite get the kill on opener. Fielder finishes the job for him.
Good nade again. It's all about Fielder really on this Dorado. He's on the defense. You expect your Anna to get good nades because you're just standing on the high ground throwing nades at someone. Poor fellas having to rotate through the low ground as we get the map win and the GGs come in here. But on the attack, he still hits the nade onto opener as well. So really all Fielder on that last map, and that's why he's regarded as one of the best in the world. Falcons take a 3-0.
And they take it in the end, at least, pretty clear measure. Like, they looked a bit shaky at the very beginning of Busan. However, they were able to stabilize more and more the longer the series took. Shake hands for a fair play measure here as well. Good to see it, love to see it. And yeah, this marks the top 2 teams done with their first matchup. Group A, Group B completed and done for today, actually, as they'll have the remaining 2 matchups tomorrow. And therefore, to look a little bit more into what's still to come in this day 1 of group stage, we're now going to make that move towards Group C and D, where we will be going into a very special matchup. In my opinion, it's probably going to be the closest one that we'll have today. It is the match of the day, which is going to be M80 and ENCE facing against each other in that cross-Atlantic duel. I cannot wait to see that coming. But yeah, for one thing that we for sure learned, correct me if I'm wrong here, but the smaller regions, like for example Oceania especially, but also South America, there's a spark there. There's a spark that could lighten up something bigger, maybe, especially Makers have been looking surprisingly strong in this matchup here. I can't wait to see more of them later on.
One thing that's always true if you're the underdog team is, well, the downside of being the underdog team is you're the underdog team and therefore they've got better players than you. The upside is no pressure. A lot of freedom to just play your game and give it a good crack. And I think that's what we saw from Makers as we take a look through some of these highlights now. We saw that freedom to play, just give it a go. Weren't afraid to mirror them on D.Va. Weren't afraid to play their own versions as well. Different backline on that downtown when we started. And the maps had a bit of back and forth out of them. Closer than I think many people would have given Makers credit for ahead of time. Really not too bad at all, everything considered. And if I'm Makers, what I'm saying now, and you saw them afterwards, they were smiles on the stage afterwards. They knew they weren't going to win this match, but closer than they would have reckoned. And that was their toughest match. It gets easier from here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like, especially against like Twisted Minds, for example, there's a realistic chance that we might see a smaller region making it into the top 12, which is something that a lot of us probably didn't really expect to happen before going into this World Cup here. But for sure, Makers have shown a very decent performance on here. And if they now take the errors they made back to the drawing board, I can imagine them to come out even stronger tomorrow, as they'll be going up against Chinese team first, and after that obviously finish the group against Twisted Minds. Still a big question mark behind the invitation from China. Nobody really knows what to expect of the Wu-Fang team. Will be super interesting. Can't wait to see that tomorrow as we take a last few glimpses at those highlights from match number 2. But guys, don't worry, there's so much more action to come your way today. 4 more matchups are still on the loading screen ready for you. As mentioned, we'll have M80 against ENCE right after this one. Definitely pumped to see more from the EU and NA region coming in. It will be super interesting to have that ready for you just right after a break. Commanderx, now as we go away from Korea against lower seeds into EMEA against NA, before we take a look at those matchups, as mentioned, let's take a look at the upcoming ones. ENCE against M80. We've got a team of that has a core from the World Cup, but now technically has picked up, I feel like, 17 new players, and now there's only 1 Finnish player left in there. What started as the team from the World Cup, Team Finland. And on the other side, we've got M80, which obviously built around Kalush, but also Kalush kind of is a big question mark here. Came into the roster fairly late, was benched first, now has moved into the starting lineup. It's definitely going to be an interesting one. Anything that you maybe think that M80 has benefited from in this preparation time? Because if I'm right, they did not make their way to Korea for boot camp, did they?
No, they barely made it to their own PCs for their boot camp. Word on the street is very much they've not been practicing all that much. There was a tweet that went out from Kaluj probably, I want to say 3 or 4 days ago, stating that he was now locking in, which is good. Good to lock in for a tournament, but you have to say a little bit later than a lot of the other teams are locking in for said tournament. So I think, to be fair, some of the things we just talked about in terms of the lower regions not having that pressure, like we saw from Makers and we saw from Rock. Actually, M80, no, they didn't really practice. They haven't gone to Korea. They've not put in the same level of hours, and they've not crafted it. The stakes aren't as high for them, so they can come in with freedom here. ENCE have signed a bunch of players. They've put in a load of practice. They boot camped in Finland. It's not Korea, but they clearly have higher expectations than ENCE do right now. So I think the pressure is on ENCE in this matchup, and that will give M80 a certain amount of freedom in their play.
Absolutely. So we will see if ENCE made good use of their practice facility in Helsinki right after this break. So stay tuned. There's so many matches more to come. We will be right back.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما أحد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
It is time for Group C, time for some EMEA against NA. Actually, still Commander X and myself on the microphone, and now we go into the third of our 4 groups. The matchup we're talking about, of course, is ENCE against M80, which is also our matchup of the day. Probably one of the closest ones we'll see, hopefully, today. And it's definitely one that is loaded with a lot of talent, but also a lot of question marks.
Yeah, big expectations, I think, on both sides, at least on paper. But in reality, their practice up to this event really hasn't been what they would have been hoping for. So, interesting to see how they both fared with their own adversities and their own problems to solve and what we get coming in here. Both teams with limited practice, M80 through not practicing that much, and obviously ENCE from everyone else leaving them and going to Korea and not inviting them. So both teams had tough run-ins, as we can take a look at Group C here. Obviously, these are the 2 teams who are probably fighting out for second place. I think most people's expectations would be firmly that the Zeta division are going to come out of this first place, meaning this is essentially the tiebreaker for second and third, if all other results go as planned.
Yeah, absolutely. And on the other side, you obviously have Fleet Esports, which is also with a big question mark. In this Group C, nobody really knows what to expect of this additional Korean region invite that was generated by Korea being the winning region at the Dallas Major. But yeah, let's focus on ENCE against M80. ENCE, obviously, they've got the facility in Finland. However, that just pushed them out of the main scrim bubble that they were looking to actually be in to prepare for this very, very big event. And therefore, the question obviously is, was it worth it to save money because you have your own facility by not going to Korea? But also on the obviously downside, you didn't have that super good preparation time. You don't have the super good scrims. What's left in EMEA to scrim that is on a level that you want to scrim for a World Cup? So a lot of questions on that side. However, obviously we are very curious to hear what you think about this matchup. So make sure to go to stcplay.gg to put in your votes on who's going to take this third matchup on the B stream afternoon. It is time to go in there. Lock in your predictions. It's going to be a close one for sure. Let's talk about ENCE a little bit more as we are getting ready to show their roster as well. Obviously, they've made a couple of additions to their roster recently in preparation for the World Cup. A lot of new faces that are well known to the scene, but not so much connected to ENCE.
It's really interesting. A lot of teams have signed people during this off-season, not really off-season, during this break between the qualification of the Esports World Cup. Once you secure that spot, you might often get yourself a sponsorship, a bit more resources, a chance to bring in more players. And ENCE have been one of the busiest in this sort of mini transfer window as we take a look at the boys here. Vestler, stoic as ever. Chase, missing in action as was expected. But Wimone there, obviously one of the big additions. I think Wimone is the one I'm most excited about coming in because not only is he a talented player in his own right, obviously very much at Tracer and Echo. I think honestly on Echo he's probably second only to Psycho in the EMEA region. Super talented, opens up a whole pool of heroes and comps that were not available for ENCE for the longest time because while Kai is good at hit scan, he doesn't have that flexibility. He doesn't have a flex DPS in him. So introducing someone like Wimone gives them that option. And as we've seen already from the few matches we've seen, it is very much a double flex DPS meta. So it's a huge signing for him. And maybe a hidden weapon, as we see Sky answer the call here, is if they do want to run double flex support, Wimone can do that too. He's got the flexibility to cover in that section as well. So huge amounts of flexibility being added by Wimone. So super excited to see him here.
Absolutely, and I mean, in EMEA, they were the forever second first to Twisted Minds, then to Space Station Gaming. But on the major in Dallas, EMEA was superior to North America, especially as well to M80, which is their opponent as well here. There are a couple of new faces that have been on the roster for some time, but people like 3 Kalush, they are only getting into this roster now, and considering that and the fact that they apparently did not have as much preparation as others maybe had, looks like Kalush spent more time in the gym than on the server apparently, it pulls up the question, where's this roster going to go? It looks super interesting, but nobody really knows what to expect from them here on the big stage.
It's hard because in a weird way, I actually like a lot of their changes. I think Kaluj is a better, more well-rounded tank than Hawk was. And Hawk obviously wasn't really playing the game that much either. I think we look at this backline, Lyre, UV, rock solid. Actually quite like them as a backline. Then Tree and Spectre. I mean, sure, they don't have Pelican, right? And Pelican is really a talent you can't dismiss. But Tree and Spectre, I think two super talented players in their own right. Tree, again, we talk about Kai's limitations of flexibility, why Ents had to sign Ramon. Tree can do it all. He can play all these heroes. He's the hottest prospect in North America. He's been the hottest prospect for most of his life at this point, but he's finally hit the threshold of 16 as we take a look at the teams on the stage here, and we can see the young man Tree, old enough to play, old enough to game. We'll see if he's old enough to win here against Ents today. I think it's a super big opportunity for Tree. We've seen him have success in contenders, but this is the biggest tournament now, and this is where it really counts.
Absolutely, he's now making his appearance on the very, very big stage indeed. And the question this also poses into the room, M80 is one of the few teams that attends the EWC with only a 5-man roster, and this obviously requires a lot of flexibility within those 5 players instead of being able to simply substitute somebody else in who might be more capable to play something like this. Therefore, this really now obviously asks a lot from them. However, I feel like M80, they up to that task. They could potentially bring that flexibility in that they need with their own 5 players that they have on board here in Riyadh.
One thing that's worth mentioning as well is one thing that has always been true of this M80/Atlanta core in whatever form, even though it's getting a little bit more desperate now with all the changes they've made. One thing that's always true is this team actually does better in lower brackets. It does better when they just sort of throw their cares to the wind and say, let's play aggressive, let's do our own thing, and let's see how far it gets us. Well, they can start this tournament in that mindset here, I think. The situation they've come in with, there's no reason for them to overthink or over-worry. Just play their game. The biggest concern might be how they handle the ban situation. But against Ents today, I mean, they want to put Kaluj on Sigma, right? But so do Ents want to put Vesta on Sigma. So maybe we'll just get a bit of a handshake, a lot of Sigma in play, a decent amount of D.Va in play. Both teams' strengths are actually in quite similar lines here. So will be an interesting one to see how both teams choose to ban.
And one thing not to forget, obviously, right? You mentioned teams being better in the lower bracket, maybe. However, if we take a look at the format that we have for the EWC, there is no lower bracket. There's only a single elimination bracket that you have for the playoffs. Therefore, it's do or die from the first moment on. A little bit of preparation time for sure in the group stage, but when it comes to the crunch time, when it comes to top 12, battling it out for the big bag of cash, it is a once and only once opportunity that you have, and you have to make it work on the first try, which definitely will be a challenge for a lot of those teams. And Kaluj, big question mark around him, of course, right? The Sigma works really, really well. Luckily enough, it is Vestola on the other side who also very much prefers to play the Sigma. The question, of course, is though, what happens if one of those two sides actually decides to ban the Sigma? Who is more flexible when it comes to the hero pool outside of that one hero? That will be one of the questions, and the question also obviously that comes with it is either team here proud enough, or even like are they looking to trigger that option overall, or are they just going to keep it play as they know it's going to be an advantage for them but also an advantage for the enemy?
It's interesting because obviously one thing that is true is as much with these teams that have clear strengths, right? We talked about Crazy Raccoon and Falcons, how they can be quite tricky to ban for because they can do it all. These teams can't, right? But if you're a team with a very clear strength and a very clear weakness, what you will know is you know it, other teams probably know it as well, right? So both of these teams, I think, will be very robustly prepared for that hero to be banned and what they do in that situation. Do they just go D.Va? Do they do something else? We've seen Kaluj play Winston stuff in the past. He played it for a fleeting moment in one of their Face It playoffs games, but that was about it. But it's in his wheelhouse, so it'll be interesting to see what the version of the answer is for both these teams here as we take a look at our main man Tree. And I think this is a player everyone should be really excited about. We've not seen him play before. Too young for Overwatch League, too young for OWCS, not too young for the Esports World Cup. He's a huge upcoming talent. If M80 are going to make an impact at this event, it will be all because of Tree and Spectre. Now, DPS line for M80 should not be discounted at any point.
Absolutely, and if you consider his career, I mean, he's now 17, right? But somehow there's results from contenders that go all the way back to 2020. So he's been around for quite some time despite his very young age. So definitely that young age doesn't have to mean that there's no experience behind that player, and therefore obviously one to not be underestimated, and one that hopefully has quite a long way to go here as well, as we could imagine him to be one of the big upcoming talents, same as for example Top Dragon in the earlier matchup was. Those are the players that will shape the future of this game for the next couple of years as well. Therefore, so happy to see them at this very young age already on the big stage here, being able to measure themselves against the big guns, against people like Kevstar and Kai, who've been around forever basically. They're closer to retirement than to anything else basically. And so therefore, it's not a clash of ages, right? But it's definitely a clash of top tier experience that we're facing here.
Exactly. It's going to be a fascinating contest. They both have a lot of flexibility as well. You compare like Tree and Spectra can really cover everything within the pair. They have that inbuilt flexibility, whereas Kevstar, Kai and Wimone are going to have to rely a little bit more on each other to come in and have a right read of what type of matchup will be in that map. As we do take a look at the young Welshman right here, Wimone will be coming in. Not had a lot of success really so far in the last sort of 12 months or so. Disappointing results with Team UK at the World Cup. Underwhelming results with some of his contenders teams. Underwhelming results with his university team as well, even though that was probably the highlight. So a real chance here, similar to Tree, to prove himself on the biggest stage. And I think one thing we shouldn't forget is the two games we've watched so far today on the B stream, we talked a lot about, an easy start for Crazy Raccoon. What a nice way to start your tournament and playing against your weakest opponent in your group. This is the opposite. The difference between finishing second and third in your group, which is where this is what we sort of expect these two teams to finish with Zeta on top. The difference is the second seed teams get to pick from a draft of which of the third seed teams they want to play. Whereas if you're one of those third seed teams, you have to wait and just sit there until a person who really reckons they can beat you pick you.
It's going to be super interesting, and I mean the player format gives away, gives so many opportunities, right? And as we take a look at the hero bans now, this is very interesting. Come on, X. We do indeed see the very bold move to ban the Sigma on the side of N. So they right away decide, in them being the first banning team, we don't want the Sigma. And that obviously, despite obviously MAT banning Baptiste on the other side, but we'll just ignore that for now. That opens the question of, on Busan, what do you do now that you have two tank players that usually really prefer to play the Sigma?
So I think Mecha Base is easy, right? Mecha Base, you probably play like a Ram or a Maugi, you play something quite brawly, and I think that suits Vessler as well. Vessler, one of the better Rams in EMEA. He'll be happy to do that, and he'll very much fancy his chances against Kaluge. When we get to the other maps, we get to Sanctuary, we get to Downtown. Downtown is very dive-favoured. Sanctuary is a very big open map as well. So I wouldn't be surprised if we just see D.Va come out from both teams, potentially. One thing that's more true as well, it's actually, even though we talk about them both as very Sigma-heavy off-tank players, the Winston is more in Kaluge's wheelhouse than it is in Vessler's wheelhouse. So on Downtown, I actually think MAT could dive if they wanted to, even though you might not immediately associate that with an option for them.
Absolutely. I mean, Vestola technically is somebody who would be fairly comfortable on the D.Va, so could imagine that to work. However, definitely, once again, hero bans enable teams, well, force teams to move out of their comfort zone. And probably this is one of the best examples for this, right? You have two players who are really famous for the Sigma. The Sigma gets banned, and now you have to see what you do of it. And as we mentioned earlier, technically you could make a roster adjustment after the bans are being made. So if you had two tank players, you could bring in somebody else who's more comfortable to play a different hero. But especially those two teams, and especially MAT with Kaluge, they don't have that luxuries, right? They have to stick with Kaluge because simply there is no other tank player. And therefore, Kaluge now has to make the best of it. However, the good news also is, ENCE cannot ban Sigma a second time. And the question is now, will M80 do the same move as well in map 2? Or will they just want to stick with the Sigma from day on?
It's interesting, actually, because if I had to pick, Vessler's the better Sigma. So it might actually be not in M80's interest to go into that too much, in a weird way.
Lots of question marks as we are preparing to go into Busan. As mentioned, Busan is the main and only pick that is locked in for all teams in their first group stage matchup. Obviously, the map pool is slightly bigger. In match 2, they go to Lijiang, and in match 3, they go to Ilias. As we see Warmer, who's the head of the NCS Academy team, and also takes care of the Overwatch roster together with Algos, who's the manager. Definitely a lot of staff in the background as well, and ends as an organization that is very well established in the Overwatch and now obviously as well in the esports ecosystem overall. They had that advantage of not having to book an external bootcamp, right? They could just stay at home, basically, take their location in Finland. However, we talked about this disadvantage that came with it, which obviously is you are not in the mainstream bubble. And if you talk about other teams that prepared for the World Cup by playing the Korean teams, which you usually cannot do because you're just too far away, the ping is too high, this could be maybe a move that might harm them more in the end, because they were basically locked in with all the EMEA teams that didn't qualify. The technically would have played like something like Nightmare, who bootcamped in Florida, but still, even that ping difference is fairly high as well.
Yeah, I think in a strange way, they would have got some benefit, right? Because obviously Rack and Crimzo got to go to a time zone closer to Saudi Arabia before coming to Saudi Arabia itself, which obviously would have helped with the transition. But you can't underestimate being outside the scrim bubble. You'll hear any coach or any team talk about they always want to practice against the best teams because it gives them the best chance to improve, the best chance to solve their problems. Also, what can often happen if you're outside of that scrim bubble, and this used to happen in Overwatch League, where all the top teams would just play each other, and if you're one of the lowly dogs who couldn't get in with the big teams, you wouldn't get the good scrims. And what would happen then is sometimes you get left behind in the meta. Both of these teams have been outside the main scrim bubble, so their read on the meta could actually be quite different than what we've seen so far. We've seen quite a lot of D.Va come into play so far. And it'll be interesting to see if, obviously it suits these teams anyway, but how much of that they actually lean into.
We seem to have a small technical delay here to get this matchup started, but of course there is so much more to talk about. The World Cup obviously has more than Overwatch to offer, right? There's so many other games, and also other outside of the competition that is happening Overwatch internally. There's also, for example, the club championship, and for that, teams like ENCE or Falcons obviously are made for, because the big cash lies in that team in the club championship, and therefore the better you place here, the more points you receive, and therefore the higher your final rank will be. There's $20,000 in at the club championship, and a couple of teams only who can qualify for that. Falcons currently at seed number 1, 3,010 points on their account. But teams like ENCE, for example, virtus.pro, or even Fnatic, they have a shot at that bag as well, and therefore would obviously be very interested in achieving a high result if they can. This also obviously being the reason why many organizations picked up teams from games they actually weren't really too interested in before the World Cup, but obviously for a game like Overwatch, we quite benefited from this, as it brought back a lot of spotlight towards a game that has been in not the best state after Overwatch League. Obviously, even during that time, the Tier 2 scene has been very dry, but now we're back on the bright side here, and obviously the hope is existing that all of those organizations try to hold those rosters even after the World Cup to make sure that we can take that stability and bring it to something like, for example, Stockholm as the World Finals later in November.
I think while we have a bit of time here as well, because we are going to see what looks like Ramon starting as well as Rack, and we can talk a little bit more about some of the changes ENCE made, because they were substantial. Coming into a post-Dallas Major World, and we had the FACEIT qualifiers for this very event, we saw Chase and Sky come into the roster. Sky you'll see today. Chase unfortunately wasn't able to make the event. But Sky are pretty well-rounded flex support, and has really taken that starting spot from Ghost, who isn't able to come to this event either because of school-related promises. So I think Sky's a pretty solid, well-rounded flex support. He'll be partnered with Rack, who is obviously on loan from NRG, and In a sort of Rack versus Massa type matchup, I think Massa's, you could probably make a pretty good argument, is slightly better at Lucio, but I think Rack's a bit more well-rounded, has a Brig, has a Lifeweaver, has these sort of other heroes that might come into play a little bit more, especially as we go further down the series and we run into some hero bans. So I think pretty reasonable changes in the backline. I think you have to factor in, they've also signed Mirror, who I think is going to be partly coaching, but maybe partly there as well. Can play Winston if they really need it. Can play Doomfist if they really need it. Has a good Zarya if they can make a case for that being relevant. So I think a lot of good signings from the Ents team and the Ents roster. It'll be interesting to see how they put it all together, though, as we go into their first game here.
Obviously, this also kind of changes the situation for the players now, right? You get up on stage, you get pumped, you get hyped for the game, right? And now you're running into a small technical delay. As somebody who's worked with the pro teams before, how does that affect you as a player, right? What's the mindset that you have to work with here to keep your concentration up for this, to build that bridge till exactly now, actually, as we're now going into Mecha Base, into Busan. And I'll hold that question back for later, but definitely one I would want to come back to. As we're now set and ready to go. A couple of interesting picks here on both teams. Obviously having to work around that Sigma.
And what we expect really from Ents in terms of dropping straight into the Brawl Mirror, they've got Ramon into playing Mei, they've got Kevsa playing Cass, which isn't their optimal version of this comp, but presumably this is a bit of a square peg round hole so they can have people on Tracer Echo later. But M80 just come out of the gates firing, immediately kill Ramon, and on the back foot here, we'll see if Ramon swaps to a Tracer or something like this. Might be a bit of a nicer matchup, and it's actually a bit more heavy-handed than that, Julian. It's a full swap into a Mirror.
And I mean, why not, right? Just if you can beat them, join them, right? Just pick what they are picking. It seems to work. Let's see if they can actually make it work against M80, who started off a little better here. Kalush on the Diva, blocking a lot of damage away from his team. 15% locked in already. Obviously, Caps on the Tracer. He will have to be difference maker against that Lucy of Rakitech, for example. That is going to be his primary target. Capster has been able to catch up quite nicely here. Already 60% on full swamp in for him. Maimon already at 55 for the Echo as well. But the percentages, they keep coming in for M80 till now.
Really a game of margins here, slow and steady. The nature of having two Divas on the field means, well, there's a lot of defense matrix to go around, a lot of protection for it. Expect for Echo to be the main target. It's exactly what we see. Beat trigger is pulled. Lyre had it first. They take down Ramon. Oh, Rack wants to beat back. They don't have control of the point here. A risky investment from Rack as they try and turn this one, but they have killed Lyre. They need to pocket Rack out though, but M80 will not give up the chase. They hold on. It's still a dogfight. They don't have cap. Spectre's going to go stall this one out here. Will match Kevsa, misses the pulse though, and now they're getting cleaned up on point, and Rack's gambit works. They committed ults when players down, and they will get the flip. If they'd lost that, it would have been devastating.
Absolutely, but the investment paid off in the end. The gamble that worked out for Ensign rewards them with the point flip for them, but already 72% on the bank of M80. And they have to copy to work with. They have the Kitsune Rush to work with. Ultraviolet has that ready as well. Ultimates on both sides are available. How is M80 going to approach this next fight now?
I think we'll see a Kitsune Rush trade, probably starting around point. Expect copy Divas in play as well, so there's going to be so much defense matrix. So sit down for this one, because it's going to be going on for a while. Early copy comes out from Ramon, both ults committed, and it's actually a Kiri copy coming through for trade. So maybe not exactly what he wanted, but keeps himself alive. If he gets to that second Kitsune Rush, it'll be massive. While Ramon tries a bit of a Poco Bomb, but no result. But Kalu just found the damage. Now that second Kitsune Rush comes in. And they've won the fight anyway, but they definitely win it now, and a good retake from M80.
Samo Maimon not really finding the value on the Echo yet. Kind of struggles to find the final blows here, while Tree Inspector seem to be doing a very good work on the DPS2 of M80. Kevsa got another pulse bomb ready though. Here, let's see if we can make some nice work with the Spectre on the other side. Of course, has his one ready as well. Looking for an opportunity to maybe find a DPS to stick it on, or even support to stick it on. Vastola eats the pulse bomb of Spectre, so that's a big advantage. Instantly, both beats are pulled out here to gain extra HP. There's a pulse bomb stick going in there as well. No damage that is able to make a kill from it though. 3 gets the kill on Rack Attack. Kai finishes Colluge. No tank can play for M80. This could be an advantage that Ents might be able to capitalize from.
They robbed the point during all of that, and so they're actually able to stabilize back on point. A bit of a blunder from M80 there. Not only losing the fight, but losing the point so early in it. So we're going to get to sort of a last fight territory as they try and make a move out early. They're trying to connect, but they're just forcing it, and Tree's going to get punished for it. Now they have to go back. They have to reset. Ents are desperate for staggers here, but I don't know if they can get any. D.Va obviously very good at escorting her team out of that situation, and it'll come down to one final fight.
And this early pick on Tree was absolutely massive for Ents. It gave them so much time to stabilize again. Katsuni rush ready. Soon on both sides, Maimon has to copy, Pistola has to bomb. They need to work with their ultimates now. Early copy from Maimon onto the D.Va. Now we have the double D.Va in play here. Tree falls early. That's a massive advantage for Ents right now. How can they use this? Kevster finds the pick on Ultraviolet as well. Takes down another together with Spectra. This is going all the way of Ents. And somehow, some way, they're able to make it work after a couple of difficult starting approaches. The adjustment towards the composition of M80 pays off, and Ents, they take Mecha Base.
Really well played at the end there. The double D.Va dive comes in. We can talk about this a lot because I think as much as this is maybe the first time we're seeing this exact version of the mirror, this D.Va mirror is going to be a surprisingly common one we've seen this weekend that maybe people weren't expecting. And it is going to be with this exact combination of heroes for Tracer, Echo, Valkyrie, Lucio. So the most killable target, it's the Echo, which is why we see like that double D.Va dive at the end, all on the Echo. So a lot of pressure and importance on the Echo being able to keep their distance at the right time. We saw Wimone get caught a few times, we saw Tree get caught a few times. All about looking after and protecting your Echo and your Echo playing your space correctly. As it looks like we're going to get more of this very same here, Julian.
Let's head right back into it. Ents coming with the advantage here now, but obviously M80 still fully in this. Again, we see the mirror. Kevster finds an early pick against Tree. That's massive for them. Again, big advantage right away for Ents here. Kevster.
Really, yeah, out of nothing. There's been a lot of talk about Kevster. Obviously, Kevster's a player who's got a very storied history, but it feels like he's gone off the boil slightly in his last couple of tournaments. They need Kevster at his best if they want to go deep in this tournament. And a good start for Kev here, and it'll be basically another neutral. No ults on the board, all eyes on these Echoes.
Kevster, he's able to make so much work together with Vitola here. They are able to take out Tree. Once again, Maimon falls on the other side though. No Echoes in play right now. Vitola from the pulse bomb taken out of Mac now, trying to get the mini D.Va as well. Kalush kind of struggling with it right here, but let's see if he can finish it off in the end. They get both supports first, and then they just collapse on the rest. M80 are able to flip the points towards their favor. Kalush is close to the bomb, Kevster is close to another pulse bomb. Lots of ultimates coming online now.
Going to be a big one in this next one. Both support ults for both teams, like you said. So expect that. Copy advantage for Wimone slightly. All going to be about these support ult trades and who can get the most value. Can anyone get away with using theirs a little bit later? Can they actually protect their Echo this time? Tree has been target #1 every single time so far.
Yes, indeed, and it looks like they are trying to go towards his way again, but however, they are forced back by the Kitsune rush from Ultraviolet. Beat coming out on both sides now, giving extra HP to both of them. The stick is good from Kevster, takes out three times the charm for Ents right here. Vestola takes out Liar as well. Big advantage for them. Point is already flipped as they are still trying to kill the last remaining players from 80, force them back into spawn. And Ents Kevster, he's able to make so much value from those pulse bombs here. And Tree, despite being technically able to fly, he's somehow not really finding a way out of there.
That's great patience from Kevster, really. There's so many things to deny pulse bomb as the fight's going to kick off. Liar goes down straight away. We'll come back to that. But Wimone's going to lose it, but just for copy D.Va here, they get that early aggression, and it will be a quick second fight here. Wimone's going to get the remech. And we'll go back, but now copy advantage for Tree coming into this one. Kaluch has actually tried to walk a little bit early here, taking a decent chunk of damage. Now Tree trying to come in aggressively. It's a copy Kiri again. Suzu's his Lucio. Don't think that was his intention, and just get forced out of it here. And it just felt all a little bit rushed for M80 on this retake. But Spectre gets one trade, but I don't know if it's enough, Julian.
Yeah, it looked kind of head over heels there for M80. They were trying to commit to this fight maybe a little bit earlier than they actually planned to. Then Ultraviolet kind of panics, presses Q a little too early, copies the Kiriko, which probably wasn't the intention. He uses the Zuzu early, no use for it though. Both supports fall early. M80 lose another fight, and now last fight territory, but they're so far away from point. Can they even touch at this point?
Spectra's got it. Is a Kitsune Rush coming back if they can sort this one out? Here it comes. Sky will match it as well, but it's Core actually, and they might get this one. But no, UV falls, Trees falls. It's a dogfight on point. Kaluj has a bomb, but he needs a gigantic bomb, and I don't think he will be getting one. Remech denied, and Ents will take this first map. 2-0, but close one.
Close one indeed, and still downtown is where M80 goes down and take Busan, and therefore take the lead in this matchup, the first matchup in Group C. And honestly, I gotta give it to Maimon here. After some difficulty starting the car, he's been able to make it a quite fast one in the end, because that switch to the Echo that happened fairly early. It went really well. He just needed a very short period of time to get used to it, and therefore, in the end, was really able to make it work here, and especially on downtown, kind of diff tree together with Kepster there.
I think, yeah, it's really... the more we see of this matchup, the more I think people will see that it's all about getting on these echoes. And I think we saw Ents find that opening way more often, especially once we got to downtown. This pulse bomb, I think, in the end, it looks like a simple stick where he just sticks a player from behind. But the patience here is so important. There are Suzus in play. There is Matrix in play. There's the Echo Fly in play. There's a Kitsune Rush. So there is more Matrix, and there is more... more Suzus and everything in play to find it. So finding that stick through all these different cooldowns is way trickier than it looks. Great patience from Kevster, takes his opportunity when it comes, and a real difference maker for his team and all of that.
Absolutely, and honestly, seeing the divas on both sides, it didn't really seem like the Sigma ban was too big of an issue. Maybe even because simply like players like Kaluj and obviously as Vastola, they're used to Diva, they've been playing for quite some time, especially when Sigma maybe wasn't the go-to tank at certain matters, and therefore it seems to have worked out really well for them, and probably the Sigma ban, especially this matchup, for sure one day prepared for, and obviously therefore not too big of a challenge. However, this will get more complicated now that we will have M80 banning the map and banning, or picking the map and banning the first hero, therefore advantage obviously on their side now. Will be super interesting as they not only have the opportunity to pick the map, but also before that pick the game mode itself. Super interesting, great opportunity for them to put some numbers and obviously some factors into their favor before we even enter the server. Will be super interesting to see what they can make of it.
Yeah, a lot of options. Obviously, this first one is the most influential because you have the most maps and the most modes to choose from. We saw them kind of lose the Diva mirror there, so I don't know if they really want to go to the Sig mirror. Obviously, on paper, it is Kaluj's best hero, but on the other side of that paper, it's Vestler's best hero. And Vestler's probably the one who's been more in form recently and a lot stronger, so I think you have to expect that they maybe actually don't want to go to that Sig mirror. So an interesting choice for M80. I mean, maybe put this in the hot take category, but maybe go to Dorado and force a Winston mirror. And I guess you can play Diva on Dorado. What's the most... Maybe Runa Sappy? I don't know. Take him to a dive map. That's maybe a hot take. We'll see what M80 pick, but maybe forcing a Winston mirror really isn't that crazy at all, in my opinion.
Sounds very, very interesting. We will see and be able to tell you more about that after a short break, as we apparently have a couple of substitutions coming in. Therefore, let's jump into that quick break and find out where we'll actually go to Dorado or some other dive map, because it's definitely something that we want to see. Until the break, be right back. Right back after the break. It just ends against M80, and we've seen a pretty impressive Busan showing from both teams, despite not being able to play their Sigma on the tank role because it got banned in the ban system that we have for the EWC. Now, however, it is M80's turn to pick a map and pick a first ban. So, Commander X, you were right once again. It is very impressive. We're going to Dorado once again, and it's going to be M80 also picking the first ban, of course. So, what would you expect from those teams now to ban on a map like Dorado?
It's funny, isn't it? Because when you look at this fixture on paper, you think, it's a handshake Sig mirror. All across the board, we're going to play Sigma everywhere. Every single map, let's just Sigma mirror and see how it goes. But I think M80 have actually made a pretty astute choice here by maybe not, Vess is the best Sigma in the world. Don't let him. Try playing Sigma on Dorado. He can't, it's too hard. So I expect it to be more dive favored. So obviously if you're on M80 side of that, it suits you quite nicely. You could play Tracer Echo, Kaluge on Winston, and then just an Ana Brig or something that suits everyone, as we can take a look at those M80 players on the stage right now. On the Ent side of things, I think what you maybe have to do is you have to dip into Florida's side of things and maybe go and try and play like a Diva Widow Bat Brig type thing. But we can take a look and see what the bans are, which will maybe inform a little bit more what our options are. So, okay, so it's worth noting that M80 did ban first and banned the Alari. So what they've done by doing this is, one, they've taken away a double flex support option from Ents, which they can of course play with Wimone in particular, but they also protected support, which means Ana Brig is protected for them. Ents, on the other hand, have banned Tracer. So the version of this comp you do on Dorado with Diva is normally you play Diva, you play BAP, you play Brig, and then you play like a Widow and normally an Echo, to be fair. So taking the Tracer away can be a big problem to deal with for that Bat Brig Diva comp, because she's harassing you from behind where you get dive from the top and all of these sort of things. So by taking the Tracer away, they probably force more of that type of mirror. Wouldn't be surprised at all if we actually get like an Echo Widow mirror from both DPS here. And we do have Kai obviously coming in, which maybe reveals a little bit of Entz's intentions.
Did you see that? Did somebody screenshot that? I saw Rakatech clearly having a Space Station Gaming keycap on his keyboard. I don't know if that is brand safe. That is very criminal. Yeah, but as we go into Dorado now, I mean, on the other side, as you talked about that Sigma or not Sigma matchup, right? The question also is, how much do you benefit from playing the Sigma in this matchup, right? Because obviously it is good for this matchup, but if you then have to play against Zeta or against Bleed, they probably won't. So yes, you practice the Sigma, but you'll probably not use it too often anyways, and therefore it's interesting, right? It's the question of, is it worth doing it? If we now look at the comps.
I think so, yeah. I think on the basis that this is the most important game for both of these teams, presuming they both beat Bleed, presuming they both lose to Zeta as is sort of expected, So I think it maybe just makes sense for them to put a lot of the eggs in this basket. And it does look like we will be getting that Diva Ana Brig mirror. So no Tracers on the field. So Echo and Widow versus Ashe here. So in theory, the Widow has the range advantage, has the high ground advantage. All about Kai just finding that pick for now.
Yes, been subbed in for Mimone for Dorado, the Widowmaker obviously being the weapon of choice for him. As it's going to be the Winston dive up onto the high ground now. Diva has to be fast if Estola trying to protect the Spectre. And Kai finding the pick on Spectre. This is the opening they needed to right away push M80 back to spawn. Doors denied him, pushed him behind that natural cover of this centered house. Kai, once again, new angle, new pick, question mark?
He's found one so far, looking for it again. Again, they try the same dive, clear the same space. Vessler will contest him, but doesn't get anything. Now Kaluge will reset. Next bubble timing will be his next go. They're going to move Car. Nade slows Kaluge down a little more. And Vessler keeps the pressure on. Look at Kaluge's health bar. Struggling to get out, forced to bubble defensively. And now this is going to slow M80 down no end.
Absolutely, this is so great for them, because now this takes so much time for the next dive to have the bubble again. Now the anti-nade is also very, very good. Kai looking for the shot here now with the Diva. Nana, this makes so much damage. The anti-nade prepared this pick, and Lion is the one who's suffering under it. But still a very well timed, good follow-up from Sky there. He did a good job timing that as well, because the timing between end of anti-nade and then the nano was on point here. Worked out super well. The Stolas got the ultimate ready. Kalush only at 60% and we're already 2 minutes in.
Here we go, looking for that nano jump in now, tries to land, but enters backline, we're ready, they get out, another jump in, nearly acid, but the sleep is good, 6% away from it, will he be able to get the primal and get it going? He's popped it now, meanwhile Kev's looking to trade him back, Tree is in trouble, maybe Tree's not in trouble, deals with that no problem, but Kaluj has got the trade with a primal, he's awfully low, but Kaluj has done the job, trade probably still worth it on the balance, now the Bob comes in, Ents have to stabilize, Rally comes in from Lyra, and Ents just want to give space I think now.
And it's also such a long fight for them. They've invested so many ultimates into this already. And it's not really paying off too much for them. Kai still has a couple of seconds left on the visor. Still gives them pretty decent idea of where the enemy is currently located at the Diva, trying to push those payloads towards the first checkpoint. But Kester, he finds the win in the duel against Spectre. This is again a good opening pick for them. Kai looking for a shot against Diana. Misses this time, but definitely looks for more as Ents is able to push a bit more aggressively, but no need to push further than the archway, because this already is very, very difficult retake situation for M80. Definitely a choke point they wanted to avoid, but in the end they'll have to fight it now.
Such a slow mirror with no Tracer and no Diva, and I think we're maybe seeing that, actually that Tracer ban was massive as we get a rally coming out. The nade is big, the nano for Vessler to chase. Can he find a kill with this? He's all over him, but can't quite follow. Vessler just needs to play his life now, I think, but Rack is still coming. They pushed M80 back, they've stuffed him at the choke, they want to turn with a nano. Lyre, he's killed Rack, he's still going! Lyre's killed the backline, the bomb will be blockable, and now Vessler desperately tries to remech, but Lyre has taken this one over. We've seen this one before. Copy nade though comes out, it's massive, and Vessler will clean this one up. The fight is turning back and forth, another nano for Vessler. All the nanos in the world. They should be able to stabilize off the back of that. Great turn by Lyre, but an even better one from Kev.
Ents has been able to stabilize from this fight. It seemed lost after they lost both support lines here. They're not even able to touch here. Kaluj can't get the touch in time, and overtime triggered. M80 on their own map pick, on their own first hero ban. Not even able to cap first point.
I think what we're actually seeing here is a little bit of a result of a ban gap, really. We talked before about how the ban system is really complicated for coaches and teams, and it's often not the obvious thing. You know, you solve one problem, but you maybe create yourself another problem. What we see here is M80 say, well, we want to play Winston, so we're gonna make sure Anna Brig is enabled, and we're gonna go that direction. But Ents actually banned the Tracer, because what Ents want to do is, they say we can't play a Winston mirror, we have to play a Diva version. And what does the Diva comp like to do? It likes to play slow and controlled. We want to have DPS, we don't want people diving super hard to take away that Tracer character. Don't let them do that. And because they've done this by banning Tracer, they've actually still got a Winston ban if they run into it again or something. So Ents in a great position here. We're going to get more of the same, I reckon. It looks like they might even do a Bat Brig version on the attack here, which is maybe what has historically been more the case on Dorado.
66.47 meters. That's all it takes for Ents to go up to match point here. As M80 has decided for the Ash Echo combination. Once again, Kalush sticks to the Diva this time. And Kai, the Widowmaker, once again very dangerous. Instantly a new angle for him as well with the TP. The opportunity to switch position right away. He's looking for first pick for first peek here. But M80 is smart. They play this very passively. Don't want to risk a peek against Kai.
Giving up all the cart push for it though, and it means it could get to one fight territory. They need Spectre or someone to really be in a position to threaten this Echo, but it's hard, or threaten this Widow rather, but it's hard, right? Because you look at Kev's position just to Kai's right. He's just playing bodyguard. He's saying, come and fight my Widow if you want, I will protect him. And Ents are going to take all the free push as a result.
Already have made quite a process here with the cart, but now getting to that choke point, to that archway, obviously. That is going to be the decisive factor in this match. How soon will ENCE be able to push through this? Ultimates building up on both sides. Sky on the Baptiste for this attack. Sky is now able to find 2 picks actually, Ultraviolet and 3 both go down under the Widowmaker. This could already be the losing picks for M80. As Kalush is trying to stay alive somehow, some way, take seconds off the clock, but Rakatech is able to finish that off as well. Spectre gets taken down if he doesn't get the medipick, but even with it, it is not going to be something winnable for him. And is there even somebody who's able to touch this? Yes, the Brigitte gets another glimpse at the payload, but it's not enough. And they will be able to make this work in a quick attack round and take the 2-0, go to match point, and enable themselves to a quick possible 3-0.
Wow. All right. I believe the saying here is easy for ENCE or something like that, I think.
I heard something like that, yeah.
Really straightforward for them. I was just thinking, after they conceded all that space to the Widow, which you sort of have to, because obviously if you peek the Widow, you're going to get headshot, then you're going to lose the fight anyway, you have to concede all the space. But I think what we're seeing here is maybe is a preparation gap, right? That sort of matchup on Dorado first point is really technical in terms of the angles you control. We take space A, so we're going to take angle B, so then we can move the cart here, all of this, right? And there's a lot of maps in the pool, so you need a lot of time to prepare things, and it definitely felt like ENCE were at least a step ahead in that one, and maybe a step ahead in the bans as well. So really nice from ENCE. When they were doing that slow push, I was just thinking, oh, it's about one fight territory. One pick from Kyle, do it here. Then he gives us 2, and then it really did it there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, why not, right? Why not quick Dorado? And surprisingly, once again, right? Because we saw it on Falcons against Makers as well, and also ended up in not even going towards a second checkpoint here. Dorado doesn't seem to be a map teams want to play for too long.
Not seen a lot of it, have we?
Yeah, as we do want to remind you that you can always put in your predictions at stcplay.gg. We want to know what you guys out there think about those matches. Make sure to put in your predictions on the website. The link is down below. Now, however, we go into match point for ENCE. They're able to close this one out with another map win here. M80 on the other side once again have the opportunity to pick the next map, pick the next hero ban first. If they want to, technically, they could also pick second, but obviously who wants that, right? Therefore, now once again an opportunity to put some factors into their favor before the match starts. However, on Dorado, it didn't really help them too much.
No, I can see the idea. I sort of saw the vision. I think they wanted to play out Winston. You saw them swap to it, and then they kind of quickly realized without the Tracer and without being able to do what I think they would have wanted to do, is just like a Tracer Echo Winston version. Without that, it didn't quite work how they wanted it to, so they had to swap out. So it definitely felt like ENCE managed to stay a step ahead in the ban game there and force the type of matchup they want. And then just had a better prepared hold, a better prepared attack for it, especially for that first point, which can be, as we've seen today, very tricky for both teams.
It can indeed, and therefore M80 now with their backs against the wall, they need to find wins in the next possible 3 maps to make a reverse sweep happen here against ENCE. And you talked about the importance of this matchup in this Group C, as it's probably going to be the one deciding who will take the second place in that group and therefore be able to pick their enemy for the first round of playoffs. And for that and many other reasons, obviously, M80 would be very interested in not losing this in a 3-0. But they have to step up their game a little bit, as what they currently performed on the server, it was good, but it was not good enough to beat ENCE. And if they want to beat them, there needs to be more than that. So we'll be looking right into a third map. It will be super interesting to see what the bans look like, even what the map looks like, as this obviously probably is the main factor here.
It's a really hard choice now, I think, if you're M80, because I think they're still right to avoid the Sigma matchup. There's maybe an argument at this point in a series that everything else we've tried hasn't worked. We might as well give that a crack. But it feels really also, I guess, stupid to put your opponents on their best hero in a map you have to win. So I think they maybe have to try and lean towards something else. Again, if they can maybe force like a Diva Mirror, maybe Tracer Echo on paper does suit them a little bit more. We'll have to wait and see if they go that direction. It's hard for M80 because I think the different looks I was expecting from M80 is what they've shown so far, and those ones have not worked. So did they just go back to basics, as it were, and hit the Sigma bottom? I don't know. It's a big call to make. It's a very hard series to win at this point for them. Big call from Gator.
It's a long way they will have to take, so we do want to give the players a couple of more minutes to maybe grab a little bit of rest they might need to fulfill that reverse sweep. Therefore, we'll go into a quick break and be right back for map number 3. Stay tuned, it will be an important one for M80. We'll be right back. It has indeed been easy for Rennes so far. Quick Dorado, quick Busan before that, and now they are up and they are at match point. Commander X and me still here at the B stream, bringing you all the action that is not covered on the mainstream. M80 is in a very difficult situation at the moment. They tried Dorado as a map pick, didn't quite work out for them. What else do they have up their sleeves that they could use now, that they could maybe pull out now to win this very important matchup to them? This is probably the one deciding who takes second space in this Group C.
It's really tricky. I don't know. There isn't a part of me that says, just do the Sigma. I think one of the nice things, at least about the Sigma mirror, is while you do put Vesta on his like hard carry hero and you have to deal with that aspect of it, you do probably get to put Spectre on Tree on heroes that suit them more as well. And I think if I look at one of the bright spots of this M80 team, it's 100% for DPS. I think the most talented players, they can be the difference makers when they need them. You could probably get away with playing Liar and UV on a Bat Brig combo as well, which we've had success with in the past. I think it seems pretty reasonable. I think as far as matchups with Ents go, obviously you have to realize, I mean, they've got Kev's to Kai and Wimone, right? So what set of DPS combos is not good for Ents? Maybe I want to take Lucio away, actually. I think Liar's probably pretty handy on Brig, and I think also Ents have played way more of a Lucio version of this comp than the Brig version, which M80 probably have more experience in. So maybe that's a direction they can go. They could even push it to maybe like a Flashpoint or a Colosseum or something to make that matchup kind of viable. But yeah, tough choices at this point in the series.
Absolutely, and the push mode, for example, is one that we have not seen in the previous two matchups, so maybe something new that the North American region can bring out to prove that they are in fact not that close to an airport yet. But it's going to be a long way, right? The reverse sweep would take them a lot of energy as they would have to win the next 3 maps consecutively. It's going to be a very difficult task for them, however, not one that they might not be up to. This roster has got a lot of experience, right? Even Kalush, young player, has been on Shock during Overwatch League times. Definitely a lot of experience in that roster. And even young players like Dree, we talked about him at the beginning of this matchup. There is a lot of competitive experience in this. The question is, how much does the pressure of this big stage, of a stage this large, worldwide, right, massive prize pool, so much on the line here for those teams, how much does that affect your performance? How long does it take you to get into the rhythm, to get used to this new environment? Apparently, for M80, it seems to be taking a little longer than for Ents, as they have been able to get into the rhythm very quickly. I would even say just a quick adjustment from Maimon that we saw in Necrobase. That was the moment. From there on out, it went very well for them till now.
I think part of the problem is as well, if I look at the way they've really won these first 2 maps, where we were over on Busan, it felt like they had the better of that mirror matchup. We talked about how the Echo is the most vulnerable target, and then it certainly felt like Ents had a better understanding of how to get at Tree more often on that Echo and punish him. Meanwhile, M80 weren't really able to adapt and solve that problem. Then we go to Dorado, and it seems like they kind of get the ban situation they want out of that Ents, even though that shouldn't be the situation they can, because they have all the disadvantages of not being able to pick their ban order, not being able to pick the map and the mode and all of this. And then they actually win it with quite a well-prepared set strategy about how they take angles and how they take the next fight. And then you combine that with the fact that Kev's is hitting these pulse bombs, Kai's hitting these shots, they're winning all these clutch fights as well, and it's a hard problem to solve for M80 right now.
Absolutely, but they still have their heads up high. This is now obviously the time where you have to make something happen, and it seems like we are going to a map that we have indeed seen before today. New Junk City is going to be the map of choice, and we do see the Ash and the Anaban coming out. The Anaban obviously coming from an M80. What's your thought on this? I'm not too sure what the idea behind that is. However, maybe M80 has something in their mind that they have prepared in the last few weeks of well, non-boot camp absence.
I think it might just be a protect ban. We talked about maybe M80 would try and throw a bit of a curveball by banning Lucio and forcing a Bat Brig mirror, but I think this might actually be the opposite type of play from them. They ban Ana, mainly because they don't want to play against Ana if there is a chance they go dive or something, but in reality, what they actually want to do is make sure Lucio is unlocked. If there is one map type where Lucio is almost essential, it's Flashpoint, because it's so big. It really messes with the number of fights, the number of recontests you can get for each point if you don't have Lucio. So I think it was more of a protect ban coming out from M80. And the way they've set this one up, in theory, should just be, we can maybe just get a bit of a Sigma mirror. That's on the cards, maybe Ramatra. Maybe more on the cards, obviously, for Vessler than for Kaluj. But I imagine we'll get that sort of matchup. We did see on Mecha Base before, in the Falcon series, teams were pretty ram-pilled in terms of that was their choice of Brawl Tank. So we'll see if Ents lean into that here, and what M80's response is, as it's not really a hero we've seen Kaluj play a lot of.
Absolutely, and you can see Ents, they're enjoying this right now, right? They're on the big stage, they're comfortably in the lead, 2-0 in their favor. They have the map pick, probably also going their way, definitely one of the maps that a lot of those teams got used to playing from OWCS and obviously as well Face It League. The bans, well, I mean the Ash ban from ENCE, it works. I guess it can deny a lot of obviously stall as well with the bot on point, but also obviously maybe just a comfort ban to enable their own DPS line and other things as well. There seems to be no substitution happening for this third map, and therefore very curious to see how Kai and oh no, I actually get news now. Kai is not there anymore. Kai's gone, as we now get the duo back. It is Maimon and Kafster back in the DPS line of ENCE.
So the Ash ban in theory, so if we rewind it back a step, what we expect is some kind of brawl mirror here, right? And what's been increasingly true in the brawl mirror as of late is it's harder and harder to play hit scans because teams will keep going something that stops you playing hit scan. One of the hit scans that actually is quite effective against Venture and a few of the other ones that have come more into vogue as of late is the Ash, and Tree in particular has been an absolute nightmare for teams in North America on Ash. A big part of why M80, despite all their changes and lack of practice, still qualified through the Face It playoffs without too much difficulty. So I think as a hero that Tree has particularly excelled in, they've taken that away from him. They've put Wamone in, which I think really obviously indicates they want to play double flex DPS in some form. They're going to play an aggressive version of the Brawl comp, and they want to play quite a sort of all-in style and really put them on the back foot here. So I don't know exactly what version ENCE will do, but I expect maybe, I guess Echo Venture is maybe on the cards, or Genji Venture is on the cards here.
Definitely an opportunity. We've seen the Venture on Junk City before from, correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was Falcons earlier today, and we see Chris Murder, coach of ENCE, they obviously now take issues again apparently, but this all falls into the favor of ENCE, right? They're in the comfortable position here. It's not M80 that are in the lead, and therefore they on their side again have to somehow figure out a way to come over that time and still keep the concentration high as we now go into a new Junk City, potentially the last map for M80 in this matchup, as ENCE is on match point already, and we'll see how those bans Ash and Anna affect the compositions both teams are planning to roll out here.
Looks like M80 are just going to play kind of a classic. This comp that we're seeing from M80 here is what a lot of teams have maybe defaulted to as like quite a core comp of the meta in a lot of situations. ENCE are going to go on Keeper Mauga here. So Mauga obviously didn't change quite significantly. That overdrive is now a lot shorter and doesn't help his teammates really much at all. So in theory, Matrix is pretty good against it. As we see here, Vester's going to take a huge chunk of damage. That's hard for him to recover. They're going to keep going, though. Slamming over the top. Vester's going to double down, gets Matrix killed, and maybe that's some of the Mauga nerves coming into play right there.
Yeah, the Mauga has been super strong in the past, but with this team patch, not too strong anymore. Kaluch on the Diva on the other end seems to be better off for the start of this map here. Finds the kill on Rapid Attack, therefore advantage definitely in favor of M80 right now. They are able to cap the point first. Percentage now building up on their bank. As ENCE, Maimon and Kafster, Genji and Echo obviously potential for a lot of damage. We see Vestola has switched away from the Mauga as well, now copying the Diva of Kalush. Instant adjustment, Rakatech finds the kill on Tree.
Similar old story, Tree the first to die once they're in this sort of Diva Echo mirror here. And without that Echo, it's such a key source of damage, especially damage that can go through the Matrix in the form of a beam. They just have to back out, and that's a disappointing way to lose that fight for M80. They have all the ults coming back, and this is going to be the big one, right? All the support ults, Bomb in there, Copies in there.
So many ultimates on the bank for M80 already, but Sky pulls his one first, trying to enable ENCE on this fight a little bit more, at least create a little space for them for sure. As we see that Vestola has lost his back in the process though. Tries to reuse it right away. Kalush has the bomb ready as well. Rakatech and now also using the secondary ultimate. No support ultimates available anymore at all. Capstan taking out Spectre. This is the opening pick they might have needed here, as he's hunting for more together with Maimon. They're able to take down Tree as well. Vestola is able to get the Kyrikan. This should be enough to push M80 back into the spawn as they're collapsing on Collusion now as well. And will surely take this first of potentially 5 points on Junk City.
Yeah, and that'll be point. Again, we see the ult trade kind of goes as we expect it. You've seen metas like this before. It's like the Kyrie ults will be traded, the beats will be traded, and then eventually there'll be one DPS ult or a tank ult or something that is the finisher. And this time, it's Wamone's copy again that ends up being the finisher. We saw this a bit on Busan. Ents better in these late fights, but now copy advantage for Tree coming back in here.
Copy definitely will be one of the key factors for this next fight. The question is how much can they make of it. Spectre getting also closer and closer to the pulse bomb. Finds the kill against the enemy Lucio though. This is already a big advantage for them as 3 has copied Genji off Kevson, is making good work from it. Kalush able to take down his enemy Diva as well, and M80 once again take the first fight on the point. However, now obviously a lot of ultimates building up on the bank of ends as well, while Kevster decides to switch to the Tracer.
I think it makes a lot of sense. Echo matches up quite nicely into Genji, and Genji really felt like it was more part of that original comp Ents thought they were going to play. I imagine Ents thought they were maybe playing into a Sigma here rather than a Diva. So now just a full mirror matchup. Ents got the better of this at the start of the series. Kitsune rushes in play here. Going to be kicking off, I think, from Sky to try and force point. Yuvi will match it here. Slow and steady as these beats come up. Rack is slightly ahead. He's overtaken Lyra at crucial time. And they found their man again. They cannot keep Tree alive in these engages. They need to find a way to stop Ents getting to their main man, because if they can't, it's gonna keep going like this.
And this was a pure DPS fight right there. Maimon 3, Kevster 2, they're finding pick after pick, a DPS line, a DPS duo from Ents. It works really, really well for them currently, as Kevster is already close to the pulse bomb here, despite having switched to the Tracer just before this fight. Only maintaining 15% of the ultimate charge. There's so many ultimates coming up now from both sides. Kalush, Lyra also are very close to theirs. Could be a firework up ahead here. They're trying to find pick early. We see the sound barrier being pulled on both sides now. Racket takes the second one to follow up on the one from Lyra. Looking for a pick, and the copy from Maimon is also creating so much space against the Echo, but they're not able to find the pick quite yet. Somehow, some way, Tree wants to make it out alive, and he's getting chased and chased and chased, and someday he will eventually fall to it, as he did just now. And this one pick is enough to draw them back. However, though, sneaky, they were able to make a couple of percentages from this, because the point somewhere during the fight was flipped for some reason.
Yeah, Spectra obviously went mid-fight, and obviously it caps him the point and gets him this sort of weird retake, but it maybe actually cost him that fight, because it felt like, we saw it, right? When Moan was chasing Tree for so long, you had to feel there was a way to punish him, but now we're going to go into this last desperate fight. Kitsune rush advantage for Sky here. Yuvi doesn't quite have it yet. Desperate for that one. They need Tree to buy time here. Comes in, doubles down on Diva now, help buy him some time. Yuvi still doesn't have that ult, but they're getting the kills regardless. Now they might even be able to hold on to this one for the next point. And M80 back in it when they needed it most.
It looks just like it. Spectre's doing good work here on the Tracer. Together 3 actually crushes Vestola in the remake of his copy. And M80, they're able to take a point on their own as well, equaling this Junk City map up 1-1 now, as we head on to the next flashpoint that is enabling in a couple of seconds. And once again, Vestola has the ultimate ready. Kevster close to new pulse bomb as well. Looking to find a target here.
All about this Kitsune rush. Lyra close to B, but what's Tree doing out here? An Echo left alone, scattered, and now be a free pick. And they have ult advantage here. This is potentially devastating for M80. They're just going to try and get out and cut their losses. How on earth did that happen?
Good coordination from Ents though, as they were instantly able to capitalize from that mispositioning that they have been, well, given almost. Their presence being prepared from M80. It's not even Christmas yet, but they're already giving away a fight for free here.
Now to kick it off.
Trying to get out of that small space.
This is just a disengage though from Ents. Now they're coming back in. Equal support ults here. Good choice from Ents to sacrifice the point for that one. They're going to come back in. Beat comes through. It'll hit everyone from both sides, but Ramon has this copy Diva, and guess who is target number one? It's Tree. The pulse bomb lands. They find their way through. The bomb over the top from Ramon gets it. Kaluja's going to try and clutch. He gets the copy. Spectre lands the pulse bomb. It's maybe not quite done yet. Maybe it is now. Just support's left alive, and Ramon's going to get full pocket from Vessler to finish that one.
However, though, quite expensive fight for Ents in the end. They had to use 4 ultimates in this. Only Sky, obviously, as he didn't have his one ready yet, didn't use that. M80 on the other side as well used a lot of their ultimates and abilities. Ents is getting closer and closer to 60% now. And Tree has been disabled quite a lot of times in this matchup already. Now the Kitsune rush to force them back out. M80 have to respect this one, kite back a little bit more before re-engaging now, but it's taken them so much time to get back. This is now obviously last fight territory for them. They don't want to give this one up quite yet.
Kitsune Rush nearly there for UV, but they might have to start with a copy. They are trying to force point. Tree's found the Ramon kill as well. Will copy a Lucio just to live. Amps it up. He's on the hunt for that backline, but I don't think he's going to find him. Either way, it might be enough. But they've lost Kaluja's mech here, and Matey seem to be pulled in a few different directions. They've got a copy beat, so hopefully they can find a kill with this. And to be fair to Tree, he's done exactly that. Kaluja will go down, and the fighting's happening all over here, but M80 just about coming out top on that during all that chaos. It felt like Kaluja was pulled to point. The rest of them wanted to push with copy. It works out, but it wasn't pretty.
Sure wasn't, but in the end the result counts. That one was quite positive as they were able to cap the point and take it away from Ents, but now Ents is back on the move, trying to finish the job here on this third flashpoint. Looking for an opening pick. Kitsune rush comes in from Ultraviolet, obviously giving a lot of advantage now to M80. The overtime is long triggered. Copy comes in from Maimon, gets another Diva online here for Ents. But the beat denies so much damage, it gives so much healing to both sides here. As Kaluja is now falling dangerously low, trying to push for this bomb that's been placed by Maimon here as well. Not able to find anything from it though. And now Kaluja this time for the bomb here on spawn 3. Finds Rack Attack, but this is big. No Lucy available on both sides. As Kaluja is now able to finish off the Capster. Spectre, first place is gone as well. Bastola now able to find a Kiriko and Maimon. Together with him, they might just be able to make it work here. It's only Kaluja left on the point.
Kitsune Rush is doing wonders for him here though, and he can't tank it. He wanted to kill Sky so badly, but there was just Matrix after Matrix after Matrix. And Ents win a crucial fight here. I thought M80 had that in the mid-fight. But now, potentially last point for M80 in this series if they can't win it. They have that copy advantage. It feels like it's starting to even up a little bit more. There's a bit more give, a bit more take. They're keeping Tree alive and he's getting more value, and he's going to have to do the same here with this copy to get him off to a good start here.
This is now potentially the last flashpoint for M80 in this matchup. They have to win this one and many more to have a chance to stay alive in this matchup. Spectre close to another pulse bomb here. Once again looking for a target, but already very low. The stick comes through, but doesn't really get any kill off it. Skevster is now ready to return a pulse bomb on his own, looking for an enemy to stick it on.
We're going to try and engage first, actually. Tree's gone quite aggressive here. TP has been forced, but Sky's died before anything happened. And I don't know if Kev can find the target. Suzu's not forced, so they're going to kill anyway. So it's still a trade, but no backline now for End. Means no heals, which means they can't hold on to this point. Ramon will get a trade, but I don't know what else he can really get out of this one. Maybe a Lucio. Quite. But an important one for M80, and interestingly enough, they didn't actually use for copy there because they got an early kill on Sky, so they actually get to roll that one over. Support ults quicker. And they've nearly got bombs, so M80 actually set to tie up this point. Probably just try and want to win it quite cheaply if you're M80 here. Like maybe just two ults and win a fight. Would be really happy with that if you can make that one work, M80.
It's all about good budgeting now for M80. Stola has got the bomb ready so he can play a bit more aggressive as he's able to lose one back while he's able to just call a new one if needed. Bomb right there. And another copy. Maimon again goes for the Diva. Trying to create more space. Doesn't quite work out for them though. And exactly with that, they are able to only invest, in this case, 3 ultimates, but an M80, they were able to win the fight once again. And it's going to be very, very close for them now. They had to hard reset to have everyone back in time.
Yeah, the touch is really awkward. Do they go for it here? Kev's gonna... Rack's trying to roll out for it. Kev's going from the other side. Kev does get the touch. He's going to have to recall immediately. He's killable maybe on the exit. He didn't recall quite far, so Kev gets away with it. And now Ents can get the fight. And they have both support ults here. If they can get both of these off, they can take this one. All eyes on these beats.
But they might not even need it. The first pick comes in. Maimon finds Spectre. This is a huge opening for Ents right here. They just need to use now. Kev's also taking out 3. No DPS available for M80 in this so important fight. And they're also able to take down Kaluja's Mac, and Kaluja just right after it. When they needed it most, Ents are able to make the flip here. They even kept the Kitsune Rush ready for the next fight.
Yeah, it felt like M80 realised they're at support disadvantage, chose to beat first, which is normally not what you want to do, but if you can stop the other Lucio beating, it's very good. It's obviously quite tricky in this meta when there's Diva Matrix and there's Suzu in play. So Rat gets the beat off, Ents get the win and hold on to that Kitsune Rush. So M80 might just be looking for a bit of a walk and disengage here. They do have the time for it.
Looking for that touch now, trying to force something from Ents. Even the pulse bomb would already bring big value for them. Spectre is trying to hold back his one. Only engage if you're 100% sure at this point. Both DPS falling dangerously low here. Now the Kitsune Rush to push them back even more. And while they were able to get the ultimates, oh no, they lose the mech from Kalush. This is massive for them, and that's actually quite merciful from Ents that they're able to kill that mini Diva right away, as they're now able to finish off the rest from it, even possibly. Capsule investing the pulse bomb there into the big nowhere, but it seems to pay off for them.
Doesn't get the cap, trying to see 9 out. I mean, Spectre had to go for that play. Lyle will get one more touch, but will pay with his life, surely. He's given him the wriggle, though. He will get forced off the edge. Now Kaluja on point. Has bomb, actually. Kitsune Rush coming back. Can we get Kaluja back in mech? No! Here it comes. Copy's Diva comes in as well, but Wamona's matched it. They've just got the ults to match this. Rack with the beat to finish it now, and that might just be it. Wamona's copy bomb goes off. Tree can get one more touch, but he gets focused down after copy. And I think it was the right call from M80. Kind of said they need to disengage one of these support ults. They did that, but the Kaluja's mech gets caught right at the end, and that costs them the map and ultimately the series, as we see Crimzo congratulating his players here. Muted celebrations from Ents.
Yeah, they seem to take it fairly chill, right? I'm not sure if they know
this team did just win.
Right?
They
did
just win, yeah.
It looks like they're going into technical break or something. A lot of emotions coming from the Ents players right here. But yeah, they take the series 3-0 in the end. It looked closer on Junk City for sure, but M80, they step up the game a little too late here. Now that Ents has also realized they've just won this series, they're now walking over to M80 for some good measure handshakes, fair play shown here at the Esports World Cup. But that means indeed that Ents off to a very good start in Group C as they take a first W. Very important for them. And now obviously the question, how can M80 play against probably as they will be the team to beat in order to secure its spot in the playoffs. Let's take a brief look at the highlights that we had in this series, because there have been quite a lot of them.
The nature of these type of matchups is chaotic, right? There's back and forth, there's chance for Echoes to make plays, chance for Tracers to make plays. In a weird way, everyone is so hard to kill, but also everyone is so fragile, you know? The Tracer, the Echo, they can just get, if they just get caught, they do just die. If the Suzu is just a little bit late, the Kiri might just die, you know? So a lot of chance for individual expression and individual difference makers here, and it certainly felt like that's what we saw from the side of Ents. We saw Kevin, particularly Ramon's copies, I think we have to highlight here, did seem to get good, consistent value throughout. And a big part of the reason why we saw Ents come out on top.
Bastola came up ahead on the tank duel here as well. Just a little bit better on the Diva, which has been the go-to tank instead of the, obviously, Sigma that would have been, yeah, well, the tank of choice for both of them probably. But yeah, he realized that the Mauga is not already working for him in this duel here on Junk City, therefore quickly makes the adjustment towards the D, but it seemed to really have paid off for him, as definitely this together with the copies from Maimon key points to success for Ends as they are able to take the 3-0 here, as we once again take a look at the massive emotions of the Ends players after this W. And that means, Commander X, we're halfway through our day 1 broadcast, 3 to go, after we have now opened Group C. There's only one more to go, which is Group D, obviously, where there are quite a lot of big names in this. We've got Fnatic, Nightmare, Space Station, and virtus.pro, so obviously the only group where we have 2 EMEA teams in, as they were the region that got the most invites after taking spot 3 and 4 at the Dallas Major. Additionally, the 3 spots from the Faceit Master Division, giving them a total of 5 spots. However, virtus.pro, after winning that tiebreaker, now obviously the weakest team that we see in Group D. But our upcoming matchup is going to be Space Station game against Nightmare, which will be seed number 1 from Europe against seed number 3 from North America, as Nightmare picked up the old roster of Timeless. Definitely an interesting one to look at, but maybe Commander X, I don't know, I'm sure you agree with me here. Space Station definitely the favorite in this upcoming one.
They've looked really good all year. Maybe if you forget Stage 1 exists. Let's all forget Stage 1 exists, and then, yeah, they've looked pretty good since. They had the highest finish of any Western team at the Dallas Major, and Nightmare are a team that had a few issues and had to replace their tank. Infected comes in, and I think while Infected gives them some things in terms of greater flexibility, he does take away some of the peaks on those particular heroes that they had previously. So a bit of upside downside type thing, but I think SSG is no team to be trifled with. And while a lot has been made of SSG versus the Korean teams, can they slay the Korean teams? One thing that has never been in doubt is that they are still the best in the West. When they play these other Western teams, they can play any comp. They can play Dive, they can play Brawl, they can play whatever version and feel confident in it, and they certainly have that advantage over Nightmare here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, best in the West for sure. On top of that, they're showing at the Dallas Major, obviously, despite the 2 Korean teams, has been very, very good, as they were also able to show their dominance across the Atlantic as well. It will be super interesting to see how they now perform at the big stage at the Esports World Cup. Same goes for Nightmare, of course. We'll jump into a break, and then we'll kick off the second half of this day 1 broadcast. Stay with us, stay tuned. It's going to be a banger matchup coming your way.
Just anyone, I'm not just anyone. I'd rather keep my hood up, walk the world alone, and make it on my own. Then you claim that you're the reason that I got where I'm going, and I'm not interested in settling for the hell of it. All these people want convenience, I want more. The wolf is howling at the door, and now it's up to the clock before the last lock hits the floor. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take a seat, oh please, I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, oh please, I'm busy now. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you never flee, no flights ever free, yeah. I'm in my corner and I'm ringside handing me a water. My hands are on my shoulders, got the belt, crown myself the winner. It's just the way you keep on talking about yours while I'ma make mine. And I'm the first one in the morning and stay late night. And you can get your tickets, watch me from the sidelines. Cause you're not even in the competition. Why should I listen to someone without a vision who has no backbone and isn't here for me at all? Yeah, they just praying and waiting on the downfall. You can get comfortable where you are. Wait, you got in my way. Think I finally got it figured out. You can take a seat, hold please. I'm busy. I don't wanna let you let me down. I don't wanna let you let me down. Take a seat, take a seat. Oh, hold please. I'm busy now. Oh, hold please. I'm busy now. 3, 2, 1, go.
Break is over. We're heading into the second half of day one of group stage. Still Commander X and me on the B broadcast, and we are now going into matchup number 4. It's time for Group D to make their appearance on the broadcast, and we've got quite a treat ready for you. It's going to be Space Station Gaming against Nightmare. Let's take a look at their group.
This is really the group of death as well. I think the way the seeding has worked out, there's maybe a lot of clear favourites, a lot of clear underdogs. And you can maybe make the same argument here, but I think in terms of who gets out on top, SSG or Fnatic, it could be really tight. Who gets out at all from the bottom side of things, virtus.pro or Nightmare, really tough. At least in these opening fixtures, we maybe expect SSG and Fnatic to be a step above, but we'll have to wait and see.
Absolutely, it's definitely a very strong group. Fnatic in there, virtus.pro also a team that was basically particularly put together for this event, and therefore definitely one where we can maybe have high expectations. But let's take a look at our matchup. Let's take a look at the roster of Space Station Gaming, the best in the West, as they are well known to us. Hardy, obviously the tank in that lineup, Sparkus, Psycho, Funny Astro, and Landon, who are going to be the starting 5 for Space Station. So much experience coming into that roster. Obviously, most of the EU OWL players that have ever made it there have ended up in this roster, and therefore so much experience. So many great players and individuals in this roster.
Here we get Astro amping it up as he always does, obviously well known for his Lucio. And I think really this SSG team is the story of the London Spitfire with upgraded pieces in the form of Psycho and Funny Astro. I think it's added one, diversity to the heroes and the comps they can play, but also just a big upgrade in quality as well. And of course they are up against their former London comrade Admiral in this one as well, as we see. Haddy's primeling, he's shattering, he's ready to play everything.
Definitely one of the most flexible tanks, in my opinion, as well. Obviously, grew up being that Reinhardt #1, right? But has developed a fairly flexible hero pool, in my opinion. So definitely one that can cover a team like this, especially in a time of hero bans. Space Station, they look ready. They looked very good in the Dallas Major already, but their opponent is also very well known, and apparently not too big of a fan of their jerseys, at least Infected, as he seems to try to tear it into pieces already. Seeker, Zehu, Infected, Admiral, and Aziz at that name. Whenever I try to pronounce it, it's not working out for me.
Do you think that hair on Infected's arm has been digitally added, or is that's naturally how hairy his arms are? You know, I don't know if it was added for the primal effect.
All natural.
He's leaping into action here. God damn. But the underdogs here for sure, right? I think they finished 3rd seed, and as much as they're a team that I think really did impress towards the tail end of those Face It playoffs, particularly on the Malga comps and their understanding of the macro, that's actually SSG's main thing as well. It's one of the metas that SSG have had the most success in, so maybe a bit of a mismatch here. When we get into the ban section of all of this, it's got to be the question, where is the strength? Where's the edge that Nightmare have? And unfortunately, SSG are very well-rounded.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, SSG, they are looking super strong. Nightmare, they bring in Infected. You don't really know what to expect from it. You're unsure how that learned from NRG, as they fell 4th and therefore short of the World Cup spot in North America. Infected now gets another opportunity to play it with Nightmare. But obviously we can talk all day, we can talk all night. The question is, what do you guys out there think about this matchup. Space Station against Nightmare. We want to have your predictions in as well. Make sure to go to stcplay.gg to put in your prits for this Group D opening matchup here on the B stream. It will be an interesting one for sure. Of course, Space Station, they have the LAN experience, right? They have a couple of players who played Overwatch League LANs, who played LANs in the past, who obviously played the major in Dallas as well. Nightmare, they don't really have that experience. In fact, that he technically was a part of NRG, but when it comes to LAN experience as a whole, there's definitely an advantage here on the side of Space Station.
I think especially as well for Nightmare, we just saw an EMEA versus NA matchup in ENT versus M80, and that was obviously one-sided. That was second seed against second seed. Here we're going to be watching the first from EMEA against the third from North America. So we do expect a bit of a difference in terms of quality, but I think they're a team, Nightmare are a team that have taken this very seriously, and they will be giving it their best in this shot. But I mean, SSG, they're the best in the West. But I think the way they went out at the Dallas Major has left a bad taste in their mouths. As much as they still beat all their Western competition, they lost it pretty convincingly in the end. They were getting spawn camped on Havana by Crazy Raccoon. I think they will want to redeem themselves. And Redemption might not be winning the tournament, but Redemption has given a better account of themselves in this tournament here.
Absolutely, definitely one that Space Station is looking to get. However, they have to work their way through the group stage first, as we obviously go back to Busan for fourth and last time on this Wednesday stream. And we see the bans coming in, and indeed, Nightmare, no Winton available. Kiriko gets banned on the side of Space Station. And if you consider that Space Station had the first ban here, they went for the Kiriko. They've opened the opportunity to maybe deny something from Harder here. And it's going to be the Winston in the end.
Interesting, because I don't know why they banned the Winston, because I feel like realistically, whenever SSG play Dive, so a Winston-based comp, it is with the Kiri Lucio. So with Kiri already off the cards, I don't think SSG would have played Dive anyway. So maybe they know something we don't, or maybe they've just missed an opportunity here. So I feel like SSG probably quite happy with the way these bans have gone. As I think, is Hadi trying to order something?
May I have a protein shake, please? Protein. I need protein, right? I mean, I totally agree with you here. And this is coming back to talking about votes under pressure, right? You only got 60 seconds. Christopher, you mentioned specifically him earlier, the question of how can you also use a first, maybe quick ban to pressure your opponent here, right? And maybe this is indeed one of those situations where Nightmare was surprised by an early pick, especially surprised by maybe the Kiriko, and therefore we're like, well, we'll take the Winston. But in the end, as you said, those two bans basically covered the same comp, right? So it's that one not for sure not, but anything else is still available. And with Space Station banning the Kiriko, they quite obviously show that they don't necessarily want to go into the dive direction, maybe.
Exactly, yeah. So maybe it's going to be a brawl mirror, and that's the way they want to lean instead, and they're just, I guess, as a Nightmare end up making doubly sure that will be the case. But I don't think it's off the cards. As much as we've talked about some of the elite Korean teams, and we give Jumbin in particular a lot of credit for having this flexibility, being able to have this ball pick or this Doom pick in their back pocket. And we saw Smurf earlier for Team Falcons pick ball and really make it a tough time for makers as well. But I think Hadi's a player that people sometimes forget actually has a bit of a pocket ball pick himself. So we could see some ball from Hadi, and they could still play some of that dive version, even though it'd maybe be a little bit scuffed. You'd maybe be doing BAP Lucio ball, which isn't the prettiest, but can function. So we'll have to see if they lean into that. But yeah, I don't think Nightmare are going to quite get the result they want. My expectation is Nightmare's advantage in this competition over their opponents is their ability to win macro-based fights and macro-based comps. So if you can force them towards that, that's, I think, what they want. And SSG are probably a pretty rough team to play. If that's your strength, they might just also have that strength, but a little bit higher. But I think it's still the right direction for Nightmare to go, and Nightmare's ability to go far in this tournament won't necessarily be defined by this game, or even necessarily by their game against Fnatic either. It will be all about that game that is the final game of their group against against virtus.pro. If they can win that one, obviously they get out of groups, they double their money, all of this. So it's not the end of the world if they lose here, and this is a particularly tough matchup for them in terms of strengths and weaknesses. I don't know if they can really use the bans to their advantage, as SSG seem pretty pumped up to get this one underway.
Looks just
There's
like
Hadi's protein shake.
Oh yeah, well, it actually happened. Why not? You know, you gotta only. I mean, playing World Cup means that you can't just like let your training plan go away for World Cup, right? You gotta keep the protein coming, right? One of the players that I do definitely want to talk about is Admiral on the other side of Nightmare, though. Probably the player who's traveled the most the last few weeks, coming from Estonia, had to fly to boot camp in Florida and then fly back with the team to Riyadh, which is quite a journey. And now, obviously, he has been playing in that Timeless roster on ping the whole time. I mean, obviously, as a support player, that works fairly well. It works better than, for example, on DPS. But still, it's going to be interesting how much his gameplay can maybe improve on this roster. Why? Because he now obviously has the opportunity to play with a perfect ping on the server next to his teammates that he basically hasn't seen all split long, because he's playing from Estonia while the rest of them obviously came from North America. Therefore, will be interesting to see. Definitely player, massive experience, 23 years of age, and the list of teams is so long, right? He's been on London Spitfire, of course, for quite some time. Red Bulls Esports for some collegiate action. Twisted Minds let him go. Maybe they'll regret it in this tournament. Obviously, that depends on how far Nightmare can go, but definitely an interesting persona. Very well known, very experienced. Has been around the scene since, I think, like 2019 or something, at times of HSL Academy. That's probably where his career started. Therefore, such a big amount of experience coming into this roster for him.
It's going to be interesting going against his former teammates as well. Obviously, I imagine there'll be a little bit of insider knowledge of how they'll play certain situations, how they'll deal with certain problems. And we'll have to wait and see how it unfolds. I think, obviously, one thing that's maybe more true of Admiral than it is of Funny Astro on the other side is the limitation in hero pool. While both quite adept at Lucio, especially off Lucio, I think Admiral maybe starts to run a little bit dry a little bit quickly. It might work out in this series because both teams want to play Lucio, that everyone just doesn't ban it, and there's just we're just allowed to play Lucio because everyone wants to play Lucio, you know? So we'll see how that works out. I don't really know the direction Nightmare are going to go. Will they just go into some sort of BAP Lucio mirror? I mean, Malga would be viable, Ram would be viable as well. Probably viable on Mecha Base and Sanctuary here.
Definitely a lot of action that we can expect from this, so why waste any more time? Let's jump right into it. It's Busan once again. And
they want infected on ball.
Obviously, it's downtown once again as well. Infected on ball. Let's go for it. And Hadi, in the meantime, he seems to be sticking to the Diva. Well, that's a surprise for sure. Psycho back on the Tracer after the initial TP. So is Zehu. Let's see where this is going.
Yeah, high ground straight away there for all of the Nightmare guys. It's one thing we maybe forgot to mention is that as much as Hadi has a pocket ball pick, so does Infected. So that maybe makes the Winston ban make a little bit more sense for Nightmare here. So they can maybe force a bit of dive, but force the ball. But Hadi opting on Diva out of the gates here. But they have lost... They lost control of the map, but they actually did cap a point here. So now they're able to back up. Have to disengage this nade for a second. But oh, Infected's got caught. He's taken so much damage. And they can't even get the flip in the end here. And Nightmare are going to have to get right on out of there.
Yeah, just make sure not to give too much ult charge to the enemies right away, as this could very likely snowball if you give too much. Therefore, quick retreat and wait for Infected to be back in spawn again. 30% already in favor of Space Station. Landon already 90% on that window, however, now has to see the windows of spawn first. Infected takes him down. Seeker capitalizes from it as well. Sparker down, Hardy down. They're all falling into pieces as the Tracer of Nightmare is making good work here in the end. This will be the flip for Nightmare.
They wanted to go alley there, as we do need a pause coming in here. So it looked like Nightmare wanted to go alley, and it looked like SSG actually read the situation. You saw Landon peek in early. You even saw Spark drop to meet it early as well. So it felt like SSG just had a read on. This is where we're going to try and retake from. Let's stuff for choke. Let's make it hard for him to retake. And then Landon just dies. Just a bit of a nothing death. I mean, these are the sort of things that happens. It happens, I'm sure it happens in your ranked games plenty. It happens at the top level as well. It's one of the things that's really frustrating to deal with, because obviously you've done the hard job of winning the first fight. You give away a free retake for no reason. It can be frustrating, and it's the sort of thing that maybe not in this series for SSG, but you just have to be conscious, because if this happens to you too much against the bigger teams, or in those like high pressure, high stakes games, you don't get away with them that often.
Yes, definitely. Obviously, the question is, I think it seems to be a problem that Hardy's having, but thumbs up could mean that we can go back into this fairly quickly. It's definitely not an issue that Landon was having. That would explain why he died that early.
He was having different issues.
In-server issues.
The admin can't help with that one.
Yeah, but definitely, I mean, he'll therefore still have 95% ult charge ready on the window, which gives them a fairly good advantage, although he now has to, well, run back from spawn, obviously, but since the rest of his team basically collapsed almost after his death as well, they'll have a good chance to regroup. 45%-ish were on their bank already, therefore nothing lost by far here in downtown of Busan. So let's get back into it. We see the point flip came through. Now Space Station have to get back into the game here, indeed.
Got to work our way through this choke, trying to avoid a nade, trying to avoid the nano, but there's Psycho trying to flank, but Zera matches him, forces him all the way back here. Recall's traded as Bob will go to point from Seeker as well. But Beat does come out, but now the later Bob, they're still trying to rotate through, but they've lost Sparker on the way, but they're still coming. They catch Z's, and they've gone the long way here, SSG. They're all the way around. They'll deny the flip, and what's SSG's next move now they're in the other team's spawn?
I mean, they get Zehu at least, so the Tracer's down. Maybe the advantage that Space Station now can use, explore from use from Psycho. Doesn't really find anything too much. In fact, that falls dangerously low here as well. Gets taken down in the end. Seeker follows him shortly after. Space Station is back on the bright side here as they're able to clean up the rest from Nightmare. And they even get the Tracer just inches before reaching spawn doors. This will slow down Nightmare even more. Space Station are now... They have the Hardy Bomb ready. They have a couple of more ultimates building up slowly but surely. In fact, it's got the mines ready. The Nano Boost is also available for Nightmare here. 70%. Doesn't leave too much space for planning though.
Big swap onto the brick here should help them in theory against D.Va as well from Nightmare, but they still got this difficult choke to get through. They can maybe just go mines with point with their Tracer Ball, and it seems like that's what they're considering at least. Pressure onto Psycho. Infected wants to go a little bit deeper as well, takes that high ground. Astro has to be careful, stays on point though. Haddy's going to come help the team, and they'll just be able to hold on to point from this, but Haddy's lost a lot of health. There's the bomb. Can he get back in mech?
Looks like it, and he'll be able to get more from it. He'll crush Zehu in the process, Tracer down in the worst possible way. This is a turn that they weren't even expecting maybe. Sparker gets taken down in the Ash duel, however, making this a 4v4. Looking for the next clip. This might be the crucial one. Psycho, Half-Life, no recall available yet. But Hardy gets the pick on the Brigitte. Point in favor of Nightmare currently though. They seem to have the control here. Touch comes in time.
Denies the flip, and now they're trying to double down. Pressure onto Astro. The lamp is good from Landon. Astro has beat if they need it too here, but they've just stabilized in the corner here. They've had to concede point, but now they can re-push, and they catch Infected as this beat comes in. Any more kills, and it could be curtains for Nightmare. They have to try and live, but Psycho won't let them. They're forced out at the choke. Admiral has to go for a desperate touch, but can't get close, and a bit of back and forth, but first round over to SSG.
Taking downtown SSG off to a good start here in this matchup. Let's take a look at a couple of the crucial scenes from this matchup, especially here. The Tracer, such a late kill. It takes so much time. The first was, in fact, he was already out of spawn again when the Tracer died. This cost him so much time. And obviously the Hardy crush was fairly impressive as well. He probably wasn't expecting that one either. Space Station.
It was a real 50-50 moment, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because if Zera gets that kill and he's get back in mech, then Nightmare just take the point for free, and again, it's another cheap retake to give away for SSG, but comes in clutch for Hadi when he needs it.
Absolutely. Definitely, maybe even a game-changer situation there as that kill definitely flipped this fight, or at least enabled the flipping later. Let's go into Mecha Base. We see the Ram on both sides, and we see Z's already falling dangerously low here. Makes it out alive though, and we see the Mei from Zihu as well.
In theory, should give him an advantage in this brawl, and it does force out an earlier lamp, so now Hadi has to concede for space, has to get over this wall, won't be able to get over without costing his life. Spark finds a single trade, but tank advantage is massive in Overwatch, so SSG will still concede for space. They're going to try and steal point, but surely Psycho will not be allowed to take it here.
Contested just in time. The Dynamite also coming through from Sparker though. Psycho finds the kill on the Baptiste, and Sparker on Admiral. Therefore, no supports available for Nightmare anymore. No point taken from either side yet. A Space Station are slowly but surely taking control over the point now, enabling them to gain percentages second after second.
It was similar to what we saw on Busan actually, where they do a rotation and Nightmare just get caught trying to rotate against the rotate, just not as clean as SSG. Now Hadi swapped onto the Malga, a hero we're going to see less and less, but still very good into the Remarch, that can get behind him, and it's actually just a mirror from Infected, doesn't want to take the Ram into it. So a good old-fashioned Malga mirror.
Why not? Bob comes in to deny the window space here, and works fairly well for them. Lamb also doing a lot of work here for Space Station. They're able to get the players from Nightmare very low. However, Infected and Seeker, they are the ones making the kills, and Len does get the Tracer though. Probably won't be enough. The stick does not quite connect for Psycho. It looks like Space Station might have to retreat here, but Morga falling dangerously low gets the kill against Psycho in the end though.
Felt like they could go through the choke there, but felt like it was mainly only Hadi going through the choke, not as much backup from his team as he maybe thought. They're going to keep this point contested for a little bit. Hadi can do one more charge onto point. They will clean it up. Landon's going to window actually. They think they can clutch. Infected's going to go through it though. Slam is good. No, can't kill Landon, but Zera can. And they will get this retake. Maybe I spoke too soon. I have spoken too soon.
Indeed, it looks like it. Psycho Spark are able to make it work somehow, even in this disadvantage that initially happened. But as you mentioned, the tanks are so strong, and Infected died in the process, and therefore Space Station Gaming, they're able to come back from this. They're able to keep the point in their favor, or at least only lose 19% from it. Therefore, Psycho Sparker, in the end, they're able to make it work for them.
You're exactly right. It's these mid-fight situations. Spark is just finding so much space, Psycho's finding space, and they're picking Nightmare apart in situations Nightmare should feel like they have advantage. It's a Bob to retake here, and SSG will take a step back and see you later, Bob. Not the best from Seeker, and now it's going to be a beta exchange up top. Infected and Hadi both with cages as well. Hadi's low as he comes in.
Stick comes through as well.
Over the top.
Oh, the Lamb's doing so much work here for Landon. What a great Lamb to keep Hardy alive in this cage fight. Indeed, Seeker gets the kill on Psycho, but gets straight in the end. Hardy falls in the pressure. But Z's, he dies, and therefore Space Station, he might just be able to win it right here. Zihu, Tracer, last one alive, but gets taken up by Sparkle. Lucio's the last man standing for Nightmare. Ball Infected comes in just in time, but will it be enough to buy time for the team? Touch one more time. The Bob comes in now as well. Surely this will not be enough for Nightmare. A Space Station are able to take a clean 2-0 in this first map of the series. Busan is all theirs.
Straightforward finish, and a few more desperation touches here. Let it go! Let it go! Alright, now it's gone. Now it's gone for real. It's a quite impressive performance from SSG. Maybe not because it was their cleanest Overwatch they've ever played, but they got themselves in some chaotic situations. They rotated quite aggressively, and they handled the mid game so much better than Nightmare in those situations. You think of the Busan downtown one. The Space Station take it all the way into spawn, right? So the enemy team's going to rotate into your spawn. You generally want your backline to rotate away. You've got Lucio Anna, should be fast enough, but doesn't actually get away, and then it just leads to a situation where they lose Z's in the middle of it, and situations just like this one we see right here, where Spark's just able to peek and angle in this mid-fight. They can't deal with it. They don't have eyes on it or where to expect the threat from. and it just pulls the fight away from them.
A lot of unlucky situations for Infected as well, though a couple of times we died very late, very unnecessary on the ball. And obviously a little bit of unluck there for Seeker, throwing the bomb somewhere into the middle of nowhere, taking a good run into the waters. A bit of unlucky situation stacking up for Nightmare, but in the end, obviously Space Station, they've owned this one for sure. Very consistent, good adjustments made as well, and Hardy on the tank roll, definitely a difference maker. Infected not quite able to catch up to the level of Hardy here.
I think it's worth highlighting as well, there was that big cage situation at the top there, and obviously Malga's fallen out of the meta a little bit, so we see a bit less of it. But good tech there from Landon. It's something Fielder did so often at the Dallas Major, and it's a big reason why Falcons were actually able to win that Malga mirror so often, even against Crazy Raccoon, is you do the cage trade, but if you put your lamp outside your own cage, you still get the invulnerability, but you have to kill the cage before you can kill the lamp, which means the lamp's effective health is 1 billion. And it takes forever. It was a huge part of why Falcons were successful in that mirror, and we see Landon do the exact same thing here and help them win that crucial fight.
Absolutely, some very good work, some very good preparation coming in from Space Station. Obviously, against Nightmare, from their point of view, probably a must-win situation indeed. However, it's definitely an enemy not to underestimate. Therefore, they are now up 1-0 in the series. Once again, Nightmare now has the opportunity to not only pick the map, but also pick the mode itself. And on top of that, also enable the first ban here. Quite a lot of advantages coming their way. The question is, will it be enough to make it work against a team like Space Station? Do you think that there's a hero in favor for Nightmare here, maybe that they would want to ban maybe to get like something out of Hardy, or somehow disable an important composition part of Space Station?
It's hard, because I think as much as they banned for Winston to try and enable the ball on downtown, and it didn't go awfully, but I think in reality Hardy can match that a lot of the time, and I don't think you want to put SSG in a dive matchup if you're on Nightmare. I think you actually want to play the brawl matchup, as much as you may be looking at Mecha Base and go, didn't we just lose that matchup? But actually, I think they got themselves in pretty reasonable situations more often than not, and then weren't able to convert. And I think if I'm sitting on the Nightmare side of things right now, I'm very much thinking, oh, well, surely we just stop losing 5v4s or 5v3s. Surely if we can stop doing that, we're actually in a pretty good situation, and hopefully that's a manageable thing. So maybe they could even just take it to something like a Midtown, or maybe even a Flashpoint, and just a little bit more of the same, and as such maybe ban in that vein as well, you know?
Yeah, absolutely, definitely. A lot of choices for Nightmare. Not all of them for sure are the right ones though, so time for careful consideration. Coaching staff has to do the work now, as they are facing up against one of the probably most experienced coaches that we have in the non-Korean bubble, which is Christopher. Obviously has been in the Overwatch scene for ages now, very well known, very experienced, and one of the few coaches that, as you mentioned earlier, we would actually think might be able to also use a ban system on heroes on a psychological level, maybe even just pressure the enemy into something unexpected, right? More user something like, hey, I did not expect that, what is this now? As it potentially even already worked in map 1 here, where we saw a fairly surprising a ban from Nightmare as well. As we go to Dorado, the map that we have seen every single series till now, picked by Nightmare, of course, as the loser pick. And taking a look at the hero bans, this again is interesting, but does make more sense than in previous rounds, in my opinion. Taking a look at the stage once again, we'll have the D.Va gone from the Nightmare side, and we'll have the Ana gone from the Space Station side. Now, without the D.Va, obviously, if you want to play the dive, you can still play the wall, you can still play the Winston potentially. However, the D.Va, obviously, I mean, Hardy quite liked it in Busan on this first map now. Definitely, though, there's enough other heroes that he could very comfortably play to make this work.
Presumption has to be it's just going to be Kiri, Lucio, Winston, I think, from SSG. I mean, there's maybe an option like when you take away certain heroes, like you take away the Ana or something, it can maybe make Brawl more viable because you don't have to deal with nades. But Dorado's just a hard map to play Brawl on because of all the high grounds, even if you take away the nade threat and that kind of option. So You still have to think it's just going to be a dive mirror, but I think ultimately, maybe again, SSG probably quite happy just to play Winston, Kiri, Lucio. And with Ana off the cards, it means Nightmare might be forced to mirror. Although, just seeing we've got Bap, Brig, maybe just out of both sides. A classic Bap, Brig, ball mirror. A BBB across the board.
Well, it looks just like it, at least Space Station on the defense seems to lock in that composition right away. Have Hardy on the ball, which is very decent, but also Infected, obviously a very experienced ball player right there. Baptiste, Brigitte backline makes a lot of sense. Addition to this, Psycho, the Tracer. Pretty straightforward, you would think. Let's see if they actually stick to it. Seeker currently on the Zombra. Not too sure he will keep it. Going over to the Widowmaker.
So yeah, so the nature of Ball into Bat Brig is it's quite hard for a Bat Brig to kill Ball. They can shoot him a bit, but it's also quite hard for a Ball to effectively kill the Bat Brig because they're also quite tanky. So it's all about occupying. Maybe you can boot someone out of position. Just try and apply pressure, keep them in check as we see the Balls sort of exchanging pressure here. Can be quite a tricky one to get going. Might be a little bit more about Sparker or Seeker finding the opening for their respective teams.
Hardy on the high ground there. A lot of attention going his way, of course. He's able to pull a lot of enemies into his side there, but now under pressure, has to make sure to get out of there alive. Then has to pull the lamp for him. Now also now Nightmare having to use that same utility on their own. Car's already made quite a process here though for Nightmare. As Space Station now tries to capitalize on the card. First kill coming in. Seeker dies from Psycho. No chance to get out of that one alive. Space Station trying to take control.
Need to be careful here that they don't get caught. They will lose Sparker, but the rest of them should be able to stabilize. Zero force to the high ground. Just blinks out though. Seems to be a reasonable start from Nightmare initially, trying to play through the ball. If you get rid of the ball, you can keep the cart moving. If you keep the cart moving, if you do that enough, eventually you'll win. But SSG seem to have changed tack slightly and are now playing a bit more aggressive with Hattie and Psycho, and now back-to-back picks for the pair.
A lot of ultimates now in the bang. Space Station got 4 ready to go. Funny Astro only 30% away as well. Seeker the only one who's far behind. 25% on his bang only. Psycho looking for an opportunity for a pulse bomb here. Maybe doesn't even need it. A lot of damage coming in, but the pulse bomb misses in the end and it isn't even able to get the kill itself. Ah, what an unlucky situation for the Austrian player.
Looks like it was there for him. We're getting up to a big ult fight. Window to start it. One tap onto land and that'll do it. Now finally a big opening, but Hattie wants to trade actually. Comes in with the dive. They've traded 1, traded 2 thanks to that boot. They actually trade 3. I mean, you trade many more, you've just won the fight actually. But this trade will mean their recontest is a little bit easier here. Did manage to hold on to that rally and that Minds of their own though, Nightmare. So still a pretty decent chance. And ultimately, while Sparker does have the Bob, relatively easy to deal with Bob in this kind of composition.
Bob, definitely an option here for Sparker. Pulls it out now. Let's see how it can help him out here. Sparker gets the kill with a dynamite on Zero though. That definitely is an opening that they can use here. Psycho trying to make trouble on the sidelines. Baptiste uses the lamp but dies in the process as well. No mercy shown from Space Station right here. As the card is slowly but surely making its way towards that first touch point. However though, Psycho does not get out of this one alive.
The nice trade from Seeker. Psycho will be back quick. You saw before that. Actually quite nice play from SSG where Psycho taps for Bap, takes his attention, then Hattie comes in for the slam as Psycho de-peaks, then re-peaks once the Bap's looking at Hattie. Just a little bit of give and go. Catches Z's out in the open, punishes them, and now a rally on point to finish this one for Funny Astro in theory. Maybe a Mines too from Hattie.
Opportunity is definitely there. 15% left for Hardy to get those mines. Those Psyche and early pulse from could already be a good difference maker here. The lamp is used very early here for Nightmare. This could be a big disadvantage already. Mines now coming in from Hardy as well, denying so much space on the payload. In fact, they're so low already, trying to make it out alive, but they're already so far away from the cut. Who can even touch this in time? Looks like the Tracer got another touch in the last second. However, this is such a difficult situation to be in. The window from London giving even more space to Space Station. Nightmare, they seem desperate. It doesn't look good for them. And it looks like Space Station will indeed be able to complete the full hold on Dorado.
If you're just tuning in, this is actually the third time we're seeing a team attack Dorado. And believe it or not, this is the best one yet by distance. It was 70 meters, then 67 meters. At least we're trending up again, but Dorado will not be capped by any of these teams.
It's mostly that the point 2 and 3 of Dorado are currently under maintenance, and therefore we cannot show them to you yet. So we'll need a couple of more attempts maybe to show you a second point of Dorado, if there even is one. At this point I'm not even sure anymore, as we see the highlight from Hardy here once again booping Admiral into those mines. The Space Station now, obviously very good opportunity for them to close Dorado fairly quickly, make it work, get to match point quickly, as they only have to complete those 71.2 meters.
That's really where we saw a lot of the success as well from SSG, just in that timing like you highlighted from Hadi. Is Hadi will go in for the slam, Psycho has some kind of angle he can engage from, and Spark is going to hit the dynamite timing. And because of Bat, Brick, Ash like to play quite compact, if you hit one with the dynamite, you quite often hit all of them with the dynamite. You force a quick lamp, then all of a sudden a little bit more killable than they once were. And it just felt like SSG's timing and discipline with that was just a step ahead of Nightmare right here. And I mean, a big task, but if there's one thing we've learned today, Julian, is that Dorado first is quite holdable.
It is quite holdable indeed. Psycho on the Symmetra means they'll use teleport to get up on that new high ground over there. But in fact that he's kind of smelling the opportunity here, looking for a boop right away, gets it. That is not quite enough to boop them off the map completely. The tap was there, though the read was there as well. But in the end, Space Station are able to make their way up on that high ground.
There we go. Just need to be careful here. You don't want to get staggered out too much, so they have to all get out safely, and it seems like Nightmare have just about managed that. We'll be backing up to the choke, but it basically means it's a one-fight situation with just under 3.5 minutes to have a crack at it. No ults just yet. And Hadi's going to look for another one of these engages. Onto the Ash. Forces lamp, forces a bit of everything, but I think Seeker will live.
This is so good for them though, because the way that Hardy's always able to force lamp very, very soon in those fights, it denies such an important utility for Nightmare technically, but Seeker just doesn't care. He gets two on his own basically. Together with the Tracer, they are able to take down Funny Astra as well. Hardy will either look for a reset here or will just try to hide somewhere in the never seen before rest of the map. But yeah, I mean, Nightmare now in a good situation, right? They've got a couple of ultimates coming their way. Space Station slightly fell behind on ultimate charge.
Yeah, the rally's the big one to deal with here from Funny Astro, but ultimately this part of Dorado and his second part of first is actually quite long and quite open, so Astro's ability to connect on a target meaningfully might be quite tricky. Window can make his life really hard, and we've seen that window right there, and Astro doesn't even get a chance to press his button.
I mean, the good news is, in this fight, despite Lando getting the kill on Seeker, Space Station did not waste any ultimates here, right? They die fairly early, Psycho gets the kill on the Bastion Baptiste as well. And they're actually able to make quite some process here. Hardy gets the kill on Admiral as well. Somehow, some way, this seems to, for some reason, work out for them. In fact, that now getting pressured as well, therefore Landon able to live, and somehow Space Station, it seems like they're actually able to turn this fight around here.
Same old story that we saw on map 1 is advantage Nightmare, but they can't convert it. They're going to bob back, but it takes a bunch of damage. Bashed and boots away, and SSG, they want to push over the line. They're still getting a few desperate touches, but there it goes. They sneak it over, and I mean, if they'd won that fight, Nightmare, it's really, not out of the question that they full hold this as well, and even win the map.
The main issue is that I felt like they did win that fight, but they just weren't able to like fully win it. So it looked very done already. And then Psycho just comes in together with Landon, making 2 kills. Hardy's able to somehow follow up on it, and they turn this around. But yes, indeed, this happened to Nightmare on Busan as well. Seems like a learning they might want to get here. Hardy there. We again see the kill on the Tracer. Infected also very low. Shot by him afterwards. So yeah, Space Station now are able to go towards match point rather quickly. Once again, Dorado seems to be a map that simply does not go further than the first point for some reason. But yeah, definitely a learning that they can pull from this as well. So, what do you do now as Nightmare, right? You pick Dorado as all the others who lost the first map somehow did, and also, again, didn't work for you. So, probably Dorado not the main go-to for teams that lose the first round, maybe. Where do you go? What do you do? What bans are maybe now the ones that you would pull?
It's hard. It's really hard, because I think if I'm Nightmare right now, the good news is we're getting advantage in all the fights. The bad news is we lose all those fights immediately afterwards. So I don't know if there's necessarily a comp I'm looking at. I don't. The matchup didn't seem unreasonable. Yeah, the attack was bad, but the defense was also good, and that's, you know, that's generally how it goes on those sort of matchups, especially on a map like Dorado. So I don't know if you just keep moving it along, as in like, okay, the dive one didn't work out and that was quite tough. Do we just go to more of a brawly mirror like we had on Mecha Base? Maybe that's the direction they want to go. It's hard because the hero pools on SSG's side is bigger. So I think you just need to find a matchup that you feel comfortable in, and maybe start to worry a little bit less about sabotaging SSG and a little bit more about, hey, what's our best map? Can we pick our best map? Can we maybe put a ban in place that allows not only us to play our best comp, but stops us getting sabotaged or anything, and let's just give it our best shot and just try and clean up that mid and late fight.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's maybe even more about just relying on your own strength, right, than trying to somehow sabotage, as you said, the enemy. And I feel like Nightmare, especially with the D.Va ban that they pull out here, it felt like they were more trying to deny the enemy than to save their own category. And it didn't really work out for them. It basically didn't really work out for anyone so far. And therefore, maybe something that teams might want to lean in a bit more by simply going more into those directions, right? Try to more like save your own comp rather than disable the enemy one, because a lot of those times we have seen a mirror matchup here. So technically both of those teams, they want the same thing. It's more like they're standing in each other's way to actually make the comp work, and therefore, yeah, maybe a different approach could work here.
We'll have to wait and see. There's Infected does give them more flexibility, which is the nice thing, which means there are more chances to have a plan B or a plan C or a plan D or whatever plan number you need to get to before you can take a map. So it is useful in that sense. I don't know how you really get the best out of it, because in theory the sort of niche pick for Infected is that Ball, and while I don't think Infected played particularly poorly on any of the maps we've seen him play on Ball, it's been much more of a team difference more than anything else, which is in many ways a harder problem to solve, and something you can't ban in hero bans. You can't ban the team.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, I guess. But yeah, it seems like those two teams here, especially those two teams, they want to just get it over with, apparently, because they have already selected map 3, and there's no roster swaps. They just want to go all the way through. No time wasted. Riyadh seems to be a very beautiful city. The venue and the area itself is massive. It looks so great, and therefore lots of time to maybe explore the other venues as well, right? Let's head right into it, right? Next map, we go to Midtown. Once again, obviously, the pick from Nightmare as they lost Dorado. And now, when we talk about the hero bans, this is the first time we actually see something that is a technicality that can happen, because we now have a map ban that happened from that is Midtown, and we now have a hero ban that technically already happened, but now it's done by the other team, and therefore it is possible, right? So in this case, Space Station, they've banned Ramatra, and Nightmare, they've banned the Kiriko. That was previously in map 1 already banned by Space Station, but since now it's Nightmare's turn to ban it, it is allowed.
Interesting choice. I actually quite like it. So we're going to Midtown, which by design ends up being a pretty tricky map to dive on, which forces you way more to brawl. The version of dive you could play especially if you're SSG, and this is maybe something that's unique about SSG, because normally when you talk about banning dive, you're talking about banning an Ana or a Winston or something. But SSG always run the Kiri Lucio version, so if you actually, so banning Kiriko against SSG actually takes their dive away, as well as maybe taking away a few other options like a Mauga composition or like an Ana Kiri or something even. So I think they are just trying to force some sort of maybe a BAP Brig mirror or some kind of double flex support mirror, or even just a BAP Lucio mirror, probably quite reasonably as well. It's interesting that SSG are banning Ramatra as well, which in theory forces either the Mauga to come out from Infected, as we saw a little bit earlier, or a Sigma. Maybe two heroes that Hadi feels fairly confident in the matchup versus. So we'll have to wait and see, as handshakes all round. Don't celebrate too soon, SSG. One more map to go, at least.
I mean, they seem to be feeling pretty confident. And honestly, why wouldn't they, right? The performance on Dorado was very good. The performance on Busan was maybe even better. They know the situation they are in, and they also know that they are meant to be the team favored in this matchup. And therefore, why not use that confidence, right? Try to build up on it, make sure you keep the positive vibes up, and make sure to finish the job. Maybe already here on Midtown now, as this is the map that we are now going in.
Ready for battle. We missed the start of this exchange, but it seems like Seeker's been flaming his teammates. So, not too happy about that. And it does feel like, alright. So they've gone, okay, so here's the thinking I think from Nightmare then, is they've gone Ana Ilari, a double flex support, dive composition, pokey DPS. We've seen Farrah on this defense before, very tricky. But what they've done by taking Kiriko away is take away that dive option. But instead of using the removal of that dive option from SSG to take a brawl, to force a brawl mirror, they've used it to play dive of their own, expecting that SSG won't be able to mirror, and it feels like SSG probably won't mirror and might just force something else. Maybe a Rhine TP strat. We'll see what they do once SSG hit a little peep here at the comp they're facing.
Oh, and I love this so much. Space Station, the Hardy Reinhardt, we rarely see it, but this time it could be the game changer.
Go in alleyway.
German tank prodigy. At his signature hero, maybe this is the element that they were looking for. The full rotation actually up to the firehouse. They are taking this the long way.
Lamp forced on the way in there as well, so this will actually slow him down a little bit as you see Infected get on the high ground already. Already 50% to Primal as well, but it's Landon's just behind on that window too, so SSG are going to slow this right down. Probably just play from this window timing. Go for a swing, maybe window out main, peek the other side with your Mei or something. There we go, just taking a bit more damage, and this window timing is awfully close for Landon. No bubble, but Hadi is low. All about this window timing from Landon now.
This will be so crucial for them. In fact, they can just farm damage from that small high ground. Hadi no chance to get away from that. However though, 50% of the point already capped. It seems to somehow work for Space Station here, but they have to be super careful. One wrong step could ruin this attempt completely.
Look at the ults from Nightmare as well. Everything's about to come out. They just try and beat aggressively. They want kills, and they want kills quickly, but this backline is going to be marked by this Primal. Infected won't leave him alone, but Hadi's already traded one. Infected needs kills, but Landon is stuck in the corner, stuck with that lamp. They're going to clear Infected, but backline survive from SSG. Their aggression pays off. Now they're in control of point. Now they're forcing it. Here comes the Captain's Son from Admiral, though. Anything, he's trying to chase for people behind with it. Can they convert the kill? They're going to bob to try and hold on to point as well, but here's a mail from Psycho, and oh, the recontest is good. It comes true, and Hadi's stranded behind enemy lines here, as is Landon.
It seems just likely, yeah, but he can still like put a little pressure on the point here. Somehow gets Seeker out of that equation. That was not supposed to happen. Therefore, fully turned around. The Shatter's ready as well. They can easily take a second tick here for sure. Maybe even more. In fact, it jumps in just in time, but the Shatter is only dedicated to him. He gets the pin. He gets the charge towards the Adder. And oh, Seeker, this was not meant to happen.
It feels a little bit more of the same. That one's maybe a bit more forgivable from Nightmare, but it felt like they'd done the recontest. They got those 3 kills. They managed to deal with some of the threats behind. And then it's just a BAP and it's just a low HP Ryan and a BAP T stuck behind. They mess up the clearing up of it. It gives SSG that window. And to be fair, they deal with the Nano Barrage re-engage very swiftly. And now they're trying to hold this high ground. And they have Bob if Infected gets too aggressive here. There it is.
There it is indeed, and it gets the work done right away. Infected falls under the Bob here. Big advantage for Space Station as they are trying to capitalize from it. They take out the Pharah as well. This is so much card process that they are able to gain here. This pushes so deep into the lines of Nightmare. However, Sparker falls in the process. But look at how much process that card has already made. It's now going under that choke point. Any meter now is crucial, of course. But they seem to, at least for now, be slightly stuck right where they wanted to go through.
It's actually a lifesaver from that Z's, because the hardest fights for Nightmare are the ones where they have no ults. Their comp is really so at its best when it has ultimates to cycle onto these brawl type compositions. So Z's pick buys that time, so now they still need a few more percent. The pin's gonna land, but no Primal. Admiral does get the Captive Sun though, and that can maybe be the turning force for Nightmare here, but I think they're just trying to slow it down for now.
Meter by meter going onto the bank, and that is a good idea for the Shatter, but the anti-nade is even stronger. The charge is not really enough, and this is a big Larry ultimate we see from Atma right here. There is so much work that he's done there. That's just an absolutely amazing play that we see from him. What a Captive Sun, holy moly.
Actually perfect. We questioned at the start of the series how Admiral's flexibility would look. How would he be able to handle situations where either Lucio is banned or he's forced to play a different comp, but he handles it very well there. And now he's going to swap over to Brigitte after that big play because Hadi has gone Diva, so they can mirror that now. Pulse Bomb lands onto Z's vote, and this opens the door for SSG to get a little bit aggressive, but a Primal and a Bob coming up soon from Nightmare means they should be able to buy enough time for Z's to come back, and here goes Infected, taking his American comrade for a ride, but doesn't get very far before forced out. Trades back and forth now. Admiral's going to have to try and take over the touch. Infected back too. Seeker dies just before Bob. They need to help Infected here. Admiral needs to take over touching duties here to contest. They do demech. Zera has a pulse bomb if they get into trouble. But now, there we go. Bob is back from Spark. They're trying to double down and win it. Spark's killed 2. They're forcing point. 62 centimeters in it. A counter Bob from Seeker. But how long can Nightmare hold on?
Landon gets the kill on Seeker. Gets another one as well. See who the Tracer, what can he make happen here? Sparker is taken out first. Still slight advantage for Space Station, but the way back from spawn is so long at this point. You do want to finish this now, otherwise you might not get an opportunity to do so. In fact, the Winston, it falls. This could be the opportunity for Space Station now, but they need to make it work quickly. There's so much time already lost in this fight. The cycle end, and now it seems like they are able to get the job done. Space Station takes point to 1 minute 45 back on the clock.
Oh wow, we saw Infected make that aggressive move. It was a 3v3 situation. Normally in these chaotic 3v3 situations, the winner is the person who makes the positive move first and has that initiative. But this time Infected actually ends up costing his team for it, and it doesn't work out. They're able to get the peel, and then they just overwhelm Admiral before he gets rally on point, and it just falls apart. So now we go over to this third point. Only a minute and something left, though, because they did get a lot of time off their Nightmare. Pulse Bomb! Ooh, Nano to save him, but Infected jumped out on that Nano timing, so this is going to be the easiest disengage of SSG's season.
Who has to respect that very, very speedy move from Space Station here. Yana, now the weapon of choice here for Z's. Space Station now approaching that final corner. This is where it gets crucial. The window would be available, but the Winston dive and the Primal Rage is making trouble in the back line. Z's finds the pick on Psycho with the anti-nade. In fact, it takes down Sparker. Good push, good reaction as well from Nightmare here. As in fact, it just takes them down one by one by one. And a last push for Space Station to make it work. on Midtown.
Unbelievable lamp, actually, from Landon. It wasn't enough to change the outcome of the fight, but perfectly timed. But now, Bob and Pulse Bomb to work their way past here for SSG if they want to get any more meters in. And they're trying to clear Infected early, but it's an aggressive nade, and Bob playing the backline is in big trouble. Astro is one. The lamp saves him for now, and they have to go back, actually. I don't know if they didn't get anything out of this aggressive play, and Psycho's got the touch. Nightmare now caught in the middle of two parts of SSG, and this fight will just go on. Infected's low. Oh, they tried to surprise him with aggression, but it doesn't work out. Now they're coming forward. The bomb trade on point. Seeker will fall, and it's overtime spawns for Nightmare. The recontest is so awkward from here. They're going to spawn so late.
I mean, the wait from the spawn is fairly short, but indeed, yes, it will take them a couple of seconds to get out of there. They won't all be there in time. The touchdown effect comes through either way. However, now this is going to be crucial. We see Seeker on the bench as well, just to get some more utility from this overtime. Almost ticked down there. Be careful now. Space Station has to be very, very considerate with the steps from here on out. Ultimate's coming up. Psycho, he has support from ready. This could be the difference maker. Zero throws his one in the middle of nowhere. Infected and Seeker, they do get the picks though. This could just fall into the face of Nightmare. Psycho gets a pick on Diana, but Infected, he's there. He's taking out Hardy. This is the main factor, maybe. Funny Astro takes the Tracer down, but where is the backup? Who's coming next to touch this payload? Overtime is so crucial. So much ticking down now. Infected, he finds Funny Astro. Only Psycho, but he's gone. Overtime ticks down. Nightmare, they're able to deny 3 points from Space Station.
It ends in a 2v2 where Astro and Psycho are the two remaining players who get beat. But the problem is their 2v2 is against a ventured D.Va. So between Defense Matrix and Burrow, it's actually just really hard to kill either of these characters. It was an insane play from Landon to shut that down, because otherwise Nightmare might have even been full holding them, honestly.
And I mean, this is something for Nightmare, right? Now it's in their own hands. They can make this work in one approach, technically.
Yeah, I think there was a bit where SSG nearly got held right at the start of third, and there was that time where they went for the aggressive Bob. They had Z's hide in the corner, Bob round the corner, Nade round the corner. Astro goes down to one but gets lamped, and it felt like that was their timing to win. And then the fact that they conceded maybe another 80 or whatever it was, 60 meters after losing that all the way to the end of third probably hurts them. But I don't think it's the end of the world at all for Nightmare. It felt like a few more of their plays came in. I think we saw nice plays from Infected, nice primals, nice ults. And that's what you want if you're playing against the type of composition SSG have in this sort of like anti-dive rules style, is you need your ults to get value. And we saw a bit of that from Nightmare, and they'll certainly need it on the attack here as well.
Nightmare now, they can make it happen, but they need to be efficient here on Midtown. Almost 3 full points required from them. Admiral, early switch from him over to the Brigitte. Only the tank is different now, other than that is a full mirror, of course. Hardy on the D.Va.
A hero we've seen quite a bit from Hadi in this series that maybe people wouldn't associate with him before, but he's done a pretty reasonable job so far. But they're getting bullied out. That nade is good from Z's. Oh, lamp just in time for Astro, but this gives Nightmare all of the map, and look at all the space Seeker can take. Difficult retake now for SSG, pushing into Seeker's sightline.
They find the first pick, though. Space Station down Psycho. And the fact that he just keeps pushing this more and more. They are creating so much space right now. Hardy on the D.Va trying to stop those percentages from coming the way of Nightmare. First tick in the books already. Space Station now up to 5 people again. Just barely touching before second point.
Infected's going to bubble up a choke, but gets forced out pretty quickly. Z's has this nano. We'll be looking to get it on Infected's next bubble timing, but SSG have just bullied them out here, and they ended up where they've started here, Nightmare. They're going to have to do everything again, but maybe they just go with nano. Oh, the boop is good. Nowhere. Infected is left short. Won't find anything. Oh no, the nade's perfect! The nade's perfect. It connects with the backline. It looked like it was all over, but Z's once again, a huge nade. Saves their team. And they will cap this first point.
Hardy tried to do a one-man show there, didn't quite work out for him. Nightmare takes the cap, 4 minutes 30 seconds on the clock for them. But now it's about making that whole way through the streets of New York. Midtown, very long map indeed. And that's high ground. With Sparkle on it, it's so hard to contest. They need a lucky first pick here maybe.
Yeah, they might try and go with Bob or a Primal. Oh, but it's actually Spark who starts it all. Very aggressive. Stuff them back at the choke. Seeker won't make it out alive. Neither will Admiral. And they'll be forced all the way back. I think if you're Nightmare here, you don't hate this. It's a bit annoying to get stuffed at the choke. But it's a quick reset. And the key for Nightmare here in this matchup is that their ults get value. If their ults get value, they will eventually cap the map. They just need to nail these engages. And this one coming right up. Nano, Primal, Bob, everything. They need to get value, which is exactly why SSG go to spawn. Try and force these ults out in the enemy spawn rather than on the cap.
Absolutely. Any meter that they are closer to the attacker spawns, the meter they save and have time to come back as soon as they lose a fight here. Pulse bombs get traded in the process. Psycho dies under the one from Zehu. Attacker trying to push aggressive with the Primal. However, though, as you mentioned, no process at all here. Hardy dies in spawn, but in the enemy one. Therefore, so much time to come back now. And a lot of meters Nightmare have to do till they just reach the card and then push the card.
Now the window on top as well. Nano in response to Infected needs to find value. Will go back. Rally in response from Astro. Spark has given up the high ground though, so they do still have to take a back step here, SSG, but they've weathered the storm for now. Admiral has Rally to push with. Will be popping it now. Bash just onto Hadi. Looking for more. The nade is connected again. Z's finds the opening. And Nightmare are going to clean up. They had to use all the ults, but it was a decent exchange. They get the value. And they're even going to stagger out this Baby Diva a little bit here. Hadi's going to have to go die on point.
And the timing's looking good, honestly. Looking very good for Nightmare. Stuck once here, it will be super hard to get it back.
We've seen it in many series before where actually teams can get to this part of Midtown and regardless of how much time bank they have, it just ends up not being enough. The saving grace is Nightmare have good ults to break difficult holds and they've been having success so far. So you got to look at Z's, you got to look at this Nano, and of course, if you're SSG, you got to worry about this nade. Do not let this nade go through because it's won Nightmare so many fights. And we see Z's making their way to the high ground now, looking for another opportunity.
And you have to keep in mind, right, it's do or die for Nightmare here. They have to win this map to stay alive in the series, so definitely a lot of pressure on their shoulders here. But until now, they have dealt quite well with it. Sparky's got the bot ready, throws it out right away. And seems to have landed at a pretty unfortunate angle somehow. Just barely behind that corner, not really covering too much off that entry hole. But definitely makes Nightmare having to respect it.
It was weird because they survived Nano pretty well. SSG, their kite was good. Then they tried to chase with Bob, but the chase... Nightmare had left. There was no need to Bob, so it ends up being a bit of a wasted ult here. They still have the window and the beat defensively. But next push comes in, they're being forced back. Landon not quite having to lamp, has to lamp now though. And they didn't use anything for that. Infected nearly has Primal. Zero will get pocketed through. Window in exchange, and there goes Admiral. No chance to use Rally. Would Infected commit? Probably not now. Yeah, they just try and backstep again. Have to be careful not to over-chase here, SSG, and they are. But now Infected wants to come. No lamp for 5 seconds. Pressure onto Landon. Here it comes. Beat is good, though, and they will just about survive. And even if you get naded, the beat health will be enough to survive. But Zero will not leave Landon alone. Hunts him down, and they are still pushing. Admiral has Rally to finish this one as well.
And now going into crunch time. The Widowmaker pulled out here by Spark as well, but he's low already. Trying to take a peek and trying to find a pick, but Hardy, he's dying on point already. No chance to remac, no chance to delay this anymore. And it looks like the old roster of Cloud9 that is now Space Station is still keeping up some traditions.
B9. I don't know how winnable it was, really. It was actually, again, well played by Z's. Pulse Bomb goes on to Seeker. Nano just in time to save him, keeps him up, keeps him in a pretty good position. You have to imagine maybe Seeker's next Dynamite timing, Nanoed on point, pretty reasonable chance to clean that one up from there. But comes out on top, and ultimately, it now feels like Nightmare have found a matchup where they have advantage. We've talked a lot about what comp do they, in theory, have advantage over. And in any mirror, probably none, right? But in these matchups, they seem to have a clearer idea.
Definitely, as we take a look at the highlights from Midtown, there definitely were plenty here. Sparker with that Bob early answer, trying to hold Nightmare back as much as possible. But in the end, Nightmare, as the first team of tonight's broadcast, are actually able to force a fourth map here. And it's against Space Station, which is fairly surprising considering they are meant to be the best in the West. But now, Nightmare has become a true challenger for them. However, not to underestimate it. Now, obviously, it's the time for Space Station to pick the maps, pick the mode, and also pick a first ban. Therefore, quite the opportunity now to finish it off in a fourth map. Nightmare on Midtown, they are able to make it work. They leave their mark in this matchup for sure.
It's of course we don't want to take away from Nightmare as well. It's like a really important, really impressive win for them. I think they played the matchup very well. I think all the things that needed to go right for them are actually quite hard. You know, you need to get value out of your ults. You need your primals to work. You need your nanos to work. You need your engagers to work. And these are quite difficult things to do against good opposition on the big stage, all of these things. So I think they should be very happy with it. But the situation that now ultimately faces them is SSG have control for the final two maps of this series. And they need to overcome that deficit somehow, some way.
Definitely quite the challenge up ahead for Nightmare here. We want to give the players a couple of more minutes to take a rest after those 3 maps that they've already played in this matchup. Since it's fairly important for Nightmare for sure, this is one of only 3 matchups a team has to play in the group stage. So every map, every match is important. We'll throw into a very brief break and we'll be right back for map number 4. A never seen before situation has occurred on the B stream of the Esports World Cup. We're going into a map number 4, which is definitely a first for today. Space Station. They weren't able to finish job on Midtown, which honestly, given the performance on the 2 previous maps, is fairly surprising. But now, Nightmare are facing a totally different challenge. Now, it's Space Station. They can now take control over map bans and so many more things. Definitely another layer that makes that challenge for Nightmare even more complicated.
One thing that's worth mentioning, since we are now in uncharted territory, is it was the same system at the Dallas Major, but you have a system where the loser picks the map and the mode. So the nature of this, we've talked about its strength, but the later we get through the series, it actually delays, or I should say mitigates some of that damage, because all of a sudden the variety of maps you get to choose from isn't as much. I think it's fair to say that Escort and Hybrid have all the maps that fall into the strongest extremities in terms of dive favored or anti-dive favored or anything like that. So it's going to be a really big question of exactly how much value can SSG get out of these 2 remaining map picks, which are Push and Flashpoint. Realistically, quite broadly favoured maps, which maybe isn't a bad thing for SSG, but definitely more limited choice.
Yeah, absolutely. And since we apparently seem to be having a couple of more minutes to do the pre-talk to this map, as there's a last-minute roster swap coming in for one of the 2 teams, I want to go more into detail for this whole hero bans thing. It's probably one of the hottest topics in the Overwatch scene, and not since yesterday. It's been around for quite some time. There were times in the Overwatch League where you had certain heroes disabled for a stage, for a week, for something, same in Contenders. However, it never really proved to be a system to last for longer. Now, this approach that we have at the Esports World Cup right here, it is a different one. As somebody who's been in the coaching role in situations like these before, let me know, what are your thoughts on this? How does this affect the roster? Is it a system that you could imagine to last as a big part of the system?
I think it's hard, because we can take a look at that map pick that does come in, which is Suravasa for SSG, which is a map that's always been strong for them. But I think with hero bans, the point of hero bans, while it does add an impact coaches can have in terms of which direction they take the series or how they try and mind game their opponents, what it actually does from a coaching perspective is it sabotages all your practice, because it means all of a sudden it's harder to prepare for specifics, because you might practice against Team A. Let's say if you're SSG, you're having a scrim against Zeta Division, but you're actually preparing for your match against Nightmare. So Zeta Division are going to be doing their own bans and their own things and have their own comps they're good at, which are probably different from the team you happen to be playing in your match. So all of a sudden, your ability to practice need specifics or prepare specific things out the window. So all of a sudden, you're having to practice Overwatch in a way more general sense. So I think from a coaching perspective, it makes your life really hard. It makes it way more difficult compared to, say, the Overwatch League system, where you might just say, hey, the maps are predetermined. You're playing these 5 maps on Saturday. You will be playing against this team. And you can go, great. It's a load of structure I can work with. Here's how we play map 1, here's how we play map 2, here's how we play map 3, and you're in a really good situation. But in this new system, it's all about broader concepts. So I think from a coaching perspective, certainly a lot harder, as we can take a look at our players getting ready on stage right here.
Yeah, and I mean, let's take a look at the hero bans right away as well, as those obviously are the main thing right now, right? So, on this specific map, the Morga ban, in my opinion, seems quite strong. Space Station banning the Baptiste. But the Morga is definitely the one I want to talk about. It seems like this could be an interesting opportunity to maybe go out of the comfort zone here.
I think Nightmare have read them, actually. Interesting that they ban the Baptiste here. So SSG chose to ban first, and they chose to ban SSG, as we do get a rare Backbone sighting coming in here as well. But I think Nightmare have actually, we talked about maybe some of the issues they had on like Dorado with their bans, but actually this one, it feels like they've banned Baptiste here, SSG, which means they're just going to play Kiri. So I think SSG's intention was to play Mauga Kiri. But obviously, I think Nightmare have read that and therefore taken the Mauga out of the equation, which all of a sudden puts SSG in this situation where they can't play Malgakiri, so maybe they have to play a Ram or a Sigma or other type Brawl, but then that can be quite tricky without a Baptiste. Because even though the Kiri can function in those type of comps, it's a lot harder to keep everyone up. But Bap's area of effect healing is so valuable in those comps. Malga gets away with it because he has so much self-sustain, but he's been banned. So SSG, my anticipation is whatever we're going to see from SSG is probably quite improvised. This isn't going to be something they've prepared or played a lot. And this is maybe trying to solve a problem they didn't expect to run into.
Let's actually dig deeper into this. If you cannot play the Marga on this specific map, what else do you play? And how dirty is that keyboard? Holy moly!
Well, you could still just do like a Winston Kiri type thing. That would be on the cards. It's quite especially the first fight on this first point. It's so hard to play Lucio Kiri Winston just because the sidelines are so long. So maybe you go to a more brawly type matchup. So you do just play. I don't know what you'd play instead of a Baptiste. Surely you wouldn't play Moira. I mean, I guess you could play that Falcons version of the comp where you play like the Ram, Lucio, Moira, and then like a Mei Reaper, or maybe on this like a Mei Ashe or something. It doesn't feel a great map for it just because Saravas is quite big and wide. So a lot of difficult options. It's worth stating as well, because SSG have subbed in Psycho and Backbone, and Backbone can fill in on these hit scan rolls, but obviously it means it's not their primary plan, right? If it was that, Sparker would say to play hit scan, but with Backbone in, they're either going to do some kind of sim stuff, or they're going to choose some kind of double flex stuff, whether that's like Venture, Genji, Echo, Tracer, some combination of those type of heroes. But then I don't know what they do it with. Do they do it with Winston? Do they do it with Junker Queen? I guess is the other possibility. A little bit awkward without... Well, actually, yeah, maybe Junker Queen. Maybe I've talked myself into it. I've thought out loud long enough, Julian.
Yourself to play Junker
I've
Queen.
convinced myself that maybe we're going to see a Junker Queen come out here, actually, and it's going to be Junker Queen double flex DPS coming out from SSG. That's Psycho. Takes a little relax.
Yeah, it seems like it might take a little longer. Psycho's leaning back there fairly comfortably. The only Austrian player to ever make it into Overwatch League, Vancouver Titans, then of course Spitfire. I've actually been on Falcons Esports together with Psycho when they were still in Contenders Europe. It's super funny. I've been able to talk to him in Dallas a little bit as well. Very humble young player. Massive potential. Probably one of the best tracers that Europe has seen in the past few years. And definitely one of the core pieces of that Space Station roster and the success that came with it.
I think what's interesting to note as well is part of the reason we're taking a little bit longer to start on this map is because it was a sort of emergency substitution, I guess, or like quite a late in the day substitution choice, which was Backbone coming in, which means SSG have maybe changed their plans a little bit last minute, which again maybe lends itself to the theory that this was quite an improvised fix they're attempting to do. So really interested to see what they choose to do. And I guess more importantly, because it does feel like Nightmare have maybe outsmarted them or outwitted them a little bit in the bans, in theory, Nightmare now have a good plan for what they're going to play, right? So what's their choice? Are they going to be playing a Ramatra Brawl into this? Are they just going to be playing maybe even a Junker Queen of their own right? Their direction will be really interesting, because I think in theory they've at least puzzled SSG, if nothing else.
Absolutely, and I mean, this is obviously where this hero ban system also gives you an opportunity to adjust, right? It gives you the chance to, even though the hero bans are done, you can now, if you have a roster of more than 5 players, obviously sub somebody else and who maybe fits the adjusted comp a little better. And that is probably what Space Station did here after they realized that maybe indeed Nightmare just read their plans and they have to come up with something new. So this late substitution might actually come in their favor twice now, not only because they can bring Backbone in, but also because it gives them a little more time to actually figure out what they maybe want to do here.
It has been a long delay, and it's one of those things that whenever something like this happens, there's always a question of which team does it hurt and which team benefits. SSG had to change their plans seemingly quite a last minute, so the extra time is probably quite helpful for them. Whereas if you are Nightmare on the other side, you come off your first map win in the tournament, an upset map that maybe SSG didn't expect to drop, and all of a sudden, maybe a little bit of that momentum is gone with the break into the late substitutions, into all of this, and they've been sitting there for a little bit of a while. Can they get right back into the groove as we get our first look, or at least a bit of a teaser, what direction they might be going comp-wise?
Definitely new territory and difficult one for Space Station for sure. I agree with you. It looks like they really got a bit red here by Nightmare. So let's see if Nightmare can actually benefit from that. That's a cute dog.
Seems it's going to be a stick to the Winston, which is of course what was working for Nightmare, so it doesn't seem that unreasonable at all. Ash and Farah of the DPS, very effective on this first point, and it's actually going to be a D.Va all-in dive. May is the choice from Backbone, so I think that means he probably doesn't expect to run into a Winston, but running to a Winston he will, but they get this Winston out of there straight away.
A lot of damage coming towards Infected already, as they are now obviously exchanging the first round of bullets. Flashpoint is now ready to be capped. Space Station with the positioning advantage are able to cap it first. Now it's Nightmare having to come up clutch here, but Psycho gets the first pick against Zero. The Echo now obviously great counter against the Pharaoh, something that was a couple of times denied during today's broadcast already. But Psycho can really step up the game here with that Echo now.
They're awfully low underneath here, but no final blows until just now, and that should be the snowball that starts the avalanche as they'll clean up the rest of these, and ends up being a good first fight. Dive can be tricky on Suravasa here, and SSG playing a little bit of a slower control style. We see Zero swap off that Farah straight away. Now we'll be able to tandem up with Infected a little bit more directly. But it's going to be Copy and Kitsune Rush for first ults available.
Admiral with a late swap here. Brigitte only 15% ult charge now, of course. Will be costly for the ultimate economy, but maybe worth in the end. Landon has the Kitsune Rush ready. Funny Astro close to the beat as well. And this already is almost the first point gone here. In fact, it has to contest it, but he's getting so much pressure on him. Hardy gets a pick on Seeker already. Kitsune Rush here, maybe even already to seal the deal for Space Station. Catch the first point here. You look at this, the rest of Nightmare doesn't even want to enter the point. The wall is denying so much vision onto it. Difficult situation for Nightmare, but they have to copy force at least something here. Psycho takes the Admiral in the process though. In fact, on the Winston, doing a lot of work for his team here. Misses the pulse bomb on the Winston, but gets these instead. Quite a trade that they are happy to take here. They are able to cap it back. Overtime ticks down, and that is 1 down, 2 to go.
Honestly, fair play to Infected, because he kept that point contested for so long. I know he had the Nano and the Primal, but he tanked through a Kitsune Rush, he tanked through the beat as well, he kept it going. But had he and Psycho still able to find the value, essentially that copy was the winning moment for Psycho. Obviously, very happy to copy Tracer. And now we're going to see Infected move on to the D.Va. So two players we wouldn't typically associate playing D.Va, taking a D.Va mirror here.
Let's see what can in fact actually make happen here.
Flashpoint unlocked.
Backbone, he's got the ultimate ready. He's looking for good timing for Blizzard.
But May is very good into the D.Va here, and it should in theory be a buff to the amount of value Backbone can get here, as SSG will start this one kicking off by point. Haddy's going to make his way onto the high ground, gets behind Seeker, doesn't catch the coach gun, so Seeker will be fine to live and bob for point. SSG will use this opportunity to chill and reset. Keeping it contested though, and Backbone just looking for this opportunity, but it's Landon with the dink to open this one up. Now their attention will turn to the D.Va, and Nightmare will just be bullied back off this. They have to Suzu in main, but look at all the space they've conceded. They've lost their mech. And it will be first flip and first fight of this second point over to SSG.
And you can instantly see the change of pace those D.Vas are bringing to the gameplay, right? We had the Mauga and other comps. We always had that opportunity to maybe grab 2 or 3 quick picks into a fight, but the D.Va makes you play so considered. You have to be super careful. Any wrong step might be your last one here, and therefore those fights are now way slower, way less kills happening. If a kill happens pre-fight, it's more a reset than a go in a 4v5. Nightmare has to be very careful, as we now see a couple of ultimates coming in. The Kiriko thrown in from Nightmare, but Zeus dies right away. Funny Astro gets the pick. In fact, also very, very low here. Seems to make it out alive though.
C9 in it as well from all of this. So they steal the point. They'll have to go back and get it. So they do win the fight, and it only cost them a beat in exchange for Kitsune Rush. So it sort of works out for SSG. I don't know if there's another touch in here in reality. Nightmare wants to move quickly. They have the beat for it. Seeker's even come back on Soldier to get there quicker, but Haddy's trying to find a timing to go, but they're actually going to push into Haddy and force him out here.
They're trying to make something happen against Psycho, but there's so many ultimates available here. 7 to make them all. There's the beat coming out. There's the D.Va ultimate coming out, but no value yet. Hardy able actually to find the first pick here against the mini D.Va. So crucial. Could actually win the fight right here, right now. Psycho together with Hardy, they just make it work. Funny Astro backboard. Everyone gets to be at the scoreboard, and this is a second one in favor of Space Station. This means this could very much be the last one.
Have to win all the points from here if you're Nightmare, and they are going to be swapping over to Ramatra. So again, a little bit of tank, rock, paper, scissors for Ramatra. In theory, should be able to bully the D.Va quite a lot. Happy to play versus the May as well, at least more happy than most tanks are. Just a visor to kick it off with though, so not the highest value ult. I imagine Seeker might just use this one to try and force a little bit of points.
Beard's coming, visor out now for Seeker, but the wall's denying so much. No value at all for Seeker on the Soldier. Admiral gets Psycho though. This could be an interesting opening here. Self-healing activate as well. Hardy, the D.Va down, but the remake possible for sure.
Turn back with this slow and aggression onto Backbone, and now you see the problem with Mei sometimes into that ram. You drop the slow on the Mei, you can force an ice block, and you can maybe punish her afterwards, and it's exactly what we see there. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see Haddy maybe even potentially mirroring after this too. They will be chasing Haddy down as well. They really do want this mech. If they get the mech here, they can stagger the baby D.Va forever. And this is going to be actually going to be such a pain for SSG. Haddy has to go either back to spawn or has to jump in the map. But they've C9'd! Psycho's stolen the point from them. So shenanigans on both sides of things as Haddy's going to take a long walk off a short ledge.
Psycho at least able to get 8% out of Nightmare here for free, basically. And he's indeed swapping over to the Ram now. Hardy trying to mirror Infected Ramatra, but obviously this now makes him lose a lot of ult shots that he had previously built up. Backbone, Funny Astro and Lennon, they do have the ultimates though, but on the other side, Zero, Admiral and Zeus do as well. I think, Commander, we're up for firework here.
Yeah, in theory, it should be the Annihilation to finish from Infected as long as they can circumvent this Mayo. I think Backbone needs to hold these two a little bit later, but he actually starts with it. They try and trade it for Kitsune Rush, and they might even get a freeze out of it. It comes through, trying to save Infected, desperately has to pop the Annihilation straight away. All the ults invested, but it means a much later beat for Astro there. And I thought the May could maybe be the finisher, but Backbone got such good value with it. It set him up, but it's still only 4v4 as his visor comes in. They're hunting down below targets. Astro will get one. Might be able to just clean everything up here. And it's the SSG backline doing the work. And they get the flip. But a long way back, but look at the ult bank on Nightmare.
Yeah, a super, super expensive fight on both sides. So Backbone, Funny Astro Land also invested theirs on the side of Space Station. However, Psycho, he does have the pulse bomb ready here. See who he has swapped to the Pharah now. Tracer doesn't seem to be the pick of choice anymore. There's not really too much to work with.
It's been a hero he's excelled on for Nightmare in their qualification to this event, but it's a hero that's been nerfed. But they actually catch Funny Astro going for a play. So he's opened the door here, and now Zero's with this free flank. Backbone and Landon are trying to respond, but not straightforward shots to hit, and Zero continues to put up the pressure. They bullied SSG back here, and now the Annihilation to turn it. Nightmare just need to disengage, and I think the disengage might be okay. Astro's actually back. He's trying to find a boop in, but look at this Pharah damage just laying down into Haddy's face, and they are getting bullied all the way back here.
There's nobody really to contest with her at the moment. That's why it's bringing so much value, but Zero has to be super careful. 15 HP only on his bank there. And Nightmare's already down. One overtime now triggered. This could be it for Space Station already. Boost pulled. On the other side, we do see the Kitsune Rush coming out from Landon. They are looking to finish this right here, right now. Overtime is already triggered and ticking down. Who will get the first pick? This could be the crucial one.
Barrage
Backbone.
and Annihilation up soon if they can keep them up. Zero will die, but Infected will live. Annihilation now on point, and it might just be enough. It's only 3 left alive for SSG. They can't really retake Infinite from Archer. They disengage the ult. They have to go for kills. They TP in aggressively, but they deal with them there. And literally fractions of a % in it there for Infected to get that ult in time, and it seals it and gives Nightmare a lifeline, at least for now.
Yeah, and it seems like Funny Astro kind of missed that call of let's not commit to that anymore, as he just died on point. But now, obviously, Space Station, they have time to work still on this map, and therefore have at least 2, or at least 1, but maybe 2 points to work with. They can just seal the deal on this one here now, maybe. Backbone still has the Blizzard ready. Zihu on the other side, the Barrage, and it's still very uncontested. As now, for example, Psycho's also down. Seeker takes him out in the duel. Nightmare trying to build up some momentum here.
Opening pick and pushing them back. Have to be careful going into Mayo. Backbone will try and turn with it, but Barrage will fix it though. Also saves Infected's life as a nice little bonus. They win that ult trade, and a good start to point E for Nightmare.
Already building up percentages on their side now. Hardy Annihilation ready. Infected still quite far away from it actually. Landon Kasuni Rush also online again. But Seeker, that pulse, but it could change so much in an opening fight here. But he finds the kills together with Z, who's getting both of the Space Station players on his own. Seeker puts 2 more on top. And it's a clean wipe for Nightmare as Hardy gets taken down as the last one. Nightmare now, they do have that momentum, right? This could easily fall into a very dangerous snowball here now for Nightmare. Space Station, they're making adjustments. Backbone onto the Symmetra.
Massive ult fight as well. Support ults and Annihilation available for both teams. TP now to get through that rotation they died on previously. So this time they do get to point, and they start with a beat here from Nightmare. Response from both support ults. Seeker gets dealt with in the back. Now the Annihilations come out, but they have player advantage. SSG, can they push it forward? And the answer is yes. 2 for Astro, all over Infected as well. He's super low. And they get the retake. It cost them everything, but they win the big ult trade. Now they just need to win the rest of the fights on this point as well.
And the bonus for this also is that they were able to force a full 4 ultimates from Nightmare as well. So despite investing quite a lot into this, of course, but they had to, they also were able to force so many ultimates from the Bank of Nightmare on the other side. Therefore, only the Barrage, you have to just be a little bit more careful with it maybe. Psycho close to his ultimate as well. The copy could be available very soon, but here you can see he's already looking for it. He gets it, gets 1. Not more than 1 though. This is okay for Space Station. Maybe if they can make it work now. Infected and Admiral are very, very low already. Funny Astro gets the trade. Backbone down in the process though. The BAB Diva is dead as well. Funny Astro makes it work on the Lucio. And this copy from Psycho might just have saved the day.
It was an interesting swap, because normally you wouldn't swap Diva into Ramatra because it's quite a tricky matchup, but obviously Infected knew he could full Matrix that Barrage. They thought that was their win condition, they thought that was their opening, but now Infected has to go ball because they're desperate for a touch, and they're going to make this so tricky for him as we see Zera try and work his way in. So does Infected. Well, it's actually Seeker, sorry, but he does get the touch, and it's not quite over yet.
The main issue is it's going to be quite the dry fight. Backbone might have the wall up. But on that, there's not really too much available for anyone right here, so it's going to come down to raw mechanics. Backbone seems to be quite good at it. Seeker dies first. The wall is up now as well. Overtime ticking down slowly but surely. In fact, it gets another touch, but what more can he even get from that? Gets bloody blocked as well. Psycho takes an Admiral in the process. Overtime triggered and ticking down more and more. No more touches possible. Space Station, despite some troubles on Midtown, they're able to take the series 3-1 in their favor, secures them a first W at the biggest stage of Overwatch in 2024.
A reasonable gamble, I think, from Infected. It was really that fight that was their one to win with that Barrage timing. But it was once we got to that last fight, it was really difficult touch, followed by obviously a series of ults coming up for SSG when there was no response from Nightmare. So SSG finish on top, I think deserved winners. But I think Nightmare showed some promise. Obviously that Midtown, it's an interesting map to win, right? Because they actually won it playing dive. And while you may look at Nightmare's future as we get the handshakes coming in here, you imagine they don't want to play Dive against Fnatic, right? Generally speaking, it's a terrible move to try and mirror Dive against a Korean team. But against virtus.pro, virtus.pro's big weakness has been against Dive, and that's a great tool that Infected adds to this roster that they didn't have previously. And the fact that they were actually able to take a map of SSG playing that type of comp is actually a great omen, I think, for Nightmare when it comes to their maybe more pivotal series tomorrow against that virtus.pro team.
Absolutely, and this obviously for both of those teams is not their last game for today, as they will have another one coming up. It's going to be Space Station against virtus.pro later, and Fnatic will take on Nightmare as the last match of Group B again, so we'll be covering that one in the B stream here as well. A lot of highlights in that matchup for sure. Space Station in the end, they come out on top. However, to be honest, it was the closest match so far, right? It's the only one that went the full 4 maps. Yeah. And honestly, given that we had, well, Space Station as probably the best team outside of Korea, didn't expect it to happen here.
We'll take a look at some of the highlights now from that map, and I think if I was Nightmare going into this, or I was thinking about Nightmare, what I need is probably a type of comp I can play relatively macro, but also a comp where my DPS can excel, where Seeker and Zero I think have been their best players so far in this qualification period, so they need options for them to play well. And I think, to be fair, Seeker put in a pretty reasonable performance on Ashe. Maybe the Tracer at the end didn't work out as you would have hoped. I think Zero had played fine as well. But maybe the real story for Nightmare here is the Loney Infected coming in, putting in loads of big primals, played fine on ball in the little bits we saw it as well. Maybe the Brawl tanks were behind Haddy, but that's to be expected. And I think it's really promising signs for Nightmare, even though they ultimately lose here. Especially when you consider a lot of those fights they're losing are fights like this, where they had player advantage going into a big ult retake. So if they can fix a lot of those issues, which honestly, even by Suravasa, it felt a little bit better, right? I think it's actually promising signs for Nightmare.
Absolutely, and you have to keep in mind, right, Nightmare's coming into this tournament as the lowest seed from, well, arguably maybe the weakest of the main regions, right? North America definitely not on the level that, for example, EMEA was at the Dallas Major, and therefore their expectations aren't super high for this tournament. But this first showing against Space Station proves that they might actually have a chance to make it quite some way here. Maybe not into top 4, of course, but at least making it out of that group stage. And we talk about Group D, it is the group of death more or less. I see an opportunity for them here to maybe take a win against virtus.pro or something, and therefore secure 3rd place that brings them into the playoffs, at least into round 1 drawing board, and improve on.
I think, yeah, if I'm Nightmare coming into this tournament, I'm the 3rd strongest team from my region. I've had to replace my tank player. There's a lot of things going against me. I'm outside for Scrim Bubble, all of this. I think getting out of this group is no mean feat. So they get out of groups, and then, hey, let's see what happens. If we're playing well, we get out of groups, let's see what happens next. I think that should be the big goal for this Nightmare roster. And as much as a loss is a loss, right? I think there's actually promising signs for that virtus.pro matchup tomorrow. I think I'll be interested to see how they do later, obviously, against Fnatic, because that's not going to be an easy match either, and they might find themselves on the wrong side of Dive this time as well. But promising signs for Nightmare despite everything.
Absolutely, and you can tell they've got the emotions right. They're ready for this. They do see this as a stage that they don't want to go out of with only L's in the books, and therefore maybe something where we can expect an upset tomorrow, as tomorrow will be the matchup where they'll be facing up against virtus.pro. However, we are now 4 out of 6 matches into day 1. There's 2 more to come. We'll go back to Group C for now, and we'll go back to a matchup with a team that we've seen already. It's going to be ENCE facing up against Bleed Esports. So we'll take a first glance at the team that basically made it into this tournament thanks to another team. So the recruited by the top 2 teams in the major. We will have to see.
So it's an interesting one. We saw ENCE actually particularly dominant over M80, so you have to feel the same will be true of Bleed Esports here. It has to be said, though, if you did miss that Bleed and Zeta match earlier, Bleed were actually able to cause them a certain amount of problems, took a map off them here. So Bleed, maybe not the pushovers as much as we thought. So that's all to come. We'll drop to a short break then quickly, and then we can find out how that match will turn out. We'll get to see a look at all of these teams and get a really good view of exactly how these groups will start sorting themselves out. So we'll drop to a break right now, and we'll be right back with that action.
some things going through my why can't this be all the time? You at the top of your class, you change the drip to a splash. The way that you laugh, I just hope that it lasts. I just hope that it lasts. You stay on my mental, you keep me sharp like a pencil. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. You can let your hair down, cause I'm playing gentle. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, all the time, on my mind. Girl, you stay on my mind, all the time, on my mind.
How's it going, guys? It's Matt Mr. here with Overwatch 2 Blind Rank. I'm here with Bleed Esports with Clear and Pele. How you guys doing?
Good.
We'll start off with damage dealers. Cassidy.
I think one. No. I think two. Okay, two.
Two. Okay, we're gonna align on two. So Cassidy, two.
So who's gonna be one? Ash? No. Sojourn? Nah, I don't know, bro.
Well, that might not be an option.
Okay.
Tracer.
Oh,
one.
That's one. There we go.
One.
Okay,
Okay,
wait.
so Tracer one, Cassidy two.
Wait, we're doing good.
Soldier.
Soldier? And that's out of 5, right?
Yeah, Soldier 76. It's gonna
I
be
think
5.
that's gotta be 5, right?
I don't know, bro. I think maybe put it 4.
4. Soldier 4. Soldier
Okay.
4.
Okay, saving one potentially for the bottom.
Yes.
Torbjorn.
Oh, bro.
I think Torb is better than Soldier.
Actually, I want to put Torbjorn on 1. Okay, put on
Can we
3,
switch to
put on
one?
3.
No, we
No,
can't
okay.
switch. We can't
Okay,
switch.
Put on
Torb
3.
3. Torb 3.
Torb 3. So we got Tracer, Cassidy, Torb, and then Soldier.
Yeah.
So this next one's automatically
5.
This is risky.
Genji.
Wait, okay, that's not terrible.
Yeah,
That's not.
That's not. Yeah, I mean, Torb. I think you know, Torb is.
He has his places.
True, probably more relevant than 76.
Yeah.
So you might have that one there. Let's do hybrid maps.
Okay.
Okay, let's start with hybrid maps. Kings Row.
Well, I think a lot of the hybrids are pretty bad.
Pretty divisive.
But I like Kings Row.
Yeah, so I think 1.
Yeah, I think 1.
Yeah.
I think Kings Row should be 1.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty safe. Kings
Yeah.
Row's
That's
like
gotta be like the
favorite.
vanilla answer.
Paraiso.
5.
That was so
Okay, I put
why
it-
5?
This is the worst map in the game.
Okay, I put it 5.
Okay,
Easily the
so we
worst
got
map in the
1
game.
and then 5 right off the rip.
bat.
Numbani.
4.
3 or 4.
I think 4. I think
Okay,
4. 4.
Okay. Eichenwald.
Okay, so what are the other options?
You have what?
There's-
2 and 3, right?
Yeah.
Okay, there's 2 and 3.
No, I think I like Eichenwald.
I think Eichenwald 2.
Yeah,
Eichenwald 2. We like Eichenwald.
Okay.
Yep.
Hollywood.
Wait, this is perfect.
Yeah, that was actually pretty good.
That was like
Yeah.
a perfect list.
It's not bad.
I think we are the best duo.
Yeah, I think we're the best duo that's done this.
Hey, that was pretty good. I'm pretty proud of you guys.
Thank you.
That's it for Overwatch 2's blind ranked with Bleed Esports.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ready, set, go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
Well, it is time for round 2, ladies and gentlemen. The first round of the group stage is done, at least on our stream. I have heard that the A stream is quite a bit behind, but technically we're now heading into, well, round 2 indeed. So that means that we'll see teams again, but that also means that we will see new teams. For example, in this matchup right here, it is going to be ENCE against Bleed Esports. And honestly, Bleed is coming from a region that we know fairly well, but it's a roster filled with players from a country that we've not seen on the map of Overwatch for quite some time now.
I think, yeah, the last time we really saw a team from this region achieve big heights at an interregional competition was probably the Talon roster of 2019 with Patapan. That went quite far in what was the big sort of interregional tournament below Overwatch League at the time. Since then, it's been pretty quiet. Obviously, we've had a bit of a deficit of interregional competition anyway, so Bleed come back in, and if you missed their series earlier, they actually took a map off Zeta Division, which I think nobody really had on the card. So I think a roster that maybe demand a little bit more attention than maybe some people, maybe including myself, gave them before the tournament. They'll be coming up against an in-form ENCE here who kind of just wiped the floor with M80 when we saw them play earlier.
Absolutely, and I mean, let's be honest, we expected that ENCE M80 game to be a bit, well, more balanced, honestly, and it turned out to be a quite one-sided experience for well, on the one side us, on the one side of the M80 as well, unfortunately. And now, obviously, ENCE, they are back on the stream here, and they are now facing against Bleed Esports, probably one of the teams that is not only least known, or very little known, but also one that you probably didn't have on the watch too much when it comes to scrims as well, right? Because if you think about, hey, let's go to Korea, you think about Crazy Recruiter, you think about Falcons, you think about Zeta and about Fnatic, but Bleed is, well, where are they coming from, you know? It's not been on the map for such a long time. Patipan, obviously, one of the stand-up players that country has to, or had to offer. Ever since, it's been fairly quiet, but it's great to see them back now, and this is also kind of what this World Cup is offering in general, right? It gives the opportunity for regions and countries that we did not really have on the map in the last few years even, are now back on those international competitions, right? We've got makers from Oceania, we've got Rock Esports who picked up the roster of Loaded from South America. There's so much to work with here, right? So many orgs and teams, and especially even regions that were left out in international competitions in the past are now able to make their appearance back on the big stage. However, the enemy of Bleed Esports is not unknown one. It is ENCE once again. They have been giving us a pretty solid showing against M80. A roster that has made a couple of additions with Maimon, for example, and Rakatech just shortly before this tournament, but also obviously so much experience coming with that roster. You've got Kevs, you've got Kai, probably one of the most well-known when it comes to how long have they been out there, DPS lines in Europe in general, I'd say.
I think so, yeah. We can take a look at our players now as they set up on stage. It is interesting to note we do actually have Kai and Kevster starting this one. We saw a fair amount of Wimone in their earlier series against M80, but this time we're going to see the classic duo. The experience, the Gladiators DPS line, back at it again for ENCE. We're going to take a look at Bleed first, though, on this side. I think it's worth saying, if you watch any of Bleed's games over in the Asia LAN finals, or obviously before that, you're going to see a few differences. They still have Clear as their tank player, they still have High Vision on hit scan, but they've had to make a bit of a shuffle. So Ace, their Flex DPS player, has moved to Flex Support, which is a bit of a big change, but obviously, you know, Backbone, Wimone. Flex DPS can play Flex Support, not a problem. Paley, their previous Flex Support, has moved to main support, and that does mean obviously Yoshinori 2K gets to move in from the bench Flex DPS player to the starting Flex DPS player. So a lot of changes, but obviously they still took that map off Zeta Division, and I guess that's something they also did at the Asia LAN playoffs as well. So they seem to have Zeta Division's number at least a little bit here, but ENCE will be a very different test.
Absolutely, definitely one where you need to step up the game, although I'd argue that probably Zeta and ENCE, well, obviously, right, totally different approaches to the game, and also obviously Zeta, an enemy that Bleed is fairly familiar with from the APAC region, but definitely two very high caliber ones, and they were able to take a map from Zeta Division. So why not at ENCE as well, right? Could be an opportunity for them to prove themselves on the very big stage. However, still, the way into the tournament, right, they benefited from Korea winning Dallas as well, and therefore them being able to take advantage of that winner region additional spot that they, well, basically got because of Crazy Raccoons. But they're happy to be here, and any team from Korea, as past experience in Overwatch has have shown, is not to be underestimated by any means.
Yeah, I think it is worth mentioning because we talked a lot about the situation ENCE and Nightmare have found themselves in, where they were excluded from the scrim bubble. They didn't get to the trip to Korea. And while in theory Bleed should get that advantage from being geographically close to these teams, not to pull the wool or pull the curtain back for the audience here, but a lot of these pro teams are quite elitist. They only want to play the best teams, so unfortunately Bleed doesn't get much of a look in terms of scrim practice. So their practice is actually quite limited, despite, in theory, having the opportunity to scrim these teams more often.
That's a very decent close-up that we're seeing there from Skyripper once again.
He's got an incredible skincare routine. Lived with Sky for a little bit on London, and he had all sorts of things to make sure his skin was looking pristine. So borrowed a few of them. It certainly helped me, and it's certainly still working to this day.
Yeah, maybe you can next time you can ask him how to maintain hair or something.
Yeah, I didn't borrow any hair products. That would be fair to say. Well, the one I borrowed, it was called. Is this right? I feel it was like Slug Cream or something. It had like a really off-putting name, but oh my god, it was the best moisturizer I'd ever used. So he knows what he's talking about when it comes to skincare and health products. So, and he's also shown he knows what he's talking about when it comes to flex support as well in his earlier showing against M80. So pretty good all round.
Absolutely has been a very decent performance from him for sure. And in general, their show against M80 was pretty much flawless. Very good performance from them. Did not let anything happen to a... it was meant to be a victory from the start on, right? But in that clear and dominant fashion, maybe not everyone expected it to be like this. However, now Bleed, as we mentioned, Korea region technically, definitely more competitive, right? And as you mentioned, this technically again scrim disadvantage that they had because they didn't want to, they weren't able to scrim the super good teams. Still, I feel like the remaining teams from Korea or from the Korean region are still a better practice than, I don't know, the rest of EMEA, the rest of NA, to maybe practice if you stay at your own region for bootcamp.
Exactly, yeah. And it will also give them quite a different approach as well. And what might be true is the teams that they get to play against, even though they can't scrim some of the top Korean teams directly, they might overlap scrim bubble a little bit, right? So they'll kind of get trickled down meta read at least. So we'll see what they start on. It is worth saying that obviously back before D.Va was more meta, as we've seen her in used by pretty much every team so far, Clear was actually playing a predominant amount of D.Va back at the Asia LAN when no one else really was. So a buff to D.Va is probably a buff to Bleed Esports as well. So hopefully we'll get to see some of that from him today, and it can maybe even put Bleed a little bit over the edge.
Absolutely, as you can tell already by the sound of this, we're heading into our first map, and it's going to be Lijiang Tower, and something we did not talk about at all are the bans, of course. And they're quite surprising, honestly, as ENCE, they are banning the D.Va. Fair enough then, but Bleed, they banned the Symmetra, which on Lijiang, I mean, I guess it makes sense for Garden, for example, right? But is the Symmetra really such a crucial hero here that it's actually worth banning it?
Well, the rollouts in Lijiang are super important because the map is quite compact and there's a huge advantage to get into mid first. So it's super important to have a Symmetra. But if the other team doesn't have a Symmetra, it doesn't matter so much. It's just important you match the speed rather than an advantage. So the Sim one's a little bit of a weird one. I'm not sure quite the read Bleed had here. But we'll see as we actually just get, well, a Ram Mirror, but Anna Kiri from Bleed and Lucio Bap from ENCE.
I mean, Sky's obviously super comfortable on the Baptiste, so definitely not a disadvantage here. One that they just can play out from comfort picks maybe as well. Let's see how this first fight goes down. Bastola has fallen quite low from the anti-nade here, but obviously able to be healed back up as now ENCE is trying to make a first approach towards the point.
They do get themselves around the backside of this point, but again, every nade just seems to be hitting Vessler for now, and it's keeping Vessler on the back foot, forcing him to use that Nemesis form defensively. And the more defensively Vessler has to use this form, the less often he can use it to run on Ace and Pally. They do get the first flip, and they go for it, but as Sleep comes in, and it's Pally with the first pick. This is the advantage of having your main support, used to be a flex support. Going Kiri seems really reasonable all of a sudden. And the trades are pretty good. They walk forward now. And they might just be getting the flip right here, Bleed Esports.
Yeah, it looks just like it. They're now able to capitalize on this point. Advantage now in their favor. And they're able to collect some first percentages here as well. However, ends Sky already up at 83%. Kevster, same as his opponent. They have the pulse bombs ready, but Yoshi, he's not going to use it for the next few seconds.
They do. Oh, the slower nade is so powerful. It looked like they were going to be able to walk in for free thanks to that Kai pick, but the slow obviously sets up a free nade because there's no way to shield it. I mean, in general, Ram doesn't have a lot of great tools to deal with nade other than form to save himself, but he can't really save his team. That's what we saw there, combined with the slow. Turns that fight back in Bleed Esports' favor. They hang on to all their ultimates here, and probably a Nano Ram to even kick this one off if they want.
Absolutely, we now see that Nano Ram indeed, but Kevster, he hits the pulse bomb on Ace. Could be an advantage they might want to use here, but Yoshi sticks it as well. No kill coming from it though, but the follow-up on Kai is crucial. Pale also getting the kill of Vestola. And Bleed, honestly, they're looking sharp here.
It's really interesting, the Bleed comp, because it's something that maybe Houston Outlaws of Season 6 would play quite a lot, which is a comp that feels like it doesn't work on paper, like an Ana Kiri Ram. But a lot of the ults combine really nicely. You nano your Ramatra, you Kitsune Rush your Ramatra, so he punches super fast. And it's actually quite strong, and I imagine we're going to see Kitsune Rush come out from Pally and Clear just try and punch that backline. And now it looks like exactly what he's looking for, but the disengage seems reasonable from Ents for now, and they're going to beat push back in here.
They do get the kill from top of it. Caps and Kai, they are ready. The DPS line from Ents is back again. 3 kills in their favor already. And Bleed, they need to get out there quickly, but Ram falls as well. Kai gets another one.
But yeah, Repush is good in the end, and they still hang on to this Annihilation, which is quite good. You see Bleed do actually make the swap here onto a Kiri Lucio of their own. It is fair to say, wow, the Ana and Kiri are very good if you can maintain space for them. But retake can be quite hard. Maybe they could go top, but still tricky. So it's just going to be an old mirror here, but they've got to be ready to disengage this Annihilation, maybe this High Noon as well. Going to have to be a slow approach from Bleed, I think.
And has to be careful here. Vestola is ready for the Annihilation technically, but he doesn't even need it, because Sky, he gets 3. Oh my goodness, what happened there? Kai enables the team kill. The High Noon of Death is back again.
Alright, back on Ana Kiri. Imagine they're going to have to roll out top with this, because otherwise that backline will just get stuffed, and it is the direction they're going. They're going to go with High Vision up there as well. So they'll get a lot of space, and Ents can't contest this high ground really, so they just have to concede it for now. Kevster does have a Pulse Bomb. They're trying to mark him out. Pulse Bombs hits onto Ace, so Kevster actually controls the high ground by himself. Classic Kevster 1v3 backline situation. And they remain in control of this, and late Sagas here could really kill this recontest if Bleed aren't careful.
And you can see the switches coming in from Bleed now. Ace going over to the Lucio, making the adjustment as he wants to get back inside the window. Now obviously denying the main entrance, so they have to walk around all the way. Vestola Annihilation is still there, but Yoshi's got the pulse bomb ready. What can he make of it? Looking for a target now. Clear finds Rakitic early. Sky as well falling under the pressure here. Bleed, they might just have been able to make it work right now.
Just trying to wriggle free here as Vessler, just trying to buy time and space for his team to touch, and Kevster can get that touch, but they focus down Vessler. Ents are going to stagger back to the point. They just need a bit of a miracle from Kai or something. They need picks, they need him quickly, but they swarm on top of him. And Bleed Esports are going to put themselves in a pretty good position here. Kev's just going to touch for a little bit. This Bob should surely end it now. Rack is forced out. Vessler's back on ball, and there is a High Noon coming back. But surely there's no way back here for Ents. Vessler can touch a little bit, but will take so much damage from everything. Need to be careful here it doesn't slip away from them, and Bleed do get the kills, and it will wrap up a first round. And Bleed, no slouches at all there. They kind of just took, it was Annihilation versus Annihilation. But Bleed had Kitsune Rush, so if you take that Annihilation trade upon the Kitsune Rush, you're going to have a really bad time if you're Vessler. And as we saw, Vessler had a really bad time and was chased down afterwards.
Very painful first round here indeed for players of ENCE, something that they have not experienced in their first matchup here at EWC yet. Now, it's their move. They have to step up the game a little bit more here to make sure that they don't lose their first round. Lijiang, they want to make sure to make it happen on Garden. Kai and Kefsa have been looking very good though, but just the DPS is not the whole team, right? You need everyone to be aboard on this. And Bess has not been looking super good in this rematch duel so far. And again, Clear getting the first pick here for his team. Gets killed now by Kefsa though. Maybe small advantage Twents.
Yeah, tank advantage even without a main support, but this point's very small and Sky's going to come back on Kiri, should be there soon, so ENCE should be able to force point once Sky regroups with them. Just need to be careful not to lose Vessler here! Just get pocketed just in time, and Clear is actually back on the Malga, so the tank rock, paper, scissors is in full play. They clean up Kevster on point, and they can actually maybe even keep pushing if they want. There's a 5v4 and Clear's going to press the button. He's on the hunt. ENCE's disengage is good now. Needs to be careful not to go too far. Eyes on this rack beat because he is getting it quick here for this repush.
It is looking good for Bleed indeed, but somehow they have to be super careful now, making sure they don't overextend it too much. And now trying to get big rather quickly. There's pulse from coming in as well. Clear takes down Bastola. Sky gets 2 in the process though. Rakitek taken out. Clear making the picks for Bleed, but will it be enough to keep the spot?
They beat to push through here as well. They're going to chase for kills. They should be able to get these kills. They're kind of trapped. Sky can get out, but not so easy for Kai, who will get taken down. So ends up being a somewhat costly way to win that fight in the end, but Bleed will be happy to hang on to point. Ace will be back quickly enough. And even if they have to deal with this Kitsune Rush and they have to deal with this Annihilation, they can stall this fight out for a while. I think if you Bleed, what this means is you can't really use your cage aggressively. You might just have to try and disengage, use Bob to try and trade up for one of his ults if you Bleed. So probably happy to meet him at the choke here. And if I'm ENCE, I'm probably just going to Kitsune Rush on point, take the flip if I can.
ENCE not really able to get grip in this matchup yet. Somehow they're struggling to work up against this Morga here. Bastola now the Annihilation. What can they make with it? Ramatra getting the first frag here together with his team, Sky, Kai and Rakitek. They make the kills happen. Ace gets the boot on Kai, however. Bastola finishing the job, backline down, and they're able to cap the point for the first time at 92% already in the bank for Bleed Esports.
It's a really underrated combo that doesn't get talked about enough, but if you put Bob on the Kitsune Rush, he goes crazy. He does so much damage. It's actually exactly what happened there, but it costs ENCE so much, so now they only have beat, and it's cage, beat, Kitsune Rush. If Bleed can trap ENCE in this cage and drop their ultimate,
one fight to win it. Clear cage fight now out. High value coming in. Rakitek falls first. Somehow there's so much damage. Clear making it all happen. All the ENCE players, they fall like dominoes. And Bleed Esports, they take first map from ENCE.
oh wow. I mean, as much as we didn't see this one come in maybe with the Zeta Division result, where Bleed ultimately lost, but they took a map and played them closer than Zeta probably would have liked, feels like ENCE are in for a similar treatment. And this group is maybe not shaping up quite the way we imagined it. I think there was a lot of talk about how, when we watched that ENCE M80 series, we thought that was the battle for second place. But all of a sudden, ENCE need to make sure they don't slip up here against Bleed.
Absolutely. I mean, compared to M80, of course, they do have a win already. So I think it's more M80 with a scary look on their face looking at this matchup right now while playing Zeta Division on the A stream. Because if they lose to Zeta as well, it could quite likely happen that they might not be the one making it out of the group stage. But yeah, obviously, we're talking about a best of 5, right? It's nothing lost yet. But Ends definitely have to step up the game in the second map for sure. However, obviously the advantage now falls into their direction. They can now pick the map, they can now pick the first hero ban. Something that might be a benefit that could actually turn the tables for them here. We'll see if it is enough to, well, hold Bleed back to getting a very early match point in this matchup right here. Because, well, obviously, I mean, there's been warning signs, right? You can't say that this came out of nowhere. They took a map of Zeta, and at least then, and should have realized that this might be a more challenging opponent than they might have expected.
It's interesting as well because the way the format works in this opening group stage is if you look at it from an individual team's perspective, they will play either one game on one day and then 2 games on the next day, or 2 games on the first day, 1 game on the second day. And on that 2-game day, there's a really interesting bit for the coaches to deal with, which is there's only X amount of gap between those games. So on day 2, at least you've got the day 1 games to refer to. But on day 1, you don't have any games to refer to beforehand, so your prep has to happen after that opponent's first map. So a very short amount of time for Ents to figure out exactly what to expect, exactly how to deal with it, and clearly at least it didn't really work here, because I think when I'm looking at this, I'm not looking at this and going, oh, Ents are playing so bad, why are they so bad, are they choking, what's going on? It's not that at all. I think Bleed are just playing well, their combos look nice, they're slow, their dynamite timing, their ult exchanges, loads of the fights they're winning, and those are quite hard problems to solve. I imagine they've not played against too many Ram and Akiri teams in their Finnish boot camp, and they've now got to try and solve it live. And they're difficult ults to deal with. It's part of the reason Houston were able to have success with that comp. The ults are hard.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's like, if you would have boot camped in Korea, maybe this is a comp that you would have ran across a couple of times now, but they look like, they even look slightly surprised by it. It looks like they weren't expecting something like this to happen in this matchup, and therefore the preparation now, as you mentioned, has to happen afterwards. It's adjustments they have to make for game 2, game 3, and just hope to make it work, because otherwise they'll lose a match in this group stage, and therefore it's already a fight for maybe a 2nd or 3rd seed, which is now way more challenging than going into tomorrow with 2 Ws on the bank already. Definitely a situation they don't want to be in. However, as we are getting closer to our next map, we'll throw it into a really quick break and be right back and see what Ends has in store against Bleed Esports. Well, 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 that was surprising, honestly. Bleed Esports, they are making the lives of ENCE very, very hard right now. Even a bit too hard to even win the map, honestly. Lijiang Tower falling in the favor of Bleed Esports. Commander X and me still on the microphone, although not really smarter than before, honestly. A bit more confused, maybe, even, as we go into Shambali.
We are. ENCE have picked Shambali, which in theory has always been a very brawl-favoured map. We've seen a lot of Ram, Lucio-type compositions. And obviously that's kind of a matchup that ENCE just lost, but ENCE did also ban Ana with this as we take a look at our players getting back out on stage and ready for this. So a classic reaction ban from ENCE. What if we just lost to Ana? Get rid of her. Get her out of here. Don't like this hero. Solve the problem by getting rid of that. In response, Bleed have actually banned Sigma as well. So, obviously takes away a strength of Vess. I don't know if they were actually planning to play it here on Shambali, so it's hard to know, but could potentially be a waste of said Sigma ban for Bleed, but probably does push us back towards a potential mirror again. Maybe Ramatra once again on the cards. I think obviously if you Bleed, you just want a Ramatra. Let's play it again. Happy to do that. The interesting thing to maybe factor in for this as well is that Wimone has come in for ENCE as well. So I don't know if that means there's also a chance they just go like Diva, Tracer, Echo as well. I'm not sure how that matchup would exactly play. It feels like it would be more of a solution to an Anakiri problem than a mirror problem, as we get some emergency hand warmers out here for the ENCE guys.
Even Charisma takes one. Oh no, he doesn't. I mean, yeah, but I feel like honestly, on Shambali, as you mentioned, fairly brawl-heavy, right? Yes, Vestola, the Sigma is scary, but it's not meant for Shambali, right? And therefore, honestly, it almost kind of feels like an overkill when, like, picking Shambali, right? The Ana's out. Why ban the Sigma? But I think it's also a question of trying to find a hero that technically somewhere hurts the enemy, but doesn't hurt myself, right? So, for example, banning the Mauga would have worked, or banning the Ramatra, because you harm yourself as well. But Bleed Esports, they don't want to play the Sigma here, and now, although ENCE might not have planned to do so, they just can't.
So what it feels like ENCE are about to do, if they do stick this Mauga, is they are going to ban the Sigma. So the way the rock, paper, scissors would historically work with these tanks is Mauga beats Ramatra, but Sigma can beat Mauga. But if you take the Sigma out of the equation, in theory, Mauga could be quite strong, but it does actually seem it might just be a Diva dive. There's at least going to be a Matrix for Kevster's peak. No picks, though. And now we'll get to see what ENCE's choice really is, but it is that Diva dive. So I feel a little bit weird from ENCE's point of view, because I feel like this comp would have actually preferred to play against Anakiri rather than Kiri Lucio. Whereas now I just feel like they're in a mirror, or mostly a mirror, with a slightly worse tank. So it all comes down to, can ENCE kill High Vision on these engages?
That's going to be one of the main pillars this victory might be built on, honestly. Trying to figure out a way into the lines of Bleed Esports. First couple of meters are being made. First process in the books. It's going to take more than that for sure. Vestola, he finds High Vision. That is obviously the pick they were looking for, but Paladin takes out Sky, gets killed by Kevster in return. Advantage still on the side of ENCE, especially because the spawn is fairly close to them. Rakatek takes out Clear, and Kevster takes out Ace. Therefore, ENCE has got a clean road ahead of them, able to make a couple of meters, get them in the books, and just wait for Bleed Esports to regroup and come at them again.
It's mirror time, and the more of these games we see, the more this comp that's on our screen right now feels like it might be a really core part of the meta, especially if you're a team like ENCE and Bleed, where your tank is just really good at Diva and prefers playing Diva. So if you remember this series, if you were with us earlier, obviously a lot of Echo focus is in the equation. We saw ENCE do very well as they come with this beat push, and it's the same story again. It was Tree before, it's High Vision now, and ENCE probably feel pretty comfortable with this matchup they've ended in.
They at least seem to do so. Yeah, the picks falling their favor once again. Maimon and Kevster just hunting down the remains of Bleed Esports. Very quick first point capture here for the ENCE roster. 4 minutes 30 is quite high time bank, honestly, especially for Shambali. But now the first ultimates are out of the equation once again. We are looking.
It's something we saw earlier as well a lot, where they were able to find ways to get onto the tree and just kill this Echo before they can get into play. And same story again, Kev's just behind and just assassinates High Vision. Now the beat's committed anyway, Ramon's going to get the copy Diva. We're actually probably just play mostly defense with this. Now his team is safe, he can push his backline. And Ents have gotten this cart rolling, and they don't seem to plan to stop anytime soon. Just get a late trade on Rack here, actually, Yoshi, which will be an annoying one to deal with. Clear's going to try and remake with this. Probably a mistake. Gets a pulse bomb out at least for his trouble, but probably really not worth it. We'll now be going into the next fight with not a whole lot for either team, honestly.
But keep that very, very good timing of them up. One now Bleed obviously going for the push right here, trying to collapse on the enemy backlines, but Ents able to get out there rather quickly without any damage on their own rows.
Ents really wanted to wait for this Kitsune rush, so they'll just cop a cheeky disengage before they can come back with this one. Now they come in as a copy Diva engage comes, or as a copy Kiri actually. But as long as they can survive this, they should be okay just to live on the Kiri ult here, Ents, and that's exactly what they're doing. Deal with a copy, couple of late trades. If they can get enough trades here, it will be good enough for Bleed to stabilize. They're going to try and get clear back in mech. The payload is moving away though, which might be a problem. Now they have to die on point, but they might have made that decision to die on point too late. It's free on cart and there's no touch.
Yeah, that Sky the solo dude. They've been doing such a good work on this last push here. Able to clean up the remains of Bleed Esports. The way is clear, and therefore it is a very good timing. Once again, 3 minutes 50 on the clock. Plenty of time to work with, set up a new economy, but they are already 3 ultimates up ahead. The economy for Bleed Esports on the other side is not really looking too shiny. They do have the Kitsune rush ready though.
Kelly is going to start that one. They're going to try and beat back. Rack just about gets it off. There are still Diva bombs to come out for this one, but Vessler wants to turn his attention towards his backline first, but Clear's actually made an aggressive move. Vessler will come pocket everyone through. Copy now from Ramon to push back in, and look at that, all over Paley. No cooldowns left, and they win these big ult trades as well, but Clear's not done yet. Another risky bomb remake. Oh, Kevs has got 2 to clean that one up. And Ents are still rolling.
They're rolling fast, actually, really fast. A bit too fast, maybe, for Bleed Esports, as they seem to kind of not be able to, well, get a hold of them. Clear now swapping over to the Junker Queen for a last Hail Mary action, maybe. Solar, he's got the bomb ready for a remake, potentially. Sky is so close to the Kitsune rush once again. Maybe the ultimate they want to work with here.
Going to wait for that one before they start it. I don't know if the Queen really feels better in here. They're going to shout defensively to try and keep up their echo, but the beat doesn't hit Paley, so he just dies through it. Player advantage, Kitsune rush on point, and they're in big trouble. High Vision gets a single trade, but a single trade will not save the situation, and it's going to be a monster time bank from Ents.
No touch in the end as well. I'm not too sure if it counts as a C9 rack attack, but it's close enough for sure. Very, very good timing in favor of Ents right here. Definitely a massive upgrade compared to their performance on Lijiang Tower for sure. However, obviously, Bleed Esports is now their turn to push that card all the way. And potentially, if possible, even with a likewise high time bank. At least this is something that they would definitely need to be able to keep up with Ents, as they have now done their part of the job. A good defense would just, well, shorten the way, honestly.
What I think we're seeing here is a pretty good demonstration of why we thought it was such a good signing to bring Ramon into this Ents team, because it enables this double flex DPS, and you'll see this throughout this tournament, is it's really hard to play hit scan these days. And if you can force a team into a situation where they're in this type of mirror, you know, a trade to Echo or some kind of double flex DPS, and suddenly you look at someone like Bleed Esports, who one of their standout players has been High Vision, but he's been standout on hit scan. All of a sudden you force him onto Echo. He really struggles. Eventually they swap it around. You see, as they're starting now, High Vision will be Tracer, Yoshinori will be Echo. They're struggling, they can't match this. Meanwhile, Ents, Kevster and Ramon are on their comfort picks. If you could ask them to pick one hero in the game to play, it would be these heroes. So I think we'll see this matchup, or this type of ban system, where teams will try and force players who have a hit scan player into this type of mirror and feel pretty happy about it, as I'm sure Ents do right now.
They sure are indeed, absolutely. And now Bleed Esports, what can they do in their attack round? Full 4 minutes, plenty of time to work with. But the Ents defense, they seem to have stabilized from that, well, not so great performance on Legion Tower for sure. More and more getting a hang of what Bleed Esports have actually planned in this matchup right here. The brawl is taking place. The Echo duel is won by Ents, however players fall dangerously low here. But with Solar, that Matrix is blocking so much damage as he's able to get the kill on the Kiriko. Maimon on Ace, and therefore Bleed Esports are stopped for now, especially the late D.Va kill, so painful here.
And there's no ledges really on Shambali, at least on this part of Shambali, so Clear is going to be forced into a long and painful remake. He is going to go back and swap here now, so we'll have to obviously reset now. Ult charge. Oh, not actually, well, he is resetting his ult charge, but because we are changing the comp, Moira Mauga coming out here. So very aggressive, but ultimately D.Va into Mauga is a really fine matchup now because you can match that cardiac overdrive with Matrix, so we'll see how it goes. It's actually going to be a copy Mauga, and this is going to spell all sorts of trouble for Clear.
Oh, it sure does. It does so much damage indeed as well, and just the fact that Maimon is able to take so much damage here, he doesn't even care for it, wins and a full fight. It also enables for other ultimates to be fully charged for Ents now, while Bleed Esports, due to that late comp swap they did, their economy is not looking that shiny yet.
It's a weird comp from Bleed Esports. We'll have to wait and see if it works out. It's going to be a Kitsune rush. Obviously no Lucio now means they can't really disengage it. Meanwhile, Rack is going to deal with the Tracer, deal with the Echo. Copy D.Va comes out. Yoshinori is doubling down on this one. Trades are good for the attackers in this situation, but I don't know if they can get too many more as Pulse Bomb goes out onto a wall from Kevster here. They maybe push off that. They are forcing them back at least, so the Pulse Bomb of a wall works out, I guess.
Heavy investments made on both sides already. This fight is far from over. Kevster now gets the kill on Clear. This could enable Ents to finish this one in their favor once again, but it's been fairly expensive on the one side. They spent 3 ultimates. On the other side though, all of those 3 ultimates are already half charged again. It's not too bad at all.
So they do have the cage coming up, which is a really big win condition. It's a very tricky ult to deal with if you don't have certain ults. They do have beat to deal with it, but maybe not. I think if I'm Bleed Esports, I can start this one with Coalescence, then look to cage mid-fight. It's actually going to be a beat push though. They're going to try and get on top here, but Clear is just going to try and cardiac overdrive defensively. Now they push back in, and Clear is about to have that cage. They lose Yoshinori, but they can still get killed just as cage connects. But oh, he's dropped it, but they've lost too many people. High Vision gets 2 trades in the cage. They're still trying to trade. There's 3 people trapped in this cage. The bomb comes out. I don't know if they'll get enough. Can Vesla get back into mech? Yes is the answer. This will be a big stabilize here for Ents, and they even want a few more late kills, and they'll get one right there.
Oh, it's so painful for Bleed Esports at this point. They're just investing so much into this, but nothing seems to work against the composition of Ents right now. Maybe a raw fight could help here. Kevster has got the pulse bomb ready again, looking for a target here, of course, now. And this might be an opener. Yoshi takes a duel, but instantly gets traded by Vestola. It's a 4v4 against Kevster, still looking for a situation to put that pulse bomb to use. Clear gets the kill on Sky. Vestola trades it for Ace. The overtime already activated, it's ticking down for sure. Clear with 2 kills. Will it be enough though? The D.Va now the pulse bomb comes in as well, gets eaten though by Clear. This might be the game winner here for them, at least a fight winner for sure, as Vestola in the baby D.Va form won't really be able to make too much happen here.
Forces for copy at least. It's a big moment actually, and Bleed were really struggling on this, and ultimately Yoshinori with a big play to win an opening Echo Duel, then Clear with a clutch Pulse Bomb meeting to kill Kevster. It gives them a chance. Kevster's gone sim to get everyone back nice and quickly here, and it's going to be a Kitsune rush trade on point here, and this could go either way.
Kitsune rushes both come in. Kevster gets the early pick on the Echo. This could be the game changer. As Flea is already falling dangerously low on the D.Va as well. Vastola has the bomb ready, maybe even place it on the car, but might not even need it after all. As Maimon and Ents, they clear Shimbali and they equal up to Sirius.
Had to kind of clutch to even get it to that fight, and then Wamon just comes back, wins that Echo Duel. Pocket not there in time. You have to, if you're the D.Va in these situations, it's no good matrixing the Echo late because the beam will just cut through it. You need to matrix the stickies because if they differ, and it's really tricky.
Not an easy situation to be in those duels indeed, but Ents, they were able to make it work in the end. They were able to come up ahead here. It's a very tough situation to be in for sure, but they made it work in the end.
It worked out, yeah, and it was a back and forth series, but I think Ents now have a pretty clear idea of there's a matchup in this series that they can just play all the time and be quite happy with. You know, if they can keep forcing this type of map when it comes to their picks, they should feel pretty alright with it, but it shouldn't be discounted. Now, the importance of winning map 1 is it means all you need to do is win your picks and you win the series. So even if this goes all the way, Bleed are going to get to pick the next map, and if they lose another one, they get to pick the next map. So as long as they win their picks, Bleed can actually win this series still. So it'll be interesting how they choose to go around it, as much as Ents now know they want to play D.Va and play Nismira. Bleed certainly know they don't want to play Nismira anymore.
Surely not, and I mean, yeah, probably Ents with the experience they bring in with all those players like Kefsa and Kai, who are so experienced in this roster in general. They probably have the advantage the longer the series goes on the other side, right? Because they'll learn more from Bleed, and Bleed will probably learn from Ents when it comes to understanding how the enemy comp works, especially because there's been a bit more visibility on how Ents plays officials in general. They've been in the Major in Dallas, right? There's a couple of good videos to learn from here, while obviously there's not too much to prepare for Bleed, as they've been quite under the radar for many teams. And so I don't know how much preparation actually came in here, and therefore the learning curve for the first few situations obviously is slightly higher. Therefore, we have now, for the first time once again, on this broadcast, we've got a tight series, right? It's 1-1, and now it goes back to Bleed as they are going to pick their map this time. A couple of options on the desk, of course, a couple of bans they can do. However, unfortunately, one of the most crucial bans is out of the system already. That's the Sigma ban that could have been fairly useful against, well, a team that is basically based around Vastola, and therefore it would have been good to have that maybe, because on a map like Shimbali, it didn't do too much, honestly.
We're going to get the map picks and the bans and everything coming in. There's a few substitutions to be had as well, so we'll talk about all of that when we're back from this quick break.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's all tied between Bleed Esports and ENCE, and therefore we are going into map number 3. However, last map was won by ENCE as well, and therefore it is now up to Bleed Esports to make the decisions and tell us where to go for this map number 3. And from what I heard in comms in our production Discord, it's going to be an interesting one.
We're going to be moving on to Saravasa here. So this is a pick from Bleed Esports. I think what we've seen so far in the series is Bleed's success has come in a Ram mirror, not in a Diva mirror that we saw on Shambali. In the Diva mirror, it was all ENCE all the way. It wasn't actually that close in the end, it was a full hold. So Bleed will be very keen to keep it away from that as well. And we move on to Saravasa, where generally is a brawl mirror, as we can take a look at our players on stage here, because we've also had quite a lot of substitutions on the side as well. On the side of ENCE, unsurprisingly. They have bolstered out their roster for this tournament, and we'll get to see a lot more of those players in action. So this is the Bleed side right now. And we can take a look at the bans as well, which has really motivated all these roster substitutions. So it was Bleed to ban first, and they have done the classic lose to Diva, ban the Diva, off the cards. And as such, this is obviously really quite an aggressive ban coming out from Bleed, trying to sabotage some of the success ENCE had. So ENCE have actually gone for a Lucio ban, which is really interesting. Obviously, in theory, that means Rack's hero pool will be tested, but they've actually substituted Rack out, and we'll be seeing a rare mirror appearance who will actually come into play double flex support. So I think the logic here is very much the weakness of double flex support is one, Lucio dive, because these all-in dives mean if you want to play like an Ilari Baptiste, you want to play kind of wide and take a lot of angles. If the other team's on like Lucio Kiri and like Diva or Winston, you can kind of just run it down and kill anyone who splits off all that much, and you're forced to all play together, and then you become a bit more of a juicier target for a dive as well. But if you take the Lucio away from that, it forces them into a more difficult situation, or at least a Lucio Kiri version.
Absolutely, and one thing that is not to be underestimated with that Lucio ban either is the change of pace in the game in general, right? So obviously Saravasa, right, we've got 5 points, a couple of long walks to go, and without a speed boost, that totally changes the momentum. It changes the amount of attacks you can maybe take on a point, especially at those flash points that do take very, very fast, and therefore every second indeed counts. It's going to be a challenge. It will definitely reduce the fights on this map for sure, and obviously with that also makes each single fight even more important for both of those teams. But yeah, I mean, we've talked about it. Bleed, they seem to be very focused on trying to, well, decrease the choices that the tank lineup of ENCE has, and I'm looking forward to seeing Miro on the big stage now here as well. Definitely a substitution that maybe Bleed wasn't even expecting, right? Because if you can't play the Diva, there's a couple of options that still work really well for Saravasa, but definitely happy to see Miro in the matchup here, and therefore obviously, yeah, see what he can do.
It's interesting because there was a lot of talk when Miro was added to this roster of what are you even going to use him for, and we get to see the answer to that today. He's going to come in for flex support. Originally we did hypothesize that actually this was a role Ramon could fill for the team. Miro is truly Mr. Flexible when it comes to it, as we get a little tattoo focus here from Sky, who seems a bit chilly, honestly. Jacket around the shoulders, hand warmer in tow.
I mean, he's just flexing with the gear, you know, just showing off what the ENCE store has to offer. But yeah, I mean, I could imagine, apparently the weather down in Riyadh is not too great today, right? We've had a couple of internet things at other competitions as well, where apparently there's stuff going on. Can't tell personally, remote casting right here. But yeah, obviously can be quite chilly, I guess.
Yeah, if you go outside in Riyadh right now, you would be absolutely scorched. But when you're in the arena, it's super cool, actually. Fully airconned, nice and comfortable, obviously.
Are now preparing for, well, this third map now, Shambali, obviously, being played already, so Ravasa coming up. We do definitely want to have your opinions in this vote as well, though, right, guys? Remember, there's plenty of opportunities to show what you think. Make sure to go to stc.gg to stcplay.gg, pardon me, to give us your votes as well, right? We are looking forward to hearing what you have to say about this matchup as we start right into it. And Bleed Esports tied up now, but one surely after this one will go to match point.
So here's what we see in terms of the matchup. It is that double flex support as we anticipated from Ents. Mirror will be on the Alari. Sky will be on the Ana, at least for now. Might swap to a BAP. Yeah, there we go. Bleed, obviously, in theory, are just going to take a version of this Mirror as well, which is a little bit tricky, because obviously what would normally happen is the expected counter to Ents' comp would be some kind of dive Mirror. But that would be a Winston-based comp or a Bull-based comp, which I don't think Clear really has in his hero pool, so has to play in this Ram version. So we're just going to get pretty much a straight-up double flex support Mirror for maybe one of the first times, at least on this side of the stream. So slow, pokey, all about angles. Keep your eye on the flanks for this one.
Flashpoint unlocks in 10 seconds.
So many angles you can come from as well in this situation, of course. Gotta consider all the options. Kai already looking for a couple of shots here. Clear has to be healed back up. He's already taken a lot of damage once again, falling low here, dangerously low indeed. But Ace and Pale, they have it under control for now, while Ents is getting possession of this first point first.
Typically in a Ram versus Sigma matchup, you will see that the Ram loves to walk into the Sigma, push him all the time, but without Lucio, that's a lot trickier. So actually, this is a much more even matchup for the Sigma than we normally see. As Keswick just gets this opening pick, but we kind of saw an example of that. Now, with the Sigma, with the BAP, with the Alari, it's just a bit shootier. There's more guns in play, or at least more guns that are better at poke damage than there is in the form of the Ana and the Ramatra here. So they lose that poke battle. They're even going to get a late kill on Ace here, which means Ents are in cruise control. One more fight. And remember, no Lucios. So it's actually a really annoying recontest to take from this point. And this is going to be a problem for both teams as we go through this Saravasa without Lucio here. And these late touches, if you get staggered out, can be really, really hard to deal with.
Definitely that change of momentum, change of pace in general on this map will be a crucial factor for both teams. Map control and point control is going to be the factor here. Dynamite comes online, and now you're just now starting to get the first ultimates online. Ents will have all 5 of them, but the Solar, he falls early in the fight, and therefore Esports, they might just have won this without too big of an investment overall. Just the nano boost did the
shooting, but the nano... This can help a Ramatra team, because the Ramatra doesn't like long, pokey sightlines like that first fight we saw. Likes to play corners and play to engage. So you can see Clear standing at the top of this staircase. Quite happy to walk into them if they come too close. So Ents maybe need to start this one with an ult to get themselves a bit of space.
Ultimates now being thrown at Ents, so they have to retreat at least a little bit here. Clear could follow this up with the Annihilation as well if needed. Uses it indeed, and he gets the picks from it. Sky, Kevster, Kai, they all fall under the Annihilation. Solar is able to get the Kiriki out here, but it won't be enough. There's only a small touch from Ents here. Won't even be enough to flip the point, but maybe enough time to get somebody else back on the point. Kevster indeed gets another touch at this. Maybe, just maybe, Ents can make this work, but it doesn't really seem like it. As Bleed are just killing them one by one by one. Overtime is down. Bleed Esports, despite getting on this point as late as imaginary possible, they make it work.
A really good hold. It was very expensive in the end, and there's always a level of anxiety that comes over me when I see a team just keep pushing, and it feels like it has overextend written all over it, but they keep investing ults, they get the picks, and they do actually convert off that. So all that investment pays because they win that first point. We'll move over to point B now. Lux versus Nano, so probably defensive Nano from Ace, maybe to survive, but who am I kidding? They're just going to Nano the Ramen and kill Sky. Sky way too close, and Vessler's going to end up with a Flux Jax as well, and well, they just weren't ready for this Nano Ram, and it's flashbacks to Lijiang Tower right now, Julian.
It really is. It looks like they're really struggling against Ram for sure. Now Vasola though, he's on the Sigma. This is his signature hero for sure. And the question is now, obviously, will it? Don't want to give it to Bleed. They need to win this one for sure. They have a couple of ultimates to work with. Kefta's got the Pulse Bomb. Got the Larry ultimate as well on Mirror.
They can maybe just start with a Captive Sun here, which is what they're going to do. And it does hit clear, force out clear. So no, actually, they'll just kill it through. Kitsune Rush available, but the Rock connects, and Vesper will finish that one himself. And oh, that is a gift, because that Kitsune Rush, that Annihilation were coming up, and that retake. It was about to look borderline impossible for ENCE to walk back onto that point versus the Kitsune Rush and the Remarch roll. But they get the kill, the Captive Sun opens it just in time. And now all of a sudden, there's still a big ult bank to deal with from Bleed Esports. But much nicer to do it when you're in control of a point here. Chance to poke early, chance to set Kevster up from this Pulse Bomb. They still need a little bit of help here, but maybe a Kev flank, a Kai flank. ENCE need their main men to pull something out now.
Anyone can be the difference maker. Kevster, the Pulse Bomb could be the game changer here. If he can find somebody to stick it towards her, but Bleed, they've got so much to work with. Kitsune Rush being pulled first point, already flipped here in the favor of Bleed Esports. And oh, my High Vision is getting the first pick clear. Another one, Kevster. He does get one though, but it will not be enough for sure. Will it? Miro getting a second one though. Can they make it work? Maybe with a little bit of help here they can. But clear, he's still on the point. Kevster, he will have to take that 1v1 here. Does do it very aggressively, but he's trying to buy time for his team as well. And he can make that duel work. Lamping thrown his way as well. Overtime at the last possible second. Kevster steps up for ENCE.
If there's a man you want in a clutch, it is Kevster, and he comes out on top there exactly when his team needed him. Bleed Esports so close to taking that one, and they did invest heavily. Kitsune Rush, Remarch ult. They do keep doing this combo as well. We'll probably see it again in this map. Bleed Esports will drop the Kitsune Rush, drop the Bob. It's really dangerous and really scary, but one good disengage can neutralize two, but Kevster's not done here. Kevster's just warming up, and there goes Ace, and this retake is like over before it starts. Might not even need this Pulse Bomb. He doesn't.
Might not even need it after all, and he gets two in the melee. And somehow, some way, ends under the caring hands of Kevster, honestly. They are able to take point 2, and therefore, now it's all tied up again, but Miro, he's very far away for this first duel. Maybe Bleed does know that, maybe they'll take an early fight, a fast fight here. Technically, they do have that advantage with them currently.
Expect it could be a Nano, but it's hard to get value out of a Nano Ram here because Vessler could just flux him. But actually, Vessler wants to start the fight here, just wants to try and kill backline. Will kill him with the help of Kevster here. Now the Rock onto Clear, deals with that Nano, and Clear is going nowhere fast with this Nano. ENCE have contained the threat, and now they can push forward. Captive Sun on the backline. Suzu is good. They need to find kills here, but they actually lose one. Vessler's won the battle on point, but they need to deal with this backline high ground, but they're kind of just shielded off at the moment, so just leave them up there and kill them late, honestly. There's no way for Ace to escape.
And honestly, it's like, this map, it's such a roller coaster of emotions, right? It goes the way of Bleed, it goes the way of ENCE. It seems like their performance is so much varying depending on which flashpoint is reactive.
Yeah, I think it's actually just a huge mistake from Vessler. He wants to push top and he gets caught by the backline. So now it's just a free retake here. They commit window to it as well. The ult trade doesn't end up the worst ult trade in terms of value you've ever seen from ENCE, but it has to really be questioned that Vessler thought he could go clear. He can kind of just meet clear in a lot more of these situations, but still has to respect the Annihilation and Nano advantage that Bleed currently have, which means might just be a bob and disengage if you're ENCE right now. Just try and get one of these big scary ults out of the way.
Absolutely, but clear. He can't even use this one in time, and now the Bob's on site, and you have killed the enemy tank player. The Bob somehow gets woken up as well. All going in favor of ENCE. Technically, they just need to make it work for them now. They just need to collect the kills they've earned. And Kai gets the kill on the Kirikin. It will be enough to flip the point back into their favor. Don't over-engage it now, though. It's still almost a one-fight game here.
Oh,
they're able to kill Ace very, very late in this one.
Ace tried to gamble. Now. Nobody knew he was there, essentially, and he could just come with a flank nade and nano at some point in the fight. But they knew, and Kevster kills him late, and now they're going to have to touch without Ace, essentially, which means a Bob to touch for high vision here. They can give a touch, and they do have ults coming back, but Kevster again. And Ent's going to take the advantage in this all-important third map. Oh, they're trying to clutch.
Technically clear, would still have the annihilation, but is it worth pulling it out right here if you definitely have one more point to work with? They're still putting a lot of ultimates into this, actually. They flipped it for sure. They're using the Kiriko, the Kitsune Rush as well. Heavy investments going in here for Bleak, but it seems to be worth it in the end.
Vesla should have the annihilation to match, actually. An aggressive move does kill Mirror, but will be getting focused down now, holding on. Ramatra fight on point, but they win the beam battle. And actually, it might still be traded. It's not over yet. It's a dogfight for this final point. Kev and Kai on point, trying to deal with this. Tracer Lamp is late from Sky, but Kev is still there. Still full pocket. Pulse bomb's good from Kev, but they've lost for everyone else. Sky is on the high ground, and Bleed Esports. I think they've got it. Can Sky touch? Can anyone else? Bob, ball to touch. They're committed back to this.
Oh, they can.
What's the C9? Oh,
this is so sad because. In the end, I mean, Bleed, yes, they invested so much into it, but it worked out in the end. And now they forced Ents to invest so much as well.
It worked out, but almost for none of the reasons their decisions were made over. They commit all the ults, and that really could be a turning point of the series. If they lose that fight, I really think the ult economy is in tatters and Bleed can't win. But the swaps come out, so Ents are actually back on Sigma now. Ult economy not looking great. It's just a Bob, but Bleed about to have both support ults coming up in this one as well.
Well, the point's active now. See who makes the first proper move. Ents currently in possession for sure, but obviously only the first couple of percentages locked in for them for sure. 2 support line ultimates available for Bleed. They can use those now. Nano boost comes out, but it's not really doing too much, honestly.
It's forced them back at least, and Mirror and Kai are actually the ones finding the value on the flank. So it's the flank that pays dividends for Ents here, and they should be able to trade up from that. Annihilation will be popped by Clear. He thinks he can clutch. He kills one, but he's got no supports. He is punching, but he's just focused down. I mean, honestly, if he had any pocket there, he probably would have clutched it, but they managed to kill both supports there, and Ents win through flanking, and that's what their comp is so good at, with the Illari especially. And it's Kai and Mirror who do the heavy lifting for him there. And Nat, we talked about the ult investment in the previous fight, maybe bankrupting Bleed. They clutched that previous one out. They do not clutch this one out. So now the ult economy is in tatters. And Bleed have maybe not just thrown away this point, but thrown away this map with that.
Maybe it's just about forcing 1 or 2 ultimates off the bank of Ents for now, right? You do have one more point to work with. But there's I mean, they technically can't lose anything because they can't invest anything. But it's definitely a question of how much can you force off Ents. But Ents knows, Ents is aware of this. They don't want to invest too much, however, they still do. 3 actually. They invest the pulse bomb, they invest Illari ultimate and the window. Overtime's ticking down for sure, therefore this is all coming down to the last point indeed. And now that Ents has invested quite a lot here, it is once again an equal fight.
It's really balanced it out there. I mean, like, the pulse bomb window aren't the most expensive ults, but it's still worthwhile. So now all of a sudden, this next fight looks way more easy for Bleed to deal with than it otherwise would. Still a technical advantage because it's equal Bobs and a Flux for Vesla, but not a huge amount of Flux value so far. And it does give a chance for Bleed to get their support ults sooner rather than later.
Once again, it's Ents at the point first, but this time Bleed decides to contest it right away. Bob against Bob once again. With the anti-nade, it makes it a one-sided duel. Bleed Esports have that slight advantage, but the Bob is gone as well. And still trying to flip the point. Good stick there from Yoshi, but only takes out
Bleed a lot of time off the clock, but it was so weird that Bob fight. The Bobs run into each other, and then both teams feel compelled to use every single cooldown on the Bobs. We saw Bobs get naded, Suzu'd, everything to win that Bobs battle for whatever reason. But now, the big story is Bleed have control of the point. They've got Nano, they've got Annihilation. How do Ents take this fight? It's a tricky one.
Definitely not an easy approach for sure. Kester close to the pulse, but maybe can find a pick on the backline here. This would open an opportunity for Ents, but they'll need to find something here. They're wasting and losing so much. But Sky, he's able to step up here, takes down Ace. This could be the opener, but the Annihilation does damage to Sky Ripper in return. Kai and Kefzer, they are here, they're ready for this. They step up as well. While Miro gets taken out by High Vision, but Kefzer, he's there, he's ready. And Ents, they flip it just in time. 86% on the count of Bleed Esports already though.
Play from Sky. They knew the Annihilation was coming. They knew Clear was close. Sky drops a window. One box Ace straight out of there. So not just no Nano for Clear, no pocket for Clear. Clear doubles down with the Annihilation, but a man on an island gets taken down. Now Captive Sun versus Nano. It's all going to be about who gets more value.
Ultimates once again be thrown in. It's still do or die for Ents, honestly, on this map right here. And High Vision, he gets the kill mirror. This is so painful. The stick from Grabs, it has to be big. It is indeed. Oh. He gets the Ash out of there, but Diana, timing is all. They can actually recall it. This could be the change. Kai gets the kill on Diana, but Caster falls in the end. Kai does as well. Sky, once again, would have to step up right here, but he can't. He simply cannot take this fight alone. And there's only 10% left for Ents to touch. The touch will come for sure from Sky.
Touches. It's so tricky, but supports happen to try and pocket each other through this. They lamp themselves on for one more touch. Ents are on the ropes. Mirror goes back. Kevster has to try and get the touch next. I think he's got it. Vessler's on point as well, nearly with this Annihilation, but the Kitsune Rush, they're going to try and burn through Vessler. Can Vessler live? He's shielded off.
It looks like it.
Mirror with two. Oh, he does enough. I think he does just about enough there. Mirror's come back in, he's got the kills, and Ents, I think that they clutch. What a clutch, what a touch, what a play from the Ents backline.
How's that even possible? How did they win this fight? It was lost for sure there. And now Bleed Esports stay in the same situation as Ents was before. No fights left, but no ultimates left as well. And they cannot even touch. No way, the body block does it in the end. And Ents closer, for sure closer than they wanted, but they make it happen in the end. More luck than Brain at some point, maybe, but it worked out. It worked out in the end. And Ents are able to step up. They go to match point.
Again, just to clarify for our viewers at home, as much as it doesn't always look like it, Ents did win that map with a massive clutch. more sighs of relief on the side of Ents and celebrations, though. This series is not what they expected at all, but you have to say, even though it was ugly, it required a lot of heavy lifting from Kevster throughout, and a lot of heavy lifting, especially from Sky and Mirror on that last point. This is the breaker, right? That was the map pick from Bleed Esports. So with that, Ents have now regained control of the series instead of picks.
And you're totally right? On Wikipedia, if you read it a week later, it doesn't say if it was close. It only says you won. That was what counts in the end, right? That's what counts in the end, right? And as you mentioned, right, this is the turning point, because now if they lose fourth pick, they again can pick on the final point. And therefore, the advantage is now going their way, as they won a pick that was done by Bleed Esports. Massive advantage going their way now for sure. On the other hand, obviously, you preferably don't want to, well, have it come that far anyways, right? You would want to win this in a 4-mapper now. And they've got the opportunity to do so. Bleed Esports once again are now asked to make a map pick and make a first ban, of course. This all definitely probably something that they want to give a couple of minutes, want to make sure that they are actually, well, at least like the rest, just get the heart rate down a bit again. But Kester, honestly, he has been coming up clutch on this map so many times. What a performance by him, but also obviously by the rest of the team right here. It didn't look pretty, but it's a team effort in the end, and it paid off for sure.
I think ultimately, we talked a lot about Kevster before in this tournament in terms of Kevster still looks like a high-quality player. He always has done. But maybe the second part of this year so far, a little bit off for Boyle. Not massive carry performances, but this right here, this was vintage Kevster. This was him back to his best.
Absolutely, and yeah, we'll indeed go to a quick break. I'll need a break from that intense fight, and I'm sure the players will do as well. Therefore, we'll be right back when it comes to map number 4 ends. Can close the series or Bleed can bring us into map 5. Kevster saves the day for ends on map number 3, and we've been talking a little bit in a break. Honestly, Commandex, I feel like despite ends won that map, not too sure whether they know why.
It was clutch after clutch. It was a little bit of bleed, throwing their ult economy away at various times. It seems Bleed are happy to invest in the clutch and to play for that, and sometimes it's paid dividends, and maybe ultimately on Suravasa it costs them a little bit there. So as a result, Bleed are going to pick that next map, and it will be Colosseo now we're going into here as well. So a few things about how this series has gone. I think both times there's been some kind of ram or slow brawly mirror. We've seen it look actually pretty good for the Bleed side of things, so it feels like Colosseo is certainly a map you can do that again. And we can take a look as everyone gets ready for this match as well. A lot on the line, and Ents certainly feel a little bit shaken.
Yeah, as we take a look at the bans as well, right? Ents decides to ban the Kiriko, so therefore one of the main essential characters in the current standard meta not available for both teams here. Echo as well, banned on the side of Bleed Esports. Two fairly often used characters, especially in this matchup as well. This obviously also slightly disabled somebody like Maimon, for example, who... Well, yeah, I'm not sure. Let's take a look. But
yeah, it seems like they've kept Kayan as a result. I think my expectation here is very much if you are Bleed Esports, you don't want them to be able to play in this D.Va, Echo, Kiri comp. So you take Echo away because you take a key part away. Something we've not seen also much today with these series is the way the bans work is because you only get to ban a hero once per series if you're on that team. You can't just keep banning D.Va because you keep losing to D.Va. You only get to ban it once. So they had their one D.Va ban and they missed that chance on Suravasa. Now they're having to try and find alternate ways to try and minimize the comp. But what's interesting is Ents then ban second and actually take Kiriko away, which in theory, the worry I think if you're Ents is they play some kind of Anna-Kiri type comp or something, right? So you take Kiri away from them, and then you say, what does that backline for Bleed Esports play? Do they just go a Lucio Bap, force a Brawl Mirror? Because you're probably happy with that if Ents do that. So a lot of eyes here, and they're just going to Lucio Anna it? Interesting.
Super interesting, absolutely. Kevster currently on the Hanzo. Not too sure if that's gonna happen. I wouldn't mind though. On the other side, yeah, Bastola seems to be playing the D.Va. I like it. Kevster back to the Tracer makes way more sense in this composition as well. Clear sticks to the Ram, and honestly, I like it. It's been working good for him so far. You indeed have that Anna Lucio backline now.
So in theory now, this Anna Lucio maybe still a little bit scary for the D.Va, but Mirror is still in, Sky is still in, the same roster is still in, Parenta is double flex support. So they're going to play slow, they're going to play pokey. Colosseo a little bit of a narrow map. It's a bit more wide now with the class gone, but it's actually Mirror who gets shut down first. And as a result, Bleed will just start walking on forward, clearing out one angle at a time, forcing them all the way back. The difficulty obviously comes now for Bleed Esports, as while they remove the glass and they open up the map a little bit more, there's still this horrendous low ground to high ground fight that you need to win if you're Bleed Esports now. A lot of your options really fall into high vision to try and click on enough heads to get themselves out of this pickle. Will be a very slow matchup, I think, this one in reality.
Yeah, you have to be super considerate with the steps here, right? There's a lot of natural cover you can work with, but you make sure to not overextend too much. Even Kai has to be super careful here. 15 meters on the clock already for Bleed Esports. A couple of them happen very quickly, but yeah, they've got possession of the card here, therefore also obviously in a defensive position a little bit more. Now it's Ents' turn to step up and make something happen here. Dynamite does connect to a couple of players here. Bleed Esports, their backline already has the ultimates available. High Vision is very close to the High Noon as well. They're in full control of those first 2 minutes here.
They're going to try and beat past this window, but High Vision gets caught. They still have the nano if they want to double down, but you see Vessler just reset to high ground, and there's nothing they can do about this, honestly. They're just stuck up there. A Kevster trade Doesn't do much for him in the end, and they'll even get a late stagger kill here onto Yoshinori. No way out, but will die on the robot. And this is a problem a lot of comps face if you don't have some sort of clever way to take that high ground, whether you have a lot of heroes who can jump up, you got dive heroes or something like that. But this Bleed Esports lineup is actually very grounded. There's really no way for them to deal with that high ground except for clicking on heads. So they'll be in a better position now. They get to hold their own high ground, but still a problem for Bleed down the line. And oh, it's a flank Captive Sun.
I mean, why not, honestly? During that time, Vastola is able to get High Vision out of the equation here for ends. Bleed Esports, they now have to make this happen, but you see the nano boost coming in as well. Kai, however, does get the pick on the Tracer down. This completely changes things. Ace finds Mirror in the process, but Capster can trade this right away there for ends. They keep control over this at least for a couple of more meters, while Clear has now taken out Vastola. This forces ends to retweet, but they have taken the lead.
Only a few meters in a very back and forth affair, and the nature of push is if you trade, you don't get to gain many meters, and that's exactly what happened there. It does force Bleed to use some of those bigger ults for trading though, so Ents will be happy to resort back to this high ground, set up their double flex support, and just say to Bleed, go on, what are you going to do? How are you going to break this? And it's really tough for Bleed, honestly. They just need a pick, or maybe a mistake from Ents.
It looks very difficult for sure, but Kefster steps up once again. Ace and High Vision out of the equation, fail afterwards as well, and he takes out Clear once more. This dude is an absolute maniac on the trace. He's been forever and he still is for sure. Kefster once again stepping up, very, very impressive in this series. It's so incredibly fun to watch him play. Evolves by Overwatch hard.
Will be an early window to try and follow this up, but High Vision with a high noon peak catches Mirror, so trade is good and they should be able to stop it before cap now as long as they can stabilize. You see Clear is now onto the D.Va, playing this one a little bit more aggressively now. Obviously gives them a few options to go high ground, potentially combined with a flank. You think how Ent started some of their previous fights with a captive flank, the Captive Sun flank. It's exactly the type of thing you need to do to break this difficult hold. And now they have the D.Va, they can maybe do something similar. Maybe they do a nano D.Va push into Yoshinori flanking or something, and maybe that's the way through for Bleed.
Trying to put some more pressure onto High Vision during that point, or like at least the lead has already flipped once again. Yoshi takes down Mirror, advantage stays in the hands of Bleed Esports therefore, as they make meter after meter closer to that checkpoint, which would activate the forward spawn for them as well. Ents is under pressure here and trying to find the right timing to engage onto this push. So the delay, really, but Kefster, he's finding the pick.
Vesla was so annoying on that high ground, stalling forever, and now that gives a chance for Ents to come back in. Pressure onto Ace, now the dive comes in, there's the pulse bomb, Kev is good for 2. And there were some doubts about Kev going into land, but I think those doubts are being evaporated pretty quickly. Clean up from Kevster, but really most of that came down to Vesla's ability to stall the point for so long and just help him deny that cap. So back on Ents to be aggressive. They've got Captive Sun and they've got the self-destruct themselves. Let's see where they are. And this time Mirror is just with the team, so we'll be playing a little bit more front to back.
Couple of ultimates online on both sides. Kai is very close to having the pop once more, same as Sky with the window here. Slight advantage in favor of Ents for sure. And High Vision under pressure gets taken out very early in this fight, but they eat the Larry ultimate in return. Didn't even know they could like literally take a full sun and just throw it in the Matrix, you know? But yeah, quite the high technique macro for sure. Capster gets another pick in here. This really seems to be his map here. Vastola gets the Lucio in the D.Va bump actually, while Yoshi is able to stick the pulse bomb towards Mirror, but still, and trying to take the lead here. Just a couple of meters left as they clear up this point. Yoshi under pressure. Ace does not hit the sleep dance. Vastola, good Matrix there.
Yeah, but don't get back into the suit actually. So even though there's this trade on Sky, they might still be able to get. But no, Yoshinori with 2. It's not over yet. Kev's still battling away. Vesla is on fire. Will get packed. Just trying to get that cap. They do get the cap, and Kev's just killed the entire lobby.
absolutely crazy. I don't know, like, that he's been in this game for so long, right? 2018, his career, he's still like 23, he's like young, you know? But there's so much experience in that Swedish player. Incredible. Absolutely enjoyable to watch. And now they do have that forward spawn, which, well, is gone in a second, but they do have it ready, right? And therefore, they can work with this. They can work with like this clutch point in their favor already. Now Kester trying to continue this absolutely amazing run here with the help of Vestola. They can get ace as well. And now 2 minutes 20 is not too much time.
This is something we've seen quite a lot here. You see not only sort of from Kev's point of view, but you see Vessler is right with him, and they actually get the kills. And in general, Ents have always historically had a very aggressive Tracer plus tank line, even though they don't play that much Winston with Vessler in the roster, obviously. And despite losing this, they're actually going to steal some meters here as well, so they add a little bit to their lead despite losing that fight. But now they've gotten this lead, as long as Kevster can keep trading with Vessler, it's really hard for Bleed to win these fights in the long run. And Kev's just broken their ankles as well. They actually cannot stop this man, but they need to if they want to stay in this series.
They really do, and as you mentioned, it's still do or die, right? Bleed Esports, they need to win Colosseo, otherwise it will be a 3-1 in favor of Ents, and they do definitely want to avoid it since they already lost against Zeta Division. Second L here would mean that they would have to battle it out with M80, who are currently playing Zeta on the other stream. 1 minute 15 still on the clock, but there's so much space between them and a lead that they could potentially take. There's so many ultimates available for Ents as well. The bot is getting through in, the pulse bomb is good, but not good enough. The beat, it takes a lot of more HP on Bleed Esports. They're able to win this fight after all, but still 50 seconds time is not their friend right now.
Oh, the trade's massive, actually. Yeah, it's such a pain that they lost Ace in that, because that fight almost went perfectly in so many ways. They trade Beat and Bob for the Rally Baptiste. It seems really reasonable. Then they have the Nano Diva for this next fight. Vessler's going to stall it out again. Important he can deny this cap before it goes through. And now Bleed have to regroup underneath. They need this Nano before they can go, though, so they might just go back to their own main here, Bleed, honestly. And, oh, they lose Paley at the worst possible time. Just reset again. They have to go back again, Bleed. They can't stagger out here.
They absolutely have to. It's a question of... This is definitely their last fight. It could be their last fight in the series. They have to take all the options here. Ultimates are available. The Nano Boost comes in very early, but the takedown Vest with it. Yoshi's so low, but he makes it out alive in the end. Vest already back here. Miro gets the kill. Miro dies in the end, but Vestola and Kev, they step up once again. High Vision and Ace are taken out. Overtime is ticking down. It is not looking good for Bleed Esports.
It's only Yoshinori now. Dynamited, focus down on point, and Ents come through on top. Hard fought in the end. GG's exchanged, and I mean, GG for sure. Really impressive display by Bleed. Once again, they push a team that they didn't really expect to stand much of a chance on, all the way to the edge, and Ents come out on top, but I don't think this was not the end of the day Ents were expecting.
Definitely not. They were for sure expecting a slightly easier series of Bleed Esports, but honestly, you gotta give it to them as well, right? They were not looking too great after that first map on Lijiang Tower. I really feared that we might run into a very big upset here. In the end, they somehow were able to turn the ship around. They were able to figure out how Bleed Esports works. It did take them a bit longer than they maybe wanted it to take, but in the end, as we said earlier, the result, it counts. Only the result counts, therefore it's a W in the books for Ents once again. That gives them 2 over this first day, and this already secures them a spot in the playoffs, of course.
A good day all around for Ents, even though it took a little bit more effort than they maybe expected. I think if I'm Bleed Esports, though, I actually saw a lot of the time when we've seen some of these underdog teams lose, like we saw Rock lose at the start of the day, we saw Makers lose at the start of the day, and it was still kind of like smiles afterwards. They knew the nature of the game. But I think the thing is once you go close, once these maps come down to the final fight, once you take a map, once you really force Ents to reconsider and have to clutch out, all of a sudden, of course, it is winnable. So I think we actually saw a little bit of despondence there, a bit of disheartedness from Bleed, which is fair, it's reasonable. They could have done a lot better as we take some of the highlights. But I think the important thing for Bleed is they played so well so far in this tournament, but it's not over. The big one is tomorrow. M80 is suddenly a way more winnable game than people maybe expected. So they have to make sure they're locked in, they're playing the same, they're doing it, because this is a great chance for a big result for not just Bleed, but their entire region if they get themselves out of groups here.
Absolutely, and I mean, this is probably the biggest advantage, is having 12 of those 16 teams make it into the playoffs, right? You only basically need one win to take it into the playoffs. And against a team like M80, they're showing today against and it hasn't been that great, honestly. It's only a 5-man roster. There has not been scrimming too much in preparation for the EWC if they scrimmed overall. And therefore, it's winnable. It's absolutely winnable for the Esports. They have a very good opportunity to bring them and their region into the playoffs of the Overwatch World Cup for this year. And therefore, definitely not all hope is lost for them.
I think when you look at it as well, it's kind of a funny group ultimately, because all the teams except for Zeta Division, maybe even Zeta Division to a degree, actually would much rather play in these off-tank comps. So all of the comps we're watching in this series, you could really make an argument for like, oh, wouldn't a Winston dive be kind of tricky to deal with here or something like that? But because none of the teams really want to entertain it all that much, we don't see it. So we've ended up with some very close series, and I think it's actually allowed some of the potential weaknesses that we might see from players like Clear or Vesta or Kaluge further down the line, or maybe even in the groups against Zeta Division, not quite to be exposed, and we've just kind of got a bit of a dogfight with the heroes they're more comfortable on. And I mean, it's been a good watch, I can't complain.
It sure has been, especially performances like those from Kevster and Kai, but on the other side also Yoshi, for example, they have been looking absolutely top-notch in this matchup. I can't wait to see more of them tomorrow. Talking about tomorrow though, we are almost done for today. 5 out of 6 matchups are in the books. There's one more to come your way. It's going to be the last one of the evening as we take a step back into Group D, which is obviously then going to be the last one for today. Group C and D, they do 2 matches today, while Group A and B, they'll be up with 2 more matches tomorrow. 2 days. I mean, honestly, it's a total of 24 matches over 2 days. Like, it's quite a lot of Overwatch action you can enjoy all over the place here, whether it's YouTube, Twitch, or whatever else you can watch this on. I think I saw The Zone somewhere as well. So definitely a lot of platforms you can watch this on. Definitely appreciate you tuning in, especially at this late hour as well. But yeah, as I mentioned, Commandex, we've got one more match up ready to go, and it is going to be an interesting one. We have seen Nightmare before, but their opponent is one that is not to be underestimated. It's going to be Fnatic, a roster that, well, picked up a wild card in the end from that Korean region. Let's take a look at the groups actually and see if we can give you some more clearance on this overall picture.
It's really interesting because on paper, Group D was supposedly the group of death. But it was the group of death because obviously Fnatic and SSG were expected to be the top 2 teams. But what we've actually seen over on Stream A, virtus.pro beat Fnatic, EMEA on top, Korea in the bin. People were so convinced Korea might be on top, maybe just the top 4 teams overall. But Fnatic are letting the side down, dropping that map to virtus.pro, which means the next game we were watching, which is the Fnatic versus Nightmare series, which maybe was expected just to be, Fnatic would win. Well, actually, this is now a must-win for Fnatic. It's a disaster already. They've not even played the toughest other team in the group, which is SSG. So Group D is where all the action and the upset seems to be happening. It's worth mentioning as well the Twisted Minds win over LGD in Group C is probably the other big upset of the day. But in this Group D has just been blown wide open. We watched Nightmare earlier, and we were pretty convinced that they looked quite good. They looked quite good, but all of a sudden, maybe virtus.pro looked even better, right? And what in the world is happening with Fnatic? They need to get it together because you only get 3 games. So they need to start winning them literally right now.
Yeah, literally right now. That's what I would say as well. And therefore, we don't want to waste any more time, obviously. Fnatic, surprisingly enough, with their backs against the wall and must win against Nightmare. On the other side, obviously, Nightmare, they wouldn't mind taking that matchup either, as this would open their door towards playoffs widely. And yeah, definitely looking forward to a last banger on this Wednesday evening for us, as we will now very soon go into a break and then prepare for the last matchup. So we hope that you tune in later, as once again, just to make sure you actually did catch that, it is going to be Fnatic against Nightmare Korea, against North America. Definitely one that you don't want to miss out on, and therefore make sure to not miss the action. Make sure to grab a drink or something, and then we will very soon be ready for this last matchup. Go on, next, let's refuel the batteries one last time. We'll go into a quick break and be back for the last series of the night.
Hello, we are Fnatic from South Korea. Let's go fishing.
Okay, let's go.
근데 이거 어떻게 하는 거지? 그냥 이렇게 뽑는 건가?
안 뽑아줘.
이렇게 뽑는 건가?
걸려.
입을 안 벌리네. 그냥 이빨이 걸리는데 그냥 이건?
오케이.
아 그냥 뽑으면 되네. 그냥
오케이. Open your mouth.
왜 안 되지?
입질이 하나. 왔다. 하지 마.
하실 거잖아. 오케이.
Okay. I'm winner, maybe.
요새 몇 개냐?
1, 2,
둘, 셋, 넷, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11. 넌몇 개야?
7, 8, 9, 10.
Thank you.
Party number 1.
Party number 1.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
One more time for this Wednesday evening. It is time to call you back to the screen. It's time for the last matchup for tonight on this B stream, and it is quite a banger. We've seen Nightmare before in Group D, but the opponent is one that is just now seeing the light of this B stream. It's going to be Fnatic from the Korean region. Definitely one where we were like, hey, that's going to be the second place after SSG, maybe even a strong opponent for SSG. However, they just came off a game against virtus.pro, and virtus.pro has proven us different.
And it's, I mean, on paper it should have been an easy one to predict, but maybe not so much after that result. So if you want to get your own predictions in, go to stcplay.gg and let us know who you think your favourite is, because I imagine at the start of today, overwhelmingly Fnatic, but maybe there's a little bit of NA copium to go around now after Fnatic's recent stumble against virtus.pro.
Yeah, most definitely. It's very surprising. Their move against virtus.pro should have been the one that brings them into the finals, or at least into the playoffs, but surprisingly enough, it wasn't, and therefore They lost one. They are going to face up against SSG tomorrow. So honestly, this one is a must win, right? Let's jump right into it. Take a look at their roster. Take a look who is responsible for the performance on the server so far. And as we take a look at that roster, you recognize a couple of, well, well-known names.
Yeah, so Fnatic is one of the teams that also really utilized the fact that they gained an increase in sponsorship, obviously from Fnatic, and bolstered their roster. For those who don't know, Fnatic is coached by Fate and Fletter, quite legendary Overwatch League players. And what they did is they looked at the previous backline and said, not good enough. Let's call up my old friends Izzyaki and Lee Jae Gong. Let's get the Shanghai boys back together and let's see if we can run it back. And ultimately, the answer to that is no so far, but the idea is fun on paper, and I think you look at the talent on this roster, super high talent, an interesting mix of those old Shanghai Dragons Overwatch League players alongside newer talent like Knife and Viper as well. So a really interesting mix. They've clearly not made it work so far, and it really can't go amiss to mention that Checkmate is also on this roster, Overwatch League Season 6 champion. So really a load of talent, but didn't make it work in their first match.
Maybe it's a question of too many pros being on a roster as well, right? It's like you can buy whoever you want to, but the synergy, it has to be there. And surprisingly enough, for this roster, it should be, right? As we take a look at their opponent, Nightmare, they're here on a totally different story. Honestly, they were supposed to just be here to enjoy the competition, enjoy the holiday, right? But in their matchup against SSG, they've proven that they can be quite the opponent, and therefore I'm kind of not too sure whether Fnatic might be in danger here, honestly.
It's a little bit hard, because the matchup we saw ultimately succeed for Nightmare was that dive matchup when they were able to play the Winston into SSG. The problem is here, that version of the comp is not going to work against Fnatic because they will just mirror you right back and then you're probably going to have a bad time. We did see Fnatic struggle, particularly into a D.Va version of the comp, which we saw Infected dabble in. Obviously not a hero he's known for. So it'll be interesting to see how much Nightmare have looked at that previous series they played against virtus.pro and if they're going to try and actually reflect some of those picks and some of those problems that Fnatic had earlier on in the day. So big decisions to be had, especially when they don't have a natural D.Va player.
It is definitely going to be a super interesting matchup. Once again, we obviously are working with the hero bans here, which is something new, but something that both teams are now already used to. Both teams have played a matchup already, so maybe that kind of like first fear or that first insecurity of playing on stage is something that has gone by now, at least hopefully. And therefore, let's take a look where this first map is actually going to take us. Once again, obviously, it's going to be Lijiang Tower, but the hero bans are the ones that we care for. And Fnatic, they go into this with an Illari ban, and Nightmare, they once again ban the Winston.
This feels actually like what a lot of people's original idea with bans would be. Hey, aren't they the Winston team? Ban that Winston, get him out of here. So you want to take it away. To be fair, honestly, playing Winston on Lijiang Tower is probably actually one of the nicer maps in my opinion to play a Winston into. It's like really brawl favored. It's very compact, hard to get through. Like Anna Brig or anything like that is a really hard backline to play. So I don't know. We can talk about this more as we go along in series now. It's not just about banning the heroes that your enemy is good at or protecting the heroes you want to play. It's also about using it at the right time in the series, because there's times where teams might not even be playing that hero or utilizing it. Obviously, it still takes away a big strength from Donghak. It can't be denied that Winston is his best hero, and it will force them into a little bit of a different look. They have, obviously, we talked about a lot of their signings, but it is worth saying Fnatic did actually also sign Attack, who is more of a traditional off-tank player and could fill these other roles, but Attack is not in for this series. So we're going to see Donghak play something else, maybe Doomfist, or maybe Mauga even, or something like that.
Definitely one to look out for, right? I mean, unfortunately, Nightmare, they don't really have that flexibility, right? There's not too many players on the Nightmare roster, honestly, and therefore they just gotta work with what they have. On the other side, maybe this is obviously also one of the advantages here, right? As either flexibility comes from having a very wide lineup, or it comes from having flexibility inside your own roster. Therefore, Nightmare, they only are 5 players, and in fact, it's coming as a loan from Energy Shock, as they themselves did not make it towards Riyadh. It also means that they can, well, adjust on their own a little bit more. Maybe they don't have to make those substitutions. Therefore, that team of 5 players is fairly well prepared. And when it comes to communication, when it comes to knowing what the other persons on the roster do, while a team like Fnatic, for example, they have to understand that there are multiple players on that roster, and whenever you swap somebody out, it will somehow end up slightly differently, and therefore an internal adjustment has to be made as well every time they do a substitution. Therefore, maybe this also obviously an advantage that goes the way of Nightmare. I'd say in the end it both has ups and downs for either of those teams, and obviously by the time that we go into the server, only the server counts. The result is going to be played out online.
A test of resolve here as well for Fnatic. I think when you look at these tournaments, to win a tournament, to be successful, to go deep in a tournament, you need a certain resolve. You need to conquer adversity. You need to deal with problems. You need to get yourself through difficult situations. And Fnatic have decided to have their adversity right at the front of a tournament, right on day one in their first game. So now they have to respond to it correctly. Obviously, a lot of experience on their roster that we've talked about, a lot of inexperience on their roster as well. You have to feel they do have the experience to be able to handle this situation and bounce back, but they need to prove it in the server right now. We see Fate chatting to his team, trying to make sure they're right in the headspace. Special shout out to Fate, of course, for being the only coach who properly suited and booted for day one. Obviously, it's not worked out for him, but I appreciate the effort.
It's like any factor you can control, right? If the suit does the job, it does the job, right? And it's honestly like it's what I always found very, very fascinating in a very positive way, is the way that esports is handled in Korea, right, in the APAC region in general. It's just on a totally different level of seriousness, right? You suit up for a game, and then on the other side you've got players from like EMEA or North America just come around in a t-shirt as a coach, maybe. It just shows that there's a way more professional approach in general. However, if it doesn't pay out in the end, it doesn't pay out at the end. So gotta make it work in the server as well, and that's what Fnatic is here for now. And they do have to, because this could already be predetermining whether they actually can even make it out of that Group D.
It's worth talking about the bans at this stage as well, because Nightmare, Fnatic banned Alari, which is a bit of a weird choice, because I don't think we saw Nightmare run all that much. Maybe on Midtown, but I couldn't see him do it here on Lijiang, so it's just going to be a straightforward Ram, Bap, Lucio competition. So Nightmare, I think, get to play what they want. Fnatic, on the other hand, is going to be leaning into Mauga, which is good against Ram, but not a hero we've seen Donghak have a lot of success with. But an opening pick and an early pushback, and you can see a little bit of why Mauga is so good into Ram in that opening exchange.
Already a couple of picks coming in for Fnatic here. Checkmate gets a couple of them as well. Zero is able to at least hold Knife back for a little bit, but overall the fight obviously going the way of Fnatic. Therefore, they'll be the team activating the point in their favor first. Percentages are being collected now. A Nightmare making some immediate adjustments here. Seeker over to the Tracer.
With a Pharah gap to kick us off now as well. It will just be that Mauga mirror you were talking about. They're going to try and engage onto Donghak now. Donghak tried to double down after that early death, but it's hard to double down when you're a player down. And the nature of these Mauga matchups is it's very macro heavy. It's very front to back heavy. So losing that early DPS is brutal. It's worth highlighting as well, Zero has been a player on the up during OWCS and Face It playoffs this year, and Pharah is one of those heroes he will stand out on.
Point flipped once again. Fnatic now back in the lead. At least 9% on the bank of Nightmare already. Didn't quite be enough for double digits, but we're getting there slowly but surely. Admiral now has the beat ready on the other side.
Oh, he's done it again.
Knife, it didn't quite work out for him. Zero on the Pharah. It's an interesting counter, but it works, right? It works fairly well for Nightmare.
It's a good pick. Seeker's got another follow-up one now. Tracer, not a hero you normally associate with Seeker, but follows up on the damage there, but it's really all about Zero right now. Opening pick after opening pick, they lose Z's, but it should be enough for Barrage. They lost track of a Farah. They weren't thinking about Barrage, and Checkers gets 2. Admiral's going to beat. They want to clutch it out, but this is one of the most stallable points in the entire game. This could be a misplay from Admiral. Yes, they can't get the flip. Oh, the economy has been wasted here by Nightmare.
It really has. I mean, they still have 2 DPS ults to work with, but they gotta connect them to somebody. Cage right now coming out from Fnatic, but that Farah ultimate could have done the change here, but it's not working out. Knife instead steps up, takes down Z's and Zero. Checkmate follows up on Infected, and just like that, the Nightmare hopes and dreams of Lijiang Tower Garden are already starting to slightly fall apart here.
I pray for the day that Nightmare can win a 5v4 because Zero's done so much for him. They're going to start with a Cage here. Meanwhile, they're getting the touch on point. The Cage is a huge advantage. They will kill Donghack, but they trade 2 for it. How's that happened with the Cage advantage? It's still a dogfight on point. Knife's cleaned up 1. They're going to try and come for point now. We'll be able to deny the flip and straight in his face. And now Admiral has the difficult job of trying to stall versus everyone. He cannot, and Fnatic take the first round in actually quite convincing fashion.
It really did work out very well for Fnatic for sure here. The Farah in the end, I mean, Zero's Farah didn't look bad at all, right? But, I mean, on the other side, it's still Checkmate we're talking about. And therefore, there's quite a record to this guy for sure. And the combination with him and Knife has just been very dominant on Garden. Already too many opportunities as we see that naughty direct rocket hit at the end once again in the replay here. So let's take it over to Control Center. Fnatic is up 1-0.
More of the same comps it seems. It looks like Fnatic are going to go for the Falcon version of this combo where they play the Venture and the Genji. So a really hard engage style, but actually Farah are quite happy to play into both of these DPS for the most part. Can avoid a lot of that initial damage. It might be hard for Fnatic to find the same key targets, and it is a Knife burrow drill dash underneath him already. Looks for Admiral, but he keeps himself safe, and now they need to try and pocket Knife out of there, trying to look for the pushback here, but while this is happening, Zero will just be raining damage down on top of them.
There's a lot of picks coming in for Nightmare now as they will be able to cap the point first here. Definitely an improvement already compared to the first part of this map. Checkmate instantly makes an adjustment over to the Echo now, trying to counter this Farah a bit more. Donghack also going over to the D.Va now. Adjustments immediately made and launched from Fnatic. Let's see if they pay off right away as Infected is trying to reposition himself up to that server room a little bit more. But Fnatic, they're trying to take it slower here. The D.Va kind of forced them to do so as well. As Infected can now simply fire away with the Marga here.
The Lucio Tracer group do it, and there is a barrage here, but Donghack's already low, and Fnatic just have to reset. And if you ever wanted proof that it was maybe going to be a pretty D.Va heavy meta here at the Esports World Cup, the fact that Donghack is currently on D.Va on your screen will prove that for you, no doubt, as they hunt down Knife, and he's surely not getting out of this one. Oh, what a Suzu! What a Matrix! He lives!
And they maybe are even able to do more from this now as they now have that momentum. Kasuni Rush comes in as well. Fnatic trying to apply pressure on Nightmare now, and it works out good for them. Admiral already taken down. That's one support gone on the backline of Nightmare. Zero with the Tracer. Duo, they can make it work maybe, but surely he'll not get taken down that quickly. Checkmate does the job together with Knife. They throw on the DPS diff right away. But Nightmare, they still hold this point very long here. And they are able to make so many percentages of this before it actually flips.
Not the worst trade ultimately. They did trade both support ults. Probably didn't need to trade as many there in the end, but they still have Cage coming back, and there's no great answers potentially for Fnatic. So a Cage Barrage could be particularly a brutal combo to deal with, especially if they can bleed out some of Fnatic's Matrix, but it might just be a Farah duel on Coast here for the first bit. Checkmate will be cleared though. And there's the Cage, but Infected is low. Is it enough? They're going to try and burn Donghack. Have to care the bomb here now. Will de-peek it. Booth is a little bit scary. They have survived, but pretty even so far, and they're just going to be able to regroup on point here. Checkmate still has Barrage, as does Zero.
And Nightmare has to use this momentum now. The Cage, usually such a strong ultimate, but they weren't quite able to capitalize from it at all. And now, look at this, Fnatic's actually able to push them back slightly, because in fact it has to take the Mega here. But Zero, he's able to get the pick on the Pharaoh, gets traded in return by Knife though, making this a 4 versus 4 on point. While in fact, is still trying to make some kind of value from this. Has to retreat once again. Fnatic can hold on to this.
That's a great disengage, and they pick Knife. Now they have double support. Oh, advantage coming back in, and a pick to work with. Barrage, they care, but Barrage Infected will run away. They all live. They need to pocket Infected. And pocket Infected, they can. Another kill for Seeker. The DPS from Nightmare are teaming up time and time again. Damage from Zero, finished off by Seeker. And they're proven to be quite the dynamic duo, and now find themselves in a situation where they've got Barrage and B, control of point, as we enter what could potentially be last fight.
It probably will be indeed, yeah. It just shows that how interesting and how valuable a good composition can be here, right? You make the adjustments, you instantly are able to control a team that is basically ex-Shanghai Dragons people. Therefore, what an achievement already. Let's see if they can make it work even better. Trying to force speed hit, works fairly well. Zero now has to reposition. Oh. For Nightmare.
What a play from Seeker. We talked about it not being his strongest hero, but I think we're wrong on that one. Barrage will finish off the bomb, and Nightmare are looking in a good position, mainly off the back of Seeker in that final fight, but Zero for a lot before it as well. And we did mention beforehand the strength of Nightmare for them to go far or cause upsets in this tournament. The DPS of the Stars, they need to do it big when it counts. And honestly, this first map, these first 2 rounds, they're doing it.
They're doing it for sure, and if you think about the improvement they made from Garden now to Control Center, it's already looking very good, and now they do have the momentum on their side already as we go over to Night Market. This will be super important. Whoever takes this first map, right, we talked about the advantage of just having to win your own maps, especially in a tournament with a format where hero bans and map bans are so crucial. It's going to be absolutely... It's going to be the main thing, honestly.
Yeah, another Amalgam Mirror, and honestly, you got to question how Fnatic have ended up in this situation where they are playing Nightmare on the comp that essentially got them to this tournament. It's still close, obviously, of course, but it's a dogfight. Donghack's run through doesn't find anything initially, and now the Malga trade. Infected has lost this HB trade quite aggressively, and Donghack wants to push that advantage. Slam over the top is good. They lose checkmate on the way in. Can they actually finish these kills? The answer is just about yes, but it's going to be a series of... It's going to be about an 8-man trade in spawn, and no one seems that interested in capping the point. They'll go get it now.
They will indeed, but it looked quite messy in the end. But in the end, also, it's the result that counts, as we mentioned a couple of times already. Fnatic, first team to take percentages into their favor. Stick doesn't quite go through a Knife now in a difficult situation. Has to make sure not to overextend too much, but also not to lose value. But together with checkmate, they're able to take out Admiral off the support line from Nightmare. Zeus is following up on that Knife as well, making the kills happen here. Fnatic looking way more stable in those first 2 fights now.
A classic situation you see, a Pharaoh raining damage down from above, and the Tracer just there in the backline to finish it. It kind of felt like Knife was a little bit invisible in that fight, in all honesty, and Nightmare will pay the cost. It will be a big ult fight coming up now. Both support ults, cages, barrages, will all be about who can get the bigger value out of these ult combos. Can you get the better cage barrage off?
Checkmate, he's got the barrage ready as well. Zihu now does so as well, as we see a lot of shiny circles up. The up boss are charged. We're looking for that explosion now. Cage coming in. There's also now obviously the opportunity maybe for a barrage here. So many ultimates are just thrown into the mix, but Checkmate is the difference maker for the start. He's together with Donghack. He is making those picks. Knife gets the Kiriko in the end, and what a heavy investment. 9 ultimates thrown into this fight. Only Knife able to hold on to his one.
It was all about that Cajun barrage as well, and we see Checkmate just find the better opening, and as a result of that, it's just easy from there. They win the crucial fight, and they find themselves in touching distance of winning this first map, but they lose Knife on the way in. They're doubling down. Fnatic, they are in. They get one trade. Can they dogfight it out? But no, they actually die for this hit. Whoa, nice shot from Checkmate. It's maybe not quite over yet, but he is awfully low. Lige going and Checkmate in the back. Will claim the Mega. They have to deal with this, and they have to cap. How are Lige Gong and Checkmate going to get out of this one? He wants to go coast. Oh, he's getting chased.
Will barely make it over the edge though. Does it work in the end? It does, and now in a quite comfortable position actually to rain some deadly rockets from above as he's taking the Ferret duel up in the air now.
Oh, he gets the Mega. I thought he'd messed it up, and actually they lose someone on point there. They get away with it, and now the tank advantage is massive. How on earth do they turn this one? They need a miracle. They need that beat from Admiral, but it's still 10% away. Pulse Bomb on Admiral will ensure he does not get this beat off. And Fnatic claim what was ultimately a pretty ropey map 1.
It was indeed, and Nightmare, they looked very promising back on Control Center, but here on Night Market they weren't able to, well, make it work. Somehow, some way, Fnatic started off strong, horribly fell off in the center, then just, well, came back even stronger in the end. But definitely, first map going their way, so it's now going to be up to Nightmare to catch those hero bands, and obviously the new map as well, after they're taking a short break here as we take a look at the highlights from Liga.
It's interesting actually, because obviously they did just lose the Malga Mirror essentially. Well, I say essentially, quite literally they lost the Malga Mirror there on map 1. But it probably feels like a pretty good matchup. You certainly don't want to dive Mirror with the likes of players on Fnatic. You force this Malga Mirror, you get Dong Hak probably on a hero that he's not historically been good on. I thought he played fine there, to be fair. A very aggressive style. But we see Zera getting a lot of picks, we see Seeker doing a lot of value on Tracer. It seems pretty winnable, honestly, here. So unless Nightmare want to take it a completely different direction in the series, maybe they force... if they can force a Ram Mirror, and that's probably quite optimal for them as well. But I worry any map where they think Ram might be viable, maybe Dive feels kind of viable as well on a lot of these. So maybe, if I had to guess, something like a Shambali might come out here.
I mean, yeah, definitely, you have to be super careful here, right? Because the Korean teams, obviously, they had a slightly smaller hero pool as well, as they had a smaller map pool, right? So teams from North America, teams from EMEA, they had to prepare 2 different map pools, as they were also scrimming a map pool from Face It League Season 1, which was slightly bigger than the one from the World Cup. Therefore, they had to train more maps, while Korea only had to do the map cup hero and map pool. Obviously, the bans are also affecting both sides. So, a couple of choices to be made here for the team of Nightmare, and they definitely will need a couple of minutes for this. So, we'll throw it into a very brief break and be right back to give you all the action for map 2. Well, it's been kind of a roller coaster, honestly, for Fnatic on Lijiang just now. They started off really good, then kind of went into a small way down, a little bit of uncoordinated action on Control Center, but they got their way back into the winner lane and were able to clutch it out in the end. However, though, there's been a couple of flaws revealed in this first map. Commander X and me still here to cover the action. A Nightmare, honestly, they have a chance here. I feel like they really have a chance.
I think especially in that matchup, but the bit that maybe is like difficult for Nightmare now is to win this series, they ultimately are going to need to break some of Fnatic's picks if they do start taking maps, which might mean they get sent to very dive-heavy maps. That will be very tricky for them. But that is maybe all of a problem for the future, because of course, it's going to be Nightmare's choice of map pick, and you have to feel with how that first map went, they're probably happy for more of the same. Can we get more Malga mirror, more of a Brawl mirror? Because it felt pretty winnable overall. I think Zera looked like a particular standout for them. And we can take a look at that map now, and it is going to be Shambali, which of course means Brawl is definitely on the cards.
Absolutely, Brawl is back on the menu. However, though, for that Brawl, both teams decided, well, let's not make it too easy, right? Because obviously, Shambali is a map that favors something like Ramatra, for example. But if we talk about the hero bans that we have been getting and receiving for this second map, the teams probably won't like it, because they are, well, basically directly affecting Brawl, right? It's Ramatra and Kiriko, the two bans once again. So right away, Kiriko now fully denied, can't be banned anymore from either of those two sides. Was banned at the first... no, wait, actually, never mind. It's
they all blur into one, Julian. It's been a long day with a lot of action and a lot of bans, so it all blurs into one. But you have to feel, Fnatic's intentions are quite clear. Now, they don't want a Ram mirror. It's not a hero Donghack's really played that much, and when he has played it, he's looked not that great, really. So I think they're pretty keen to take that away from Infected. Maybe means they're happy to just keep taking this Malga mirror. Interesting option for Nightmare, obviously, is if it is a Malga mirror, maybe even a chance to go onto Sigma or something for Infected. It's a hero he's played in the past. It's worth noting as well, we did just see it on the other side. Now, Attack is in for Fnatic as well, who's more of an off-tank player. So could be D.Va, some kind of D.Va dive on the cards, potentially.
Yeah, why not? Absolutely, definitely an opportunity. Maybe currently he seems to prefer the Sigma. It's so... Oh, this is so confusing now. Attack is on defense, right?
Attack is on defense, yes. And it'll be a double flex support. So Lee Jae-gong, not really a flex support player by trade, so all eyes on exactly how well he does on BAP. Izayaki obviously will be a pretty good Alari, can imagine. It will be slow and pokey. Nightmare though, do they choose to dive here? They'd have to do it without Kiri. They could do it with Anna potentially though. Or they could just play Reinhardt. Maybe they're going to wait and see what they run into here, but the dive swap's kind of on for Nightmare, but you risk, if you go dive, they just go dive, and then you unwittingly entered a dive mirror against Korea. So maybe Reinhardt's the answer for him.
Maybe it is, at least for the start. It seems to be so for Nightmares. In fact, it seems to stick onto the Reinhardt for now. Checkmate, that Pharah can do so much here. Seeker has to make sure that together with Zero, they get this under control quickly. Not an easy task though.
It's a difficult corner to go around. And you just saw it from Checkmate's POV. There's a reason he's on 60%. Oh, it's an obnoxious corner to push into a Pharah. Just float on the roof and do 1 billion damage from above. Doesn't seem reasonable at all, but that's how Pharah works. But the nature of taking a lot of damage is you do a lot of hearing. So Z's has a very early window compared to Lee Jae-gong's.
Already 1 minute off the clock and not too much process made for Nightmare yet. In fact, the value on that Reinhardt is not really there yet. Checkmate already with the first barrage, and it does good work for sure. Together with Attack and Knife, it is a team wipe for Fnatic as they send all of Nightmare back into spawn doors, and we do see adjustments immediately being made.
This was the plan we talked about originally. the upside here is you might force Fnatic into a dive mirror, but they don't have strong hack into the D.Va dive, and it is a lot of swaps. But a Captive Sun is negated by this beat, but they might all explode on top of each other, and there's a lot of damage, and Checkmate's able to trade too. They're going to chase them out here, but trades are better for the attacking team, of course. That is the team attacking, not the team with attack. So, despite losing the fight, they should get a pretty easy go of this one again, and they can probably do some kind of coffee dive on this next fight.
Well, hopefully they can, because it's about time they make some serious process here. Knife has got the bomb ready, but see, this copy is going to be the main thing in this next fight. Attack, he has got the flux ready as well in 10% time. In fact, it's still at 50% as he had to do that late adjustment away from the Reinhardt. Admiral also 16% only on that Lucio. It's not looking good, but now we go into this copy right here and see if we can make it work. But Checkmate and Knife, they are the ones making all the work here. Zihu down, Infected down. Zuistan is not looking good for Nightmare at all here. Only 1 minute remains, and there's basically not too much to work with. You have the Bob, but what can that do on an attack run, especially in this position right here?
I think you have to flank with it if you're Seeker. They also have a Nano, which I think they maybe intended to use in the last fight, but didn't get it off. But now they have Nano into Primal potentially, so lots of eyes on Infected. He was brilliant against SSG earlier today, and he needs a moment of brilliance here, and here it comes.
Klax takes very long to find a target, but does in the end, and it works out. Infected is down. Once again, that Nightmare push is immediately eliminated in its core. No chance to even get a proper fight going here for Nightmare. Admiral finally gets the kill of Checkmate, but will not do anything to the bigger picture. Basically no time to work with.
So hard. They had all the tools to deal with that. Infected will jump in with Nano. Easiest flux of attack's life. He's going to do it up. The window to finish him off. Infected gets nothing done. Builds no ult charge. Still 20% away from this Primal as he tries to come in. He is on attack. But Barrage, Captive Sun, Fnatic have the tools to complete the full hold. The Barrage will get 2. The Captive Sun will get more. And it's just over, Julian.
It is Checkmate indeed who does all the work. Zihu tries to make something happen, but it's just not enough. And Fnatic, they do it in style on Shimbali, enabling them a probably very, very short round of attack.
Yeah. To be honest, the type of comp we didn't really expect from Fnatic. I think when most people think about Fnatic, they think about that fateful weekend in March where they were the best dive team in the world, they were beating Crazy Raccoons, they were nearly beating everyone in Korea, and they looked unstoppable. So this team really has, I think, a big association with dive. But with the addition of attack and Checkmate, it does really diversify their hero pool and their ability to play different comps. Checkmate did so much on the Pharah there. And this new backline coming in looked pretty solid on Bapalari overall. Don't remember them dying all that often. And attack is probably really the key here, giving them this new type of matchup they can play into. And it seems like Nightmare have decided that comp was pretty hard to play against. Might give it a crack of their own.
Why not? Why not? And I do see the Life Weaver as well.
Not sure if it was just before a Widow Peak or something out of spawn. Oh, they've seen something. They've gone Genji, Sombra. Oh no, they're just going to do a grapple peek. Any headshots, Checkmate? Let's have a look. No, will be denied. And it will be Sombra, Genji, D.Va, Ana, Lucio, a dive-based composition. So we saw Nightmare try this, and they felt like it. Well, they weren't able to make it work. We'll see if Fnatic can do the same. Obviously, they don't really have a dive tank player, so it's the D.Va they're going to have to use instead of a Winston, which in theory is actually still pretty viable with how strong D.Va is, and we're already at this first corner.
Yeah, that's the main issue here, right? You basically have to just move a couple of more meters and you're done. Therefore, every fight is crucial. Zihu, however, he does get a first pick in Nightmare. This is the one opener that they might need at least to, well, delay what seems to be already locked in event.
They need to stagger the D.Va.
Indeed.
They should have done it a bit longer. The trade on Ziz is going to cause them real problems because they really don't have a choice but to hold this area for forever. So Ziz is coming back. Obviously, they don't have speed or any kind of taxi type of situation. So no ults yet for Fnatic is for saving grace, so they can hold on for now, Nightmare. Just need to make sure Ziz gets back. But is he getting spawn camped a little bit by a Sombra? Will get away. And they do deal with Knife. Captive Sun nearly up for Admiral. Oh, what? Infected? Go on.
The hack is dangerous, but Infected is even more dangerous on himself. 2 picks in his favor. And honestly, if they manage to build up the alt economy just slightly before Fnatic do, they do quite good management here. Maybe, just maybe, there's a world where they could make this happen, but it's still 2.5 minutes to prove me wrong.
Outrageous ult combos on the side of Fnatic as well in terms of Nano played an EMP, so it's going to be a Nano in on the Genji before Blade. Z's dies immediately. Captive Sun, they need kills, they need trades. Checkmate's found 2 with the Nano though, and the damage might just be done. Captive Sun will get nothing, and that'll be map. They didn't even need the big combos in the end. Ultimately, a lot of the work really done on the defense, obviously for Fnatic.
Yeah.
And I think from there it was pretty straightforward. And maybe in this series it's starting to go a little bit more as we expected. As Fate will congratulate everyone with a fist bump.
I mean, honestly, this just once again shows, right? Attack is stronger than defense. You see what I did there, right? Yeah, no, it's really late, you know. But yeah, I mean, obviously, now going into match point for Fnatic, right? If we take a look at the highlights, I don't know how long this highlight reel can be because we only had like 5 minutes.
We can watch the whole map again. Honestly, we can watch the entire map again.
Saying, right? So it can't be that long. But yeah, yeah, it is very short indeed. Yeah, in the end, there's 2 things that are going to happen here. Obviously, now Fnatic are going into match point. And if Fnatic are having a really funny day, they'll just sub out Attack again and he'll have 5 minutes of playtime in the whole tournament. But, I mean, he's got 100% met win still now. Definitely absolutely critical situation for Nightmare to be in, right? Now you are standing with your back against the wall. Tomorrow you will be facing virtus.pro. They, for some reason, beat Fnatic, so they're not an easy enemy either. And Nightmare would really want to have a win here to go into tomorrow and maybe make something happen to achieve that 3rd spot in Group D.
I think especially with the nature of how that second map was won, with a full hold into pretty reasonably speedy attack, is all that stuff we talked about at the start of the series about how do Fnatic respond to adversity, what happens if it's a little bit shaky, maybe kind of like map 1 was, there was a bit of fights going to and fro. Now they ended up winning map 1, they come in, they dominate map 2, all of a sudden, I think any sort of pressure or anxiety about, oh my god, could this day go any worse? We already dropped to virtus.pro. It's all gone for Fnatic. I think they'll now be playing back in their comfort zone, and that only makes the task more and more difficult for Nightmare. So it's an uphill battle. The question obviously becomes, what do they choose to play next? Where do they choose to go? Obviously, they wanted a Brawl mirror there, you felt like, but they didn't actually get it. The double flex support has caused a new problem for Nightmare that maybe they weren't expecting.
Yeah, it's definitely a super tough spot, not only because of the overall situation that you obviously are now in this tournament, but obviously also because, well, Fnatic is such a complex roster, right? There's so many options for them. It's not really that one no-brainer pick where like, let's do this and it will work, right? You need to go way deeper than that. And there's honestly not too many options to even find something that gives you a proper advantage against a team like Fnatic. There's so much experience in that roster. There's so many opportunities for a single player to just stand up and take a clutch play, like we've seen it from Kevster, for example, at the end game that we just had. But yeah, let's take a look at where we want to go next. Maybe there's a couple of options here, in my opinion. Anything that might at least give like a small advantage to Nightmare?
I still think if they can force the Brawl mirrors somehow, that probably is their best advantage. The problem you hit now is a lot of the maps that are good for Brawl, it's quite viable to play double flex support. So you maybe have to do it. and see how it comes through. But we'll get all that shortly. I think this is one of the problems. This is why people were so high on Korean teams, is because once you realize that you have like a natural disadvantage by you can't beat them in the dive mirror. Okay, so we have to force other matchups. But what if they're also dominant in another matchup? Then all of a sudden, even though hero bans and losers pick is quite powerful, you've got to try and eliminate 2 entire archetypes of comps with it and protect your own comp at the same time. It starts to become really tricky. And that's what we kind of saw on Shambali, as we can take a look at that pick coming in. And it is Midtown coming through from Nightmare. So double flex support is really on the card. So it'll be interesting to see, does Nightmare's ban follow up with that?
Well, let's take a look at it, right? Let's take a look at the stage once again, and also obviously talk about the bans. It is going to be same rosters for map number 3, and the bans are pretty straightforward actually, but quite impactful. Fnatic decides to ban the Winston, while Nightmare decides to ban the Lucio, which is obviously one of the main heroes at all, and one that we did expect to get banned more often, but somehow in this first day it really didn't happen too much, did it?
I'm trying to reverse engineer the logic here. So the implication from Nightmare of banning Lucio is we want to force some kind of BAP Brig style mirror. And then Fnatic ban Winston, presumably because they want to play double flex support as well, but they're worried that they will get countered by dive. So both teams seem to be banning to play double flex support in some way. So I guess it's going to be a double flex support mirror, which didn't go that well on Shambali. Obviously, if you remember, Nightmare getting stuck in that corner for 2 fights. But I think you can make a real argument. It's a tough corner, right? It's a tough map to attack on that composition. Quite often, you'll see double flex support is way easier on defense than it is on attack. And that's why it's quite effective here on Midtown as well, just because the first point, the second point, and even the third point are all pretty holdable with that type of composition. So at least on paper right now, looks like double flex support might be on the cards for both teams.
Looks just like it, but only the server will tell. So let's jump right into it. It's Nightmare with their backs against the wall. They need a win, and they need it now. So otherwise, Fnatic will not only take this serious, but also Nightmare's hopes and dreams for maybe a participation in the playoffs are getting way slimmer than they should be.
Okay, so it seems like we were at least right about Nightmare committing to it. Will be that Illari BAP coming through, Sigma, Ashe, Pharah. We've seen this comp on Midtown before, right? I think we know what the Pharah's going to do. Going to float around that train, keep going over the top, shooting people in the back. The question is obviously what Fnatic choose to do in response. Now remember, Lucio is not open, so going Kiri, Lucio, D.Va is not on the cards. But as we've seen from Fnatic, they might be quite happy to mirror here, but at least initially with the Brig instead. We'll see if Lee Jae-gong sticks that once they see the comp. And it seems like... No, there we go. There's the swap.
Doing the swaps, yeah. Quick adjustment here. Don't lose too many seconds, right? You don't want to risk giving too much ult charge and then deciding to swap into another comp. So rather do it quickly and at the very beginning. That's exactly what they're doing here. Fnatic, this early adjustment definitely now gives them the better opportunity. They reacted to it and now can more or less give the pace here. For Zero, that Pharah, it has been very crucial for other teams on this card before. Let's see if it works out for Nightmare in the same way. Why Admiral actually is winning that Illari duo, but Checkmate on the other side trades it right away.
Using the Pharah slightly differently here, obviously playing into the mirror. Playing into the brawl comps, we saw the Pharah play over the top of train, just going back and forth and flanking a lot. Here, Nightmare are using Zero more as an angle marker, denying that corridor on the right. As we saw Checkmate have value on the Shambali corridor, Pharahs are good at holding chokes, right? If there's a suitable amount of space that they can float in the air and hold the choke, they're really good at it. We see Zero do that, is able to trade out the Admiral frag. They win the flank battle, they keep control of this point, and a slightly earlier window for Z's.
Oh, let's see if they can capitalize from it. Maybe they don't need it in this fight anyway, because Seeker does get the kill on the enemy Ash. Knife taken out of the equation. Attack also falling fairly low here. Has to make sure to get out of there alive. Does so for now. But still, Nightmare able to, well, push Fnatic back a little bit more in this point capture. Seeker's got the bot ready now as well. Slight advantage on the side of Nightmare, especially because they have been able to hold on to all the others. But now they're all coming in one by one. The bot gets thrown into the window, also happening, but Checkmate, they're finding the kills first. Both Ilaris down and out of the equation.
Oh, so close, that battle on the flank, but Checkmate comes out on top. But they have lost people in main as well, so Infected keen to clean up these kills, but he's against 2 DPS, needs to hit his shots, and he does. Now force them back. There will be a little bit of space, but actually Infected's pushing everyone back now. Has kept them contained, but a bit of a chance for Fnatic to walk here maybe. But oh, they may be committing to this right hand side. There's kills there, I think, if Nightmare move quickly. But they're going to slow it down. Captain Sun from Izzyaki trying to counter the window with it. Will be forced back, and there's the explosion. Helps set up 1 kill, but Zero's traded 2, and he is flanking with this barrage.
Zero, what can he do with it though? Trying to look for an opportunity, but already has fallen very, very low. Admiral, however, does the job for him. And I mean, this is already great for Nightmare, right? They have been able to put 3 minutes off the clock from Fnatic here. This could even, like, I don't want to spoil it, but this could go into some kind of very early or even full hold here for Nightmare. Massive opportunity. Can they capitalize from it though?
There's a bob and a flux to deal with for Nightmare, but in this type of slow brawly comp, these ults are pretty survivable. Really, I think there's got to be a question here on Zero in terms of what he chooses to do with this barrage. Typically, we see Zero flank a lot with this, but so far, slow and steady, holding this right-hand side as he's done in the previous fights. And Seeker's got an opening pick again. They're going to try and commit Bob into this as well. They're trying to clutch here, Fnatic, a player down.
Now obviously have to throw everything in, but Attack is already down, and this is not good for Fnatic at all. No tank available in this super important push for them. Nightmare, they might have done it right here. They might just have full hold of Fnatic on Midtown. Is there anyone who can touch this? Overtime is triggered indeed, but Izzyaki will have to come up clutch. Checkmate down in the duel. Infected takes out Izzyaki. No way, this is actually happening. Baptiste, the last chance here, but no touch possible from a Nightmare. They've done it! They actually full held Fnatic on Midtown.
There's an interesting thing that happens when you sign lots of players is obviously you increase your flexibility. We've seen teams like ENCE do this and Fnatic that we're watching right now. But that doesn't necessarily come with the ability to play the comps. You have the players to play the heroes in the comps, but ultimately when you look at this BAP Illari type mirror, it's a really tactical mirror. You need to have really good timing, clear ideas of what angles you want to clear and how you want to clear them. We look at how Fnatic chose to take that attack, and it was, what if we send 3 people main and 2 people go and take the alleyway fight? And then, what if we do that 4 fights in a row? That's not very creative. That's not really going to throw the other team off. And we saw that Zero and Admiral were actually able to hold that relatively well. And if you look at Seeker's position and Z's position in terms of did it complement how Nightmare wanted to hold it? The answer was yes. They were playing Fire Truck quite aggressively, so they could support their alleyway fight as well as bully main as well. And Fnatic seemed to have no way to actually break that. So it felt like while on Shambali they had a clear corner to hold and just kind of held that. Didn't seem to have many creative answers here. So it's Nightmares to win, and just one fight. Easier said than done. It is a very full holdy day so far.
It is indeed, and imagine what that does to you mentally, right? First you full hold on Shambali, and then you get full hold on Midtown. It's once again definitely a roller coaster of emotions here, as Nightmare now starting their attack as well. Checkmate on the Pharah, trying to play an equally good defense as Z, who did on the same character. Going to be a difficult one though. Only 1 tick would be enough here for Nightmare to seal the deal.
Aggressive swing. Rock connects onto attack as well. Infected has to Matrix, so now has to give up the space. Just trying to buy opportunities for Seeker to peek, but it's Knife who gets the opening one, and Zero will back it up as well. So similar problems. They do manage to disengage. Zero's actually still quite deep here, so has to be careful. Will get pocketed out by Admiral. We'll be waiting for Seeker before they commit to too much. They're going to lose Zero as well, so not only going to be lose the fight, they've lost the fight in probably the most time-consuming way possible.
Still over 3 minutes. Plenty of minutes to work with. Ultima slowly but surely building up, but as soon as Fnatic is getting the better economy up, it could be difficult to actually get through this choke point and make a tick happen here. However, on the other side, of course, one hero play could be enough. Seeker looking for the picks, and now he's scary standing in the corner. Does get the kill on Baptiste. This is going to be the opener for Nightmare. They just have to pull through with it now. Attack also very low. Seeker gets another one. Checkmate has to come up clutch here now, but somehow it doesn't seem like a possible thing. Zero also getting a big checkmate. He gets one. What more can he do in this situation? The point is now getting kept. In fact, it gets attacked. There's no one left.
It's Lee Jae-Gong who has to give a touch, but he cannot. And I mean, it all started to unravel there with Lee Jae-Gong. We talked about while this roster has increased its flexibility by adding all these players, they still only have 2 support players really. So Lee Jae-Gong playing onto the Baptiste here, but ultimately it was his mistake and his misposition that gave Seeker that opportunity. Seeker takes that opportunity and then they convert quite nicely. There was a bit of a goof. Izayaki tries to turn with Captive Sun, hits the lamppost of all things, which means obviously not a whole lot of value as we take a look at some of these replays here. Hopefully we catch that Captive Sun into the lamppost, because it made me chuckle, and when it's not your day, it's not your day. But has to be said, Seeker probably the man of that map for Fnatic. Not Fnatic, for Nightmare.
I gotta say, one thing that I really like about this matchup is the efficiency behind it, right? We've now been able to, well, basically play 2 maps in the time of 1, which is a reason for 2 full holes and then 2 quick captures. I say an overall of maybe, well, 12 minutes. 12 minutes, 2 maps. Does that sound about right? It's definitely not too much, and therefore very efficient on this V stream right here, giving you all the action in the most time efficient way possible. This is how we do it. But yeah, Nightmare now on the winner track, and definitely a team that might be able to pull this through, right? Let's see if they can make an actual reverse sweep happen here. Now, of course, the favor is on the hands of Fnatic. They can choose the map, they can do the first ban. Plenty of options here to actually maybe make the life of Nightmare a bit harder than it already is. But I guess a team like Nightmare, they are up for the challenge here.
The difficulty comes from Nightmare as well. They should be given a lot of credit for that, and they certainly played that version of the matchup way better. Because they've lost the first 2 maps, what they've essentially done is now all the cards will remain in Fnatic's hands for the rest of the series. So they have to beat them at their own game, essentially. And the thing that has worked out, and Nightmare have played correctly, is that they've banned the more powerful modes first, or they've picked them first, rather, so now Fnatic can't pick them. So we'll have to wait and see where Fnatic go. You imagine they want to take it to dive, but we'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back. We'll see what Fnatic choose to pick, and how they are going to try and close out the series here against Nightmare.
Check
It is still do or die for Nightmare. However, they just made a massive step towards the right direction on Midtown as they were able to at least get that 2-1 in their favor. Now, however, the tides have turned because now it's Fnatic's turn to pick the map, pick the ban first, and therefore this will be an even harder challenge now for Nightmare. But with this one, they could already bring us into a very close reverse sweep situation. Commander X, where should we go for map number 4?
The expectation with Fnatic is they are the dive team and therefore want to dive a bunch. They definitely are a bit of a mismatch for Nightmare on dive. So you have to look at what dive maps are available because Dorado was taken away because we played Escort and we can't go into Hollywood or Icon World where it would be viable as well. So really out of all the maps, Runa Sapi, that we've not seen so far on the B stream, is probably the best dive map. Other than that, maybe Suravasa. We can take a look at that map pick now. And it feels like, it will be Suravasa, which is actually something Fnatic have picked very much in the past as their go-to in a lot of the series they played at the Asia LAN Major as we're just good at this map, even if there's maybe more high-value picks. We're good at the map, let's just go win the map. And Donghak returning to the starting lineup probably makes it feel like they are just going to dive here.
Yeah, absolutely. The rotation coming in on the player side as well, right? Got a substitution. Donghak is back in for Fnatic, therefore a substitution completed, as well as we take a look at the stage and as we also obviously take a look at the bans, because those are very interesting since obviously Suravasa, we've seen those two heroes quite often, Mauga and Baptiste, out of the equation. From my point of view, those were quite essential to playing Suravasa.
So I think the idea is if you're Fnatic, you want to make it really hard for them to play any kind of brawl. So we've seen them ban Ramatra in the past, we've seen them ban Baptiste this time, which essentially do the same job. It would force them onto Kiri, and the nature of playing Kiri is you can still play Ram with it, but it's a little bit harder. You don't quite have the same level of heals. So I think it probably makes it a way more diveable map in theory. I think Nightmare banning Mauga makes a lot of sense because in theory that does mean they can play Ram. So I still wouldn't be surprised if Nightmare just hits something like a Ram, Kiri, Lucio and just try and make it work with reduced heals. And they just try and deal with the fact now, well, we're going to get dove, it's going to be tricky, but let's make it work. For Fnatic, probably, I mean, the heroes are open, right? Winston, Kiri, Lucio, it's really on. Maybe even a Doomfist if they want it. We've seen Donghak do a lot of work on it in the past. This is ultimately where we thought if there was a way for Fnatic to do well at this event, or even get top 4, it would be being able to play dive to a really high level, and that's what we presumably will see him do at some point in this series, because you have to feel it's going to be difficult for Nightmare to deal with.
It sure is, honestly, and on the other side, yes, starting into this tournament, we were like, hey, Fnatic, top 4, definitely one of the teams to watch. On how they look now is more of a question of, will they make it into second round of playoffs? Because they were very high expectations for that roster. As like the third team coming from Korea, it looked like a roster that is very much capable of taking it up with the big guns. But now they lost pretty clearly to the number 5 seed from EMEA. They got full holded by the team of Nightmare on Midtown. So there's a couple of dents in the shiny armor already. Let's see if Nightmare can put in a couple of more at this map number 4. Suravasa is going to be our next map.
Bit of misinformation from Seeker, trying to trick Fnatic into thinking some additional heroes are banned, but I don't think Fnatic will be falling for that one, as it does feel like the dive mirror might be on the cards here. And you have to say, it's a bold choice from Nightmare. A very bold choice. We'll see if it works out from here. Will be Soldier, Tracer as well. Anna too. You have to say Ziz is probably going to be the primary target here and the man most at risk.
He sure is, but however, that Soldier is definitely going to be an interesting pick here for sure. Let's see if it works for them, as they're already applying a lot of pressure towards that ball of Fnatic. Trying to make picks happen.
Gets slept, gets dealt with, and will be able to go again, but it's Infected who actually finds the engage with Zera. Takes care of Lee Jae-gong. Now attention will be turned to Checkmate. Easy as you like from Zera, and I guess the easiest way to beat Fnatic, as we always said, was just to take the dive mirror and beat him in a straight-up battle. You have to imagine Donghack's going to swap onto Winston at some point here. It feels like a bit of a no-brainer from him, but maybe not.
Well, not now behind? At least.
He's spawn camping, that's the problem. He's spawn camping the Ana, or attempting to at least here.
Infected already again applying a lot of pressure. The bubble gets burned immediately, but he's able to push back a lot of that roster. As Knife gets a nasty sleep dart into his face from Zeus, who gets traded afterwards. Fnatic making a couple of valuable picks here. Will it be enough to flip the pointer? Because that one is still in the iron ruling fist of Nightmare. At least for now, the capture is almost complete. Infected and Zihu, the only two ones remaining, but they do get pick after pick. Infected taking down the whole backline of Fnatic. This was not supposed to happen.
Checkmate's copying. They think they can win it here. They have found Admiral. Going to be a copy pulse coming up soon for Checkers. Will be trying to push this backline, but again is forced out. Pulse bomb onto the Winston. That'll do it, but the Nano negates all of that. Now Infected can anchor this point, and they see 9 out of all of it. They committed all the ults. It's a disaster from Fnatic.
This is absolutely horrible for Fnatic. It's definitely not the start that you wanted to have on this map number 4. Nightmare one step closer to bringing us to an actual map 5. Oh man, what is going on here? Nightmare actually really on a run here. Could make the big reverse sweep happen. A lot of ultimates in their favor now ready as well. We do see the Visor, for example, that could now come into the equation being used here, but not really too much value coming from it as of now.
They're going to beat through to keep going. Need to try and find kills with it. Lee Jae-gong doesn't quite have beat yet. 20% away, and there is a chance to find that timing. They will clear Donghack. Lee Jae-gong is trying to peel, but Lee Jae-gong is in. And there is no way out for Lee Jae-gong, even though he gets Donghack out. And it will be first cap regardless over to Nightmare. Now a Primal to go with next. Seeker will trade out for Donghack. Ends up being a good trade, you have to say, for Nightmare. They should be able to stabilize, probably without using a Primal if they can, and without a Primal they will.
A little bit of funny complaints going on in the in-game chat, as well as they weren't happy with this situation either, but the result stays the same. Nightmare already up to that 50% mark. Again on point 2. This map is very much in their control, at least until now. Knife with the kill on the pulse bomb against Diana. In goes the boost as well from Lucio. Infected on the Primal Rage, trying to hold back the enemy team as long as he can, but Knife gets another very important kill for Fnatic. This surely has to be the point turn for them.
Really nice as well. One thing we've seen so far from Nightmare's dives is they've always been successful, and they have prioritized the Lucio every single time. Lee Jae-gong has been enemy of the state, target number 1. He's gone down in a lot of fights. He survives there, and also at the same time we see Knife hit the pulse bomb kill, back-to-back pulse bomb kills on the Ana. And that is Knife's job in this comp a lot of the time. It's tricky to peel for the Ana with a Lucio only, so it does make it vulnerable in that Tracer 1v1. As we go into this next fight, whole advantage for Fnatic.
Toppy now going out to checkmate, but instantly gets deleted from Seeker and Admiral. Donghack gets the Tracer kill in return, but is it going to be enough to hold Nightmare back? They are already at 84%, so it's getting fairly close. The Mine's now going in as well, trying to deny some space, making it harder for Admiral, and he dies in the end. Another Visor coming out here as well, Infected, finding the kill on Knife. Lucio from Fnatic also falling dangerously low here. And the point flip comes in once again.
Kitsune Rush to re-engage. Slam comes through, but the Nano onto Seeker. He's trying to find kills with it. Will get boot by this ball. Hard to deal with. Admiral will beat everyone. They want to stay in control of it. They will all live so much damage, but they kill Seeker through anyway. Zera and Infected need to find kills. They nearly have Primal too. Infected will be dropping this one. Zera is 1 HP. Infected and Admiral need to do it all. Admiral shuts down one. Low on point. Infected will clean up another. And that should be enough. They need to deal with Checkmate now. He's so low. They finish him off. off. Donghack is low. DJ Gong is near too. Both 25% away from their ult. Admiral trying to deal with it. Nate comes in from Z's, doesn't find it. They just want to get the flip though. Donghack can touch. Not quite over yet, but Boop onto him makes it difficult. Donghack is so low, they body block Lee Jae-gong. And they have to give the point now. It's going to be 2-round advantage for Nightmare. And they're on the verge of kind of just smashing Fnatic in this dive mirror, honestly.
They really are, they really are. And now as we're going to the map point here on this 4th map, Sriivasa really going into the favor of Nightmare. Unfortunately, same as it did at Midtown, honestly. And it's not looking good. It's not looking good really here. The knife Q comes in with the bomb, but at that point, why now? Honestly, why now? It has to come a swap or something.
Oh, he's going to die for it as well. Oh, no. Nightmare realise they have to wait for Ana anyway, so they'll go pick their Ana up from forward spawn. While they wait, they hunt down Knife. Question marks in chat, trying to get in Knife's head. Now the mine's at the choke. They can just avoid them, turn and deal with Donghack. And you can say Nightmare have done a pretty good job here of realising when they should turn for the ball and when they have to give up the chase because the ball's too far out. But Donghack is back in and kills are traded. And Donghack, that ball is so damn fast, will be able to get out. And Fnatic can maybe just about stabilise on point here.
Donghack is getting chased though from the Tracer. Takes Mega after Mega just to stay alive here. Still very dangerously low.
He's chasing him all the way back to spawn. Unreasonable. Leave him alone.
However, 40% on the side of Fnatic already as they were able to cap this one. Firstly, who looking for a nice bomb here, maybe trying to stick it at somewhere. But Checkmate, he doesn't make it out alive. Admiral gets the kill on Izayaki as well. Seeker takes down Knife. Nightmare are back on the bright side as the point is flipped into their favor. Donghack is the only one remaining. They kill the Lucio right away. The ball follows shortly after.
Wow, good retake. Did cost them all of their big ults, of course, so they're going to have to try and make a little bit of something to work with, maybe the visor of a pulse bomb. Could see Seeker cop a cheeky flank. The problem with flanking versus this type of comp like Fnatic is they all have such high mobility, they can often just run away from you if you flank. So might just try and get pocketed by his team, just try and walk into the Echo or something like that.
Checkmate finds the trade here against Diana. Seeker down as well. Admiral falling. Zihu, at least he now finds the kill against Checkmate and also finds a pulse bomb kill against the Lucio. Maybe they can deny this a little longer, but the point is already flipped. It's a 2v2. Do they even want to take that fight here? They will be giving a lot of ult charge as well. But they do contest this very early, just in time. The rest of the team comes back now. Pulse bomb ready for Knife. Where can he put that to work? Infected finds the kill on the Kiriko early. Donghack also down. No tank available. The Lucio falls as well. And once again, Nightmare come out on top of this fight. And this, with the timing given now, is going to be a very hasty last fight for Fnatic. They have to be super quick here.
It's so hard for them to touch. They have the coffee coming back. It's going to be made all the more difficult as well. The ball will help them. They're going to focus down Donghack initially. The sleep onto Donghack. They get the kill. Can anyone else get the next touch? Will be Lee Jae-gong dipping his toes on. Checkmate has copy. Full stick onto Seeker. Will be able to drop that one off. Oh, the sleep is good. No copy. Denied. And now the chase. And oh my god, what a map from Nightmare. Fnatic are playing sloppy. Nez mistakes we see from Izayaki, from Knife, poor choices, poor ult economy. But let's not take anything away from Nightmare, because that was a lights out performance in a mirror you never would have thought they could win against this team.
Yeah, you cannot be real right now. Nightmare actually on their way to a reverse sweep. 2 down, 1 to go as we go into our first map 5 of the B broadcast today. And honestly, I did not expect it to happen here. Fnatic, they've started off very strong in this matchup, but now Nightmare have taken all the control in this match. No chance at all for Fnatic on Sriivasa. It's been a pretty one-sided map, especially because there's been a couple of flaws and a couple of individual errors, honestly, in that composition of Fnatic. Questionable bomb, for example, from Knife right here, or for example, that C9 at the first point. There's just too many individual errors, honestly, that are costing Fnatic game after game right now.
there's a concept we often talked about back on the London Spitfire about, which was really just like a metaphor for momentum, about how the pendulum can swing throughout a series. At the start of the series, we talked about how Fnatic may be coming in a little bit rattled by their previous series, by their loss to virtus.pro, and then they win map 1, a bit of a dogfight, they have a convincing map 2, the pendulum has swung, Fnatic are in control, and then 4 minutes later they are full held on Midtown, it's all fallen apart, and all of a sudden, all that anxiety that had dissipated during Shambali all comes flooding back. It comes here onto Saravata, and suddenly we start to see lots of mistakes creep into Fnatic's play. And now all of a sudden, going into this map 5, into reverse sweep territory, anxiety, tension through the roof. We talked about Fnatic maybe front-loading their adversity at this tournament with their loss against virtus.pro. They're really front-loading their adversity here by facing a nightmare, well, quite literally a nightmare, reverse sweep.
Yeah, and in the end, they'll probably want to avoid having those nightmares even after the series, because they fairly well could fall into a very unfortunate situation now, as if they lose against Nightmare, they lost the 2 first matches, and they then have to face up against SSG as they come in as probably the strongest team from the non-Korean regions, and it's not going to be an easy task tomorrow either. So they do need this W against Nightmare right now, and therefore we do want to give them a couple of minutes to clear their heads and make sure that they can put all their efforts into this last map of the day. So we'll throw it into a very quick break and be right back to give you the for sure last map of the B stream today. Make sure to be here when it's time, because it won't take long. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for sticking with us for this whole broadcast day. But I'm telling you right now, and I'm promising you, this series, it is all worth it. This is by far the closest one we've seen all day long. It's by far the most intense one. And now, as we are in Group D and the standings are quite crucial now, is probably the one that is most important to both of those teams as well. Commander X and me, we're pulling through this. This is where we bring you all the action. As we take a look at the last map of the day is going to be Runesapi, which, well, makes this even more interesting as we take a look at the hero bans when they are ready. Because Runesapi, correct me if I'm wrong again, but we've not seen that one today. Since in general the push mode has been very rarely picked in the first 3 maps, and therefore only happened when we went into map 4, which rarely happened at all, and therefore Runesapi definitely new territory for us, maybe for the teams at EWC as well. I'm very much looking forward to see what both Fnatic and Nightmare do have in store for this.
We can take a look at our teams now as we get ready for this all-important final map 5. We theorized that maybe we'd see Runesapi actually a little bit earlier. We thought it might be the first pick, as it's really the most dive-favoured map available, as we can take a look at those hero bans that go along with Runesapi here, because it was Fnatic who get to ban first, obviously from their earlier map wins in the series, and they ban Lucio. And I think the decision here is obviously Runesapi is a dive-favoured map, and they probably fancy their chances in an Anna Brigg style mirror way more than a Kiri Lucio mirror, which I think will suit a lot more of what Nightmare have played in the past. So by removing that Lucio, they remove the chance for that Lucio Kiri, and maybe either force an Anna Brigg mirror or force Nightmare to do something maybe a little bit different.
And also, now look at those faces, right? Fnatic, they are not looking too happy right now, and there's a good reason why. And Nightmare on the other side, they're in the element right now. They are totally happy, they're chilling, they're vibing, because they know the momentum is totally on their side. And if they can make use of that now on Runesapi as well, this could be the end of Fnatic already. A team that we expected to make top 4 is now in their second group stage match already on the line where they'll actually make it out of group stage at all. Because tomorrow, Space Station, it's not going to be an easy game either. Surely not. And Space Station, they beat Nightmare 3-1, and now Fnatic is even struggling to beat Nightmare, so that food chain is fairly easy to read, in my opinion.
A little hope, a little prayer. Fnatic need all the help they can seemingly get right now. Focused, locked in, on the verge of being reverse swept by Nightmare. Meanwhile, on the other side, Nightmare confident. They won the dive mirror. That wasn't how this was meant to go. I think there is something that needs to be talked about. Maybe when we look at that mirror, and we talked about it at the start, but Winston Swap was on the entire time that Winston Swap was on. It's Donghack's best hero. I don't think he played badly on ball, but Z's was hitting every sleep. They were punishing the ball a bunch. There's so many more options to outplay now with Winston and the bubble, and we didn't see them lean into it at all. We'll see if that changes here on Runesapi. Again, a very good map for Winston. Surely we see Donghack on his best hero when his team need him at most. But this actually happened in the past for this sort of Fnatic core, Yeti they were called at the time, in the Asia LAN. After they had their big high peak on dive, they seemed to lose that, and they started playing sort of different comps. The swaps didn't make sense in their actual Asia LAN playoffs, and it cost them. And I wonder if maybe they're going to be look back at some of those earlier maps and feel the same way here. So for me, I have to see Donghack on Winston on this map.
Absolutely, probably one of the picks that will be a difference maker. And they have to pull all the registers for this one, as this quite fairly could be the deciding map for the future of their, well, survival in this tournament. And Nightmare, they're just chilling. They're really just here to be at this stage, right? They enjoy the spotlight, and now they have the actual opportunity to make it out of that, which we earlier quite proudly called the death group, but it truly is. But maybe not for Nightmare. Maybe it's a death group for Fnatic, and as they are now on the edge of having history that they've experienced in the APAC region repeat itself, they obviously want to make sure it doesn't happen again. Talking about Runesapi and the bans Lucio and Pharah, what can we expect from the teams? Is there a composition that in the current meta works very well in North America or is played in Korea that those teams will now maybe have to adjust from or on?
So I think I'd be really surprised if we see anything but just Winston and Anna Brigg from Fnatic. I think it's the reason they banned Lucio. You take Kiri Lucio away from the other team. It's a very good map for Anna Brigg. There's lots of high grounds and nice places to put your backline, especially once we get round for cap fights. Some really nice high grounds to utilize. And I think what they're hoping is this actually forces forces Nightmare into some kind of mirror that they presume they have advantage on. But we'll have to wait and see if Nightmare choose to go a different direction. The Pharah ban maybe doesn't necessarily line up. It's not clear what they wanted out of that, or if they just really didn't want to play against Pharah. So I don't know if they'll choose to mirror here. I mean, really, if I'm Nightmare, is my confidence not sky high? Did so well. Wasn't a Winston mirror, but actually so well on the previous map. It is worth considering, though, the success they had in that previous map was punishing Bull and punishing the Lucio. Two heroes I think we're unlikely to see here. So maybe there is an option that Nightmare need to be smart and maybe not overvalue that previous win. But it's clear looking at these two teams which team has all the confidence right now and which team is really nervous.
Yeah. And I mean, think about where that confidence used to be for Fnatic, right? Let's go back 2 maps. Let's go to Shimbali, and you're like, hey, we just basically full held the hell out of Nightmare. And you go to Midtown, you're like, oh, well, this is not good. Now we got full health. And then you go even further to Suravasa, and you're like, we made so many individual mistakes. Where is this even going? So now the momentum is really going down a couple of storages now. And the question is, how will they be able to pick themselves up again and get back into that winner lane? Because they definitely will need it now as we head into the last map of the day. All this preparation, all the fears, all the tears, it all comes down to Runa Sapi now for Nightmare and Fnatic. One of those two will keep their hopes and dreams alive in this Group D. Will it be Fnatic or will it be Nightmare from North America?
They're going to do it. They're going to take the Anna Brig Winston mirror. Oh, that's a bold call from Nightmare. I know why they want to do it, because they just won the dive mirror on Suravasa, but it was slightly different. It was against Bull. It's different. Honestly, it's different. Lee Jae Gong's a very good Brig. I think we have to point out, though, Ziza's actually been playing lights out on the Anna so far. So if they can make a similar impact here, Izayaki no slouch on the Anna himself, but I'm a little bit anxious for Nightmare here. I think this is it's a dive mirror again, but it's very different from the Suravasa one. So lots of eyes on the Winston. It will be all about punishing the Winston for both teams here.
But I like it. It's bold. It fits the momentum they currently have. And you see them right here, just off the start already. Zero finding that frag against the enemy tank. Massive advantage in their favor already. This is amazing. I like it. I really like it. It shows that how much momentum can be worth here as the team of Nightmare is making first progress on the push map.
Yeah, I'm wrong. Forget it. Don't listen to logic or history or whatever. Like, just go beat them on the Winston mirror. They're not even that good. They're only Korean. You can beat them with the Winston mirror. Early punish onto Donghack. Early cart progress. Nightmare continue. And they're just trying to play for that. You see Infected not even jumping the backline. Just a later bubble on Donghack. Just clear him, getting that payload move, and then Z's with the opening pick.
Oh no, not again. Knife falls early, and there's already 35 meters in the books here for Nightmare. Somehow, some way to just make it work, and I fear this could all go downhill very horribly for Fnatic if this continues. If they are able to catch the first checkpoint very early, this could be a pre-decider already.
It's just small things, isn't it? Small mistakes, getting picked here, getting caught here. Now the nano engaged from Donghack here. They need to try and survive this one. Z's will get packed out. Seeker needs a little bit of help. That pop does so much to help him. Infected, meanwhile, has also gone with this nano primal. Can he find the kill, though? He's gone so deep. He's taken Izayaki for a ride. Can he find the kill? We can find the kill. Meanwhile, Donghack does a primal. More distance cap and more Infected jumps again. And they're doing it.
No, oh no, oh no, oh no. 60 meters uncontestedly on the scoreboard already. No way they're doing this, no way they're pulling through. They're just showing Fnatic who's boss on the server right now. Oh no, this is so incredibly one-sided. Now Knife trying to do something with the bot, but it just horribly goes into the wrong direction. They're pushing a totally else direction, but the pull from Checkmate, it hits Diana. This could be the opener. Checkmate with another one. Infected down as well. Knife takes out Seeker. And finally, it is Fnatic on the kill feed as well, as they are making first progress on their side now as well.
And such a good way to do it as well. The good thing about losing 71.44 meters in the first 2.5 minutes is you now give yourself 7.5 minutes to fix all your mistakes of those opening 2.5 minutes. And we see them come back with a Bob. They catch Infected. They move him back in as he tries to exit his jump. They hold on to this rally. They hold on to this primal. And now they have nano advantage for this next fight. It is not over yet. Nightmare have a lot to do to bail themselves out of this situation. They have to kite these ult well.
See who in the duel here now, the Nano Winston. That is going to be a dangerous one, but Donghak has to retweet immediately as that ultimate is coming out here from the Brigitte. It just denies so much go for Fnatic. Now even has to pull the Primal Rage, gets snapped in the process. It's all not going too well for Fnatic right now. Are they still able to capitalize from this? Has to retreat a second time despite having had the Primal and the additional health coming with it. Oh, Nightmare's been able to kite this really, really well here.
So well played. The sleep onto Infected will get Fnatic out of a similar problem. They catch Knife on the flank and he was so... Oh, they're going to kill them all here. They're going to run straight into him. They're just looking for trades, honestly, I think, here, Fnatic. They realise they can't win the fight. They only get one. So, not the end of the world, will make it a little bit awkward, but that previous fight, I was so nervous. It felt like Nightmare were too close. I was like, there's no way they kite out of this. They're too close for this Primal. But they juggle it perfectly. They force Donghak back. They don't let anyone get separated. Really good disciplined play. And while Fnatic are right back in this, Nightmare maintain the lead and have Primal advantage for his next fight.
And now look at this. This is also bot management somewhere. It's not always the smartest way to just push the bot all the way. Sometimes you've got to play around a choke point as well, because it makes it easier to defend if you're in the lead already. This is exactly what Nightmare's doing right now. They're managing the bot very, very well, making sure that they keep it at a position that is as comfortable to defend them as possible. Now throwing in the bot into that mix as well, trying to create even more space, maybe pushing for more than those 71.44 meters.
They're going to get caught on the way out here, actually. I thought it seemed a bit risky from Donghak to go back in when that Bob was still out, but the Nano was good and Checkmate was right behind that backline. So as they came into him, they pushed him right into Checkmate's path, but Infected is not done yet!
Oh no, and Checkmate, at least he wins the Tracer duel, but where's the rest of his team? Is just gone, because Infected on the Primal Rage just took down player after player. And all of a sudden, it's only 4.5 minutes now. Time is not playing in the favor of Fnatic still. Of course, 4 minutes, plenty of time to work with. It's not as comfortable as you were at the beginning of those 7.5 minutes, though.
Admiral getting juggled in here will be okay. Pulse Bomb is good from Checkmate, though. Really coming up trumps in these last two fighters. Checkmate looking for trades if they can. Zero will hold for Pulse for now. They might just accept this fight is lost. Any trade will do. They get Donghak, and that can work as Checkmate will complete the cleanup. Might even get 5. There we go. Cheeky ace for Checkmate. Not too bad. Helping his team when he needs it the most. But they do get some of those big ults out. Now it's going to be Rally and Bob for Fnatic. Nano for Nightmare. So choices. Do they go with Infected? Do they try and Nano aggressively?
First of all, they are throwing in the Bob here just to make sure there's a second angle of ammunition being thrown at Nightmare. But the first picket comes in for Infected, comes in for Nightmare indeed, as they are trying to contest this very close situation here. It works out well for them. Admiral gets the kill on Checkmate as well. This is not going well. Seeker takes down the enemy tank and the Brigitte. Nightmare, they are rolling. They are so locked in right now. This is absolutely amazing work for them so far. We can't wait to see what those last 3 minutes have got in store for us. It's going to be a close one between Nightmare and Fnatic.
What an important kill from Infected. I have no idea how he managed to get that one versus the entire backline with Rally and the nade going, but it means he kills through Rally. And honestly, if you asked me before the tournament, I think you can make a real case that Donghak still looks like the best Winston in the world. But right now, he's not even the best Winston in the server. Nightmare back on the front foot, Primal and Rally in their back pocket. Nano Primal on the other side for Fnatic. So another big one where backlines are going to be put under a lot of pressure. But they'll be very happy to have that Rally.
Force barely connected, wasn't even meant to, but Donghak gets the kill on Seeker as well. 2-man advantage for Fnatic. Admiral gets Checkmate out of the equation, though, but it won't be enough as the rest of Fnatic is able to clean up the Nightmare roster on the map. Once again, making that progress towards the barrier It will be a long run though, especially because it will probably give enough time for Nightmare to return in time to contest this before it reaches that crucial 71.44 meters. Contest now coming in, already having to respect this. Fnatic kites away.
Silver lining is because they lost that fight so quickly, Nightmare didn't use any ult, so they've got an entire 5 ult back to hold on. 2 minutes left on the clock. It's important to use the ults disciplined here. There's only a Primal Rage on the side of Donghack. Tracer is behind again. We've seen Checkmate has snakes in behind. Now the Primal, but he's going for Seeker. He's separated Seeker. Defensive nano, but he's going to go off the map. There's nowhere for Seeker to go. He will fall down. Both of them died. Donghack kills 2. We talked about Donghack's impact so far. We talked about how good he's at Winston. And he finds 2 kills here. Now he's on the back line. Admiral and Z's, they want to live. They force him away. Donghack can't fight as he has to retreat. Meanwhile, Infected kills Izzyaki. Nightmare win again. 1 minute, 20 seconds left on the clock, but Nightmare used all 5 ultimates.
They did indeed, and on the side of Fnatic, it is looking better, way better actually. Checkmate close to the pulse bomb, Knife close to the bomb. We do have the Brigitte ultimate ready in that defensive support line. However, Nightmare, it's only going to be 1, maybe 2 fights. If they can drag it a longer time, it might just be 1. And Fnatic, they have quite a way to go here. Nightmare do need to build up utility, do need to build up ultimates, and they need to do it quick.
Happy to keep this fight slow so they can build those ultimates as well. Fnatic have the nano. Donghack will go now. Avoids the sleep. Infected will bubble on the backline, but fairly conservative. Seeker. And it's Checkmate they deal with first. Yeah, they focus on peeling the dive, and peel the dive they do. You can see Lee Jae Gong encroaching closer here. The nade was good, but they should all get out. Zera is low, has to blink away. Again, they're conceding space here, but they survive the engage. Now they push back. Bob will hold fair progress for now. Seeker messing around on the jump pad will force Fnatic back. Rally's available for both. Lee Jae Gong wants to use that one now. They're so close, actually. They're pushing with Nano. They go for the nade, but Izzyaki's nade is bigger. They clean this one up. Infected has the Primal. Will be popping the Primal. 3 seconds left on the clock. They need kills with this Primal desperately. They need to find something. And Infected gets 1. Zera gets 2. It might just end right here, right now. Primal from Donghack.
This
could
be
1v3.
Donghack, the only one, the last one standing. This could end the dreams, the hopes from Fnatic, and it sure does as overtime is ticking down. A Nightmare, they have done it. They have done it indeed. The reverse sweep against Fnatic. It's all going down. It's all perfect for Nightmare. What an incredible fight.
What a great decision as well. They choose in the biggest moment, 3 meter lead only, potentially final fight. Really scary if they lose that fight. And what do they choose to do when all the money's on the line? Everything is against them. They go aggressive. They double down. They play for trades. They get their trades. Infected was so good on that series. We talked about him coming into this roster. He added a bit of flexibility. He gave them more potential to play dive, something they've not had their entire existence so far. And now they find themselves reverse sweeping a Korean team in a dive mirror.
What a story they are writing here. It might just be the beginning now. On the other side, Fnatic, they are really off a very bad start to their journey here. Not really the start they wanted for sure, and somehow maybe even already the end of that journey, to be honest. If we're looking at Space Station tomorrow, definitely, probably on paper, the hardest matchup in this Group D. And Fnatic, from favorite down to maybe not even making it out of the group stage. And that all in one day, basically. Let's take a look at the series highlights as we speak. Oh man, oh man. And if we talk about like Lijiang Tower, it started off so well, right? It looked so clear, it looked so straightforward, it looked so all figured out for Fnatic. But as we continued in the series, as we got longer into it, it just all fell apart.
Ironically, it's a bit of a topsy-turvy day where we go back to Lijiang Tower. We got Fnatic winning the Mauga mirror against the supposed Mauga team. And then as we get deeper into the series, it's a dive reverse sweep. At this point, remember, this was for full hold on Shambali, and you just felt, Fnatic have got it, right? Fnatic a step above. They've got a double flex support composition that doesn't really feel like Nightmare had a great solution to, but when we get to Midtown, it was Fnatic who suddenly came up short of answers, and it was kind of interesting, wasn't it? We saw Fnatic have no answers on Midtown attack first, and we actually saw the same being very much true for Nightmare on the flip side of this. And the later we got in the series, the more it started to fall apart for Fnatic, and they've got a hell of a job to pick themselves up, because they're not out of this tournament, Fnatic. They can still get out of groups if they beat SSG tomorrow.
They surely can, absolutely. It's going to be a tough sell, though, to fix the, well, definitely lots of issues that we have seen on that roster until tomorrow. And again, Space Station, obviously, not really an easy enemy either. Surely not. And if we take a look here at those last few highlights, I mean, it all started falling apart at Midtown for sure, but then as well on the upcoming maps at the maps like Suravasa, Rinsapi, it just didn't work out for them. And the ball pick of just mirroring up that composition of Fnatic in the end, playing the Ana Brigitte backline, it worked out, and it worked out well. And in the end, honestly, Nightmare, they deserve this win for sure.
Yeah, you look at these, and you can talk about mistakes that crept into Fnatic's play, and I think it's really fair to say there were more mistakes. You look at the start of that Runa Sapi, just kills to nothing given away. But ultimately, especially in the Ana Brig mirror, quite often it is the team that makes the least mistakes and that wins the game. And I think Nightmare chose the right times to play defensive, to peel their backline with conservative play for Infected, and they chose the right time to double down and go aggressive and play for these nade trades. And you can see the feeling here, the emotion from the players. What a win, what a result, what a reverse sweep. Nobody would have predicted this. Nightmare wouldn't have predicted this.
No, not even them probably believed into it, especially because they went down 2-0 at the start of the series. And on the other side, this commander, right, this here, those are the stories that this World Cup can write. It's not always about the top tier team making it far, it's all being pre-scripted. Those are the upsets that actually make this World Cup emotional as well, right? It's the stories that you can write on the server, but as well outside, and the emotions that come with it, of course. And Nightmare, they've brought quite a lot of those factors into this first broadcast day for sure. What an experience for them, as we are now making sure that we have all the information ready for you to give you a good overview of what happened on this first broadcast day overall. As we talked 12 matches, is absolutely incredible. Let's take a look at the top plays of the day as soon as our production is ready for it. Let's jump into it as we take a look at this STC replay. And honestly, Lip here, obviously, from Falcons. There's a couple of big names up here as we are now obviously swinging through the different games that we had. Top Dragon looked super well. A couple of them for sure. Stalker right here on the Tracer. Capster has been absolutely amazing. The Tracer DPS players have been, well, obviously the most outstanding ones when it comes to the kill feed, but obviously there's been a couple of plays that worked super well on tank and support roles as well.
I think the thing we were hoping for with hero bans was variety, and as we can see in the Gideon play of the day, we're seeing a lot of different heroes. There's a fair amount of Tracer, sure, but we've seen Winston, we've seen Pharah, we've seen pop-offs on Echo, we've seen pop-offs on Lucio. Everything has been in play. Yet this series as well, Clear popping off on Ramatra. How many important aggressive fights did we see come out from Clear? How many important eats have we seen? How many times have we seen Kevster carry his entire team through a map? And then this series to cap it all off. What a finish.
Absolutely incredible stuff from a lot of talented players on this World Cup here in Riyadh. First day down in the books, but guys, don't worry, there's more action to come your way. Of course, we're talking about a 5-day tournament here. Group stage today and tomorrow, and then playoffs will happen Friday till Sunday. So what an incredible story for sure from Nightmare. I'm very certain there's many more great stories to be written in this event. Commander Access, we're now slowly but surely approaching the end of our day one broadcast. Tomorrow, there will be a couple of very interesting matches coming our way. But let's take a look at the group stage, at the current standings as far as we have them, since, for example, the other stream is still live with the last match of the day, which is Space Station against virtus.pro. But those here are the standings right now.
A lot of a lot of surprises today. I think maybe the only group that went as everyone expected it was that opening fixture where Crazy Raccoon beat Rock and Toronto beat Gaming Gladiators over in Group A. But once we get across the board, it starts to look a little bit more upsetty. Twisted Minds earlier on in the day upsetting Wufeng once again, LGD a big one, and then all these results in Group D have been all over the place. And I know we didn't really get any upsets in Group C. I think technically all the favourites won, but how close Bleed pushed them really sets up that final fixture tomorrow between Bleed and M80 as an absolute dogfight, a real chance for the Pacific region to prove themselves in an interregional tournament for the first time in a while. And we can take a look at some of those fixtures we're going to be having coming up tomorrow.
Absolutely. Once again, tomorrow, obviously, 6 games on the A stream, 6 games on the B stream, full action coming away. And the opening will be done by Toronto Ultra against Rock, as we'll follow that up by Wufeng against Makers. Gaming Gladiators against Rock Esports in the last match of this Group B. And then, sorry, pardon me, Group A, of course. And then we'll go back to Group C, and the Twisted Minds against Makers will have 80 against Bleed and Fnatic against Nightmare.
A lot of interesting fixtures. It's going to be, I think it's actually virtus.pro against Nightmare in that final one, which will be
it is,
what we thought would be the elimination game. But actually it's Fnatic who are on the ropes, who face the unenviable task of trying to get a win against SSG on their final day after running into so many problems today. It's brutal in these knockout tournaments. You get 3 games to prove yourself, and Fnatic now find themselves as really the sort of biggest losers of this opening day. Nightmare, you have to say, what a result. Really, really the moment of the day.
Absolutely enjoyable. So many upsets on the other side as well. In just this one last matchup that we had here, really puts us to the question of what more can we expect for tomorrow. And as you could just have seen in the schedule, a lot more, honestly. And I hope that you are here for the ride tomorrow as well. It's been an absolute pleasure. Commander X and myself will be back tomorrow to cover all the action for you here in the B stream. As we conclude day number 1 here, make sure to now tune in at the A stream, as they are still covering Space Station Gaming against virtus.pro. Thanks a lot to all the sponsors supporting the World Cup and supporting those broadcasts as well, of course. We'll be back tomorrow. I hope that you are as well, and I'll leave the last words for day 1 to you, Commander X. Take it away and take us away as well, of course.
It's been a really brilliant day of action, and I don't think we could have asked for a more fitting end. I think Infector's a player I've talked to before who's often talked about finally getting this opportunity to play Atlanta play on stage. He first had that for Energy Shock over at the Dallas Major, and it really didn't go that well for Energy Shock, if we're being honest. But now he's taken that experience, he's built on it, he's come here to step in for Nightmare, and what a great performance from all these players. Think of the players on that team. Seeker, a player who again is just sort of bad luck after bad luck after bad luck, again, finally getting to prove themselves. And that's what these tournaments, that's what the Esports World Cup is all about. Not just for big trophy at the end, but for all the teams to come and prove themselves against every region in the world in front of everyone. And I don't think we could have asked for a better example of that right at the end there, with Nightmare taking that reverse sweep. So thank you everyone for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow, because it's elimination day tomorrow. Teams will be going out. If you come last in your group, you are in big trouble, and Fnatic are staring down the barrel of that one. So thank you very much, everyone, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Whatever I want, I can have it. I'm exceptional, way above average. Obstacles don't stand a chance. You against me, better make up the plan. It doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Playtime is over, now finish them. 100%, that's the minimum. I don't listen to them, they some liars. Before you beat the odds, you gotta be put through the fire. Yeah, so I take on every challenge. Life is full of ups and downs, you gotta find a balance. When you're down and out, you find out who really got your back. Listen to me closer, cause you know I'm spitting facts. Yeah. just recovering. I was dealt a bad hand, I just play my cards. But all I need is one shot, like a shooting guard. Running out of time, gotta take a stand. I listen to you long enough, I hear I'm not a man. Fake is not an option. Throw away your red lights, 'cause I'm not stopping. Yeah, it doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. Yeah, it's checkmate if we playing chess. If you got a problem, better say it with a chest. I'm the number one contender, ain't no number two. Cause even if I fall back, I'm still ahead of you. Yeah, cause we the winners, now we can't lose. Ain't no mission impossible, now we can't lose. Even though we outside, still get it in. You want the crown, get in line, there's too many men. Stop me, can't nobody stop me. Lately I've been on my own, can't nobody stop me. All that tough talking for the birds, now I'm furious. This will never end, so I'll never need a period. Yeah, so we gotta fly high. If you ever had a dream, put your hands in the sky. Yeah, cause we never going down. When it's all said and done, we gon' still be around. It doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. Win, win, win. I got to win. Yeah, I got to win. I'm unstoppable. I got to win.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
set, go. It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما أحد يشوفه.
لا تشغل وقتها بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
go.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Honor 200 series, the best portrait phone AI empowered. Studio level, AI portrait camera, 3 hardcore portrait modes. Color, vibrant and classic to capture portraits that truly stand out. AI empowered magic portal. Snapdragon 8S Gen 3 AI chipset. 5,200 milliampere per hours silicon carbon battery, 100 watt, Honor Supercharge. This is Honor 200 series.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony.
Ready, set, go.
Get us out of here!
It's the EWC and you want to play like a pro. Well, we've got a lesson for you. Axe on. You're fresh, ready to fight and grind those long hours. It's how it should be. Axe off. You're slow, unfocused, and lagging. Do you get it? Let's go again. To unleash your best game, you must freshen up first. Get your axe on. Spray, play, repeat. Axe and Esports World Cup.
لحظات البداية عاشت معنا. كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس. نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نو ترى نو.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد صوت.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا. عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارت معك وين ما تروح.
Man started a while ago. I just wanna live a life where the choice how to spend my time is mine and mine alone. Blood, you best try to know. I want a yard work and spend my time alone. We ain't gonna get there overnight, but in the meantime, there's still some time to go.
Take the war, left the war. Take the war, left the war.